Max-level Taiyu. During the autumn hunt, Li Chengqian was secretly harmed by Li Tai, causing him to faint. In dreams, I traversed through 9 lifetimes of reincarnation. Yet, upon awakening, the very first action he undertook was to lead an army of 100,000 to besiege Chang'an. In the presence of Li Shimin, Li Tai was compelled to meet his demise. Persuade Li Shimin to abdicate voluntarily. Only because, after a dream spanning 1,000 autumns, he acquired an army of 100,000 bioengineered soldiers. At this moment, outside the city of Chang'an, as the approach of 100,000 synthetic soldiers draws near, the sentinels atop the city walls swiftly detected an anomaly. These defenders are the elite of the military. They have endured the trials of the battlefield and instinctively recognize the imminent assault of a grand army. Immediately reported and ignited the beacon of war. The sound of horns echoed through the barracks of the garrison outside Chang'an. The situation is urgent, and there is no time to await Emperor Li Shimin's command. Messenger after messenger races towards the imperial city and the residences of the esteemed generals. The once vibrant and harmonious city of Chang'an was suddenly thrown into chaos. What is it? I do not know from whence this great army besieges the city. The number of individuals is at least several tens of thousands. Where did the rebels originate? I have not received any news at all. How could that be possible? Upon receiving the urgent dispatch from the messenger, the valiant generals, including Cheng Yaojin, sprang into action, hastily donning their armor and mounting their steeds, racing towards the city walls where the main army was approaching. Soon, Li Shimin in the imperial palace received the news, and his expression immediately darkened. In the 13th year of the Chang'an era, the realm has attained peace, and a certain individual has ascended to become the king of dance in Chang'an. I have never heard of any rebellion occurring. How is it that suddenly countless troops have appeared outside the city of Chang'an? However, such an occurrence is something that no one would dare to fabricate. When Li Shimin appeared atop the city tower, the formidable army of 100,000, shrouded in darkness, is rapidly advancing within the striking range of the archers. Similarly, it allowed most of the ancient individuals with relatively good vision to clearly observe the arrangement of this grand army. Without mentioning the numbers, the thousands of heavily armored cavalrymen stood out like the sun in the sky. The synchronized footsteps, resonating with a sound reminiscent of an earthquake, vividly illustrate that this is an exceptionally elite army. The military generals who were still alive during the Chang'an era, even Li Shimin himself, felt a surge of panic upon witnessing the formidable army pressing forward. They have weathered countless battles, yet have never encountered an army such as this. The uniformity of their figures and the synchronized rhythm of their footsteps create the illusion of a singular entity. At least the formidable army of over 100,000 moved with such stealth that, apart from the sound of their footsteps, not a single extraneous noise could be heard. As the formidable army advanced to a distance where the shouts of both sides could be distinctly heard, the valiant generals of the Chang'an era momentarily forgot to issue their commands. Emperor Li Shimin also forgot to issue the decree. Battle-hardened soldiers were also rendered pale with fear. At that moment, the grand army came to an abrupt halt. Aside from the whispers of the wind, there was scarcely a hint of sound resonating throughout the entirety of Chang'an, both within and beyond its walls. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Shimin's body swayed slightly. What remarkable prowess could achieve such a feat? In truth, no elite could accomplish this. The formidable army loomed ominously, facing the darkened battlements of Chang'an, where the vigilant guards stood resolutely. Chapter 3. Li Shimin's pursuit of the former crown prince Li Chengqian in the midst of the vanguard of the great army. A silent parting occurred. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe befitting a prince, Li Chengqian slowly emerged upon his war steed. The striking hue of his attire, along with the movement of the army, captured the attention of all present. The prince. How could it be the prince? The exclamations of those who recognized Li Chengqian echoed loudly, causing a stir among the soldiers on the city wall. News swiftly spread throughout Chang'an. No one anticipated that the leader of the forces outside the city would be none other than Crown Prince Li Chengqian. As the clamor subsided slightly, Li Chengqian, holding a makeshift bamboo loudspeaker, bellowed towards the city wall of Chang'an. I am the Crown Prince of the Tang Dynasty, Li Chengqian. Today, I rise against the current emperor of the Tang, Li Shimin. This matter, while a national concern, is also a family affair. My soldiers are also the soldiers of the Tang. Today, whether I win or lose against Li Shimin, it is a matter of the Li Tang royal family. To all of you, the subjects and soldiers of the Tang, I do not intend to create unnecessary bloodshed. When I assault the city, as long as you lower your weapons, raise your hands, and obey my commands, I will not pursue any further action against you. Upon hearing this declaration, the soldiers on the wall were once again thrown into a tumult. While there have been instances of crown princes rebelling against emperors throughout history, none had done so with such boldness and transparency as Li Chengqian. Li Shimin, hearing Li Chengqian's proclamation, felt a sense of despair wash over him. He was utterly perplexed. The surviving martial generals of the Tang were equally dismayed, their gazes fixed upon Li Shimin's back, struggling to comprehend the situation. Shivering with indignation, Li Shimin leaned over the wall and barked, "Li Chengqian, what are you doing?" In a cold tone, Li Chengqian replied, "Emperor, your brilliance has perished. Before you stands a crown prince, Li Chengqian, the very one you have guarded against. I, Li Chengqian, the crown prince of the Tang, rebel today to claim the throne for myself." What? What are you saying? Li Shimin's heart sank. Could it be that he genuinely did not understand Li Chengqian's intentions? That was impossible. Li Shimin was not confused. He simply wished for a perfect heir, nothing more. Li Chengqian continued, his voice icy. "Emperor, there is no need for your feigned concern here. Only my mother truly loves me, for in her eyes, I am her son. But in your eyes, I was once your son, and now I am your greatest threat. Today, you have what you desired. There is no point in further discussion. To all in Chang'an, this is an internal affair of the Li Tang royal family. As long as you do not provoke me, I will not harm you in any way. This assault on the city does not concern you. The day is waning. Return home and dine." Though the citizens of Chang'an could not hear his words, it mattered not. Every statement he made would undoubtedly spread throughout the city in no time. This battle was inevitable. Otherwise, Li Shimin would never relinquish his power. Even if he could let go, those unruly factions, who had not learned the lessons of bloodshed, would not remain at peace. This was his Tang Dynasty, and Li Chengqian would not indiscriminately slaughter the populace, nor would he harm those who surrendered. Not wishing to engage in further dialogue with Li Shimin, he raised his ceremonial blade and signaled forward. The cavalry charged forth with a thunderous gallop, while the archers crouched low, releasing a deluge of arrows into the sky. A torrential rain of arrows shielded the advancing heavy cavalry. The water source of Chang'an's moat was primarily from the Xie River, supplemented by artificial channels such as the Qingming, Yong'an, and Shaoxiu, alongside the Han River and Dayu water. However, after August each year, the water would inevitably run dry. For the sake of the citizens drinking water and other necessities, the moat was mostly devoid of water. Although the moat was high and deep, Li Shimin had not managed it strictly, leading many citizens to draw water from it, creating gentle slopes near each city gate, favorable for cavalry charges. Defend. Protect the sage. The sage. Chaos erupted atop the city walls, as the relentless barrage of arrows indeed terrified them. According to their understanding, it was not yet the time for arrows to strike, as only a handful of exceptional warriors could shoot such distances. Countless arrows rained down from above, piercing through various parts of the city towers. The steel-tipped arrows could even penetrate shields, but this was merely a piercing. Unless one was particularly unfortunate, they were unlikely to inflict serious injuries. After the volley of arrows, a line of heavy cavalry reached the city gates. The true methods of besieging a city involved internal supporters opening the gates or surrendering to gain entry, with only three other methods: a group of men carrying massive logs, or logs covered with iron sheets, pushed forward by carts while being shielded by archers. This was known as a battering ram. Secondly, setting fire to the gates. Regardless of any iron reinforcement, as long as the fire burned long enough, would eventually damage the gates. Thirdly, using grappling hooks attached to ropes to scale the walls with siege ladders, although this approach often resulted in heavy casualties. Cavalry was seldom used for sieges due to their value, yet Li Chengqian had no such reservations. He employed them as battering rams. With a resounding crash, the heavy cavalry collided with the gates in unison. The helmets of the steeds resembled fierce horns as they thrust into the gates. The impact caused the gates to tremble violently. The first row of cavalry swiftly turned their mounts and charged to the side, while the second row followed closely. Everything unfolded in an orderly manner, as if meticulously calculated. The tremors from the gates reverberated, shaking the nearby walls. Li Shimin pushed past those surrounding him, his expression contorted with rage. In that moment, he was the emperor, and Li Chengqian was the leader of the rebels. Li Shimin roared, "Pour the oil. The sage must not be harmed. Outside stands His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The sage must not be harmed." The ministers surrounding him hastily dissuaded him. If it were an external attack, it would be one thing, and they would have long since taken up arms. However, the assailant was Li Chengqian, the Crown Prince. Even if he was now the leader of rebels, he was still, in name, the Crown Prince. Furthermore, everyone could see the strength of Li Chengqian's army. Such a formidable prince. Unless one harbored ulterior motives, everyone wished to see him preserved. As of yet, no one believed that Li Chengqian could breach Chang'an. Many speculated that this was merely the result of Li Chengqian's frustrations following his leg injury, a display of defiance against Li Shimin. While Li Chengqian's forces were undeniably powerful, they appeared ill-suited for a siege. No one attacking a city would arrive without siege equipment, nor would they neglect other city gates, focusing solely on this front, fearing encirclement. The ministers of the Jingguan era had all endured the trials of warfare. Even the civil officials were capable of riding forth to secure peace. None were oblivious to the situation. Thus, they believed that Li Chengqian was merely acting out of spite against Li Shimin. If only Li Shimin would yield, they could sit down and discuss their differences as a family. Previously, Li Chengqian had conducted himself with decorum before the court, leaving little room for criticism. Yet he had also lacked brilliance. From a certain perspective, he appeared rather mediocre, barely deserving of praise. He exhibited neither the imposing presence of Li Shimin nor the qualities of a sage ruler. Now, however, his demeanor was entirely transformed. Unless one had ulterior motives, the ministers of the Jingguan era found this version of the crown prince quite favorable. Li Shimin forcefully broke free from his ministers. His face twisted with malice as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "I command, set the oil ablaze." He ordered Li Ji and Cheng Yaojin to lead the troops from various barracks to swiftly encircle and eliminate the former crown prince, Li Chengqian. At this juncture, Li Shimin was merely 40 years of age. Being of martial background, he was in the prime of his life. Little did he know that in merely a decade, his own demise awaited him. As a vigorous emperor, Li Chengqian had transgressed the very taboos that Li Shimin held dear. This audacious act by Li Chengqian had utterly shredded the reputation that Li Shimin had painstakingly maintained. Now, in a state of near madness, Li Shimin had transformed into a merciless emperor. Chapter 4. Li Shimin's fury. 13 years had passed since the reign of Jingguan, and figures such as Du Ruhui, Qin Xiong, and Xiu Tong had long since departed from this world. Ho Junji and Chibi Heli were engaged in the siege of Gaochang, thus absent from Chang'an. Meanwhile, Yechi Jingda had been reassigned as the governor of Fuzhou, leaving Chang'an somewhat desolate, with few martial generals at Li Shimin's disposal. Li Shimin harbored a genuine desire to don his armor and confront Li Chengqian in battle. His reluctance was not born of fear, but rather a lingering concern for his reputation. He wished to preserve at least a semblance of dignity. Engaging in open conflict with his son could lead to disastrous consequences, tarnishing his legacy regardless of the outcome. As Li Shimin's countenance twisted with rage, the ministers who had ascended the city walls refrained from further counsel. Cheng Yaojin and his companions understood all too well that the threats of executing Li Chengqian were not mere bluster. Should they dare to follow through, they would likely face dire retribution. Even if victorious, the only acceptable outcome would be the capture of Li Chengqian. However, they were acutely aware that Li Chengqian commanded an army of approximately 100,000 seasoned troops, while the defenders of Chang'an barely numbered 50,000, even when combined. Given the elite nature of Li Chengqian's forces, it was doubtful that even 200,000 ordinary soldiers could withstand them. Fortunately, this was a familial conflict. Otherwise, Cheng Yaojin and the others might have suspected that Li Shimin was intentionally sending his men to their demise. Outside the city, Li Chengqian was not as inept in warfare as some might presume. From a young age, he had been meticulously groomed by Li Shimin. Although he had never been in battle, he possessed a theoretical understanding of tactics. The siege was not merely a means of venting his frustrations. It was a calculated effort to bring Li Shimin to a state of utter despair. His troops were expendable, as they would be replenished the following day. He was determined to crush Li Shimin both physically and psychologically, compelling him to live a life of humility alongside his mother. Thus, he awaited Li Shimin's response. Should Li Shimin fail to retaliate, Li Chengqian would find the endeavor utterly unfulfilling. As he observed the flames being ignited on the city gates, a cold smile crept upon his lips. He realized that Li Shimin was, indeed, enraged. However, the notion that fire could thwart his assault on the gates was sheer folly. Li Chengqian's heavily armored cavalry were impervious to flames in the short term. Wave after wave of cavalry charged relentlessly at the gates, employing sheer force to overcome any obstacle. Li Shimin stood atop the city tower, flanked by soldiers crouching with shields raised. Although no one believed that Li Chengqian would dare to shoot him openly, precautions were nonetheless prudent. The intensity of their gazes locked. Li Chengqian and Li Shimin seemed to exist in a world devoid of external noise. Each could discern the other's emotions, with Li Chengqian's expression betraying indifference. His crown had been carelessly discarded, and his hair flowed freely down his back. Meanwhile, Li Shimin's face contorted in a fierce grimace as he fixed his gaze upon his son. At his core, Li Shimin was an exceedingly proud individual. His life had been marked by tumultuous highs and lows, yet he had managed to resolve every dilemma that crossed his path. His outward humility and willingness to heed counsel were merely masks for the lingering sting of the Xuanwu Gate incident. In Li Chengqian's eyes, Li Shimin was a man who desired everything, clinging to power with relentless ambition. As time slipped away, the battlefield resonated solely with the thunderous charge of the cavalry as they relentlessly assaulted the gates. The flames at the entrance were swiftly extinguished beneath the stampede of hooves. This initial wave of assault was propelled by Li Chengqian's unexpected strategy. In ancient warfare, preparations for a siege typically spanned several days, with long-distance campaigns often requiring months of meticulous planning. Had Li Chengqian been afforded such time, the scenario he faced would have been markedly different. At this moment, even if reinforcements sought to rescue Li Shimin, they would be far too late. Chang'an was vast, home to a population of millions during this period. Even a force of 100,000 would find it ludicrous to besiege such a city. Any attempt to disperse forces to that extent would be tantamount to courting disaster. As the sound of approaching hooves grew ever closer, Li Ji and Cheng Yaojin led their troops in two separate flanks, encircling the defenders of Chang'an from either side. Li Chengqian remained focused on Li Shimin, while the soldiers behind him, armed with pikes and shields, advanced steadily in formation. Commanding an army of 100,000 could not be achieved through mere vocal instruction. It required a profound understanding of strategy. Li Chengqian directed his forces with intent, for they were mere constructs devoid of autonomous thought. Upon witnessing the disciplined ranks of advancing infantry, Li Ji and Cheng Yaojin felt a chill of dread course through them. The troops moved with such synchrony that they appeared to be a singular entity, devoid of any disorder. Despite their trepidation, they had no choice but to charge forward. For Li Shimin was observing from the walls. The ministers of Chang'an also bore witness to this unfolding spectacle. While the majority were civil officials, they were not entirely ignorant of military matters. They understood formations and strategies, albeit with a different emphasis. As the two forces prepared to collide, they inhaled sharply at the stark contrast before them, a disparity so pronounced it seemed to transcend time. They could scarcely fathom how Li Chengqian had trained such a formidable and concealed army. Finally, the two armies clashed, transforming the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder. Li Chengqian's infantry was trampled underfoot by charging steeds, while Li Shimin's forces were similarly unseated. Outside the gates of Chang'an, there was no room for cunning stratagems. It was a brutal contest of strength. Yet, when compared to Li Chengqian's soulless soldiers, devoid of sensation, speech, and fatigue, the living soldiers of Li Shimin, even those seasoned in battle, quickly found themselves overwhelmed. The cooperation between the infantry and shield bearers rendered any obstacles insurmountable. Before long, the forces of Jingguan found themselves systematically dismantled by Li Chengqian's relentless army. At that moment, Li Chengqian's troops erupted in a synchronized roar. Lay down your weapons. Cover your heads with your hands. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. The unified shout reverberated throughout a significant portion of Chang'an. Faced with such an overwhelming demand, even the most battle-hardened veterans found their resolve crumbling. The echo of that command pierced through their hearts, signaling the collapse of their spirit. Chapter 5. Cheng Yaojin. My cow drowned while bathing. A sudden, thunderous sound echoed across half the battlefield as the city gate collapsed. Despite ongoing reinforcements from within, it succumbed to the onslaught. Chang'an had been breached. As the gate fell, the sun began its descent, signaling the impending downfall of Li Shimin. Witnessing the dire situation outside the city and the collapse of the gate, the ministers of the Jingguan era were finally thrown into disarray. Was Li Chengqian truly serious? Even if this was a father-son confrontation, swords are blind to kinship. Your Majesty, we must flee. Let us retreat to the inner city. Yes, Your Majesty, you must leave. The Crown Prince has truly lost his mind. I will not leave. I shall remain here and see if Li Chengqian dares to slay me. Li Shimin, in a fit of rage, struggled against his advisors, but this time they refused to heed his commands. In a flurry of panic, they physically carried him away. Drop your weapons, kneel, and cover your heads. The unified roar of Li Chengqian's army transformed once more. As dusk enveloped the sky, the remaining troops loyal to Li Shimin outside the city surrendered completely. Were they facing an external invasion, the proud soldiers of the Jingguan era would never capitulate so swiftly. However, this was a familial conflict. What could they gain from fighting to the death? Moreover, Li Chengqian had repeatedly assured them that if they laid down their arms and refrained from attacking his soldiers, they would be spared. Upon seeing Li Shimin taken away, Li Chengqian diverted his gaze. Soon, Li Ji and Cheng Yaojin were brought before him. Your Highness, have you dined? Cheng Yaojin chuckled. Li remained silent. His head bowed. Li Chengqian, mounted on a steed, looked down at Cheng Yaojin. In his memory, Cheng Yaojin's demeanor was that of a boisterous man, occasionally reckless, yet undeniably clever. What is your assessment of this army, Duke Liu? Li Chengqian inquired, his question seemingly off-topic. Cheng Yaojin had just been granted the title of Duke Liu, so it was not inappropriate to address him as such. At the mention of the army, Cheng Yaojin shivered involuntarily. He had fought for half his life, yet had never encountered such a formidable force, one that was not only elite, but also utterly fearless, even in the face of death. The soldiers bore an impassive, ruthless gaze. He had taken the lives of many, yet it was he who felt terror in their presence. He would rather confront a legendary spirit than face Li Chengqian's troops. That sensation was more frightening than death itself. Regaining his composure, Cheng Yaojin chuckled. Your Highness, you truly are the heir apparent of our great Tang. I, an unrefined man, cannot comprehend such matters. I can only say it is truly impressive. Li Chengqian smiled slightly and replied, Duke Liu, are you implying that with such an army, the throne is rightfully mine? There is no need for such a grand jest with the entire world, correct? If your Highness believes so, then so be it. I merely wish to inquire if you have dined. Today, a cow drowned while bathing in my home, and I would like to invite you for a meal. Cheng Yaojin spoke in circles. You and Li Ji, return and inform Li Shimin that I grant him 3 hours to prepare. At midnight, I shall enter Chang'an and launch an assault on the inner city and the imperial palace. Let it be ready. Also, please convey to more soldiers that this is a matter solely between Li Shimin and myself. As long as they do not fiercely resist, my troops will show restraint. If they lay down their weapons, my soldiers will not continue the attack. I understand that imperial orders cannot be defied, but they are all fine sons of the great Tang and should not perish in a civil war. Li Chengqian's offer of time was a declaration of his stance, aiming to minimize bloodshed in Chang'an while awaiting the refresh of his forces. He, too, was prepared to suffer losses. The soldiers of Chang'an remained quite formidable. Alas, Your Highness, why must you go to such lengths? Tonight, I shall host a banquet and invite His Majesty as well. What do you think? Cheng Yaojin did not believe that Li Chengqian would dare to kill Li Shimin. He always felt that such an outstanding figure as Li Chengqian could not possibly face dire consequences from Li Shimin. Moreover, Li Chengqian had grown strong and capable. If power in the Great Tang could be smoothly transitioned to him without resorting to the current methods, the future of the dynasty would surely flourish. Li Chengqian skufakuldli. Duke Liu, you are indeed a wise man, and there are many astute individuals in the court. Are you truly incapable of discerning what Li Shimin is up to? He is following in the footsteps of my grandfather, foolishly believing he can hold both the palm and the back of his hand. Did not my grandfather, too, once walk this path? Return and inform him that he wishes to make the Qin Ke, the second Qin Wang, but I have no desire to become the second hidden prince. Ah, Your Highness, you exaggerate. Cheng Yaojin, one of the shrewdest figures of the Jingguan era, was fully aware of the implications. However, he was better at preserving his own safety, being a warrior at heart, and thus rarely spoke on such matters. Did not the ministers of the court see through this? No, at the very least, Wei Zheng had approached Li Shimin privately about it, but Li Shimin dismissed him, believing he was handling things well. Although the situation had not yet escalated to Li Tai taking residence in the Wuda Hall, he had received preferential treatment, while Cheng Yaojin faced only scorn and reprimand. Exaggerate? I merely speak the truth, Li Chengqian replied, smiling calmly while shaking his head. Duke Liu, I wish to say no more. If you are unprepared to return, then I shall have to send the Duke of England back with your head. Li Ji, originally named Su Shiji, was one of the uprising forces from Wagongzai. Due to his contributions in offering land, he was bestowed the surname Li by Li Yuan. During the Xuanwu Gate incident, when Li Shimin sought his stance, he remained silent, offering no support to either side. After Li Shimin ascended the throne, he initially did not favor him. Yet Li Ji gradually rose through the ranks due to his military accomplishments, eventually ranking 23rd among the 24 meritorious ministers in the Lingyan Pavilion. He was known for his strategic thinking and adaptability in the face of adversity, often remaining taciturn. He was capable of action, but avoided ingratiating himself with others. Had he not encountered Li Shimin, he would have faced dire consequences, for his silence during the Xuanwu Gate would have rendered him forever obscure. My head could be taken by your highness at any time. However, I still wish to enjoy a few more meals, so for now, I shall keep it on my shoulders. Cheng Yaojin chuckled. Li Chengqian replied coolly, speak one more word, and it will truly be the only thing that returns. Chapter 6. As a minister, I congratulate the Great Tang without further ado. I wish to express that we are all hungry, not just I, old Cheng. Your Highness, what do you think? Li Chengqian remained silent, merely raising his hand. In the next moment, aside from the nearby executioners, every surviving soldier sprang into action. After a swift dash, they reformed ranks behind Li Chengqian. The atmosphere was eerily silent, yet their formation was impeccably precise, without the slightest hint of disorder. Li Ji and Cheng Yaojin gasped in admiration. The discipline of this army was extraordinary, akin to an extension of one's own limbs. Li Chengqian spoke coldly. Take your men and return to Chang'an. I reiterate, we are all subjects of the Great Tang. Surrendering arms will not lead to execution. Go! This time, Cheng Yaojin dared not voice any objections. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly began to assemble the troops. Li Chengqian was acutely aware that, with such a formidable army at his disposal, it would take the combined might of the entire Tang Dynasty to eradicate them. Otherwise, the chances of annihilation were exceedingly slim. Both men realized that this army possessed no supply trains. If they failed to breach Chang'an promptly and secure provisions, they would starve when the loyal armies arrived to encircle them, assuming Chang'an could withstand the siege. As night deepened, Li Chengqian watched the last batch of soldiers enter through the city gates before dismounting. His soldiers might not require sustenance, but he did. Though hunger gnawed at him, he could endure a mere half a night. On the city walls, soldiers remained on guard. The city gates appeared as dilapidated as ever, with no one stepping forward to seal them. Everyone understood that attempting to block the gates now would be futile, as there were other entrances. If all gates were barricaded, within a few days, Chang'an would face starvation. After all, these were not enemy troops, and the soldiers shared a tacit understanding. Their gazes towards the army outside were imbued with both fear and reverence. As darkness enveloped the sky, they could no longer see the formidable forces beyond the walls. On the other side, in the Tai Chi Hall, large braziers burned brightly, casting deep shadows across the faces of the ministers. Aside from the crackling of the flames, not a sound could be heard. Emperor Li Shimin did not sit upon the dragon throne. Instead, he paced restlessly upon the high dais. The gilded throne gleamed radiantly in the firelight, reflecting off his dragon robe, yet it strangely conveyed an air of despondency. Suddenly, Li Shimin's voice erupted in fury. "Do you all have nothing to say? We are guilty." The ministers responded in unison, kneeling one after another. During this period, aside from special occasions, such as the coronation of a new emperor, ministers were not required to kneel. However, everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Some harbored a secret amusement at Li Shimin's predicament, for this was still an era dominated by aristocratic families. Yet in this moment, no one dared to speak out. If they were caught criticizing, even if Li Shimin were to eliminate them, the noble families would remain silent. "Wei Zhang, speak," Li Shimin commanded, singling him out. The prominent civil official, Wei Zhang, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He frequently engaged in disputes with Li Shimin, yet he understood the limits of such confrontations. He was aware that there was no path of retreat for him, nor could he seek to curry favor with Li Shimin, lest he ruin the reputation he had cultivated over the years. As a civil official, his legacy was paramount. Any hint of indecision could obliterate his standing. Gradually rising, Wei Zhang stepped forward, holding a tablet, and bowed slightly. "I congratulate the great Tang." "Continue." Li Shimin gritted his teeth, his voice laden with suppressed rage. "Your Highness," Wei Zhang began, but was interrupted by Li Shimin, the former crown prince. Wei Zhang firmly declared, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is indeed the crown prince. He is not merely your son, but the heir to all under heaven. Decisions regarding his status cannot be made by your words alone. At least for now, he remains the crown prince, not the former crown prince." Li Shimin unsheathed the emperor's sword, pointing it menacingly at Wei Zhang. "You insolent peasant, do you think I fear to execute you? Are you intending to become a tyrant, your Majesty?" Wei Zhang retorted. This statement struck a nerve with Li Shimin. He brandished the sword wildly, then pointed it at Wei Zhang, shouting, "I have raised such a rebellious son, bringing shame upon the world. Am I not a tyrant?" Wei Zhang replied, "Your Majesty has long favored Prince Wei. I have advised against it, but alas, you would not listen. What more can be done?" "Ha! Wei Zhang, old fool, are you afraid of death?" Li Shimin laughed in fury. "I only speak of the matter at hand. Explain how the Crown Prince's rebellion relates to Prince Wei. If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer today, I shall have you executed." Li Shimin's hand trembled slightly as he wielded the sword, reflecting his intense anger. Wei Zhang kept his head bowed and continued, "May I ask, your Majesty, when did the Crown Prince begin handling court matters?" "He has been managing affairs independently for some time now. Aside from today's incident, what great fault has he committed?" Li Shimin remained silent for a moment, gritting his teeth before uttering 3 words. "No great fault. If there is no great fault, do you wish to replace the Crown Prince?" Wei Zhang countered, "Preposterous. Why have I ever considered replacing the heir?" Wei Zhang continued, "If you do not wish to replace the Crown Prince, why not allow Prince Wei to receive a fief? Whenever the Crown Prince receives any reward, Prince Wei merely needs to come to you in tears, and you will bestow even more upon him." "I simply favor the green sparrow," Li Shimin snapped, his anger subsiding momentarily. Previously, he had been blinded by his own perspective and had failed to recognize any wrongdoing. With the Crown Prince's rebellion today, he finally began to perceive the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Wei Zhang remarked, "As for the autumn hunt that led to the Crown Prince's injury, nonsense. If he were truly injured, could he parade with such bravado outside the city?" Li Shimin interrupted. "Although I know not the reasons, I trust the physician's diagnosis. You have personally visited the Eastern Palace. I believe the physician would not dare deceive you. Enough of your prattle. Explain how the Crown Prince's rebellion is related to Prince Wei." Li Shimin baluba, though his conviction seemed to wane. This morning, on their day of rest, Prince Wei invited the Crown Prince for a private autumn hunt. The Crown Prince is benevolent and shows great affection towards his siblings. Thus, even when provoked by Prince Wei, who often relied on your favor, the crown prince still consented. Chapter 7. Iron-headed Wei Zheng Old Farmer. If you utter another word of nonsense, I shall certainly have your head. Li Shimin interrupted once more. Though his voice lacked conviction, the old foxes below could easily discern this weakness. Ignoring Li Shimin's imputen raja, Bei Zheng responda. I have heard that due to a frenzied warhorse, the crown prince was thrown from his mount and had his leg trampled. As for what transpired thereafter, your majesty is undoubtedly more aware than I. I shall refrain from further rambling. Do you genuinely believe it was merely a case of horse gone wild? Naturally, despite his faltering resolve, Li Shimin gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Having emerged from a world of cunning and intrigue himself, how could he not comprehend the implications? Yet, he was unwilling, even fearful, to confront them. Li Jiansheng and Li Yuanji often haunted his nightmares, cursing and questioning him. He wished not for Li Chengqian and Li Tai to share the same fate as he and Li Jiansheng. Thus, he had long been deliberately evasive on this matter, even attempting to bestow rewards upon Li Tai to dissuade him from coveting the throne. His own accession had been illegitimate, and he fervently desired Li Chengqian to inherit in due course, all the while feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Li Tai. Such was the genuine sentiment of a father. As for Li Ji, he was but an 11 or 12-year-old child. When these thoughts first crossed Li Shimin's mind, Li Ji was merely 5 or 6. The other sons were even less significant, being born of secondary consorts, thus lacking any rightful claim and utterly disregarded. In light of Li Shimin's obstinate denial, Wei Zheng did not press further, but continued, "If your majesty believes it so, then so be it. However, the crown prince evidently holds a different view. A warhorse's frenzy can vary in severity. I have heard that had the crown prince not risked his life to evade, he might have been trampled to death." At that moment, Wei Wang and his personal guards were nearby, merely spectating. Qingke was dumbfounded. And as for those guards who failed to provide timely assistance, I have already dealt with them. Your majesty need not explain their actions to me, for they are of no concern to me. However, given the severity of the crown prince's injuries, why did your majesty not await his awakening to personally explain? Instead, you merely paid a brief visit before returning to the palace. Wei Zheng countered. I had matters to attend to. Li Shimin could not admit that he had left disappointed after witnessing Li Chengqian's inability to control a rampaging horse, leading to a broken leg, an utter disgrace for an emperor renowned for his equestrian prowess. In his fury, he had given orders for the royal physician to provide proper treatment, then turned and departed. Time passed, and by February of this year, when Wei Wang fell ill with a cold, had it not been for my counsel, your majesty might have even considered tending to him personally. Even with our advice, your majesty visited him 8 times a day. Why such a disparity in treatment? Wei Zheng pressed further. Is it not different? A severe cold can be fatal. Li Shimin, a seasoned warrior, knew well that a severed limb could also lead to death. I, stammered Li Shimin, finally feeling a tinge of guilt. There is no need for your majesty to find excuses to explain to us. One can foresee that when the crown prince awakens and discovers his leg is broken, he will inquire whether your majesty visited him, only to learn that you glanced at him and left. When he asks whether Wei Wang was punished, and finds that Wei Wang remains at ease, what thoughts will occupy the crown prince's mind? If the roles were reversed, how would your majesty feel? Li Shimin was both enraged and guilty, brandishing the imperial sword and shouting, "That does not justify rebellion." Holding his ceremonial tablet, Wei Zheng bowed deeply and declared, "The crown prince has merely matured. When did he ever conspire against you?" "You." Li Shimin's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not help but suspect that Wei Zheng had become an ally of Li Chengqian, preparing to emulate Elbu and become an alternative 3-surname servant. Raising his voice, Wei Zheng asserted, "I only know that the crown prince's handling of state affairs is commendable, and his military training rivals that of your majesty. Such a talented crown prince, both literarily and militarily, has never been seen before and is the cornerstone of the great Tang Dynasty for eternity. He is merely a son acting out against his father." If your majesty personally explains the situation to the crown prince and administers a severe punishment to Wei Wang, it will surely restore the bond of familial affection between you both. You, Chingqian, did not act intentionally. Why should he be punished? Li Shimin stubbornly insisted, adamantly refusing to concede that Wei Zheng was correct. The issue lay in Li Chengqian's provocation of his imperial authority, a truth he was unwilling to acknowledge. Moreover, the audacity of Li Chengqian to train such a formidable army right under his nose was a matter of concern, and the implications were all too clear, given that Wei Wang, as a brother, allowed his elder to be harmed without timely intervention, and as a prince failed to protect the crown prince from injury. I have said all I can. Wei Zheng bowed once more, ready to return to the ranks of the civil officials. Just as he stepped away, he turned back and added, I beseech your majesty to issue a self-reproach edict. What did you say? Li Shimin's mind was in turmoil, jolted awake by Wei Zheng's words. I implore your majesty to decree, due to excessive indulgence towards Wei Wang, leading to a failure in rewards and punishments. The crown prince was provoked into a fit of anger, causing harm to innocents. All of this is your majesty's responsibility. Thus, the crown prince will once again be properly positioned in the Eastern Palace, and the realm will revere your majesty's wisdom. Having delivered this statement, Wei Zheng returned to the ranks of the civil officials. The other ministers could not help but marvel at Wei Zheng. He remained resolute, daring to speak such words. Aside from those with ulterior motives, others silently applauded his bravery. Indeed, this course of action was the most prudent, providing peace to the populace and the crown prince, ensuring the great Tang Dynasty's stability. With a capable and talented crown prince like Li Chengqian, the Tang would surely achieve resounding glory once more. However, the representatives of the noble families in the court were displeased. Li Chengqian's consort, the Su family, traced its origins back to the Three Kingdoms period and had always been a family of officials, hailing from Li Shimin's birthplace. The Su family had consistently supported Li Shimin. Consequently, Li Chengqian naturally represented the official imperial authority. The noble families looked down upon Li Yuan, who had turned his back after reaping the benefits. During Li Yuan's reign, they managed to maintain a semblance of harmony, but once Li Shimin ascended, he had completely severed ties, seeking to consolidate imperial power, which the noble families would not permit. Thus arose the saying, better to enter a noble family than to become a son-in-law. In Li Shimin's era, it was less a matter of the noble families looking down upon his children than a contest of strength between both parties. Li Shimin had once attempted to marry a princess to the Qinghe Chui family, but was rebuffed. He had sought to wed a girl from the Bowling Chui family, only to be rejected again. On another occasion, he attempted to betroth a princess to Yu Qigong, and was once more denied. Li Shimin had been publicly humiliated, yet he bore the slights with a resilience that few could muster. Consequently, many of the noble families had shifted their support toward Li Tai. Chapter 8. The deprivation of the crown prince's title and the royal exclusion from the family register. The essence of imperial authority necessitates a careful consideration of certain dynamics. If one could unite as a family, the aristocratic clans would not find themselves constrained in numerous ways. This recent affair, along with the various obstructions placed before Li Chengqian and the incessant schemes aimed at Li Shimin, predominantly bear the signature of these noble families. Li Shimin has sought to limit and vex them at every turn, and in return, they have reciprocated with equal measures of disdain. Both parties engaged in a battle of wits. Should Li Chengqian reclaim his position in the Eastern Palace, bolstered by an elite army of 100,000, what future would remain for them? No one is naive. Despite their myriad schemes, none dare to voice their thoughts openly. The resolution of this matter hinges upon how Li Shimin chooses to act, for any premature interference could lead to dire consequences, especially with a headstrong individual like Wei Zheng in the mix. To be executed would not only be a tragic injustice, but utterly fruitless. Seated upon the dragon throne, Li Shimin gripped the emperor's sword, the words of Wei Zheng reverberating in his mind. Yet, the mere thought of Li Chengqian's rebellion filled him with a profound sense of loss, as if all his years of dedication had been for naught. Reflecting on his painstaking guidance of Li Chengqian, he felt betrayed by the very wolf he had nurtured. Instead of growing closer, Li Chengqian had distanced himself, audaciously daring to raise arms against him. Such a formidable army could not have been assembled overnight. It was clearly premeditated. Contemplating this, Li Shimin felt no remorse. He recalled how Li Tai constantly endeavored to please him, often seeking opportunities to visit. In terms of filial piety, Li Chengqian could not even compare. Li Shimin held high hopes for Li Tai's literary accomplishments, and upon Li Tai's counsel. He had issued an edict the previous year for the compilation of the geographical records of the Tang Dynasty. This endeavor aimed to systematically catalog the geography, historical evolution, and anecdotes of the Tang realm, serving as the official geographical compendium. It is often said that the first generation conquers the world while the second secures it. After much contemplation, Li Shimin's allegiance shifted entirely towards Li Tai. Regardless of the circumstances, he could never accept Li Chengqian's rebellion, as it would be an affront to his years of effort to overcome the shadows of the Xuanwu Gate incident. In stark contrast, the dutiful and obedient Li Tai, though lacking martial prowess, excelled in scholarly pursuits, making him the preferred choice for succession in Li Shimin's eyes. In that moment, Li Shimin finally reconciled his thoughts, no longer torn by the fact that Li Chengqian had been his chosen heir for so many years. After all, Li Tai was talented, and Li Shimin still had ample time to cultivate him further. Rising abruptly from the throne, he emanated an imposing regal presence. Li Chengqian has conspired against the throne. The evidence is irrefutable. His title as crown prince is hereby revoked, and he is to be expunged from the royal family register. The reaction among the ministers was one of astonishment. Many felt as though Li Shimin had lost his senses. Some could hardly contain their laughter, incredulous that such a promising heir could be so easily discarded. "Your Majesty, this cannot be," they implored, their voices rising in a cacophony within the grand hall. Li Shimin surveyed the commotion with a cold gaze, suspecting that some of the ministers had been swayed by Li Chengqian. Initially, he had doubted Li Chengqian's capability in such matters, but with the army at the gates, such subversion was no longer inconceivable. That he had received no intelligence regarding Li Chengqian's advance only fueled desire. Was the Tang Dynasty truly his domain, or had it fallen under Li Chengqian's sway? With his anger surging, Li Shimin thundered silence. His authority still commanded respect, and his command brought an immediate hush over the assembly. He ordered the mobilization of all forces within Chang'an to prepare for defense, fully committing to the forthcoming battle. The traitorous forces outside the city must be vanquished, including the rebel leader, Li Chengqian. Those who slay Li Chengqian shall be granted the title of duke. "Your Majesty, this cannot be," Wei Zheng interjected once more, raising his voice in protest. In response, Li Shimin drove his sword into the ground before Wei Zheng, who faltered but pressed on. What the common folk in the outer city? Li Shimin's murderous intent softened slightly. If Li Chengqian dared to harm the citizens outside, could he truly eliminate 1,000,000 souls? Should he act, he would find no sanctuary in this world, let alone maintain his position behind the throne. If he refrained from violence, whence would his provisions come? As long as you defend the inner city, await the arrival of the loyalist forces. He declared, "I urge you not to feign loyalty. Remember, your families reside within the inner city." Li Shimin's proclamation sent a chill through the assembly. They suddenly recalled that while this was a familial conflict in times of chaos, the outcome was unpredictable. The old adage, when thieves come, they come in droves; when soldiers come, they come in swarms, was not to be taken lightly. No matter how elite the troops, in dire circumstances, their hands could be forced. The ministers, with their wealth, were evidently more vulnerable than the common folk. Li Shimin's strategy was clear: to compel Li Chengqian to retreat or starve within the city, awaiting the encirclement of the loyalist forces. He had also contemplated the possibility of breaching the inner city. Even if it fell, the imperial city remained. As long as they could endure 3 to 5 days, the loyalist army would inevitably arrive. At that juncture, it would mark Li Chengqian's demise. Essentially, Li Shimin regarded human life with scant regard. Despite his rhetoric about the dual nature of water, he remained steadfast in his pursuit of power. Ultimately, his motivations were to secure the throne, to etch his name in history, and to prove his superiority over Li Yuan, a matter of pride. In summary, He desired both honor and legacy. History judges emperors by their achievements rather than their personal virtues. It is this principle that has shaped Li Shimin's reputation. With the power of life and death in his hands, any individual could be transformed. Even Zhu Yuanzhang, despite his humble origins, enacted policies concerning household registration. Did he not realize that no one aspired to be a peasant or a craftsman for generations? Yet he proceeded, clearly prioritizing the stability of his regime over all else. Moreover, the renowned Zhu Biao, often regarded as the most stable crown prince, exemplified Zhu Yuanzhang's grip on power. He was unwilling to relinquish even a modicum of authority, proving that even his beloved son was not exempt. The notion that all would belong to Zhu Biao posthumously was contingent upon Zhu Yuanzhang's demise. In essence, until that moment, he would not part with an iota of power, revealing that he was still the peasant he once was. While his achievements are undeniable, they starkly illustrate the corrosive influence of imperial authority on the human spirit. Chapter 9. Li Tai, surrounded by companions, celebrated prematurely. "We shall comply with your command." Everyone understood that Li Shimin had truly lost his temper, even bordering on madness. In this moment, anyone wishing to avoid death dared not oppose him. "Go prepare," Li Shimin remarked nonchalantly. This sudden change in demeanor did not signify his calmness. Rather, it illustrated a near-manic state. Having spoken, Li Shimin turned and exited through a side door. Dismissed. With the eunuch's commanding shout, the kneeling ministers gradually rose, supporting one another. Those present were no longer youthful. They were all seasoned individuals. In contrast, Li Shimin stood as the youngest among them. There were no whispers exchanged, each left in silence. Acutely aware that the imperial guards within the hall, along with hidden observers, might take note of their actions. Alas, Crown Prince, how did it come to this? The Emperor, too, has lost his mind, completely mad. Perhaps this is retribution. Cheng Yaojin gazed skyward, a glimmer of tears forming at the corners of his eyes as he recalled events from over a decade ago. He was a perceptive man, easily able to deduce the cause of Li Shimin's fury. It was the inner demons of Li Shimin, triggered by Li Chengqian. Though Wei Zheng had clearly indicated that if Li Shimin could endure a slight humiliation, the Tang Dynasty would surely thrive like never before, the king, haunted by his inner turmoil, grew fearful. To avert a succession crisis reminiscent of the Xuanwu Gate incident and to secure his imperial authority, he was ultimately prepared to sacrifice Li Chengqian, a grim act of deterrence. "Your Majesty, though you are still in the prime of your life, why have you begun to act so irrationally?" Cheng Yaojin, who had faced the crown prince's army head-on, understood the formidable nature of Li Chengqian's forces. He had never witnessed soldiers who, even after sustaining grievous wounds, continued to fight with unwavering resolve. Yet, every soldier in Li Chengqian's ranks embodied this tenacity. Even if they could only move their teeth, they would persist in their assault. Such adversaries were indeed terrifying, capable of breaking anyone who faced them. It is best to advise the young ones to tread carefully, hoping that the crown prince's word holds weight. "Your Majesty, I, old Cheng, do not betray. Rather, I act for the good of our hard-won Tang Dynasty." Cheng Yaojin's thoughts raced, though his feet did not falter, and the other ministers were similarly contemplative, each with their own schemes. All were cunning old foxes, capable of discerning the underlying currents. Some prepared for Li Chengqian's ascendance, while others plotted his assassination. This was an era ablaze with brilliance. None present in the court were inept. Within the palace, the atmosphere was stifling. Even the concubines could not find solace in sleep. Though silence reigned within the harem, the events of the day echoed throughout Chang'an. In the inner city, at the residence of Princess Li Lizzie, the 18-year-old princess sat in a pavilion, her gaze forlorn and helpless. Beside her, a maid fanned away the surrounding insects with a palm fan. She was acutely aware that her father and brothers were at odds, reminiscent of her childhood when her father clashed with her uncles. Yet, she remained merely a princess, lacking the agency to intervene. Moreover, she had been married for several years, legally aligning her with the Changsun family. In essence, she had neither the qualifications nor the power to counsel or prevent such conflicts. Regardless of the outcome, the weight of it was unbearable for Li Lizzie. "Mother, if only you were alive, you would surely intervene. No, if you were still here, this tragedy would never have unfolded. As these thoughts consumed her, her heart grew heavier with despair. Suddenly, she felt a tightness in her chest and could not suppress a cough. Cough, cough. This had become an old ailment, one she had grown accustomed to. Assist me in returning. Yes. In her residence, Lizzie felt akin to a caged bird, her childhood innocence long since lost. In the initial 2 years of her marriage, her relationship with Changsun had been amicable. Even if he did not summon her to the princess's residence, she would visit frequently. However, after 2 years without offspring, he ceased to come. Recently, she had heard whispers suggesting that since she bore no children, he ought to be permitted to take a concubine. She understood that these rumors were intentionally circulated by the Changsun family to pressure her into acquiescence. Were it not for her father's enduring strength, it might not have remained mere gossip. Although this notion troubled her deeply, she recognized its inevitability. On one hand, the Changsun family's primary line needed heirs. On the other, her father's reputation was at stake. For the time being, she refrained from voicing her concerns, unaware that such turmoil would soon arise. At the residence of Li Tai, he now reveled in the company of confidants, savoring fine wine with evident delight. He harbored not a shred of interest in the impending conflict beyond the city walls. In his eyes, Li Chengqian was courting death. Given the actions taken, there was no turning back. Only a path toward demise awaited. Should Li Chengqian perish, the position of crown prince would undoubtedly fall to him. In light of this realization, his joy was palpable. Li Tai and Li Chengqian had been at odds since he was 12, a rivalry spanning 5 or 6 years. His meticulous strategy, cultivated under the guidance of others, had finally borne fruit, and his elation was unmistakable. Other princes, such as Li Yu, remained in Chang'an, having been denied any fiefdom by Li Shimin. The concubine Yin was Li Yu's mother, her father a general of the Sui dynasty. When Li Yuan rose against the Sui in Taiyuan, Yin Shi, loyal to the Sui, slaughtered Li Yuan's youngest son, Li Jiun, and desecrated the ancestral graves of the Li family. Thus, when Li Yuan invaded Chang'an, he executed Yin Shi's entire clan. As a child, Yin was relegated to the inner palace as a servant, later gaining favor with Li Shimin, becoming a consort. Such peculiar relations sowed the seeds for Li Yu's rebellious nature, making his eventual treachery unsurprising. Li Shimin's ruthlessness rendered him blameless in Li Yu's actions. After Li Yu's rebellion, even Yin suffered the consequences, illustrating Li Shimin's ruthless disposition, which inadvertently led to Li Yu's emergence. Li Ku and his younger brother Li Yin were also in Chang'an, born of consort Yang, the daughter of Emperor Yang of Sui, thus warranting cautious scrutiny. Lastly, there was Li Ji, merely 11 or 12 years old, still in the early stages of mental development, likely feeling anxious yet powerless amidst the unfolding chaos. Chapter 10. Li Chengqian as a rebel, deserving of punishment outside the city. Li Chengqian sat silently upon a stone, gazing at the walls of Chang'an. At a certain moment, the soldiers stationed on the walls, alerted by the torches lit in anticipation of his advance, gradually vanished from sight, their whereabouts unknown. In warfare, intelligence is of paramount importance. Ignorance of the enemy's intentions and actions can often lead to dire consequences. However, Li Chengqian felt unconcerned about such matters. His forces were akin to an indomitable force, capable of overcoming any schemes or plots. Unless faced with a million-strong army besieging them, there was little to fear. Even in the dire situations, his soldiers would not falter. In stark contrast, the common folk exhibited a different nature. Historically, in the vast expanse of antiquity, a disorganized mob would disband upon suffering losses exceeding 10%. Regular soldiers would scatter with losses over 30%, while even the most elite troops would break under the weight of losing half their numbers. The root cause of this phenomenon lay in the absence of conviction. Soldiers fought not for noble ideals, but rather for sustenance or the hope of rising to power. Their motivations were rarely to court death. As the clock struck midnight, it was as if the scene had been reassembled. The bodies of the fallen soldiers, along with their equipment, vanished without a trace. Yet, in the next instant, they reappeared in formation, the ranks undisturbed, as if it were the natural order of things. This time, Li Chengqian did not lead from the front, but chose to remain at the rear of the formation. He was reckless, but not foolish. Uncertain of the soldiers' disappearance from the walls, he dared not take unnecessary risks. Although history tells us that Li Shimin did not execute him, Li Chengqian understood that the previous rebellion had been a mere farce, swiftly concluded before it truly began. Spurred by Li Yu's treachery and the presence of the duplicitous Hegan Qingji. It was only after learning of this during his thousand-year dream that Li Chengqian resolved not to inform his own men while preparing to confront Li Shimin. Within his East Palace, he was acutely aware of the presence of numerous double agents and spies. As the crown prince, he was already a target of envy and suspicion. The soldiers conducted thorough searches of the surrounding walls and nearby areas, finding no one, not even any supplies for battle. Li Chengqian ascended the city walls, peering towards the inner city, where a vast expanse of flames flickered in the distance. He realized they awaited his arrival within the inner city. Chang'an was divided into 3 layers: the outer city, the inner city, and the imperial city. Among the 108 wards, most of the wealth was concentrated in the inner city, where high-ranking officials resided, while the royal family occupied the imperial city. Each layer was separated by its own walls. Although there were exceptions, some high officials lived in the outer city, and certain members of the royal family were found in the inner city, as well as lower-ranking officials. Understanding that they were waiting for him in the inner city, Li Chengqian wasted no time, leading his army along the Zhuge Avenue towards his destination. The inhabitants of the surrounding wards retreated into their homes, stifling their breath. Despite the silence maintained by the 100,000 troops, the heavy thud of their footsteps reverberated through the earth, resonating loudly. The synchronized march was such that it seemed to synchronize the heartbeat of all who witnessed it. Each ward was bordered by low walls, preventing the curious from seeing or daring to look. The populace sensed a change in the air, aware that a tempest was brewing, though they understood it to be an internal affair rather than an invasion from outside. Years prior, a similar event had transpired, albeit with less commotion, and the original residents of Chang'an had grown accustomed to such occurrences. As it was not an external threat, the citizens felt assured that regardless of whether a new emperor was enthroned, their lives would continue unchanged. Li Chengqian's earlier proclamations had an effect. Only a handful of Tang citizens and foreign merchants vacated through other city gates, leaving no chaos in their wake. On the Zhuge Avenue, approximately 150 meters wide, a dense formation of troops advanced with precision. Remarkably, even in the absence of illumination, their march remained impeccably coordinated. Li Chengqian remained atop his steed, his expression inscrutable. With such a revolutionary army at his command, he felt utterly confident in seizing the throne. Having traversed 9 lifetimes, experiencing various identities and tribulations, his mindset and vision had transcended the constraints of his era. The throne was merely a tool for him to achieve his ambitions. Suddenly, the clarion call of impending confrontation echoed through Chang'an, heralding a sleepless night. At last, Li Chengqian and his forces arrived at the outer walls of the inner city. The torches blazed brightly atop the walls, illuminating everything. Prior to the Tang Dynasty, nighttime battles were exceedingly rare, primarily due to the prevalence of night blindness among soldiers. Caused by a monotonous diet, Li Chengqian spotted Li Shimin, whose distinctive golden armor gleamed under the torchlight. The walls of Chang'an were notable. The outer city walls stood at about 5 meters, with strategic points rising higher. The inner city's walls were approximately 7 meters tall, with some sections reaching 10 meters. The imperial city, or palace city, boasted a minimum height of 10 meters, with the tallest sections reaching around 15 meters. Contrary to the exaggerated portrayals found in certain novels, where protagonists effortlessly demolish city walls, such feats are indeed laughable. Throughout most dynasties, walls were primarily constructed from rammed earth, particularly in the case of the imperial city, where the foundation was often broader than its height. To bring such walls down would require an extraordinary amount of firepower. As the two men locked eyes, Li Shimin proclaimed, "I, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, hereby announce to the world, today, Crown Prince Li Chengqian has committed treason with irrefutable evidence. His title as Crown Prince is hereby revoked, and he is removed from the imperial records. Li Chengqian is a rebel, deserving of execution by all. Li Shimin's declaration was directed not only at the soldiers guarding the city, but also intended for Li Chengqian himself. In the presence of the public, such pronouncements left no room for negotiation. The ministers who had accompanied him to the battlements were equally astounded. Previously, in the Taiji Hall, such matters had been discussed without a formal edict, allowing for ambiguity and potential retraction. Now, with such a public statement, some ministers could hardly contain their shock. Those genuinely concerned for the welfare of the Tang Dynasty felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Li Shimin believed he was merely forsaking Li Chengqian, unaffected by the implications for others. In his view, Li Tai was both dutiful and talented, and in his prime, he could be molded anew. However, those who wished for the prosperity of the Tang Dynasty perceived this as a classic case of losing sight of the greater good for the sake of petty grievances. In a moment of emotional folly, Li Shimin risked losing a crown prince of such promise. The adversaries of Li Chengqian could scarcely conceal their delight. Chapter 11. They seek to suppress us, to scale walls elsewhere outside the city. Upon hearing these words, Li Chengqian's eyes flickered momentarily, a complex expression fleeting across his visage. Once, he had been relegated to the status of a commoner, exiled from his homeland. It was inconceivable that this time he faced the royal family's disownment, with a death sentence hanging over him. Li Chengqian could comprehend, and perhaps even surmise, Li Shimin's mentality. Except for those emperors who were mere puppets, no ruler would permit others to touch the imperial power. Anyone daring to encroach upon it would find themselves facing a multitude of reasons for their demise, all leading to the extermination of their entire clan. In the past, he had been spared with ease, which did not suggest Li Shimin's leniency, nor could it be attributed to Empress Changsun. In the end, all personal ties fade. The most plausible explanation was that Li Yu bore the brunt of blame. When Li Yu rebelled, Li Shimin's response was ruthless, resulting not only in Li Yu's execution, but also in the deaths of the oblivious consorts in the inner palace. This underscores Li Shimin's nature. As a cold jest suggests, he wept while executing Li Chengqian. After Li Yu's downfall, Li Shimin did not eliminate Li Chengqian, likely because he discovered Li Chengqian was merely plotting a rebellion, not yet acting upon it. He was well aware that eliminating a son of a concubine like Li Yu posed little consequence. However, executing his legitimate son, Li Chengqian, would lead to accusations of fratricide, imprisonment of his father, humiliation of his sister-in-law, and patricide, 4 cardinal sins that would guarantee his infamy in history. Moreover, should he set such a precedent, future emperors of the Tang Dynasty would surely follow suit. Li Shimin was inherently a man of contradictions. Given that Li Chengqian had yet to act, he ultimately opted for exile. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Now, Li Chengqian commanded an army of 100,000 besieging Chang'an. With such grandiosity, if he were to spare Li Chengqian, it would serve as a model for all princes. Take a risk, for there is no real peril. This was the thought that permeated their minds. As Li Shimin observed the 10,000 rebel troops under Li Chengqian, fear gripped him. The imperial power is a treasure one clings to fiercely, especially for someone like Li Shimin, who deemed himself vigorous and with ample time ahead. Li Chengqian offered no response. Instead, with a mere thought, he commanded cavalry and executioners to his side, while archers formed a solid rearguard. Meanwhile, 50,000 infantry and spearmen swiftly surged to the flanks, vanishing into the thick night. Witnessing this unexpected maneuver from Li Chengqian, even the battle-hardened Li Shimin was taken aback. He observed no orders given from Li Chengqian, nor from anyone else, yet the troops departed in perfect unison. Most perplexing was their destination. What could they possibly accomplish in the pitch black outside the city walls? Stricken by night blindness, they were rendered disoriented by Li Chengqian's unorthodox strategy. However, Li Shimin quickly regained his composure, bellowing, "Scout deployment, patrol the walls, report any anomalies immediately," though he was oblivious to Li Chengqian's intentions. The latter's ultimate aim was crystal clear. He sought entry into the city. As Li Shimin's command echoed, the archers behind Li Chengqian had already crouched low, drawing their bows. In the next moment, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon the city walls. The archers atop the walls, despite their elevated position, could not reach the distance where Li Chengqian's forces stood, an undeniable disparity in equipment. Without needing further instructions, the spearmen atop the walls swiftly raised their shields, while other units rushed close, seeking refuge behind the protective barriers. Li Shimin and his companions retreated into the city tower. This time, Li Chengqian did not relent. The relentless barrage of arrows overwhelmed the defenders atop the walls. Crucially, Li Chengqian had divided his archers into 3 waves, executing a triadic assault. The arrows rained down incessantly, leaving no respite. Caught off guard, the defenders of Chang'an, numbering around 20,000, alongside the imperial guards and unsavory characters, managed a force of roughly 50,000. They had anticipated a conventional siege, expecting a back-and-forth exchange. At worst, they thought Li Chengqian would simply ram the city gates, as it appeared he possessed no siege engines. Alas, everything unfolded contrary to their expectations. The incessant shower of arrows pinned into the city tower, rendering it akin to a porcupine. Li Shimin's countenance darkened as he sheltered within the tower, and the other defenders dared not show their faces. Occasional screams pierced the air, the unfortunate cries of soldiers struck by stray arrows. The ministers of the Jingguan era wore grave expressions. Even a casual observation revealed the remarkable prowess of Li Chengqian's forces. Li Ji, known for his strategic acumen and adaptability in the face of danger, remained outwardly silent, but inwardly pondered various possibilities. Finally, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to exclaim, "Your Majesty, we must venture out. They intend to suppress us and scale the walls elsewhere." Upon hearing this, all present suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Previously, they had failed to consider such a tactic, preoccupied by the threat of night blindness. Yet, the question remained, was Li Chengqian's army merely ordinary? By reversing the logic of their objective, it became evident. Li Shimin, too, recognized the elite nature of Li Chengqian's forces, and the likelihood of this possibility was exceedingly high. Dispatch orders for everyone to raise shields and disperse. Li Shimin commanda. The rationale behind not pursuing the potential scaling forces was due to the uncertainty of their numbers. Even if they were confirmed, chasing after them would require ample torches, which were lacking. In the darkness, while Li Chengqian's troops could maneuver, the defenders could not. Furthermore, with another 50,000 troops by Li Chengqian's side, should they scatter in pursuit, Li Chengqian was not incapable of scaling walls himself. Thus, the only course was to proceed cautiously, dispersing to render Li Chengqian's archers ineffective. If there were genuine rebels scaling the walls, they would await the scouts' report and engage in direct combat. After all, the defenses atop the walls were fully prepared. Unless faced with an unexpected strategy like scaling walls, Li Chengqian's forces would dare to charge, knowing they could be roasted alive. Indeed, they had correctly surmised Li Chengqian's intentions. He was executing precisely that. He would assault the city gates, which were fully fortified, instead of novelly attacking head-on. Though his formidable army of bioengineered soldiers feared not death, even if engulfed in flames, they would fight valiantly. However, with losses mounting, Li Shimin would seize any opportunity to thwart him. Should he be repelled from Chang'an once more, it would plunge them into yet another protracted struggle. Chapter 12. This army was terrifying beyond measure, utterly unstoppable. The 50,000 troops dispersed, dividing into 2 neat groups of 25,000 each. They surged into the darkness, taking advantage of the moment when the soldiers atop the city walls were caught off guard. The gun-shield soldiers aligned themselves against the wall, layering one upon another to form a slope that extended all the way to the top of the battlements. At the outermost layer of this incline were shields stacked in layers, creating steps, while long spears protruded through the gaps beside the shields. The remaining gun-shield soldiers and infantry climbed atop these shields, occasionally steadying their long spears, hastening their ascent towards the city wall. Though they did not entirely disregard the darkness, their error rate was remarkably low. As they reached the top, scouts spotted them and quickly turned their horses to race back with the news. The ascending infantry and archers ignored the scouts, forming a defensive formation on the spot, awaiting the arrival of others. The efficiency and discipline of the bioengineered soldiers were incomparable to that of mere mortals. Soon, only the final group remained, passing their weapons up before forming a human ladder, stepping onto each other's shoulders. The last few clung to each other's legs while being hoisted up by their comrades. Meanwhile, on the side of Li Chengqian, under the command of Emperor Li Shimin, the battle-hardened soldiers moved forward, regardless of the torrential rain of arrows. Although the process of dispersal resulted in greater casualties, they remained obedient to orders. Once they had spread out, the rain of arrows from the city walls ceased. While Li Chengqian could not see the events unfolding atop the wall, the expanding area illuminated by flames provided some confirmation. He ceased his futile efforts. What lay ahead was a fierce battle, yet he was filled with confidence. Shortly after the arrows ceased, Li Shimin received reports from scouts confirming Li Ji's predictions. Li Chengqian's forces had indeed scaled the walls. With a grim expression, Li Shimin unsheathed the imperial sword. Although the walls were broad, in the context of a battle involving thousands, it was a sheer contest of valor, leaving no room for formations or strategies. From the depths of darkness beyond the walls, the synchronized sound of marching footsteps drew nearer. This cadence belonged solely to Li Chengqian's army. Indeed, soon Li Chengqian's forces advanced into the luminous area cast by the flames. Upon seeing the dense ranks of gun-shield soldiers, seemingly capable of obliterating all in their path, Li Shimin pointed his sword and bellowed, "To the sides, kill for me." The authority of the emperor was palpable with Li Shimin's command. His years of might significantly bolstered the morale of his troops. Soon, the two forces collided, and the skirmish commenced. Li Shimin, accompanied by his ministers, ascended to the highest tower, surveying the battlefield below. "Surrender, and you shall not be killed. Surrender, and you shall not be killed." In the heat of the battle, apart from the cries of his own wounded soldiers, Li Chengqian's troops uniformly echoed the same four words. Throughout the engagement, those who fell were immediately replaced by their comrades. Maintaining an impeccable formation, a row of gun-shield soldiers was followed seamlessly by infantry, their cooperation flawless. On Li Shimin's side, while they too exhibited discipline, their precision paled in comparison to the bioengineered soldiers. It was evident that both sides were pushing towards Li Shimin's tower. Despite the lack of speed, their advance remained steady. Conversely, Li Shimin's troops grew increasingly frantic and disordered. The chaos of the night, illuminated by sporadic flames, rendered their situation even more dire. In this narrow confrontation, where only the brave triumphed, Li Chengqian's forces displayed an indomitable fearlessness unmatched by seasoned veterans. They trampled over their fallen comrades, maintaining their relentless momentum. Li Shimin's army soon reached their breaking point. Upon true engagement, they realized the sheer terror of this army. Even when cut down, their unwavering refrain remained, "Surrender, and you shall not be killed." Rapidly, some soldiers abandoned their resistance, succumbing to despair. Those who initially awaited their demise found themselves encircled by Li Chengqian's troops. Yet, throughout, not a single soldier from Li Chengqian raised a hand against them. They wept, their hearts swaying towards Li Chengqian. With the first to surrender as examples, many more followed suit. Even those who lay injured on the ground, provided they did not reach for their weapons to resist, were likewise spared by Li Chengqian's bow-engineered soldiers, who simply circumvented them. Consequently, the advance of Li Chengqian's troops accelerated. Upon the tower, the ministers of the Jingguan era observed all with clear eyes, their expressions reflecting shock, disbelief, gravity, dread, and fear. Such an army was beyond their imagination, not merely trained, but formidable in ways they had never conceived. "Your Majesty, this army is truly terrifying beyond belief. They cannot be stopped." Li Chengqian's voice trembled slightly. In the 13th year of Jingguan, Li Junxian served as the Grand General of the Left Wu Guard, responsible for the defense of the Tai Chi Palace's Xuanwu Gate and the Emperor's safety. Now, he stood beside Li Shimin. The Emperor's face turned ashen, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly, tempted to strike down Li Junxian. Yet such an act would prove futile, rendering him a fool. Li Junxian's words rang with truth. He had envisioned holding the inner city's walls and the gathered forces to withstand Li Chengqian for 2 days. At the very least, he hoped to endure for a day. After that, retreating to the palace would suffice. Thus, the loyal forces should be able to arrive. However, It could not even withstand a single day, let alone half a night. Though Li Chengqian had taken them by surprise, scaling the walls without siege equipment, the might of this army was vividly apparent once more. Li Shimin was no sheltered emperor. He had traversed icy terrains and fought on numerous battlefields, fully aware of the realities. Leave a vanguard to cover our retreat. The remainder shall fall back to the palace. Li Shimin decisively ordered, avoiding further foolish decisions. It was a fact that they could not hold their ground. Continuing the fight would only embolden the troops to feign death rather than retreat, risking his capture and the end of all. The palace was smaller, with thicker and higher walls, and its guards were the elite of the elite. As long as he denied Li Chengqian the opportunity to scale the walls, he was confident they could hold until the loyal forces arrived. Once the loyal forces arrived, everything would come to an end. Chapter 13. The Emperor. Strong soldiers and mighty horses accompanied by Li Shimin and others, a portion of the troops retreated from the palace city, and the battle on the city walls swiftly came to an end. The remaining individuals lacked any will to resist. It was not the military might of the Tang Dynasty during the Chang'an era. Rather, they were equally bewildered. This was not an invasion by foreign enemies, but a father-son conflict. Moreover, as long as Li Chengqian's army was not provoked, they had no reason to fight fiercely. Thus, once Li Shimin and his entourage departed, the conclusion was reached rapidly. The remaining soldiers all laid down their arms, and under the guidance of those who had experienced the fierce battle outside the city, they squatted on the ground with their hands clasped behind their heads. Only the injured were still lying down. Soon, the debris within the city gates was cleared, and the gates were opened. Li Chengqian, leading an army of 50,000, entered the inner city at a leisurely pace. This battle was peculiarly strange. From the outset, the truth was known, and Chang'an did not reveal any signs of chaos. The nobles, princes, and princesses of the inner city remained in their homes. Though they were sleepless, there was no excessive panic. When Li Chengqian ascended the city wall, all the defeated soldiers had been gathered. Even the wounded were brought forth. The automaton soldiers moved in accordance with Li Chengqian's will, without the need for unnecessary words. Clad in the attire of a prince, Li Chengqian stood upon the tower where Li Shimin had once stood, gazing at the defeated soldiers illuminated by the torches. The entire city wall was enveloped in silence. Even the wounded dared not utter a sound. However, within the inner city, some commotion could be heard. With Li Chengqian's entry, he had already dispersed his 50,000 troops throughout the inner city. He was acutely aware of the residences of the nobles. By his command, the 50,000 soldiers separated to guard the entrances and exits of the grand estates, as well as key intersections. Unbeknownst to them, he had silently surrounded the nobles of the inner city. Had they truly been rebels, it would have been akin to the splendid streets turned to ash, with every household lamenting. At the moment he ascended the tower, the system's voice resounded once more. Congratulations to the host for altering the mindset. The idea that prisoners of war must be mistreated is shackled. Influence level. Average. Reward. Civilian marketplace. With the system's prompt, the rules of the so-called civilian marketplace were vividly present in Li Chengqian's mind. System, open a marketplace. The civilian marketplace offered only civilian goods, yet there were exceptions. High-tech items, iron tools, seeds, and the like were categorized as special commodities and could not be purchased. Vegetables could be procured, but their seeds would not germinate. The discarded packaging would be silently reclaimed by the system. It appeared that even if one wished to develop, it had to be done step by step, without expecting to draw a duck within the confines of a frame. Having dreamt for a millennium, this was no challenge for Li Chengqian. Casting a glance at the bottom of the marketplace page, he found a balance of 0, which was equivalent to that of 1,000 years later. The prices were likewise comparable. Li Chengqian thought, recharge half of the treasury. In the next moment, the balance transformed into an 8-digit figure. Although a mere few tens of millions seemed rather meager, especially for a prince, it was simply copper coins that were recharged. Gold, silver, and jewels remained untouched. He purchased 3,000 boxes of antiseptic ointment, 1,000 rolls of medical gauze, 1,000 bottles of medical alcohol, 500 barrels of purified water, and 3,000 servings of self-heating rice. For now, that would suffice. If more was needed, He would address it later. As his thoughts flowed, the expansive scene atop the city tower reconfigured, and all the items he had purchased appeared. In accordance with his will, a portion of the surviving automaton soldiers entered the tower, transporting the goods outside. The self-heating rice was distributed to the surviving soldiers of the Tang Dynasty, teaching them how to use it, followed by tending to their wounds. Most were cuts from swords, with no broken bones involved. The city wall once again erupted into a cacophony of voices, with occasional exclamations of gratitude for His Highness the Prince. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the air. The soldiers of the Tang had never anticipated such kindness towards them. Even from those who had ordered their execution, they felt gratitude. In certain circumstances, it was entirely plausible for soldiers of opposing nations to clash during the day and unite at night. They were merely swords in the hands of their superiors, with no inherent enmity between them. Once they were adequately fed and their wounds treated, Li Chengqian finally appeared before them. The remaining food containers were collected by the automatons, along with the antiseptics and gauze for their injuries. Once they were used, regardless of whether discarded or hidden, they would be silently reclaimed by the system. The leader of the rebels, Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian had just begun to speak when someone suddenly shouted, "No, you are the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty, Li Chengqian." This declaration incited a stir among the crowd. In the next moment, more voices joined in, albeit in disarray. "You are the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty. His Highness the Prince. His Highness the Prince." The chants grew louder and more synchronized. It seemed that a single meal had won their hearts. It appeared almost too simple, as if everyone were a fool. Their willingness to be swayed so easily stemmed from the soldiers' understanding that Li Chengqian was not a rebel leader, but rather the crown prince. Li Chengqian's kindness towards them resonated deeply, for they were soldiers of the Tang Dynasty and could not harbor resentment. Even though Li Shimin had previously declared that Li Chengqian had been stripped of his title as crown prince, so what? The emperor is one whose soldiers are strong and robust. Although they could not articulate this sentiment, they comprehended its truth. Li Chengqian's treatment of them was such that they, being mere foot soldiers, felt compelled to support him in ascending to the throne. Whatever titles may be stripped, they would not acquiesce. Li Chengqian quietly observed them until their cheers gradually faded. Finally he spoke. "Since you still recognize me, I shall give you an order. Fear not. It is not a command for anyone to sacrifice themselves. Your immediate task is to return the injured to their original camps for proper treatment. For those who can still move, I have a mission for you. At dawn, disperse to the outer city and inform the citizens within that I harbor no ill will towards them. They may continue their lives as usual without worry. What I desire is a prosperous Chang'an, not one ravaged by chaos. Do you understand?" There were approximately 3,000 soldiers who had surrendered here. Spending a day to pacify the outer city of Chang'an was not an insurmountable task. "No problem. Willing to serve His Highness the Prince with my life. Willing to serve His Highness the Prince with my life." As their voices quieted, Li Chengqian waved his sleeve and said, "I do not require you to sacrifice yourselves. You are all citizens of the Tang Dynasty. The citizens should live and live well." Chapter 14. Within 3 days. The imperial city shall be conquered. Li Shimin has often articulated the profound truth that water can both carry a boat and capsize it. He once imparted this wisdom to Li Chengqian in the 6th year of the Jingguan era, and later reiterated it in response to Wei Zheng's memorial in the 11th year. In the 18th year, while deliberating on governance with the then crown Prince Li Ji, he referred to it as the metaphor of the boat and water. The soldiers, however, may not fully grasp this metaphor, as many of them are illiterate. Li Chengqian proclaimed, "The citizens of the Tang Dynasty must thrive and prosper." This simple yet poignant declaration resonated deeply with them. Prior to this moment, Li Chengqian had already garnered a reputation for his wisdom, but his prolonged seclusion in the inner palace meant that ordinary soldiers seldom laid eyes upon him, only catching whispers of his deeds. In that instant, his virtuous reputation materialized before them. Moreover, regarding the casualties incurred during our campaign against the traitorous leader, take note. Once I have resolved this matter, I shall personally ensure that appropriate compensation is rendered, Li Chengqian declared. The soldiers erupted in cheers. "Long live His Royal Highness." Long live! Long live! Some may mistakenly believe that the thrice-repeated cheer is a hallmark of the Tang Dynasty. However, it originated as a mountain shout of long life. It is said that Emperor Wu of Han first heard this cheer while at Mount Song. Over the ages, it evolved into the modern form. During the Tang Dynasty, at the inaugural court assembly of the year, the officials would first kneel before the emperor and then perform a collective dance known as the Dance of Reverence. Following this, they would kneel again and chant "Long Live Thrice." In cinematic portrayals, one may find humor in characters breaking into dance amid battle. Yet historically, the tradition of dance among the gentry has persisted, even as far back as the Qin dynasty, where Emperor Qin's mother was a renowned singer, indicating that music and dance have always been intertwined. As early as the Western Zhou dynasty, poetry emerged, reflecting that the nobility were not only capable of dancing, but were expected to do so. After addressing the matters concerning the soldiers, Li Chengqian prepared a simple meal for himself, satiating his hunger before resting on the ground. Only his loyal followers remained atop the city walls. Today, he had no intention of making a move, wishing to let the noble families within the inner city and figures like Li Shimin feel the weight of despair. With 3,000 surrendering and nearly 2,000 eliminated, the forces at Li Shimin's disposal, including the palace guards, scarcely numbered 30,000. The notion of awaiting reinforcement from loyalist troops was but a delusion. Li Chengqian had never envisioned plunging the Tang dynasty into chaos. Even if he could sweep all opposition aside, what of the harm it would inflict upon the people? Thus, he resolved that the imperial city must fall within 3 days. This pause served another purpose. After 1,000 years of dreams, he found himself longing for his siblings, setting aside those already bestowed with titles. He felt an urgent need to reunite with those remaining in Chang'an. Particularly, he yearned for his brother Li Tai, whom he missed dearly. Yet, the plight of his sisters weighed heavier on his heart. He could scarcely remember the names or faces of many born to other consorts. With over 30 offspring, his duties as crown prince left little time for familial bonds, often encountering them only at a distance, akin to strangers. Among his own mother's children, Princess Li Lizzie tragically passed away at a young age, and Princess Li Mengyao, even less known, remains absent from historical records. Her fate intertwined with his future rebellion. Her life became a tragic tale after being implicated in sorcery scandals post-marriage, leading to her untimely demise at 40. Princess Li Mingda, frail from birth, was ironically nicknamed Rhinoceros by their father, yet she too succumbed prematurely. Fortunately, the system was generous, providing ample medicinal remedies. News of the siege soon spread among the noble houses, and they learned that Li Chengqian's forces encircled them, each harboring a mix of emotions, some anxious, some elated, others fearful, and still others resentful. For instance, when Li Tai first received the news, he dismissed it outright. However, upon peering through a small door and witnessing the reality, disbelief turned to apprehension. Having planned a celebration that would last until dawn, he was instead confronted with chaos in the early hours. At just 19, Li Tai, raised in the confines of the inner palace, trembled in terror. He never imagined that the conflict between Li Chengqian and Li Shimin would result in Li Chengqian's triumph. Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. If indeed Li Chengqian had prevailed, what would that mean for him? Princess Li Lizzie, too, spent a sleepless night, her health deteriorating, leaving her in a near-collapsed state by morning. As time passed, dawn finally broke. In the inner city, with so many needing sustenance, servants had to venture out to procure food, yet all were acutely aware of the encirclement. The masters, indifferent to their servants' fates, pressured them to venture forth, only to find that Li Chengqian's troops appeared to ignore them, allowing free passage. As some daring young nobles ventured out, one, in a moment of cowardice, collided with a soldier of Li Chengqian's. In a fit of anger, he struck the soldier, only to meet a grim fate as he was swiftly dispatched, blood staining his own doorstep. This incident spread rapidly among the households, heightening awareness of the situation. Li Chengqian's orders to his troops were straightforward. Individuals could come and go as they pleased, even leaving the city, but 2 rules were paramount. First, any who dared to instigate violence would face dire consequences. Second, no vehicles or livestock would be brought in or out. Thus, while people could move freely, their possessions remained behind. Through various attempts at communication, the noble families gradually understood the established rules, which brought a collective sigh of relief among them. Chapter 15. Even with 100 gallons of courage, I dare not speak recklessly in the residence of Li. Anxiety gnawed at her as she yearned to comprehend the current situation. Yet she dare not venture outside. While Li Chengqian was familiar with her, the soldiers under his command were not necessarily acquainted with her. The bond between Li and Li Chengqian was profound, as she was the eldest daughter of Empress Changsun, and Li Chengqian was her elder brother, with her second brother, Li Tai, positioned between them. However, around the 4th year of the Wuda era, Li Tai, just over a year old, was adopted by the late Li Xuanba at the behest of Li Yuan. Thus, by law, Li Tai was to address Li Shimin as his paternal uncle and inherit the title of Prince of Wei from Li Xuanba. It was not until the 2nd year of the Jingguan era that Li Shimin, at the request of Empress Changsun, reclaimed Li Tai and adopted his own nephew in Li Xuanba's stead. This act of adoption instilled in Li Shimin a peculiar sense of guilt towards Li Tai, leading him to indulge the boy. In truth, Li Chengqian and Li had grown up together as siblings, while Li Tai was 7 or 8 years old upon his return, rendering him a stranger to them. Li had no recollection of Li Tai, who had been adopted away shortly after her birth. Upon his return, the distinction of gender created a barrier, and they met only during family gatherings, where he felt no closer than a mere acquaintance. As Li sighed in frustration, a personal maid burst in, breathless, exclaiming, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. What is the matter that you appear so flustered?" Li furrowed her brow. She was already irked. If the maid could not convey a coherent message today, she would surely face punishment. Though Li was not cruel, she was a legitimate princess, possessing her own authority and temperament. The maid took a deep breath and hurriedly clarified, "The Crown Prince's men outside say that His Highness is waiting for you. He has instructed me to prepare the carriage to take you to him." "Is that true?" Li exclaimed, rising in delight, only to sway slightly as the maid quickly steadied her. "It is indeed true. I would not dare to speak falsely," the maid affirmed. Realizing this was an opportunity, Li thought it prudent to step outside to ascertain the situation. She had heard that the soldiers were unresponsive, akin to mute statues. Yet, should they be provoked, they would strike without mercy, resistance equating to death. Once they laid down their arms, they would cease their assault. If this were not the case, the soldiers would undoubtedly have reacted otherwise. "Hurry, prepare my appearance," Li insisted, determined not to present herself in disarray before Li Chengqian, especially since she had not seen him for quite some time after her marriage. Their last encounter had been during Empress Changsun's passing. Although they were not particularly distant, decorum and propriety dictated that even siblings could not be overly familiar, especially after marriage. After a brief period of tidying up, Li successfully boarded the carriage. The driver was one of Li Chengqian's soldiers. Her personal maid was not permitted to accompany her, as the soldiers would not allow it, and no amount of persuasion would suffice. They simply ignored her. Resigned to this reality, Li climbed the city wall to the tower. Breathless and nearly at the brink of exhaustion, her frail constitution and inherent respiratory condition were contributing factors. With such a weakened state, it was no wonder she would soon meet her end. Li Chengqian had prepared a glass tea table, 2 hard wooden chairs, and 2 cups of water. Though it appeared to be plain water, the cup intended for Li contained a medicinal pill. In the Tang Dynasty, tea was consumed in a unique manner, involving the drinking of tea broth, but other broths were enjoyed as well. The empire prided itself on its hospitality, with most homes equipped with backless stools. Everyone understood that such seating was more comfortable, yet the nobles still adhered to the custom of kneeling while seated. The Tang era had long since introduced trousers, and adult men no longer wore open crotch garments, as concerns of modesty had evolved. Men had 3 types of trousers: the short, square-cut trousers worn by commoners for labor, the fitted trousers favored by noble riders, and triangular trousers suitable for both genders. Women had a specialized garment known as underpants, typically worn during menstruation, although they could also be worn at other times if desired. Upon seeing Li Chengqian sitting on the stool with a smile, Li Lizzie steadied her breath and bowed, saying, Lizzie greets my esteemed elder brother, the crown prince. Li Chengqian, non-committal, gestured to the opposite chair, saying, Come, have a sip of water first. Thank you, my elder brother. Li Lizzie replied, gracefully moving to the indicated seat and, following Li Chengqian's example, picked up the cup, sipping delicately. She was indeed parched after her arduous ascent and nearly wished to gulp it down. However, her upbringing forbade such behavior. After consuming half the cup, she prepared to set it down. Despite her thirst, draining it entirely would be somewhat undignified. Dear sister, when did our relationship become so estranged? Li Chengqian inquired. There is no one else here. Why do you still maintain such formality? Emperors do not constantly refer to themselves as I, nor do princes always call themselves I alone. Such terms are reserved for formal occasions or to emphasize their authority and remind others of their status. No. Li Lizzie began to respond, but Li Chengqian interrupted. Then why do you leave half a cup untouched? Do you think I cannot afford to offer you a mere cup of water? Your throat is parched. Drink up, and I shall refill it for you. In truth, Li Chengqian had intentionally made Li Lizzie climb the city wall, solely to ensure she would drink the water. Only after doing so would he reveal the nature of its contents. Had he directly presented her with a medicinal pill, she might have grown suspicious. Prompted by Li Chengqian's urging, Li Lizzie complied and emptied the cup in one go. She sensed an unusual taste in the water, reminiscent of some medicinal flavor. She trusted that even in his most reckless state, Li Chengqian would not poison her. After all, they had grown up together as siblings, and historically, only Hu Hai had been known to slay his sister among the royal family. Li Chengqian poured her another cup, saying, Have another sip. He considered the possibility of residual traces of the pill lingering in the cup. Li Lizzie remained silent, lifting the cup once more. As she drank, she confirmed that this cup contained plain water. What then was in the first cup? Chapter 16. Sister, I am saving myself, do you understand? Though a peculiar feeling lingered in her heart, Li Lizzie refrained from inquiring further. To voice her curiosity would imply doubt towards her own brother. After consuming the second cup of water, Li Lizzie felt significantly better. Climbing the 10-meter-high city tower earlier had left her dizzy and breathless, her affliction threatening to resurface. Yet, as the water settled within her, tranquility began to return, her breathing becoming more even. Illness, after all, is not akin to injury. The subtler shifts in well-being are often imperceptible unless accompanied by severe pain. Moreover, even in cases of intense discomfort, fluctuations in severity are common. Li Chengqian downed his water and refilled his cup before replenishing Li Lizzie's. He then asked, Sister, what are your thoughts on Chang'an? In the dream of 1,000 autumns, Li Chengqian could not recall any pertinent details regarding this matter. Perhaps during that time, his mind was solely preoccupied with rebellion, rendering him oblivious to Li Lizzie's circumstances. He merely remembered hearing in subsequent cycles that it was unlikely Li Lizzie bore children with Chang'an. Although Chang'an had at least 3 sons, there was no definitive proof attributing any of them to Li Lizzie. By reverse inference, the possibilities range from the consequences of close-kin marriages akin to Emperor Wu of Han and Shun Ajiao, resulting in infertility, to potential underlying health issues with Li Lizzie. Most likely, it was the former. Fortunately, just those 2 words made Li Lizzie pause, uncertain of how to express herself. Li Chengqian nodded, and after a moment of silence, he continued, Sister, as far as I know, marriages between closely related families within 3 generations often yield monstrous offspring. There is a slim chance of producing normal children, and an even smaller chance of exceptionally intelligent ones. There is also a slight possibility that it may lead to female infertility. Li Lizzie, originally lost in her thoughts, lifted her gaze in disbelief at his words. Li Chengqian assured her, Brother would never deceive you. There will be ample opportunity for you to verify this for yourself. It all depends on your feelings for Chang'an and your own decisions. External factors need not concern you. If you wish to part ways, I shall ensure that even if Father disagrees, I will compel him to consent. During the Tang Dynasty, the societal norms were relatively liberal, reaching their zenith during Wu Zetian's reign. It was not uncommon for royal princesses to remarry. Among the common folk, such practices were also prevalent. This cultural tendency was mirrored in the royal family, with mixed heritage prevalent, including within the Li Tang dynasty itself. Clearly, the customs of the Tang dynasty bore little difference from those of later centuries. While the male-dominated society of the Tang era saw women's status suppressed, there remained a fundamental respect afforded to them. The true subjugation of women began in the Song dynasty, gradually intensifying in the subsequent eras. At this moment, however, Li could not afford to dwell on her personal dilemmas. Li Chengqian's final remark rekindled her thoughts on her true purpose for being there. "Brother, you and father." Li's words were few, her face revealing a desperate quest for answers. Li Chengqian fell silent for a brief moment before rising from his seat. With hands clasped behind his back, he began to pace around the chair. After some time, he spoke. "Sister, in the 3rd year of Wuda, grandfather conferred upon Qingke the title of King of Yidu, and in the following year, he adopted him and elevated him to the title of King of Wei, inheriting the rank of our 3rd uncle. In the 2nd year of Jingguan, father welcomed the main branch and retitled Qingke as the King of Yu. And in the 10th year of Jingguan, he changed it to King of Wei, additionally granting him the fief of Xiangzhou. He even permitted him to retain the rights of a prince, if these honors were merely due to father's feelings of guilt towards him. The subsequent accolades have only increased year by year, with father finding new justifications for inexplicable rewards. All of the aforementioned are essentially princely titles, a mere display of favoritism. Yet, 3 years prior, Li Tai was appointed governor of Yongzhou, overseeing the critical affairs of the capital, effectively becoming a high-ranking official. Last year, he ascended to the position of left minister of the Ministry of Personnel, attaining a ministerial level of authority. As if that were insufficient, father astonishingly allowed him to establish a literary institute akin to the former prince of Qin's residence. To this day, Li Tai, a mere king of Wei, is on the verge of commanding nearly 1/3 of the military and political power of the Tang. Furthermore, due to his position as left minister, factions have begun to form within the court. Sister, what do you think father is attempting to achieve? Perhaps it is merely that father is soft-hearted. Li was no fool. She understood the implications of Li Chengqian's words. Soft-hearted? Li Chengqian scoffed coldly before asking. Then why allow him to oversee the compilation of the records of the land? Both civil and military matters have been arranged for him. And what am I, the esteemed crown prince, doing? I toil daily for father, akin to a tireless beast of burden, with my efforts rewarded with nothing but meager rations. Should I falter, I face reprimands. Such honor, such treatment, can only be described as celestial favor. In contrast, I am faced with increasing scrutiny, often subjected to harsh reprimands over minor administrative oversights, sometimes kneeling in the Hall of Governance for an entire day. Li Tai is showered with accolades, while I am met with disdain, as if they wish to grant him half the empire. Am I not a reasonable man? How can I remain sane under such treatment? Li Chengqian refrained from mentioning that in 2 years, Li Tai would be appointed as the left general of the Imperial Guard and subsequently ascend to the position of Minister of War, events that were yet to unfold and would likely not be believed if spoken of. Li bit her lip, hearing Li Chengqian, the very person affected, voice such grievances stirred an impulse within her to confront their father. From Li Chengqian's perspective, their father truly acted in a manner unbecoming of a ruler. Sister, father can elevate the king of Wei, making him the 2nd general of Tiansu. However, I am not my uncle, nor do I aspire to be. Sister, I am saving myself. Do you understand? Li Chengqian's tunasuftanat. Li trembled at his metaphor. It was profoundly resonant. Yet, she hesitated, but father should be aware of his actions. Li's words lacked conviction. Even she doubted their veracity. Li Chengqian sneered. To speak of distant matters, even Emperor Qin believed he was fully aware of his decisions. Yet what transpired after his demise? Our father is proud. He believes he possesses insight, completely disregarding historical lessons and the wisdom gleaned from his own experiences. Sister, you must understand that there are matters one cannot simply choose to ignore. Was father initially willing to rebel against grandfather? Though I was young, I still remember father's turmoil. Even if he hesitated, his subordinates would have compelled him forward. It was not merely a matter of merit. It was a life or death decision. Father is truly oblivious to the consequences. Does he think that a mere indulgence towards the king of Wei can mask everything? After years of diligent service, without a single misstep, why must I be treated thus? Chapter 17. Matters concerning me are open to discussion after listening to Li Chengqian's words. Li Lizzie could no longer blame him for his rebellion. Women are often driven by emotion, and moreover, Li Chengqian is her elder brother. Before her marriage and departure from the palace, he had always treated her with great kindness, always considering her whenever he acquired something good. To be fair, had she possessed an army, she would likely have rebelled as well. Brother, how do you intend to treat father? Li Lizzie inquired. As for how to deal with Li Tai, she did not even bother to ask. Beyond their blood relation, they were akin to strangers. Their few encounters had shown Li Tai to be aloof towards her, devoid of any familiarity. Li Chengqian sat back in his chair, smiling as he countered, "Sister, do you truly believe I am assured of victory? Your army is disciplined and capable of repelling father, and your military might is formidable. Furthermore, you are brimming with confidence that everything will be accomplished before the loyalist forces arrive. Moreover, being in your position, failure equates to certain death. Even if father were to spare you, Wei Wang would not. Thus, she concluded, you are permitted only to win, not to lose." Li Chengqian smiled with satisfaction. This was the attitude he desired from Li Lizzie. Had there been no precedent, she would not have harbored such thoughts. Had she been born in the era of Empress Wu Zetian, she might have become yet another Princess Taiping. "Sister, regarding that incident at Xuanwu Gate, we were too young to comprehend what father did. All we knew was that later our uncle and fourth uncle were gone. Yet, I distinctly remember our mother embracing us, sword in hand, guarding us. Eventually, father succeeded, while mother faltered, nearly fainting. Thereafter, father indulged in the harem, and it was mother who managed the affairs, ensuring order within the palace. During the difficult early years of the Chang'an era, mother led by example, tightening her belt. In light of father's twisted affections, she bore her own frailty and ailments, nearly to the extent of giving birth to a sibling for him every year. He often rested in mother's quarters, and every morning she would rise before him, preparing everything for him, while sleep became a luxury. Mother's health waned under the weight of his distorted love and her tireless efforts on his behalf, ultimately leading to her demise. I owe her an insurmountable debt, one that cannot be repaid in this lifetime. Therefore, I intend to have him atone for her in the latter half of his life." Li Lizzie gasped in astonishment. "Brother, do you mean for father to guard Zhaoling?" When Empress Changsun passed, the mausoleum had yet to be completed, and she was its earliest interred. Li Chengqian shook his head, smiling. "Sister, what if I told you I could bring mother back to life?" "You." Li Lizzie suddenly stood up, her face reflecting her outrage. In her view, Li Chengqian must have lost his mind to utter such words. Li Chengqian chuckled lightly. "Sister, your sudden rise is quite the contrast to your earlier lethargy as you ascended the stairs." "Wait, what?" Li Lizzie finally realized, redirecting her focus to her physical sensations. Her body had been weak. Walking even 2 steps left her breathless. The sudden act of standing up would have resulted in dizziness and possibly collapsing. Yet now, she felt entirely unfazed. Li Chengqian continued, "I believe you have just discerned the difference between the 2 cups of water. Brother is indeed grateful for your trust. Congratulations, sister, from this moment forth. You shall enjoy robust health and longevity with ease." "How can this be?" Li Lizzie was at a loss, unsure of how to respond. As the eldest daughter of the royal family, she had received immense affection from Li Shimin, yet no physician could remedy her condition, merely suppressing her illness. Now, as she reflected, the sensation of vitality coursing through her was something she had scarcely experienced since her childhood. Breathing had become effortless, dizziness a thing of the past, and her entire being felt invigorated. "Brother, how did you accomplish this?" Li Lizzie was overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. Leaning back against his chair, Li Chengqian looked at her with a smile. "Sister, everyone has their own secrets. Just know that I will always be your brother. After resolving this matter, I wish for you to accompany me to Zhaoling to welcome our mother home." "What? You mean?" Li Lizzie could not finish her thought, as reason dictated that it was impossible. Li Chengqian nodded. Indeed, I intend to resurrect Mother. I am aware that you find this improbable. Even if I were to cure your ailment, resurrection remains a fantasy, one that has eluded humanity throughout the ages. Illness can be attributed to my discovery of a hidden divine physician. But, sister, what advantage would there be for me in deceiving you? Li Lizzie fell silent, understanding the truth in his words. Then, why not do it as soon as possible? As the eldest daughter of Empress Changsun, she shared a closer bond with her mother than Li Chengqian did. Li Chengqian shook his head. Sister, let us wait until everything settles. I do not wish for Mother to be caught in the middle of our conflict with Father. Most importantly, Li Tai must die, whether from personal desire or political necessity. Li Tai's demise is non-negotiable. Until all is resolved, I cannot be at ease. Very well. Li Lizzie had never wished so fervently for Li Chengqian to conclude matters swiftly. Thank you for your understanding, sister. Li Chengqian nodded and added, Sister, I imagine that upon your return to the palace, many dignitaries will seek to inquire about me. Please inform them that my affairs with Father are none of their concern. They should continue with their own matters. I do not prohibit their entry, but will not allow them to leave with vast treasures, fleeing as if from calamity. Li Lizzie had been brought here, and many officials within the inner city were surely aware of it. Etiquette was paramount, and the princess's carriage had its own standards. Those noble families would undoubtedly keep abreast of the situation outside. What if the people of Wei Wang inquire about me? Li Lizzie prouat cautiously. Matters concerning me are open to discussion. Fear of public opinion holds no sway here. If Li Tai wishes to inquire, simply inform him. Li Chengqian smiled slightly, his thoughts inscrutable. Though it was evident that Li Tai's demise was essential, the manner of his death remained to be determined. For years, Li Chengqian had been on guard against Li Tai, while Li Tai had thrived. Now it was time for Li Tai to experience the anxiety and discomfort he had long evaded. Chapter 18. When that time comes, let us see what they can do to me. Brother, you. Li Lizzie was left speechless, her face a portrait of disbelief. Throughout history, the power of words has always been formidable, whether from royalty or common folk, as they place immense weight on public opinion. Li Shimin serves as a prime example of this phenomenon. Regardless of waging wars against other nations or quelling rebellions, he sought a righteous pretext. In absence of a valid excuse, one must fabricate a justification. For instance, Emperor Wu of Han dispatched envoys to foreign lands, where the envoys eagerly sought martyrdom, thus providing a rationale for attacks against those nations. Emperor Wu never claimed that he would strike at will, devoid of any reason. Li Chengqian Marali smilatfainli, reclining against the chair's back, exuding an uncharacteristic air of relaxation, devoid of the princely demeanor one might expect. After mulling over the situation, Li Lizzie could no longer contain her curiosity. Brother, are you not afraid of the historical records? Li Chengqian raised his right hand and waved it dismissively, replying nonchalantly, even if history records me as a tyrant for eternity after my demise, what does it matter if the floodwaters rage? At that moment, Li Lizzie profoundly sensed a transformation in Li Chengqian. A fleeting glance revealed that he had forsaken his hairpin. It was no wonder she had overlooked it initially. It had become second nature. Even commoners would fashion their hair, no matter how casually, yet Li Chengqian's appearance suggested he was on the brink of slumber. Brother, your hairpin. Li Lizzie struggled to articulate her thoughts, but Li Chengqian comprehended her unvoiced concern. He tugged at his neck, revealing the remnants of his severed hair, laid bare before her. Huh? Li Lizzie gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. The act of cutting one's hair is universally recognized as a significant commitment, symbolizing a decision of utmost importance, one that cannot be reversed. Li Chengqian, gathering his hair back, stated earnestly, "To Father, I am like this severed hair. He has removed me from the royal genealogy and stripped me of my princely title. From this moment forth, I am reborn as Li Chengqian, bidding farewell to my past. Hence the act of cutting my hair. Of course, no matter the edicts he issues, blood ties cannot be severed by mere words. He remains my father, and to you, my dear siblings, as long as you are willing to recognize me, I shall forever be your brother." Li Lizzie bit her lip, astonished that Li Chengqian had made such a monumental decision to cut his hair. It appeared that everything was irrevocable now. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Brother, do you not fear those high-ranking officials mingling about, conspiring against you?" This was Li Lizzie's attempt to divert the conversation, as she wished to distance herself from matters concerning their father and brother. Moreover, given the gravity of Li Chengqian's resolution, she feared her words would not alter his steadfast will. Li Chengqian scoffed. "Do all schemes and conspiracies hold any weight in the face of absolute power? Much like how father has erased me from the royal records and stripped me of my princely status. As long as my 100,000 troops remain loyal to my command, I can still infiltrate the imperial city as a rebel and unseat father from that dragon throne. When I ascend to greatness and usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity for the Tang people, what do a few disgruntled scholars have to say? When I lead the Tang into a golden age, what significance will today's events hold? There will be learned men to argue my case." The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, rising to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, turning his back to Li Lizzie, his voice resonating with authority. Erased from the genealogy, I shall create a new family tree, establishing myself as the progenitor. Stripped of my princely title, I shall change the dynasty and govern the realm. If the world slanders and defames me, I shall take them to the heights of the universe, overseeing the peace and joy of the realm and its people. When that time comes, let us see what they can do to me." Li Lizzie's eyes sparkled with admiration, her heart racing. She had never realized her elder brother could possess such commanding presence, rivaling even that of their father. "Thank you, brother, for enlightening me. I shall take my leave now." Li Lizzie was overwhelmed with emotion, grateful for such an audacious brother and reassured by his intentions. She understood that the Tang Dynasty would face no peril, nor would her father encounter any threats. There lingered a glimmer of hope that her mother might return. If Li Chengqian could indeed achieve this, she would believe him to be a reincarnation of a celestial being. In essence, with Li Chengqian by her side, she felt no worries remained. Yet, her upbringing had instilled in her the necessity of discretion. Now, she needed to return home and gather her thoughts, preparing to face those who might inquire. She also yearned to explore her newfound capabilities, testing the limits of her current abilities, which had previously eluded her grasp. Li Chengqian, too, had pressing matters to attend to, and knowing they would have ample opportunities to reunite, he simply waved his hand, signaling for Li Lizzie to depart. As she descended from the city tower and approached her carriage, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She was not the only sickly one in the royal family. Glancing up at the battlements, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Li Lizzie believed that if Li Chengqian possessed an abundance of such remedies, it was his prerogative whom to save or not. If such medicine were rare, receiving even a portion would be a tremendous fortune, a testament to her brother's affection for her, making it all the more inappropriate for her to impose. After bidding farewell to Li Lizzie, Li Chengqian drummed his fingers against the armrest of his chair, contemplating how to eliminate Li Tai. Killing Li Tai was simple and undoubtedly necessary. However, the manner of his demise required careful consideration. Li Chengqian was unafraid of public opinion, but to become an emperor revered through the ages, the system constantly emphasized the importance of setting an example. Thus, he needed to devise a rationale and method for Li Tai's execution, to avoid delving into the past. The so-called Xuanwu Gate succession incident arose from Li Shimin's reckless actions and his failure to clean up after himself. Most situations tend to follow a top-down influence. It cannot simply be prevented by a decree. If Li Chengqian intended to eliminate Li Tai, it must be done in a manner that earns the admiration of the people, convincing them that Li Tai deserved to meet his end. Only then would Li Tai serve as a cautionary tale, discouraging imitation. It must not appear that to the public, Li Tai was merely vanquished due to insufficient strength or ruthlessness that would only evoke sympathy and encourage emulation. Wasn't the Xuanwu Gate succession incident a prime example of this? Li Shimin's justification to the world was that as long as he carried out his duties diligently, his rebellion was justified. If Li Jiansheng remained in his position, could he truly match Li Shimin's capabilities? From a personal standpoint, it was Li Jiansheng who sought to eliminate him first. Ultimately, The narrative was framed to portray Li Chengqian as the victim, emphasizing that he outperformed Li Jianqing. While it may seem reasonable, it inadvertently conveyed a message that as long as one excels in their duties, they could dismiss all traditional norms, leading to a breakdown of propriety and order. Such precedents were perilously damaging. Similarly, when Wu Zetian ascended the throne, she opened the floodgates for female rebellion, inspiring powerful queens and princesses to follow suit. Should even one rebellion succeed, Wu Zetian would no longer be a mere anomaly. Subsequent dynasties would witness a relentless stream of royal uprisings. Chapter 19, is it a certainty that I would not harm their families once they enter the palace? Li Chengqian stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. The outer city of Chang'an was gradually bustling with activity. Merchants and travelers flowed in and out, creating a clamor as if nothing had transpired. For the common folk, as long as their lives remained undisturbed, they cared little for who sat upon the throne. In stark contrast, the inner city, though not devoid of servants, appeared sparse and desolate, resembling a ghost town. Li Chengqian focused his gaze on a corner of the palace, seemingly catching a glimpse of the eastern palace within. He pondered how many traders would report to Li Shimin, gathering evidence of his alleged rebellion, which would serve to cleanse him when the time came. If memory served him correctly, he had not yet contemplated insurrection. Although whispers from conniving individuals or spies of Li Tai had reached his ears, he had not made a decision. As for substantial evidence of rebellion, it simply did not exist. Any claims would merely amount to slander. The catalyst for his dissent had been the loss of his leg, rendering him a limping prince amidst rumors that no emperor had ever been disabled. While the circumstances had not occurred overnight, they were the most immediate cause. Do these ministers not attend to their duties today? Li Chengqian murmured to himself. In truth, the outer city, inner city, and imperial city were informally delineated. These three fortifications were officially known as Guocheng, Huangcheng, and Gongcheng. Guocheng, or the outer city, housed the commoners and various commercial districts, while Huangcheng served as the administrative center for the provinces, and Gongcheng was the venue for court assemblies. If further subdivisions were to be made, one could delineate royal residences, ministerial quarters, and concentrated provincial offices, among others. The governance of Chang'an resembled a series of enclosed circles, each with its own distinct purpose. It seems they have all retreated to the palace, confident that I will not harm their families. The ministers whom Li Chengqian had berated were indeed within the palace walls. Yet, it was not due to a lack of fear. They had long been apprehensive. However, retreating alongside Li Shimin the previous night, they had not given it much thought, and those who did were too afraid to voice their concerns. On the palace walls, Li Shimin scouts observed the inner city, providing real-time updates on the movements of Li Chengqian's forces. All ministers convened in Taiji Palace, where Li Shimin was also present, analyzing the scouts' reports. At this moment, Li Shimin had regained his composure, no longer in a state of hysteria. With clarity restored, he remained steadfast in his beliefs, convinced that he was blameless and that all culpability lay with Li Chengqian. The rebellion posed a threat to his imperial authority, which he would never tolerate. The carriage of Princess Chang Lu has left the palace and is now returning from the outer city. During such tumultuous times, scouts entered without prior notification to report directly. Li Shimin, calm yet alert, inquired, "Do you know where she went?" "The distance is too great for observation. All we know is that the carriage driver is a rebel." The scout replied. Splendid indeed." Li Shimin gritted his teeth, already certain of Li Lizzie's destination. In his increasingly paranoid mind, he feared that his beloved daughter might choose her elder brother over her father. After all, why else would she not refuse to meet him? Though a pang of jealousy gnawed at him, he could not muster great anger. At that moment, Changsun Wuji stepped forward, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, why not send someone to invite Princess Chang Lu to the palace for a direct inquiry? Her safe return signifies that the former crown prince Li Chengqian poses no threat to her. Since they have met, it is likely that Li Chengqian has shared information with her that we seek." In this moment, Changsun Wuji exhibited a commendable sense of impartiality, maintaining a strictly official demeanor. Known as Changsun Yinren, he was, in truth, an ally of Li Chengqian. He perceived that Li Shimin merely regarded the Prince of Wei as a whetstone to sharpen Li Chengqian's blade. Of course, he had not turned against the Prince of Wei. His true support for Li Ji emerged only after Li Chengqian's disability. He believed that with Li Chengqian now limping, he lacked the inherent qualifications to ascend to the throne. Throughout history, no disabled emperor had held sway. A crippled ruler lacked the gravitas required to command respect. At this moment, under Li Shimin's watchful eye, he had to maintain an appearance of selflessness. Ultimately, the outcome of the conflict between Li Shimin and Li Chengqian meant little to him, as his position as their maternal uncle afforded him significant advantage. Li Shimin, upon reflection, recognized the validity of this reasoning and commanded, "Then send someone to probe the situation. If that ungrateful son does not obstruct, invite Lizzie here." Remember, I said invite. Li Shimin, a father at heart, exhibited a tenderness toward his daughter, a protective instinct inherent in many strong men. History shows that only weak men resort to harshness toward their daughters, while women may sometimes be more critical. Swiftly, and without excessive delay, Lizzie arrived. "I pay my respects to father," she greeted with a bow. In a manner akin to the conjunction of the words servant and maid, the princess referred to herself as daughter. "Quickly, please rise, Lizzie." Li Shimin's lips curled into a smile, an occurrence as rare as a blossoming iron tree, revealing the depth of his affection for her. "Thank you, father," Lizzie responded with poise, acutely aware of the watchful eyes of the ministers. "Lizzie, I have heard that you met that ungrateful son." Li Shimin's use of the term ungrateful son left no ambiguity about whom he referred to. "Indeed, I did visit my elder brother," Lizzie confirmed with a nod. "He is not your brother. He is a traitor," Li Shimin bellowed in fury. Yet Lizzie remained silent, merely lowering her head slightly. Taking a deep breath, Li Shimin asked, "Why did that traitor wish to see you?" "My brother obtained a miraculous medicine that could cure my ailments. I am now fully recovered." Lizzie spoke candidly. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Li Shimin stood in shock, disbelief etched across his face. "I said that I am well again, thanks to the medicine my brother provided," Lizzie reiterated. "Imperial physicians, attend to Princess Changlu and conduct a thorough examination." Several physicians were present in the Grand Hall, and given the recent events, some ministers were indeed unwell. The physicians promptly stepped forward, and Lizzie offered no resistance. After a thorough examination, the physicians gathered to whisper among themselves. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, and the head physician reported to the sovereign after our diagnosis. "We find that Princess Changlu is in excellent health. Not only has her previous ailment vanished, but we have detected no irregularities. I dare say, even the healthiest young man present may not surpass Princess Changlu in vitality. We extend our congratulations to Your Majesty and to Princess Changlu." Chapter 20. How deeply does Your Majesty favor one over another? Your subjects extend their heartfelt congratulations to Your Majesty and to Princess Changlu. The essence of humanity is akin to that of a parrot, and the ministers are no exception. Regardless, this is indeed monumental news. Most importantly, if Li Chengqian possesses such miraculous medicine, then they. In any case, this matter, whether it leads to rebellion or otherwise, is perceived as a father-son affair, reminiscent of precedents established over a decade ago. As for their urgency, it is not as overwhelming for the majority. Li Chengqian's previous performances were commendable. Even without being part of the crown princess faction, most are aligned with Your Majesty. Should Li Shimin falter and Li Chengqian ascend the throne, they likely would not face dire consequences. In fact, they would still be essential in governing the realm. The only exception lies with the so-called Wei Wang faction, primarily composed of noble families, who are the least pleased. With Li Shimin currently in a foul mood, none dare to speak out. Have I not noticed that Wei Zheng's previous suggestion was disregarded by Li Shimin, only to be met with opposition? Even the obstinate Wei Zheng has remained silent. What could they possibly say? Are they dissatisfied with the weight of their own intellect, yearning to sever it altogether? Li Shimin was indeed elated, but in the next moment, fury surged within him. Standing before the dragon throne, he paced twice before bellowing, "Silence." The ministers immediately fell silent, and the grand hall was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Annoyed, Li Shimin exclaimed. Has he possessed this medicine all along? Why did he not present it sooner? This ungrateful son, ungrateful indeed. The hall echoed with Li Shimin's wrath, while the ministers bowed their heads, internally chiding him. Li Lizzie raised her gaze and shouted in anger, Father, if elder brother had this medicine, he would never deny it to our mother. How far will your favoritism extend? Li Shimin paused, his expression one of bewilderment. Throughout her life, Li Lizzie had never raised her voice at him. In his eyes, she had always been obedient and filial. In that moment, he found it inconceivable that Li Lizzie would shout at him, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Li Shimin stammered, Lizzie, what did you say? Taking a deep breath, Li Lizzie replied loudly, Father, I implore you to reveal the extent of your favoritism. Y prime favor. Li Shimin collapsed onto the throne. Li Lizzie's words struck him like a betrayal. Yes, you favor, she shouted. Are you truly oblivious to this? Elder brother has told me that whenever he handles state affairs, if there is the slightest error, you punish him with blows and scoldings. In the hall of establishment, he sometimes kneels for half a day or even a full day. As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes, revealing her emotional vulnerability. Li Shimin, rising in anger once more, waved his hand and roared, as the crown prince. If he makes any mistakes, it concerns the welfare of the realm and countless lives. Can he afford to err? Must he err? I only wish for him to learn and become a good emperor in the future. But how does he treat me? Li Lizzie retorted, then may I ask, has Wei Wang ever erred? Li Shimin's voice rose further. Of course, Chengqian makes mistakes, but he is not the crown prince. Li Lizzie scoffed thus. Father indulges him excessively, not only granting him customary titles, but also appointing him governor of Yongzhou and left minister. Elder brother claims that by granting Wei Wang such privileges, you have effectively allowed him to wield 1/3 of the military and political power of the Tang. Furthermore, you bestow high-ranking official positions upon him, enabling him to form private factions within the court. You even established a literary academy for him, inviting talented individuals to gather around him. You have entrusted him with compiling the land registry, preparing for him to shine in both civil and military affairs. Elder brother asserts that while you wish for Wei Wang to become a general of heavenly strategy, he has no desire to be Li Jiansheng. Li Shimin's mind buzzed, his blood pressure rising, confusion engulfing him. The notion that he wished for Wei Wang to become a general of heavenly strategy, while Li Chengqian did not wish to be Li Jiansheng, finally began to penetrate his consciousness. He had never deeply contemplated this fundamental reason. It was precisely this that he had orchestrated, albeit with intentions that were not aligned with the outcome. He had to acknowledge this reality. In that moment, Li Shimin recalled Li Yuan, remembering the ominous words spoken against him. As you act today, so shall your descendants behave, perpetually and unceasingly. Initially, he had felt a pang of unease, but mostly he had dismissed it. He was proud, believing he could manage everything effectively. Yet now, the truth lay bare before him, and all of it had been wrought by his own hand. Was this not akin to the predicament faced by Li Yuan concerning him and Li Jiansheng? Li Lizzie seemed to sense his turmoil and immediately articulated the true distinction. Father, while the late empress' treatment of you and uncle appeared similar, they were fundamentally different. You were a true conqueror, having fought to the point of exhausting all titles. What has Wei Wang accomplished to merit such lavish rewards? If you insist that elder brother, as the crown prince, must be penalized for any mistakes due to the implications for the realm, then what of his diligent efforts when he does right? You bestow upon Wei Wang various powers and titles, even allowing him to operate beyond official capacities. Yet, for elder brother, aside from the golden seal and jade stamp befitting a crown prince, he receives little more than trifles. Just how deep does your favoritism run? Each pointed inquiry pierced Li Shimin like a dagger. Slumped upon the dragon throne, he appeared increasingly despondent. Father, I have spoken all I wish to say. I take my leave. After bowing, Li Lizzie turned to exit. Li Shimin opened his mouth, instinctively extending his hand as if to grasp something. As Li Lizzie walked further away, it felt as though she was taking something from his heart, leaving a void within him. The ministers watched Li Shimin's state with keen eyes. The representative of the Qinghe Chui family stepped forward urgently, declaring, "Your Majesty." Even if the former crown prince had 1,000 justifications, he is still rebelling against you. Li Shimin trembled, the notion of royal authority overpowering familial bonds once more. Loyal ministers, genuinely concerned for the Tang, could no longer remain silent. They quickly stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, though Princess Chang Li's words may be harsh, we have witnessed your treatment of the former crown prince over the years, and it is indeed inappropriate." Chapter 21. The Blood Dragon of the King and the Emperor's Battle Armor. Li Shimin waved his hand and bellowed, "Cui Aiching is correct, no matter the multitude of reasons. Rebellion remains a fact. If rebellion can be forgiven, what else cannot be absolved?" However, after being fervently reprimanded by Li Shimin grasped the rationale behind Li Chengqian's actions. Consequently, he resolved internally to spare Li Chengqian's life. Indeed, until now, the proud Erfing had never contemplated defeat. The ministers of the Jingguan era convened, deliberating for an entire day, and had reached some conclusions. The first assault on the outer city had caught them off guard. Had the city of Chang'an been adequately prepared, even with just prior notice, Li Chengqian would have had no opportunity. They acknowledged the prowess of Li Chengqian's troops, yet they were not unfamiliar with elite forces. Given preparation, there exist countless strategies to counter such an onslaught. During the second confrontation within the inner city, Li Chengqian's tactics were utterly unconventional. It was not a matter of their incompetence, but rather the taboo of night blindness, an oversight that no faction throughout history had dared to commit. Moreover, even under such circumstances, they had discerned the strategy. Yet, their forces were too scant. In a confined space, such as the city walls, where evasion was impossible, victory belonged to the valiant. Thus, both sides suffered losses. But Li Chengqian's forces appeared more elite, exuding a stronger aura. It could only be concluded as a stalemate, not a defeat. As for the palace city, with its towering and formidable walls, even illuminating every corner, could hold out for 3 to 5 days. Furthermore, all military supplies from within Chang'an had been transported to the palace. Regardless of how many schemes Li Chengqian devised, he would find it exceedingly difficult to breach the palace walls. If they could endure for another 3 to 5 days, the reinforcements would surely arrive, sealing Li Chengqian's fate. Initially, the only concern was that Li Chengqian might unleash a wave of vengeance within the inner city, instilling fear and perhaps capturing the families of the ministers to compel their compliance. However, it appeared that Li Chengqian had no intention of pursuing such tactics, alleviating their apprehension. On Li Chengqian's side, he had indeed not contemplated seizing the kin of officials within the palace to intimidate the ministers into rebellion against Li Shimin. Although history is penned by victors, and strategies often employ deception, he aspired to be an emperor for the ages. With an indestructible army of 100,000 bestowed by the system, he would confront Li Shimin with honor, setting an example for posterity. He could not allow future generations to tarnish his legacy with allegations of coercion against ministers to seize the throne. Akin to the infamous Sima clan whose betrayal of the Luo River oath would forever haunt them. Time passed throughout the day, and Li Chengqian remained inactive. The ministers of Jingguan believed he would launch a nocturnal raid once more, heightening their vigilance. Some elderly officials, weary from the strain, found it increasingly difficult to endure. Li Shimin, too, battled fatigue, his eyes bloodshot and sleep elusive. Li, though unable to rest, felt little exhaustion due to her robust health. Li Tai strugled sleek. The previous night's celebration now replaced by dread, fearing that his elder brother might enter wielding a sword to strike him down. Li Tai's martial prowess could be deemed negligible. Otherwise, he would not be so corpulent, unable to contend with a multifaceted Li Chengqian. Yet that night, Li Chengqian slept soundly. The inhabitants of the inner city had endured 2 days and nights filled with anxiety, and those within the palace felt similarly. On the third day, as the sun rose, casting radiant beams over the clear sky, it heralded a potential rebirth for the empire. Suddenly, after a prolonged silence, the seemingly lethargic Li Chengqian's army stirred. The sound of countless footsteps, synchronized and resonant, filled the air. The collective sound grew louder, reverberating throughout Chang'an, striking a chord in the hearts of many. On the walls of the palace, the soldiers of Li Shimin, who had endured a restless night, found their fatigue dissipating as the thunderous footsteps and the sight of shadows approaching overwhelmed them. Such a grand assembly of troops exuded an indescribable majesty, an invisible power that felt tangible, causing hearts to quiver. Within the many mansions of the inner city, those aware of Li Chengqian's departing guards breathed a sigh of relief, only to redirect their anxious gazes towards the palace. It was evident to all that the gathering of troops signified impending conflict. Today marked the third day of Li Chengqian's siege upon the city, and perhaps the day of resolution was at hand. As Li Chengqian descended from the city tower and prepared to mount his steed, the voice of the system suddenly resonated. The system detects that the host is about to take the first step towards becoming the eternal emperor, rewarding the host with a complete set of emperor's battle armor, a weapon of sovereign might, and a mythical steed. The steed possesses biogenic attributes, resonates with the host's will, requires no sustenance, and refreshes its state daily. The complete emperor's battle armor also possesses a refreshing state attribute, never to be damaged. In the next moment, a magnificent crimson warhorse materialized beside Li Chengqian, its coat devoid of any blemish. Alongside essential saddle gear, its joints and head were adorned with protective armor. Its hooves bore golden claws, seamlessly fused with unique horseshoes, encasing its shins. This steed was more formidable than the famed Yuan horses. With a resounding neigh, the warhorse reared, proclaiming the arrival of a sovereign to the world. Li Chengqian's original steed, seemingly overwhelmed with terror, bolted away, which Li Chengqian disregarded. Simultaneously, the so-called emperor's battle armor adorned Li Chengqian, shattering the prince's attire he had worn without change. The ceremonial sword of the prince also splintered, symbolizing the dissolution of his princely identity. Beneath the armor, only undergarments remained. The armor itself was a splendid amalgamation of gold and red, embellished with exquisite dragon motifs. A flowing red cape, emblazoned with a fierce golden dragon, trailed behind him. Li Chengqian's hair transformed into a contemporary long style, courtesy of the system, and a golden helmet materialized. Unlike typical helmets, this one emphasized grandeur and majesty, resembling a diadem more than a mere headpiece, featuring a crown intricately designed above a golden forehead ornament centered with a purple hexagonal gem. Swords and daggers hung at his waist, their scabbards adorned with dragons and phoenixes, radiating opulence. Chapter 22. Father, is it not you who wishes for my demise? This armor, though it appears burdensome, is remarkably light, crafted from an alloy that could not possibly exist in this era. Li Chengqian leapt onto his steed, the blood dragon, which bore no reins, for their spirits were intimately connected. Henceforth, you shall be known as Blood Dragon. The warhorse snorted twice, seemingly in agreement with its new name. Li Chengqian affectionately stroked the mane of Blood Dragon, and with a single thought, the majestic creature surged forward. Each leap spanned a precise 8 meters, and this was without exerting its full strength. When it galloped at full speed, this extraordinary creation could easily cover 10 meters in a single bound, a far cry from ordinary horses. The guards, wielding axes and blades, also began to sprint. Before long, Li Chengqian rejoined the main army, slowing his pace. A space automatically formed among the troops as he rode Blood Dragon, gradually advancing to the forefront. The formation re-established itself with him at the helm, heavy cavalry leading, light cavalry closely following, flanked by infantry interspersed with shield bearers and archers bringing up the rear. The entire battalion, a striking contrast of black cavalry, white archers, and camouflaged infantry, with Li Chengqian adorned in resplendent crimson and gold, was a sight to behold. The army finally reached the edge of the vast square before the palace. Under normal circumstances, except for the royal family residing within the palace and the personnel therein, no one was permitted to approach freely. During court sessions, ministers gathered here before entering in unison when the palace gates opened. The square offered no cover. Should enemies invade, they would be prime targets for archers. In this stark openness, all manner of attacks could be executed. The troops halted in perfect unison, the silence descending like a shroud, transforming the clamor into profound stillness. Despite having witnessed such scenes before, the ministers and soldiers atop the walls could not suppress the flutter of their hearts. Li Chengqian boldly rode forth to the base of the palace walls, in a standoff where neither side would harm envoys. The presence of an enemy general could signify either a duel between leaders or a desire for dialogue. In any case, violence would be avoided. If such decorum were disregarded, future conflicts would likely offer no possibility for reconciliation. After all, Li Chengqian was the son of Li Shimin. Their bloodline was inextricable. Unless Li Shimin commanded otherwise, no one would dare act. As Li Chengqian appeared astride his steed, his formidable presence was undeniable. Observers noted that he seemed even more valiant than Li Shimin in his prime. Yet, despite his peculiar attire, his visage unmistakably conveyed defiance. Li Shimin leaned over the city wall, gazing down at Li Chengqian, bellowing, "Rebellious son, what do you intend?" Li Chengqian sat tall upon his horse, tilting his head with a cold smirk as he replied, "Father, did you not summon Aimee to the palace yesterday without inquiring about her? Li Shimin roared, "Rebellious son. I demand you speak plainly." Li Chengqian's voice turned icy. "Then I shall speak but one truth. I do not wish to die, nor do I want my children to perish. I am striving for my own salvation. Who wishes for your demise?" Li Shimin raturta. Li Chengqian understood that his words were meant for the ears of the world and would surely be inscribed in the annals of history. He needed to vindicate himself, to render his rebellion a justified act. "Father, is it not you who wishes for my demise?" Li Chengqian kud li kuntarat. "When have I ever wished for your death?" Li Shimin shot back, "Father, you desire imperial power, yet also crave familial bonds. Do you not see too much? Once, I was but a reflection of your imperial authority. You summoned esteemed mentors for me, entrusted me with state affairs, and offered me your guidance. Of this, I make no denial. In contrast, Li Tai was your expression of familial affection. He was given to your brother at a young age, only to be reclaimed by you after 8 years, during which you played no part in his upbringing. Burdened by guilt, you sought to bestow upon him all that was good, whether or not he pouted before you. You were perpetually preoccupied with him. What you grant is your prerogative, yet you distribute even the imperial authority meant for me. Father, do you comprehend your own heart?" The query struck Li Shimin like a dagger. Memories of previously untroubled matters resurfaced in his mind. He had to admit that his indulgence towards Li Tai had indeed surpassed reasonable limits. Wei Zheng had cautioned him in the past, but he had dismissed it, for the counsel was given privately and had not weighed upon his conscience. He had not anticipated that it would culminate in today's events. Yet, reflecting upon Li Chengqian's vast army, an achievement not forged in a day, he regained his confidence. "Rebellious son, you accuse me of lacking clarity. Yet, do you not possess clarity yourself? You have long desired that position, have you not? Such an elite army could not have been trained in less than 3 to 5 years. Does this not imply that you began your preparations long before reaching the age of maturity? At that time, the Qingke had not yet returned to our lineage. How do you justify this? Should he misstep in his response, Li Chengqian would be condemned to the annals of disgrace. The world would believe that he, Li Chengqian, had birthed the notion of rebellion while Li Shimin was still bestowing upon him love and care. In the grand tapestry of life, all matters revolve around fame and fortune. Those who possess them, unless utterly foolish and consumed by hedonism, yearn for their names to be immortalized in history, to be remembered fondly for eternity, not to be remembered in infamy. Li Chengqian, however, refrained from answering immediately, for Li Shimin's question was fraught with peril. No matter how he responded, perfection eluded him. He raised his hand, summoning 10 soldiers to sprint across the square and assemble beside him in impeccable formation. Dismounting, Li Chengqian unsheathed his sword and viciously struck at the 10 soldiers. Blood soon stained the ground, and some even lost limbs. Yet these 10 remained utterly still, displaying no signs of resistance or alarm, their expressions devoid of emotion. Li Chengqian sheathed his sword, remounted, and gestured once more. The 10 soldiers, dragging a trail of blood, returned to their ranks. Li Chengqian, astride his steed, raised his gaze and inquired, "Father, do not speak of 5 or 10 years. Grant me 100 years. Could you train such soldiers?" Chapter 23. The Blood Dragon's inversion. Kicking away the crossbow, Li Chengqian seemed to have offered no explanation. Yet it felt as though everything had been elucidated. As he remarked, regardless of whether one speaks of 5 or 10 years, even granting Li Shimin a century, could he train soldiers of such caliber? Even with death warriors, compelling them to resist passively would inevitably incite the most basic unrest and involuntary movements born of pain. How could one expect them to endure such brutal slaughter and merely raise a hand in silent acquiescence to rejoin their ranks? The prospect of cultivating such a troop was not only unfeasible, but also a mere figment of dreams. Li Shimin's eyelids trembled, and an overwhelming shock coursed through him. The ministers trembled in their hearts, acutely sensing a chilling aura. The soldiers, too, felt their morale plummet to its nadir. Faced with such troops, could they truly emerge victorious? In this instance, Li Chengqian had implicitly validated his prowess, while simultaneously delivering a severe blow to Li Shimin's morale. As all present on the city walls were engulfed in profound astonishment, Li Chengqian proclaimed, "Father, my soldiers, even if reduced to the last man, shall never retreat. Even if only a mouth remains to bite, it shall take a piece of flesh from you. Listen well, all of you. You are soldiers of the Tang Dynasty. Whether I, Li Chengqian, am the crown prince or merely the so-called rebel leader, I vow to disarm and spare you. My soldiers shall unequivocally heed my commands. Even if you were to cut them 100 times, should you immediately lay down your weapons, my soldiers will never retaliate. Disarm and spare. Disarm and spare. Disarm and spare. Disarm and spare." Li Chengqian's troops roared in unison. Upon finishing this declaration, he turned his horse around and leisurely returned to the front of his own forces. As anticipated, he encountered no resistance. He understood that a fierce battle lay ahead. His prior abrupt appearance outside Chang'an, coupled with the prolonged peace that had graced the city, where even the moats ran dry, had allowed him to gain the upper hand with relative ease. In a genuine siege, merely crossing the moat would cost lives. Moreover, there were various defensive fortifications such as caltrops, deer horns, and pit traps, which could not be overcome by a mere handful of lives. Upon reaching the inner city, a surprise night assault rendered the defenses ineffective. Now, they had arrived at the palace city, where only the royal family resided, and various defensive measures had long been on high alert. It was likely that some of the defensive implements had been dismantled and relocated from the outer and inner cities, leaving the palace heavily fortified. Li Chengqian had prepared for the possibility that if he could not breach the palace during the day, he would renew his assault under the cover of night. In essence, he was determined to seize the palace within the span of 24 hours, gallantly riding in. Upon returning to his troops, Li Chengqian dismounted. This battle would be arduous. Not only would he engage, but his steed, Blood Dragon, would also partake. Each man and horse, separated, could operate as independent units. Li Chengqian drew forth the warrior's blade, a weapon bestowed by the system. On the walls, Li Shimin raised his hand as well. At that moment, preparations on his side were equally robust. Their gazes locked across the chasm, and though the distance rendered their features indistinguishable, an unspoken understanding passed between them. As Li Chengqian's blade descended, the heavy cavalry surged forward. Just as they began to accelerate, bolts from the crossbows rained down from the walls. The specially designed bolts, over 2 meters long, possessed terrifying kinetic energy, with a lethal range of 200 to 300 meters. Although the firing process was relatively slow, once released, they could devastate any siege machinery of the ancient era. In a confrontation between man and crossbow, it was conceivable that dozens could be sent sprawling. The bolts, initially aimed at the heavy cavalry, found one that locked onto Li Chengqian with deadly precision. On the walls, Li Shimin tightened his grip. Some ministers of Chang'an gasped in shock. Though too distant to discern faces, Li Chengqian's striking armor made him conspicuous. He noticed the incoming bolt, but did not evade. At such a distance, he had ample time to react. As the bolt approached, Blood Dragon let out a thunderous cry. With a powerful kick, it launched itself into an inverted stance. The ensuing precise strike sent the bolt soaring off course, veering wildly for several meters before crashing harmlessly to the ground, causing no injury whatsoever. What a magnificent steed! The onlookers were left astounded. Throughout history, horses have defended their masters. However, the manner in which Blood Dragon executed this feat was unprecedented and unimaginable. Meanwhile, a barrage of bolts descended, some missing their targets entirely and striking the ground, damaging the surface but mostly breaking or scattering uselessly. Others struck Li Chengqian's heavy cavalry with precision. Yet, a portion of those bolts were deftly evaded by the fearlessly adaptive soldiers. Ultimately, the remnants toppled over 1,000 of Li Chengqian's heavy cavalry. Nevertheless, heavy cavalry remained resilient. Even when unseated, most could recover. They embodied the essence of unity, with the fallen horse awaiting its rider's return. The other cavalrymen maneuvered deftly, leaping and turning to avoid trampling their own. Had they been mere foot soldiers, the fallen would have faced certain death. As the heavy cavalry charged again, at least 800 remounted and resumed their assault. Thus, although over 1,000 bolts had been unleashed from the walls, the actual casualty count fell short of 200. Witnessing such a terrifying ratio, the Jingguan generals felt their spirits plummet. For the crossbows to regain their potency would take at least 2 minutes, if not 4 or 5, as they required the reloading of bolts and the winding of mechanisms, unlike the speed of a simple bow. Initially, the ministers had envisioned that if Li Chengqian dared to charge, the first volley of crossbows would decimate his heavy cavalry. Alas, their imaginings were wonderfully optimistic, yet starkly misaligned with reality. A volley that incapacitated 200 of Li Chengqian's men was but a mere tickle to a force of 10,000 heavy cavalry. Meanwhile, Li Chengqian's 2,000 light cavalry commenced their charge. Chapter 24. Let us see who can endure longer. The speed of the light cavalry's charge was unparalleled. As they surged into the center of the square, the heavy cavalry approached its forefront, and the sky became filled with a multitude of dark specks. These were stones hurled from catapults, varying in size. Simultaneously, from the numerous arrow towers on either side, a barrage of flaming arrows was unleashed, interweaving to thwart the advance of the heavy cavalry. At the instant the myriad of dark specks soared into the sky, all of Li Chengqian's cavalry pivoted in unison, executing the movement with an extraordinary precision that seemed to embody a single entity. The sound of countless stones striking the square resonated like thunder, transforming the once pristine ground into a chaotic scene. This onslaught resulted in injuries to approximately 20 of Li Chengqian's men at the rear, with merely 5 rendered motionless. From his vantage on the city tower, Li Shimin's expression darkened. He had never witnessed a military force that operated with such seamless coordination. It was as if they were one being, executing their maneuvers without hesitation or disorder. Even a millennium later, with soldiers equipped with headsets, such synchronization would remain unattainable. Although Li Chengqian's initial assault was repelled with considerable force, the defensive materials had been expended to inflict only minor casualties on his side. Despite having pushed Li Chengqian back, the morale of Li Shimin's troops had plummeted. Before he could catch his breath and confer with his ministers on how to counter Li Chengqian's elusive tactics, the infantry, shield-bearers, archers, and foot soldiers behind Li Chengqian surged into action. These troops rushed forward, their footsteps united in sound, creating the illusion of a single entity in motion. Sire, they aim to deplete our defensive apparatus. Li observed gravely. Li Shimin retorted coldly, "Do you think I am unaware?" Li fell silent, knowing he was not one for idle chatter. Li Shimin continued, "Even knowing that this rebellious son seeks to exhaust our defenses, do we refrain from engaging? Who knows what they intend as they approach the city walls? This is our final bastion. Who dares risk such peril? Though he is a rebellious son, I must concede that his soldiers are indeed formidable. Remember, my aim is not to annihilate them. They wish to wear down our equipment, while we strive to buy time. What I did not anticipate was that this rebellious son would not even grant us a moment to recover. It seems he is truly anxious. Let us see who can endure longer." Li Ji clasped his fists in respect, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." His words were sincere, for he had nearly forgotten that their goal was not victory, but to hold out until reinforcements could arrive. On Li Chengqian's side, his intention was indeed to deplete the city Li's defenses. The only miscalculation of Li Shimin was in assuming that Li Chengqian was flustered. He was not flustered at all. His relentless assault was designed to exhaust the soldiers on the walls. Even without intelligence, he knew that those soldiers had not slept well the previous night. If they continued to engage in high-intensity combat without time to eat or rest throughout the day, many would struggle to move by nightfall. Once midnight struck, his troops would refresh. Any casualties sustained during the day would be instantly recuperated. At that moment, his army would be revitalized, while Li Shimin's forces would find their bodies and spirits depleted. In this tit-for-tat scenario, how much resistance could they possibly muster? Moreover, Li Shimin's soldiers, having fought their way from the outer city, were acutely aware that surrendering would spare their lives. Li Shimin could not fathom this. It was not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather because Li Chengqian's ability to revive his troops remained undisclosed, leaving no one to surmise it. As the infantry and shield-bearers advanced, the catapults once again unleashed their fury, prompting Li Chengqian's forces to swiftly retreat. This time, due to the infantry's actions, the scattered stones merely inflicted minor injuries, with no fatalities. With the cavalry charging once more, the crossbows on the walls were prepared to repel them again. After 6 cycles of this back and forth, a scout reported, "Your Majesty, we have little ammunition left for the crossbows. We can manage one more volley at most. The stones are nearly depleted." Upon hearing this, Li Shimin trembled. Li Chengqian had attacked the city from early morning without respite, and now, just past noon, the depletion was staggering. As for the results of the skirmish, aside from the chaos on the square, nearly buried beneath rubble, there were hardly any visible casualties. In total, Li Chengqian's losses barely exceeded 500 men, even with around 300 cavalry among them, which was not significant. Yet for Li Shimin's troops, the relentless intensity of the battle and the transportation of such vast quantities of stones had left them utterly exhausted. Even without any casualties, their morale was non-existent. The stones and crossbow bolts designated for defense were near exhaustion, both of which were among the most potent instruments against an assault, akin to self-inflicted disarmament. Li Shimin commanda. If there are no stones, dismantle the walls. We can forego the crossbows. Yes, the messenger replied, galloping away while shouting to relay Li Shimin's decision. Sire, this is the palace's wall. Its integrity is paramount. Moreover, it will not significantly affect Li Chengqian's soldiers. Changsun Wuji cautioned. The palace walls contained ample stone material, even to the extent of being inexhaustible in the short term. Removing just the outer layer would suffice. However, this was a matter of royal prestige. Li Shimin, understanding the implication, retorted furiously, Wuji, must we still concern ourselves with prestige at this juncture? Furthermore, do I wish to inflict casualties on that rebellious son? I am not so foolish as to be oblivious. At this moment, the square is devoid of safe footing. As long as we can muster enough stones, his cavalry will be rendered ineffective. Our soldiers are fatigued. Do they not share in that fatigue? I am keen to see how long he can sustain this. Your Majesty is wise. Changsun Wuji clasped his fists, refraining from further protest. He remained by Li Shimin's side, not out of necessity, but due to the unique nature of his position. As a civilian, he was not required to serve directly at the emperor's side. However, his special status meant that should he depart, Li Shimin might suspect him of collusion with Li Chengqian, leading to potential repercussions. In a fit of rage, Li Shimin might even resort to executing him without a second thought. With the late Empress Changsun no longer providing support, Li Shimin's loyalty to the past was uncertain at best. Chapter 25. Ignite the oil cask. Utilize the rockets. As evening descended and the sky darkened, the situation unfolded as Li Shimin had anticipated. The piles of stones in the square rendered the cavalry unable to pass, and a careless misstep could lead to a horse injuring its leg, resulting in a fall from the saddle for the rider. Li Chengqian's cavalry remained stagnant, while the infantry continued their relentless cycle of advancing and retreating. Standing atop the city walls, Li Shimin clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling with agitation. Do they not feel fatigue? They have not eaten for an entire day, nor has a drop of water graced their lips. Despite the prolonged conflict, his forces had not suffered a single casualty, while Li Chengqian's army had incurred losses exceeding 10,000. The square had transformed into a chaotic mound of stones, obstructing the swift return of Li Chengqian's troops, and the increasing bombardment from catapults had drastically escalated the casualty rate. Yet, Li Shimin wore no mask of joy. Instead, he was gripped by fear. His own forces might be unscathed, but the relentless labor of prying stones from the walls and the strenuous transport and bombardment had left them utterly exhausted, even with rotations for rest and sustenance. They were on the brink of collapse. The royal palace was devoid of common laborers to assist. Only a few eunuchs possessed any strength. The vast palace required manpower at every turn. Silence enveloped the ministers surrounding Li Shimin. Even the generals bore grim expressions. The ferocity of Li Chengqian's army was unlike anything they had encountered. It was as though they were battling specters. Cheng Yaojin gazed at Li Shimin's back, sighing inwardly. He recognized that Li Shimin was nearing his breaking point, having developed a psychological shadow from the relentless assault. Not only Li Shimin, but even he himself felt a profound sense of dread. After years of warfare, he had never imagined facing such an army. Report: the rebel infantry is attacking once more. The repetitive announcement echoed in Li Shimin's ears. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and, upon reopening them, issued a hoarse command. Allow them to approach the city walls. Unleash the fire attack. Ignite the oil casks. Employ the rockets. There was no need to continue transporting stones. The remainder should rest nearby. Understood. The messenger sprang into action without delay. The oil casks could be likened to modern-day fuel stations containing oil within cabinets. A pipe would extend from these cabinets, ignited to unleash a torrent of flames. The presence of the pipe allowed for mobility over a considerable distance, akin to a flamethrower. The advantage of the oil was its liquid state, which would ignite upon contact with any surface, burning persistently. Rockets were necessary as night deepened. Without illumination, the soldiers atop the walls would struggle to engage in combat. Li Chengqian's forces, having advanced without any light, seemed to disregard the encroaching darkness. Faced with the sudden onslaught of fire, Li Chengqian's troops maintained their composure. The infantry withdrew while the archers, stationed 200 paces away, prepared to unleash their volleys. This marked the first time Li Chengqian's forces retaliated. Previously, they had been like moving targets, entirely at the mercy of Li Shimin's troops. The archers released their arrows skyward, the projectiles descending behind the city walls and above the fortifications. The spearmen and shield bearers atop the walls quickly fortified their defenses, shielding the other units. Concurrently, the archers on the walls began to counterattack, launching their arrows into the air, estimating the distance to ensure their projectiles struck true among Li Chengqian's ranks. The battle raged back and forth, yet throughout it all, only the cries of the defenders echoed from the walls. Below, apart from a usual din of battle, not a single cry of anguish could be heard. In response to the flamethrower-like assault, Li Chengqian's spearmen swiftly coordinated, raising their shields in a meticulous formation, akin to a tiled roof structure. They braced themselves against the flames, advancing steadily. Unlike wooden shields wrapped in iron, their shields were forged from pure steel, impervious to arrows and flames, though vulnerable to extreme heat. Should their defenses falter, they would retreat to the base of the wall, allowing fresh spearmen to take their place. The area near the base of the wall, where loose stones were fewer, allowed the spearmen to maintain their ranks with ease. Thanks to their impeccable discipline, none of the oil flames reached Li Chengqian's soldiers. However, from the vantage point of the defenders above, the inferno blazed fiercely below, transforming the landscape into a sea of fire. Li Chengqian's soldiers, though seemingly engulfed in flames, pressed forward with unwavering resolve, charging into the fiery abyss, a sight that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. As the spearmen appeared to plunge into the flames, they skillfully extinguished the fire on their shields while stealthily retreating into the encroaching darkness. While the city walls were brightly illuminated, the corners below were shrouded in darkness. Unnoticed by all, these spearmen, making their way into the shadows, did not scale the walls but instead circled around Li Chengqian's forces, regrouping and launching another charge. From the perspective of those atop the walls, It seemed as though fresh spearmen were emerging. In reality, they were the very same who had seemingly perished in the fire. The flames indeed claimed lives, yet not as many as anticipated. The bioengineered soldiers were not impervious to injury. They simply did not experience pain or fear. They were flesh and blood, capable of being charred. Wave after wave, the spearmen appeared inexhaustible. As time drifted toward the midnight hour, a scout reported once more, "Report. The oil is nearly depleted." Li Shimin staggered slightly, unable to comprehend. How can this be? His disbelief was not a rebuttal to the scout, but a reflection of his astonishment. Were they still mounting an offensive? He inquired urgently. With the flames roaring below and the heat and smoke rising to the city walls, he could no longer remain atop. "Your Majesty, the enemy persists in their assault. However, the spearmen are dwindling. Casualties exceed 10,000. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy ignited within Li Shimin's heart. He finally had received favorable news. By this reckoning, Li Chengqian's forces had suffered at least 20,000 casualties, a critical blow to any elite unit's morale, raising the risk of disarray. Unbeknownst to him, Li Shimin was drawing from his own experiences once more. Prepare the rolling logs and the excrement mixture. Once they advance to the base of the wall, strike them hard. Understood. Typically, siege operations would involve ladders, while rolling logs served to crush climbing soldiers. The excrement mixture, a foul and slippery concoction, could lead to grave infections, ensuring a high fatality rate among the wounded, surpassing even the lethal impact of direct combat. Its unique combination of low cost and effectiveness in siege warfare had endured through the ages. As the royal palace, the citadel naturally lacked such provisions. However, upon retreating to the palace, Li Shimin had prudently arranged for their collection. Chapter 26. Demoralizing the troops, ascending the imperial city, face to face with Li Shimin indeed. Over 20,000 lives were lost under Li Chengqian's command, and the scouts did not miscalculate. The sacrifice of these lives was not in vain. After a relentless day of assault, Li Chengqian could surmise the situation with ease. Not only did the imperial city possess numerous defensive implements, but the fatigue of the soldiers and the blow to morale were also considerable factors that could not be overlooked. As the defenders began to pour molten metal and roll logs from the ramparts, Li Chengqian sensed that the end was near. These were likely the last two forms of defense remaining. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the archers and infantry who had retreated after exhausting their arrows to surge forward once more. The cavalry, too, utilized every resource, dismounting to clear a path suitable for a charge. With the midnight hour approaching, they resolved to seize the opportunity. Report. The rebel forces may launch a full-scale assault. Upon receiving the scout's report, Li Shimin erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Good. Very good. Does that ungrateful wretch believe this will be of any consequence? Deprived of supplies, we have all fought valiantly through the day. Who fears whom? Have you all rested? Let us continue to pry at the city walls and deliver a devastating blow to the rebels. If we lack catapults, then let us use our strength to hurl stones directly at the walls." I refuse to believe he still has arrows to spare. Indeed, Li Chengqian's forces advanced like moths to a flame, surging toward the walls in the darkness. The burning oil at the base of the walls was trampled underfoot. Generals such as Cheng Yaojin took their places once more atop the battlements. The walls were strewn with the disarrayed arrows shot by Li Chengqian's soldiers. Li Shimin's troops, despite their overwhelming exhaustion, summoned every ounce of strength to confront this wave of assault. They were indeed afraid, as Li Chengqian's men continued to form ladders to scale the walls. In the pitch black at the foot of the walls, the only sound was that of stones striking their targets. Within the flickering light of the torches, countless shadows surged toward the base of the walls. Yet not a single voice was heard. Li Chengqian stood in the shadows at the edge of the square, accompanied by his blood-dragon steed, both silent and resolute. As Li Chengqian's forces fell in increasing numbers, one could only imagine the scene in daylight. Surely it would have sent the enemy into retreat. Such reckless bravery was almost beyond belief. At last, the clock struck midnight. In an instant, the arrows belonging to Li Chengqian and the multitude of corpses and armor at the walls vanished without a trace. The defenders were oblivious to this, as their focus lay elsewhere. Suddenly, 100,000 troops appeared behind Li Chengqian as if conjured from thin air, shielded by the charge. The cavalry rapidly cleared a path to the city gates. The darkness loomed like an endless abyss. No one emerged to meet them. Li Shimin leaned against a section of the wall, acutely aware of the heavy losses, yet an instinctual sense of foreboding whispered that something was amiss. From the depths of the shadows, an ominous presence began to coalesce. Cheng Yaojin and the other generals instinctively gazed into the darkness, sensing that something was brewing within that void. Suddenly, a multitude of torches ignited, stretching for hundreds of meters. A collective gasp escaped many, as they felt a chill sweep from head to toe. These torches were not standard issue for Li Chengqian's forces. They were civilian supplies, inexpensive and readily available. Li Chengqian had purchased them with his own funds, ensuring each soldier had one. His intent was to subdue the enemy without a fight, and the torches would serve to catch them off guard. As the torches blazed to life, the synchronized sound of marching feet resounded, reverberating through the darkness. This thunderous cadence was all too familiar to the soldiers atop the walls. Yet it seemed impossible. They had already slain so many. How could the light of the torches reveal an endless sea of soldiers? The rhythmic sound of marching intensified, illuminating the night like a line of fire advancing toward the walls. Li Shimin felt his strength wane, and Cheng Yaojin instinctively reached out to steady him. A wave of panic swept through the defenders atop the walls. Gradually, voices grew clearer. "Stop! We surrender! We yield!" Despite having taken countless lives from Li Chengqian's ranks, they had only suffered a few hundred losses amidst the rain of arrows. Yet their morale had crumbled. After a full day of battle, they were weary and exhausted. They had believed they had at least repelled Li Chengqian, only to now learn that their efforts were in vain. The multitude of torches indicated forces numbering no fewer than several tens of thousands, rendering their previous endeavors a mere farce. Li Shimin tore away from Cheng Yaojin's support, his voice hoarse from shouting, "Boiling oil, rolling logs, fire. Whatever we have, use it all, annihilate them." His command echoed into the night. The soldiers remained unresponsive. Some sobbed hysterically. Others muttered to themselves in despair, while a few laughed maniacally. Tears streaming down their faces, their spirits utterly shattered. This was precisely Li Chengqian's design. His objectives had been met. Suddenly, the sound of marching feet surged in intensity as Li Chengqian's army charged forward. Every unit, save for the cavalry, rushed toward the walls. Regardless of the boiling oil and various other obstacles, the soldiers formed a human wall, beginning to scale the ramparts. Li Shimin surveyed the scene, suddenly realizing the dire straits they faced. He had believed they could hold out for days, convinced that Li Chengqian's attack was merely a surprise. He had defended with all his might yet. In truth, they had made no errors. Li Chengqian's approach had been reckless. Yet, they found themselves unable to withstand such a direct onslaught. Not only could they not repel it, but they could not even hold the city walls. Li Shimin had fought from the age of 16 to 23, nearly a decade of conflict. He had tasted both victory and defeat, yet never had he felt so powerless. Li Chengqian's forces ascended the walls without encountering a single defender. With no resistance, there was no bloodshed. Li Chengqian's soldiers brushed past the defenders without a glance, continuing their descent from the walls to open the gates. Li Shimin and his companions stood silently, watching as Li Chengqian's troops rushed by, feeling like mere spectators. As the obstacles within the city gates were cleared, the gates swung open, and Li Chengqian entered at a measured pace, accompanied by his cavalry. Following closely behind, he brought with him 100 axe-wielding soldiers, ascending the walls step by step until he stood near Li Shimin. Chapter 27. The Clash of Sovereign's Rebellious Son. When did you become so valiant? The two locked eyes. Li Chengqian donned resplendent golden-red armor, gleaming brilliantly in the torchlight, exuding an air of confidence. In contrast, Li Shimin wore golden battle armor that shimmered in the same light, yet his disheveled hair and bloodshot eyes rendered him looking rather disheveled. Behind him, the ministers who had been brought to the city wall remained silent, too fearful to gaze at Li Chengqian. At last, Li Chengqian spoke. "Father, is it not still the moat city? Why not lay an ambush?" Even if the moat city falls, what of the harem? As long as you seek refuge there. I fear I shall search for you until dawn. If you were to hide in a concubine's bed as your son, how could I dare to disturb the many beds of the harem? If I wished to avoid demolishing the palace, I might even take several days to locate you. His tone was soft, his expression impassive, as if discussing something trivial. Li Shimin's eye twitched, gripping the imperial sword, his bloodshot gaze fiercely fixed on Li Chengqian. In a hoarse voice, he retorted, "In your rebellious eyes, am I but a mere rat?" Li Chengqian waved his cloak lightly and replied, "Father, how could you say such a thing? If I were to liken you to a rat, what would I then be? You always perceive me as so incapable. What I wish to convey is that if you were to hide, you could await your loyal army and perhaps turn the tide. Why not continue to conceal yourself?" Li Shimin's eye twitched once more. He drew his imperial sword, casting aside the scabbard, and pointed the blade at Li Chengqian, his voice raspy. "In my life, have I ever hidden? You rebellious son, you caught me off guard, and now you revel in your triumph. Come, let me see whether your wings have truly grown strong, or if I have simply grown old." Li Chengqian understood that this battle was unavoidable. It was the final confrontation between the old and new sovereigns. If Li Shimin were not the emperor at this moment, it might have been different. He clearly remained unwilling to yield, eager to seize the opportunity to strike Li Chengqian fiercely. As for killing him, as long as he had not completely lost his sanity, he would never dare to do so. If he were to attempt such a thing now, he would risk being overwhelmed by Li Chengqian's rebel forces. "Then I must thank you for your guidance, Father." Li Chengqian unsheathed his sword, adopting a defensive stance. After all, if he were to point his blade at Li Shimin, the implications would shift, and those with ulterior motives could seize the opportunity to speak. Li Chengqian cared not for the opinions of others. Yet he could not set a precedent for certain actions. He aspired to be an emperor for the ages and was determined to heed the lessons of history. "Hey!" Li Shimin roared, charging forward. Clang! As Li Chengqian parried, Li Shimin's sword shattered. Had Li Chengqian not withdrawn swiftly, he might have struck down Li Shimin in that moment. Coming with fury, Li Shimin was unprepared for the ineffectiveness of his own weapon. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. In true combat, it was skill and strength, not theatrics, that prevailed. It was all about seizing the right moment. Li Shimin retreated a couple of steps, and so did Li Chengqian. Cheng Yaojin and Changsun Wuji exchanged glances, their hearts relieved. Regardless, should Li Chengqian slay Li Shimin, it would create a tremendous upheaval. Throughout history, regardless of explicit declarations, governance was fundamentally rooted in filial piety. Some dynasties emphasized it more than others, while some operated subtly. The act of killing one's father in the street, especially by a prince, would be an indelible stain. "You rebellious son, you only rely on your weaponry." Li Shimin Bayua Warseli. Li Chengqian sheathed his sword and waved his hand. Two soldiers stepped forward, one offering his sword to Li Shimin and the other to Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian accepted first, saying softly, "Father, I do not rely on weaponry. What will you do about it?" "Preposterous!" Li Shimin shouted in anger, accepting the sword handed to him by the soldier. No one willingly concedes to age, especially not an emperor. Amidst the repeated chants of longevity, many emperors became deluded, genuinely believing they could live eternally. Even Li Shimin, who knows if in his final moments he sought elixirs for pain relief or for immortality. A certain individual from Three Brothers claimed to have lived for hundreds of years. "Hey!" Li Shimin roared again, charging forward. Clang! This time, their swords clashed together, and their eyes met. In the next moment, with a forceful push, Li Chengqian sen Li Shimin stajaring backward. He retreated 3 steps before steadying himself. "Father, you have grown old." Li Chengqian's words held double meaning, laden with implications. "Nonsense." Li Shimin, not one to be genteel, despite his noble birth, refrained from uttering particularly vulgar insults. He charged once more, while Li Chengqian merely defended, making no counterattacks. The sounds of clashing swords filled the air as Li Chengqian stood firm, shifting his feet within a confined circle. He possessed the prowess of a formidable warrior, and even though Li Shimin was no pushover, each of his strikes was powerful and cunningly angled. However, To shake Li Chengqian in a direct confrontation was but a futile dream. Father, you have grown old. After once again forcefully pushing Li Shimin away, Li Shimin nearly fell to the ground, and Li Chengqian repeated his assertion for the second time. I am still in my prime. I have never aged. Li Shimin refused to concede, even as his hands trembled. Li Chengqian remarked calmly, since you believe you are not old, then come again. Gulme. Provoked by Li Chengqian, Li Shimin charged once more, and they resumed their fierce exchange. Ultimately, after Li Chengqian pushed him back yet again, Li Shimin's sword slipped from his grasp, falling dismally to the ground. He himself, having failed to regain his balance, found himself sitting on the city wall. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, no longer the proud sovereign, but resembling a plucked rooster. Father, you have grown old, Li Chengqian proclaimed for the third time, and this time, Li Shimin did not retort nor curse. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at his hands, which lay before him, and noticed that the crown, a symbol of his imperial authority, had become askew. Li Chengqian tossed his sword to his soldiers and strode forward, extending a hand toward Li Shimin. Li Shimin looked at the outstretched hand, then lifted his gaze, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Rebellious son, when did you become so valiant? Chapitre 28, Rebellion. You are impertinent. What I bestow upon you is rightfully yours. Li Chengqian, confronted with Li Shimin's inquiries, naturally refrained from uttering the truth. With a cold smile, he retorted, Father, aside from incessantly causing me trouble, when did you ever concern yourself with this matter? Moreover, in my earlier years, I aspired to emulate you as a wise sovereign. You too hoped I would become a monarch of civil governance. This has been a recurring flaw throughout dynasties. One generation conquers the realm, while the next stabilizes it. Although you are not the first, you surpass many. You have not explicitly stated it, yet it is evident from the teachers you have assigned to me, is it not? Li Shimin fell into silence, pondering that indeed he had not arranged for Li Chengqian to have martial instructors. While he had permitted Li Chengqian to practice martial arts, it was merely with subordinate officials, aimed at strengthening his physique. There were no dedicated military generals to instruct him in strategy or battlefield formations. In sum, he intended to nurture Li Chengqian into a competent emperor, capable of managing state affairs, rather than an immediate ruler. As Li Shimin remained taciturn, Li Chengqian continued. During that period, I discerned your intentions. Hence, I endeavored to ensure that everything I did would meet your satisfaction and earn the praise of the entire court. Whether in the demeanor befitting a crown prince or in my interactions with others, I displayed magnanimity and tolerance. If my memory serves me correctly, I was lauded as wise and benevolent. That is indeed the assessment of my educators, is it not? Thus, you were merely putting on an act? Li Shimin kuntarat. An act? I would hardly equate myself to you, who cannot even feign decorum. Li Chengqian stood upright, coldly remarking, on one hand, you lavish rewards upon Qingke, while on the other, you chastise and berate me. Nonsense. What I have given you is indeed yours. Li Shimin raised his hand, trembling as he pointed at Li Chengqian, his face contorted with rage. Ha ha ha. Li Chengqian laughed heartily, then lowered his head, his expression turning icy as he said, Indeed, what you bestow upon me is mine, and that is somewhat akin to the formidable father I envision. Yet why? Do you grasp at me while simultaneously clutching Qingke, vacillating between the two? If you deem me unworthy, simply strip me of my title as crown prince and exile me. Announce to the world that Li Chengqian possesses neither talent nor virtue, unfit to inherit the Tang Dynasty. In such a case, I would resign myself to my fate. Why must you treat me as a mere beast of burden, tethered to handle affairs of state, rewarded with mere scraps for success and punished for failure, while coddling Qingke as a pet, indulging him with delicacies for his trivial antics? As an emperor, one stands solitary and unparalleled. You wish for familial bonds, you desire sovereignty, and perhaps even the elixir of life. Is it not an insatiable longing? Similar sentiments were echoed by Li Lizzie yesterday. Yet regardless of the circumstances, none questioned the matter with the same profundity as the parties involved, leaving Li Shimin in silence. Li Chengqian inquired further, Father, I am genuinely curious as to why you are so benevolent towards Qingke. By all accounts, we are both born of the Empress. If we were to consider age, you should naturally favor Zen more. So why is it that you shower attention upon the peer of my age? Qingke, have you intended to raise him as a pawn? Perhaps you perceive a threat in my maturity, while you remain unchanged. Li Shimin continued to remain silent, even closing his eyes. After a considerable pause, Li Chengqian spoke in a tone of revelation. I understand now. Rebellious son, do not entertain such thoughts. For reasons unknown, Li Shimin felt a surge of anxiety. Qingke had been bestowed upon his third uncle from a young age, a decision enforced by Li Chengqian's grandfather, leaving little room for resistance from him or the Empress at that time. Thus, he bore a natural sense of guilt towards Qingke. After ascending to the throne, he forcibly reclaimed Qingke. I wondered why Qingke, unlike me and Amme, never seemed affectionate in our youth. It was because he devoted his efforts to pleasing you and the Empress. Your guilt, masked by his flattery, led you to lose sight of yourself. Just as I previously mentioned, you desire sovereignty while yearning for familial ties. Having been crowned as crown prince from an early age, I was subjected to rigorous teachings and strict expectations. Consequently, I exhibited the demeanor befitting a crown prince. Initially, you were content, but later, in your heart, you began to compare me with Qingke. Qingke, who regards you as a father, flatters you and seeks your favor, while I, burdened with endless studies, must maintain my princely composure even during rare encounters with you. Thus, you gradually perceived a distance between us, your discontent with me growing, while your affection for Qingke intensified. Yet for the sake of the state, my position remained unassailable, for I had committed no wrongdoing. In a state of vexation, you sought to provoke me, scrutinizing my every move. Ironically, you justified this by claiming that as the crown prince, I should endure such rigorous standards. In this dissonance between your words and your heart, you found yourself restless at night, growing increasingly resentful of me while favoring Qingke. Gradually, you began to associate your affection with imperial authority, losing the ability to distinguish between the two. Furthermore, because I had committed no errors, even if I were not as capable as you, I should at least safeguard the dynasty. Yet I have matured, while you have not aged. You are fearful. My conjecture is not incorrect. Am I right? No. It is not so, not so. Li Shimin's voice was hoarse as he shook his head vigorously. He uttered the words not so, yet could not articulate a coherent rebuttal. Li Chengqian's words, in an intangible manner, compelled Li Shimin to confront the truth within himself. It dawned upon him that his feelings were more profound than mere favoritism towards Qingke. Unaware of the true nature of his own desires, he found himself ensnared in the very web he wove. At this juncture, Li Chengqian spoke once more. Father, have you ever considered that Qingke has returned to your side? All his flattery and affection towards you and the Empress is imbued with extreme self-serving intent. Oh, you could not fathom this, nor could the Empress. In your hearts, he is merely an endearing son. Impossible. Li Shimin finally perceived a glimmer of truth, his face contorted in disbelief as he shouted vehemently. Chapter 29. Your Majesty, the leader of the rebels, your brilliance is no more. All-powerful emperors share a common trait. They believe that everything lies within their grasp, that nothing could escape their control. Such emperors, particularly as they age, tend to become increasingly obstinate and self-willed. From Qin Shi Huang to Han Wudi, and now to this future Emperor Taizong of Tang, as well as later Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming Dynasty, they exhibit the same unwavering disposition. Therefore, whenever events spiral beyond their control, they react with hysteria and disbelief. Regardless of whether they project an image of authority, are open to counsel, or indulge in bloodshed, their essence remains unchanged. Li Chengqian paced back and forth before Li Shimin, hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. If I were to place myself in the shoes of Qingke, I would think as follows. Father, do listen. I am aware that I was adopted. Initially, this held little significance to me. I inherited the legacy of my deceased father, and that brought me joy. Had I remained in my original family, with an elder brother present, my share would have been meager. Subsequently, my biological father, my current second uncle, ascended to the throne. I found myself adopted out, transforming from a prince into a powerless king. And I could not accept this. Unexpectedly, an opportunity arose. My biological father sought to acknowledge me once more. That would mean I would reclaim my status as a prince. My biological father is the second son, just as I am, and surely he would cherish me dearly. At last, I would return home. What of elder brothers and sisters? My father loves me most. What are they compared to me? If I merely seek to please my imperial father, and perhaps my mother, would I not be able to command the winds and rains? Father, do you not agree that Changqian must have harbored such thoughts? Upon hearing these words, not just Li Shimin, but even the esteemed ministers of Chang'an felt a deep resonance. Indeed, from the perspective of a child, such reasoning held no flaw. Li Shimin, however, remained silent, his trembling fingers betraying the turmoil within his heart. Li Chengqian gazed skyward, exhaling a sigh. My elder brother, the crown prince, always puts on airs. Who is he trying to impress? I am the one favored by father. Watch how I make him uncomfortable. Here, he paused to inquire, Father, did Changqian often report on my misdeeds during our childhood? Li Shimin's hand trembled violently. He recalled the instances when he had dismissed Li Tai's reports as mere sibling rivalry among children, neither admonishing nor reprimanding, but instead instructing Changqian to respect his elder brother and maintain fraternal harmony. Seeing that Li Shimin still remained non-responsive, Li Chengqian continued. Eventually, my efforts to win Father's affection bore fruit. Not only did he shower me with sweets, but he also arranged for numerous attendants. Indeed, my father loves me dearly. I must report on my elder brother's shortcomings more frequently, ensuring he falls out of favor with father. My father loves me most. He ought to love only me. Some have told me that since you are the second son, and so is your father, if he can be emperor, why can't I? Upon reflection, he thought, yes, why not? If my father, being the second son, can ascend to the throne, why can't I? Moreover, once I become emperor, I could do as I please. I would no longer need to be concerned about my father's approval. It would be others who must seek to curry favor with me. Father, do you think Changqian might entertain such notions? Do not speak further. Li Shimin's voice quivered, laden with despair. He found himself unable to dismiss Li Chengqian's thoughts as mere folly. Adopting the mindset of a child vying for affection, he recognized there was no basis for contradiction. The perspective was simplistic yet genuine, though undeniably self-serving. It bore a certain purity. I yearned to eliminate my elder brother. He stand in my way, preventing me from claiming the throne. Some suggest that if I merely strive to please my father and report on my elder brother, it would suffice. Your father is in his prime. You cannot outmaneuver him, they say. I pondered. Perhaps they are right. I must work harder to win my father's favor and create more opportunities for my elder brother to falter in his father's eyes. My efforts have yielded results. My father has granted me lands and titles. What a crown prince. He deserves only to be a mere servant. I now possess troops and territory. Some ministers already support me. At last, I can confront my elder brother directly. I must seek an opportunity to discern whom my father will favor between us. At this juncture, Li Chengqian halted, gazing down at Li Shimin, and declared, Father, you have repeatedly turned a blind eye to Changqian's provocations before you, often reprimanding me instead. In my attempts to uphold the dignity of the crown prince, I feigned magnanimity, while internally I felt as though I might bleed from the indignation. Yet, even so, to maintain my precarious standing in your esteem, I could only swallow my grievances. With a father like you, who espouses tolerance, Changqian's provocations have grown increasingly brazen, yet you remain oblivious. Even when matters escalate to your presence, I am the one who kneels. I am the one who suffers. You proclaim that I am the elder brother, the crown prince, and that I should not hold grievances against my younger brother. Ha ha ha! Li Chengqian finally comprehended everything, a profound understanding washing over him, which erupted into laughter that was both melancholic and liberating. Li Chengqian's initial aim in articulating these thoughts was to dismantle Li Shimin's arrogance, to convey his sentiments not only to the esteemed ministers of Chang'an, but also to the soldiers present, allowing them to witness the extent of Li Shimin's favoritism and excesses. Through their voices, he intended for these truths to reverberate throughout the realm, stripping away any justification for rebellion, asserting that such actions would be motivated by self-preservation rather than rebellion cloaked in righteousness. This concept parallels the historical figure Yu Fei. If he were to rebel under the emperor's 12 imperial edicts, would be lauded by all, for he would not be wielding power for his own gain, but rather compelled to act in defense of the people at the borders. Conversely, should he possess power while enjoying the emperor's favor, any rebellion would set a dangerous precedent for future nobles to emulate. This is fundamentally why Zhao Kuangyin sought to disarm his generals, out of fear that others might follow suit, leading to a pattern of behavior. Hi, brilliance. Li Shimin's voice faltered, weakly uttering Li Chengqian's courtesy name. Li Chengqian bellowed, I implore your majesty to acknowledge the leader of the rebels, or even the thief's head. Your brilliance has perished. You have slain him with your own hands. As he spoke, Li Chengqian removed the crown from his head, gesturing toward his own hair. The implication unmistakable. Chapter 30. The former crown prince, talented yet incompetent, passed away during the Huntgao Mingyu. When Li Shimin still refused to change his words, Li Chengqian swung his hand fiercely and rebuked, Father, to indulge a son is akin to killing him. In the Han Fizi, there is a parable called Zhengzi kills the pig. In the strategies of the warring states, there is also a tale where Chu Long advised Empress Dowager Zhao, saying, if parents love their children, they must plan for their future. Have you not come across these stories? Father, you have not only killed Gao Ming, but also Qin Ke. Do you think calling Qin Ke before you and explaining this will change anything? Even if he feels remorse. Those who have whispered ill counsel in his ear and pushed him along will not relent. If Qin Ke had won today, I would undoubtedly be doomed. Since I have emerged victorious, Qin Ke too shall meet his demise. It is not I who has slain Qin Ke, but you. It is not Qin Ke who has killed Gao Ming, but you. You cannot. Li Shimin's eyes widened, bloodshot and trembling all over. At this moment, he was no longer the proud heir Feng, nor the imposing general of the heavenly strategy, much less the heavenly Khan. He was merely a father. Li Chengqian interrupted angrily. Qin Ke believes he is entitled to the throne because you have given him too much as the second son, just as you, in your youth, aspired to be emperor due to the abundant gifts from grandfather. You think yourself wise and sagacious, yet you are merely a fool. The death of Qin Ke is not something I wish to emulate. Rather, for the sake of the Tang, Qin Ke, who is about to grasp a third of the military and political power, must perish. It is you, Father, who has provided him with a reason to die. If Qin Ke does not die, regardless of his remorse or fear, those behind him will push him forward for their own gain. Father, do you desire a prince bound to lead us to ruin, sowing discord within the very foundation of the Tang, or a king who commands the world with dignity, one whose authority cannot be questioned? Li Shimin was struck deeply, his body trembling. The moment he was defeated, he ceased to be the heavenly Khan. An emperor who has been bested by his son, utterly vanquished, has lost all his might. It was akin to when he once forced Li Yuan from his position. Even if Li Chengqian were to allow him a few more days on the throne, it would merely be to silence the world. Release me. Let me go. Hurry. A faint cry echoed from below the city walls. Inke, iti sinke. Suddenly, Li Shimin regained his composure, scrambling to his feet in a panic. Desperate to flee, two executioners stepped forward, seizing him. Release me. How dare you? In a certain sense, his cries began to meld with the increasingly closer shouts of Li Tai from below. Ha ha ha. Father, when Li Tai arranged for the horse to trample my leg, were you in such a hurry? I knew full well that during that autumn hunt, Li Tai would surely set a trap for me. Yet for the sake of the brotherly affection you extolled, I still went. I should thank you for nurturing my talents in both literature and martial prowess. Otherwise, I would not merely have lost a leg, but my very life. In recent days, I have pondered, had I perished back then, how would you have punished Li Tai? Ultimately, I arrived at a conclusion. From a personal standpoint, with so many sons, losing one whom you already despised might only sadden you for a few days. After all, even after raising a dog for a decade or two, one does form an attachment. Regardless, from a direct line, you still have two more to choose from. Father, have I guessed your thoughts correctly? You, how could I possibly? Li Shimin refused to acknowledge it, adamantly denying. When Du Ruhui died, he mourned for more than a few days. Yet internally, he was in turmoil, his sleepless mind unable to think rationally. How could it come to this? Li Chengqian kuntarat. Even if you suspect Li Tai acted with malice, you would still persuade yourself to label me with various curses. Perhaps it was fate, or a wild horse's unpredictable nature. From the perspective of an emperor, the former crown prince has perished. So be it. Such a disgraceful death should not be mentioned again. Let the music play on. If anyone dares to investigate the cause of my death, you would vehemently obstruct them. You cannot allow such individuals to find evidence. Otherwise, Li Tai, the Prince of Wei, would not possess the strength you once had. A fratricide charge would lead him to be scorned by all and forever barred from the throne. Father, do you still dare to ask how this has come to be? Li Chengqian analyzed Li Shimin's thoughts from a personal perspective, but Li Shimin remained in denial. What about from the perspective of the emperor? Li Shimin opened his mouth, his lips trembling, yet he could not utter a word in rebuttal. For from the imperial viewpoint, to maintain the stability of the realm, such actions were inevitable. It seems, Father, you have tacitly consented. Li Chengqian's face was icy as he coldly remarked. My death may ultimately be recorded in history with 3 phrases. The former crown prince, named Chang'an, was clever in his youth, raised in the depths of the palace. He was ambitious yet lacked ability. At the age of 20, he perished from a fall while riding. If the historian values his ink, perhaps they will condense this into the former crown prince, lacking talent, perished during the hunt. Future generations will see, oh, so there was a former crown prince in the Tang Dynasty, whose name is unknown, yet he amounted to nothing, dying while hunting. As for how he died, perhaps it was from being gored by a wild boar. He perished during the hunt. What? You believe he was struck by a falling rock from the heavens? That is not impossible. Hunting certainly occurs in lofty mountains and dense forests. You might think he died upon a woman's belly. History states he perished during the hunt. What if it was a huntress? Such euphemistic wording implies death upon a woman's belly, which might also be plausible. In any case, since he was such an ambitious yet incompetent fool who would not wish to record his demise in history, it certainly was not a conspiracy. By then, I, Li Chengqian, shall surely become a subject of eternal jest. Even if I become a laughingstock, I must thank you, Father, for your indulgence. After all, my diligent governance has only ever earned me reprimands. Conversely, my demise might well etch my name in history, granting future generations a tale to amuse them, rather than as if I had never graced this world. These words, upon utterance, were indeed a chilling jest. So chilling that even the esteemed ministers of the Chang'an era and nearby soldiers shuddered profoundly. At this moment, setting aside personal interests, the ministers of Chang'an could not help but feel sympathy for Li Chengqian. Though these were merely Li Chengqian's own inferences, the likelihood was indeed significant. Were it not for Li Shimin's martial background and the fact that he was still in his prime, he might have fainted from the weight of it all. Even so, waves of dizziness washed over him. He found himself unable to refute Li Chengqian's inquiries and deductions. Just then, Li Tai was dragged onto the city walls. Chapter 31. How can the incompetent Li Tai be entrusted with the governance of the realm? Li Tai had long been keeping a watchful eye on the fierce battles in the palace. When he heard that the palace had been breached, a sudden shock reverberated through his mind. His trusted confidants quickly urged him to flee, to raise the banner of purging the usurpers, and to rally forces against Li Chengqian. They all understood that once Li Chengqian ascended the throne, there would be no escape for Li Tai. After all, he had already taken lethal measures prior to this. The concept of purging the usurpers was not unique to the Ming Dynasty. Historical records indicate that during the Western Han period, King Wu of Liang, Liu Bai, united 6 states to rebel under the pretext of punishing Chao Qiuo and purging the usurpers, an event known as the Rebellion of the 7 States. This serves as a clear historical example of such an action. Li Tai, a man of letters, had attempted rebellion for a decade without success. Though he could play cunning games and employ clever tricks, he faltered when faced with the weighty matters of state, always anxious to calculate every potential gain and loss. Thus, when Li Chengqian's forces made their way in, he had only just mounted his carriage. Li Chengqian was well aware that Li Tai would certainly attempt to escape. Before the palace was stormed, he would surely bide his time, perhaps even relish his own misfortune. Therefore, the moment the gates of the palace were thrown open, he dispatched someone to Li Tai's residence. At this juncture, although Li Tai had begun to recruit talented individuals, he primarily attracted strategists. He dared not muster private troops under the watchful eye of Li Shimin, for if discovered, his carefully constructed persona would crumble in an instant. The few guards he had were no match for the elite forces of Li Chengqian, and Li Tai was swiftly captured. They used his own carriage to bring him forth, dragging him up to the city walls. Li Chengqian's orders were clear: leave no one alive, including the servants. He had neither the time nor the inclination to discern their innocence. It was better to err on the side of caution. Li Tai shouted son, Li Xin. His second son, Li Hui, his third son, Li Shi, and his wife, Yin Wan, were all killed. Historically, Li Tai had other children, but they had yet to be born. At this moment, his small family was entirely wiped out. Unaware of his family's demise, Li Tai was dragged before Li Chengqian. Unable to fathom the depth of his ruthlessness, Li Chengqian, having lived through countless lifetimes and held positions of both high rank and humble station, understood the inexorable truth: what survives the wildfires will bloom anew with the spring breeze. Even if Li Tai's children were innocent and young, they were bound by the fate of the royal lineage. As history would later suggest, no snowflake is innocent in an avalanche, whether willingly or unwillingly. They all contribute to the force of the collapse. If Li Tai's offspring were not eliminated, they would inevitably be used against him. Even in the time of the Tang Dynasty, after the death of Fusu, there were those who acted under the banner of avenging him. Li Chengqian observed the perspective of the elite gathered at Li Tai's residence. Realizing none of them were historically significant figures, they seemed to be from noble families. The renowned individuals of history, such as Du Jingluan and Xiao Diyan, were only just beginning to assist Li Tai, and thus could not be considered as trusted aides at this time. All these nameless advisors were swiftly dealt with by Li Chengqian's elite forces. Li Tai's close ties with the noble families made him a target, much like a cat drawn to the scent of fish. His wife, Yin Wan, hailed from the esteemed Chui clan of Qinghe, which further solidified his connections within the aristocracy. In ancient times, maternal lineage was often overlooked, yet the status of the individual could elevate one's standing. Thus, Li Tai was effectively a son-in-law to the Chui family, naturally drawing him closer to the clans. As Li Tai was thrown onto the city walls, he landed at Li Chengqian's feet. Inke! Inke! Li Shimin called out loudly, struggling fiercely. Yet, Li Chengqian's elite guards, even among the bionic ranks, were the finest, and he could not hope to break free. Father, Li Tai, brother, what is this? Li Tai exclaimed while scrambling to his feet, quickly assessing the situation. He realized that his illustrious father had indeed suffered defeat. The once mighty Li Shimin was not immune to failure. Li Tai, ever calculating, immediately feigned innocence, appearing as naive as a child. Li Chengqian smiled, a smile devoid of warmth, and suddenly struck him with a forceful slap. Standing at 6 feet tall and weighing over 250 pounds, Li Tai was sent spinning like a top before collapsing to the ground. Do not assume that ancient people were all short. Just look at the terracotta army. The average height of men during the Tang Dynasty was at least 5'6", often reaching 5'7" or more. Li Shimin's stature exceeded 6 feet, and Li Chengqian was similarly tall, possessing a physique that exuded regal presence. Brother, why do you strike me? Li Tai's momentary rage quickly subsided. Father, do you see this? Li Chengqian coolly remarca. Li Shimin, having shed the veil of ignorance, trembled as he struggled to voice his thoughts. Li Chengqian crouched down, fixing his gaze upon Li Tai. Did you just try to call my name? Go ahead, shout it out. You have done so before. In the presence of others, you choose silence, but when alone, you address me directly as Li Chengqian. If one wishes to remain undetected, one must refrain from wrongdoing. The world is chaotic. Who are you pretending to be innocent for? Brother, I do not understand. Qingke, Li Tai continued to feign ignorance, knowing he must maintain this facade to survive. He had no doubt that Li Chengqian would end his life. Such precedents were set by his own father not long ago. Li Chengqian stood up and walked over to Li Shimin, speaking slowly. Father, do you see this? This is the coward you have raised, one who dares not acknowledge his actions. How can such a worthless individual as Li Tai be entrusted with the governance of the realm? Li Shimin closed his eyes, a tear tracing down his cheek. Upon reopening them, he gazed at Li Tai and spoke in a hoarse voice. Prince Wei, Li Tai, has repeatedly defied the crown prince, demonstrating unworthy behavior. I, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty, hereby revoke Li Tai's title as Prince Wei, rescind all his honors, and demote him to commoner status, exiling him. His eyes turned to Li Chengqian, filled with a silent plea, indicating that the decision of Li Tai's exile rested with him, hoping for clemency. Chapter 32. Li Chengqian, do you dare to commit patricide? Li Chengqian felt an overwhelming sense of disillusionment towards Li Shimin. He observed the desperate pleas of his father, yet the irony was palpable. While he himself could ruthlessly slay brothers and eliminate rivals, he yearned for fraternal harmony, a paradox of human desire. Alas, Li Tai was destined to perish. Father, no. Li Tai's heart sank as he disregarded the excruciating pain on his face, rising while howling in despair. Li Chengqian retaliated with a slap, this time with even greater force, nearly sending Li Tai sprawling. Not only did he fall to the ground, but he also involuntarily coughed up blood along with two of his prominent teeth. Li Chengqian shook his hand and remarked nonchalantly, Father, this little pig you raised has quite the thick skin. You, impressive. Silence. Li Chengqian returta angrily. I address you as father solely due to our blood relation, not because you hold any right to that title. He then adopted a sarcastic tone, continuing, Crown Prince Li Chengqian has committed treason, with undeniable evidence. I hereby strip you of your title and remove your name from the royal annals. Li Shimin's complexion darkened. Indeed, those were his own words, words spoken with the gravity of a ruler. Moreover, he had uttered them not only in the Tai Chi Hall, but also upon the city walls. And there was no recanting now. The audacity with which he spoke previously now filled him with regret. Changsun Wuji could no longer remain silent. As Li Chengqian's maternal uncle, he understood the implications of stripping Li Chengqian from the royal annals. It effectively meant he was no longer part of the Li Tang dynasty. It also implied that he could renounce Li Shimin as his father, since it was Li Shimin who had initiated this exclusion. If he could disregard Li Shimin, then what of his uncle? With the late Empress Changsun gone, Changsun Wuji's relevance diminished significantly in the eyes of Li Chengqian. It was evident to all that Li Chengqian had triumphed, heralding a new era. Without the uncle's support, even if Li Chengqian chose to utilize him, he would likely become increasingly marginalized, leading to the Changsun family's loss of power. Although the ties to Li Lizzie remained in this era, maternal ties were deemed the least reliable. He hastily bowed and spoke, Your Highness, you. Li Chengqian raised a hand to interrupt, stating, Changsun Wuji, based on maternal kinship, I shall call you uncle. However, do not forget that the crown prince no longer exists. This was declared by the emperor himself. My name, Li Chengqian, was given by my grandfather, and thus I shall not change it. I am now the leader of the rebels, and you are merely a surrendered soldier. You have no right to speak before me. Upon hearing this, Changsun Wuji's face fell. Li Chengqian was unmistakably severing ties. For Li Chengqian, Li Shimin's act of stripping him from the royal annals was fortuitous, as he understood the dangers of entrenched nobility all too well after experiencing 9 reincarnations. He aspired to be an emperor for the ages, unwilling to allow such entanglements to hinder his ambition. Li Shimin's decision to exclude him provided Li Chengqian with a legitimate pretext to expel the current royal family and establish a new lineage. As for potential resistance from the nobility, let them try. What did it matter if he was pitted against the entire world? He sought to forge a truly enduring empire, not one shackled by the cyclical nature of feudal dynasties. Step back. Li Chengqian commanded coldly once more. Changsun Wuji, momentarily enraged, ultimately retreated. Li Chengqian then turned his gaze to Li Shimin, stating coolly, Father, I am now the leader of the rebels, Li Chengqian, and you are the fallen emperor of the Tang Dynasty. It is evident that I, the rebel, have triumphed. The time for a change in dynasty has arrived. Will you yield, or will you resist to the bitter end? Li Shimin's voice, already hoarse, now bore an unsettling mirth, as if something was lodged in his throat. Li Chengqian merely observed him in silence, allowing the laughter to subside. Li Tai, sprawled on the ground, darted his eyes, careful not to attract Li Chengqian's attention. He was not lacking in cleverness. He did not wish to appear foolish. Finally, Li Shimin ceased his laughter, rasping, "Li Chengqian, do you dare to commit patricide?" Li Chengqian, maintaining a mocking smile, replied, "I would not dare. But what can you do to me?" It was evident that Li Shimin had reached a point of desperation. Prepared to resort to trickery, Li Chengqian would not allow himself to bear the stigma of patricide, for he too had a son, and he did not wish them to emulate such a fate. Unlike his father, he possessed a keen self-awareness. However, as the leader of the rebels, slaughtering the remnants of the former royal family posed no moral dilemma, did it? This declaration left the esteemed ministers of the Chang'an era utterly astounded. It seemed there was indeed no issue with this perspective. Moreover, this opportunity had been presented by Li Shimin himself, who had announced the removal of Li Chengqian from the royal annals. Once excluded, they were no longer family. It was akin to the Warring States period, where the states of Qin and Zhao fought fiercely, yet could trace their ancestry back to a common lineage. Li Shimin's legs beyakanat. Had it not been for Li Chengqian's men holding him up, he would have collapsed once more. You dare?" His voice trembled with fear. All of the royal family members, aside from those exiled, were still within the palace walls. If Li Chengqian's soldiers were to act, it would be akin to slaughtering chickens in confinement. Let it be known, he was indeed the leader of the rebels, as defined by the current emperor. What of his blood relatives? Aside from the same mother, the others bore no significance to him. Yesterday, no, it should be the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday, I met with my sister Lizzie. She asked me how I could confront our father and what history might record. I told her, with my name removed from the annals, I shall establish a new lineage and proclaim my ancestors. With the title of Crown Prince stripped, I shall usurp the throne and govern the realm. If the world insults and slanders me, I shall elevate them to witness the stability of the state and the smiles of the common people. When I usher in an unprecedented prosperous era for the Tang, great scholars shall defend my legacy. Even if history brands me a tyrant after my death, who cares for the floods that follow? A mere few disgruntled scholars criticizing me, penning tomes of condemnation. What can they do? Father, do you think I dare? As these words echoed, the assembled ministers felt the immense aura of imperial dominance emanating from Li Chengqian. His proclamations were grandiose and imbued with an unyielding spirit, unparalleled throughout history. Some lamented the emperor's folly, questioning why he would commit such imprudence at his age. Others shuddered at the thought of the formidable Li Chengqian, seemingly without weakness. Under his reign, how would they navigate their lives? Chapter 33. To dare to manipulate public opinion, I shall exclusively punish the chief culprit and eradicate the three clans. Li Shimin erupted into a hoarse, maniacal laughter, tears welling up almost instantaneously. Amidst his tears and laughter, he remarked, Li Chengqian, had you possessed such audacity earlier? Once more, Li Chengqian raised his hand to interject. Father, had I possessed such audacity earlier, history would record. The crown Prince Chengqian met an untimely demise. Li Shimin was momentarily rendered speechless, a heavy discomfort settling in. The esteemed ministers of the Chang'an era nearly succumbed to laughter. In a moment that should have been solemn, Li Chengqian's words were undeniably amusing. Even as a dark jest, it was indeed humorous. A vigorous emperor faced with such a formidable prince might genuinely fear for the prince's early demise. Father, I now present you with two choices. First, I shall rally the rebel forces, invade Chang'an, annihilate the remnants of the former dynasty, and establish a new empire. Before he could finish, Li Shimin interrupted, Li Chengqian, should you act thus, the people of the realm shall surely rebel. It is easy to conquer a realm, provided one possesses capable generals, as you do now. However, to maintain control is far more challenging. I have toiled for many years, and you have shared in the governance. You should be well aware of this. The Tang Dynasty flourishes in peace and prosperity. Even if you dare to defy the world, can you truly secure the throne? The populace will inevitably see you as a thorn in their side. Both the noble families and regional officials, as well as the royal kin, will rise against you. Or do you intend to single-handedly slay the entire populace? Li Chengqian sneered, the common folk. When needed, they can support the boat, yet they can also capsize it. When not needed, they are mere lowly subjects. To rise against me? Throughout history, at the dawn of a new era, the old vested interests will naturally oppose the new. If being a dutiful son or grandson could quell rebellion, that would be a farcical notion. The common folk care not who the emperor is. Their only concern is what they shall eat next. The emperor they envision is one who feasts daily on fine bread, wields a golden hoe in the fields, and enjoys the company of many. Nothing more. Dare to manipulate public sentiment to rebel against me? I, Li Chengqian, do not target the common folk. I exclusively eradicate the chief villain, uprooting entirely the three clans. To illustrate his point, Li Chengqian gestured broadly, continuing, among them, some are merely the guards of the palace. Trusted companions who fought alongside you. Do you see them rebelling? They aspire for titles and wealth, perhaps dreaming of wielding their minor powers to oppress the weak. Yet, they do not believe that you, Li Shimin, are their true progenitor, deserving of their sacrifice. As for those old vested interests, those whom I have wronged, no matter their excuses, they shall all meet their demise at my hands. Li Chengqian's words were not solely directed at Li Shimin, but also addressed all the ministers present. There is a truth in what Li Shimin said. Governing a nation is indeed more challenging. For instance, Li Chengqian, if faced with any faction now, would fearlessly engage. However, the question remains, what can one man achieve in the governance of a nation? Even in a prosperous dynasty, many capable individuals exist, and the imperial authority does not easily extend to the countryside. For now, he must rely on the capable ministers of Chang'an. This is a fact. This does not hinder him from metaphorically plucking the feathers from Li Shimin like a plucked rooster. Only by thoroughly subduing Li Shimin can he live peacefully with his mother, rather than endlessly bouncing about. Can you contend with the million-strong army of the Tang? As for other matters, Li Shimin did not refute him. Even if he harbored thoughts contrary to his words, he would not underestimate the power of the people, being acutely aware of it. Father, take a good look. Do my 100,000 troops lack a single man? Have you witnessed any of my 100,000 soldiers eating, drinking, relieving themselves, or sleeping? You are curious where this 100,000-strong army originates, are you not? Though I shall not divulge that secret, you can see, have they been fewer in number? Upon hearing Li Chengqian's declaration, Li Shimin's pupils constricted. Indeed, he was uncertain whether Li Chengqian had lost any men. However, from earlier observations, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 on the city walls, not to mention those below and those entering the city. The ministers of Chang'an also turned pale, realizing the gravity of the situation. At this moment, dawn was breaking. Looking out upon the city walls, Li Chengqian's soldiers appeared resplendent and vigorous, as if they had not endured the brutalities of battle. There were no traces of blood or injuries, resembling a ceremonial procession. Yet just last night they had fought fiercely, with the stench of burnt flesh lingering heavily in the air and many lives lost. How could it be so? Father, I present you with my second choice, to abdicate the throne before all the world with dignity. I shall retain the Tang name, and all matters of the realm, including the esteemed ministers in the court, will remain unchanged. You may enjoy your later years in peace. Upon uttering these words, the ministers present turned their gazes toward Li Shimin's back. It is often said that each new emperor brings forth a new court. This has remained true throughout the ages. Li Chengqian's promise signifies that this matter lies solely between him and Li Shimin, with the Tang Dynasty remaining unchanged. If change were to occur, it would certainly be due to Li Chengqian holding a decisive advantage. Their power and status would thus be preserved, so why not embrace it? Li Shimin felt a prickling sensation along his spine, bitterly chuckling within. He could not fathom why Li Chengqian dared to utter such words. As an emperor, failing to fulfill such promises is a grave taboo. One misstep could lead to complete loss of credibility. He could not abide Li Chengqian's unwavering confidence. Unable to resist mocking him, Li Chengqian, should you act thus, What are the meritorious ministers under your command? My subordinates? Do I possess any meritorious ministers? Li Chengqian Raturta. As Li Shimin and the others were momentarily taken aback, the soldiers on the city walls, and even those within the palace, all echoed in unison. No meritorious ministers. No meritorious ministers. No meritorious ministers. The synchronized roar was as if from a single entity, leaving those unaware of the truth utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the ministers of Chang'an felt the hairs on their necks stand on end, cold sweat trickling down their backs. This time, they witnessed Li Chengqian make no gestures. Yet all the troops remained impeccably coordinated. What does this signify? This was akin to commanding one's own limbs. Was this an army or a specter? Chapter 34. The tragic end of King Wei. Li Shimin's heartfelt weeping. How did you achieve this? Despite knowing the futility of his inquiry, Li Shimin still posed the question. It was utterly astonishing. He could never have envisioned such a formidable army. Should an army be structured in ranks, recognizing the command tokens rather than the individuals? Even an army that acknowledges its commanders must operate under a hierarchy, with orders issued from one level to the next. If leadership is required, naturally, there will emerge notable figures. Father, you are rambling too much. Make your choice. Li Chengqian interjected coolly. Li Shimin inhaled deeply and continued. I can pass the throne to you, but it must be through legitimate succession. You shall be the third emperor of the Tang Dynasty. Are you dreaming, Li Shimin? Li Chengqian retorted in fury, grabbing Li Shimin's collar and nearly lifting him off the ground. Li Shimin remained unyielding, his expression impassive as he locked eyes with Li Chengqian. Taking a deep breath, Li Chengqian released Li Shimin and stepped back. Li Shimin pressed on. Only in this manner can the Tang Dynasty avoid chaos. This shall be my final act, as the second emperor of the Tang, for the well-being of the people. Li Chengqian chuckled again, this time a cold, humorless laugh. A monarch's words are not to be treated lightly. Thus, I, Li Chengqian, shall establish a separate family tree, aside from my own lineage. From my grandfather down to you and the Empress, all other royal family members shall be stripped of their titles and expelled from the palace. Whether they can regain their royal status in the future will depend on my disposition. You, Li Shimin's face turned ashen once more. This maneuver by Li Chengqian effectively placed the blame squarely upon him. The words he had once uttered in anger had now become a weapon in Li Chengqian's hand. Li Chengqian had now gained the authority to disavow all connections to the royal family, and he was firmly ensnared by this heavy burden. From this point on, the Li Tang royal family would direct their animosity towards him. It was he, as the second emperor of the Tang, who had relinquished Li Chengqian's royal status by his own decree. Should Li Chengqian return as a rebel, by the laws of propriety, he would be justified in denying their royal lineage, leaving the populace with no grounds for objection. Li Chengqian stared at Li Shimin with an expression devoid of emotion, conveying the ultimatum: either become a remnant of the fallen dynasty or bear this heavy burden. The esteemed officials on the city wall could hardly contain their eagerness for Li Shimin to concede. They had witnessed the entire exchange. Could Li Chengqian truly be blamed? Even those harboring resentment towards Li Chengqian's ascension could find no fault in this matter. If blame were to be assigned, it could only fall upon Li Shimin himself, who had believed he was in complete control. Why had he, Li Shimin, designated Li Chengqian as a rebel and sought to expunge him from the royal records? Why not wait until the dust settled before making such declarations? Such misplaced confidence had led to his current predicament. Li Shimin found himself ensnared in a storm of thoughts, searching desperately for a flaw in the situation. Yet, no matter how he searched, it seemed he had indeed trapped himself, and the stakes had been set by his own hand. Very well, spare Chingke. Li Shimin gritted his teeth in acquiescence, closing his eyes. He had accepted this burden. He could only hope that Li Chengqian would not go too far. Father, do you wish for the Tang to descend into chaos? Li Chengqian kuntarat. Li Shimin opened his eyes once more, his face filled with rage, as he declared, Li Chengqian, according to your words, Chingke will also be stripped of his royal status and reduced to a commoner. What more do you desire? Li Chengqian replied with a cold smile, then it is perfect. Commoner Li Tai conspires to assassinate the new monarch and eradicate 3 clans. given that commoner Li Tai's family is intertwined with the former royal lineage. Only his immediate family shall be punished. You. Li Shimin's body slackened, his complexion paling. Father, it was not I who killed Li Tai. It was you. He continued, the moment you entrusted him with a third of the Tang's military and political authority, unless he becomes the emperor. It would be either his demise or that of the new emperor. Father, you desire everything, yet in the end, you shall attain nothing, just as your grandfather did. Li Shimin swayed, his heart bleeding. As the emperor who had seized the world, how could he not comprehend this truth? Yet, why had he previously acted as if bewitched? He acknowledged Li Chengqian's words. From the moment Li Tai possessed such power, unless he ascended as the future emperor, a struggle to the death with the new monarch was inevitable. This was no longer a matter of Li Tai's desires, but rather of the new emperor's. Just as he, in the past, found himself ensnared by Li Yuan's fears, with Li Jiansheng also wary of him, he had been compelled to act against his own will. It was a matter of survival, nothing more. In the royal family, affection was a mere illusion. It was only at this moment that Li Shimin truly grasped this reality. Although he had been familiar with the phrase, he had always believed he could manage everything. Li Tai's face revealed a sense of despair. He had refrained from interrupting their conversation, but he had heard every word. He was never lacking in cleverness. The clarity of their dialogue was unmistakable. Previously, he had believed that all he possessed was a reflection of his father's love for him. Now, he realized that this was no love. It was a death warrant. Unless he could smoothly ascend to the throne, how could any new emperor tolerate his existence? Moreover, with no future remaining, the new emperor was about to ascend. And that very emperor was Li Chengqian, who had repeatedly provoked him and even plotted against him. He saw no path forward except death. Li Tai silently rose from the ground. Brother, this shall be my final time calling you that. I fear my family is already lost. He spoke with a hollow tone. Li Chengqian turned to face him, a fleeting complexity in his gaze before he nodded and said, Qingke, you ought to understand. This is the fate of the royal lineage. In times of peace, one may live as a tranquil prince, and all may coexist in harmony. But once ambition arises, it is a matter of life or death. There is no alternative. Li Tai nodded slightly, his face a mask of despair as he replied, believe it or not, at the very beginning. I merely wished for my father to love me a bit more, for my mother to love me a bit more. There were no ulterior motives. It was only later. The aristocracy misled me. The final 4 words erupted from him in a shout. In a swift motion, he drew a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it to his throat. Father, Qingke, I hate you. The last 2 words escaped his lips, and without hesitation, he slashed his throat. Blood gushed forth as he staggered back, casting one last glance at Li Shimin, his face twisted with intense hatred, before he collapsed to the ground. Li Shimin stood frozen, in shock. The esteemed officials of Chang'an were equally stunned, unable to fathom that Prince Wei, Li Tai, would resort to such desperation. He truly was Li Shimin's offspring. Qingke. Li Shimin wept profusely, once again struggling in madness. At that moment, Li Chengqian sensed a shift in the atmosphere, and the executioners released their hold. Li Shimin tumbled to the ground, scrambling to Li Tai's side, embracing him as he wailed in despair. Congratulations, host. You have completed the first step towards becoming the eternal emperor by eliminating your greatest rival. Rewards for the host. Chapter 35. Your Majesty has not entrusted you with the regency, which is against protocol. Li Chengqian felt a stir in his heart. He was on the verge of taking the first step towards becoming a great emperor, having been rewarded with the warhorse blood dragon and the emperor's armor. It appeared that this reward was a hidden one, related to the steps he had taken. Hidden rewards, naturally, are linked to concealed tasks, devoid of any prompts. The system's voice continued to resonate. Reward for the host, imperial dominance. When the host adopts the mindset of a sovereign, they will instill psychological intimidation in others. Loyal subjects will exhibit heightened loyalty, while adversaries will experience increased trepidation. This psychological intimidation amplifies in intensity as the host's imperial mindset deepens, increasing tenfold when directed at an individual. The specific effects vary from person to person and will become more profound as the host matures. Li Chengqian blinka. He understood the implication. This represented the aura of a ruler. Such an aura, if one remains in a position of power for an extended period, naturally manifests. The system must have magnified this aura, achieving an enigmatic degree. He recalled his previous encounters with Li Shimin, where he could sense that intangible yet palpably existent imperial presence. A millennium later, that sensation had dissipated, likely due to a shift in his mindset. In the present moment, the mournful wails of Li Shimin echoed like the lament of a cuckoo, evoking sorrow in those who heard it. Li Chengqian remained expressionless. He and Li Tai had long since severed any fraternal ties. In his heart, Li Tai was merely an adversary sculpted by Li Shimin. The prominent officials of the Jingguan era collectively sighed in relief. With Li Tai's demise, the Tang Dynasty's stability was assured. After all, among Li Shimin's 3 legitimate sons, the remaining one was still inexperienced. This outcome for Li Tai was arguably the best possible. It left no stain on his father or brother and preserved the dignity of the Li family. One could say he was born into wealth and privilege and departed without regret. Throughout the night, Li Chengqian and Li Shimin's disputes resonated with the officials, who were no longer in their youth, and their unruly offspring were a source of concern. Although they did not have a throne to inherit, there were still legacies to uphold. Li Shimin's actions towards Li Chengqian served as a cautionary tale for them all. Maintaining an appearance of impartiality while favoring one side was unacceptable. A parent must uphold their authority, lest they sow the seeds of chaos. The emperor, beset by worries, was unfit to handle state affairs. Thus, the regency was entrusted to Crown Prince Chang'an. Proclamation of the regency. Li Chengqian nonchalantly uttered a phrase, leaving the Jingguan officials momentarily stunned before they swiftly grasped the implications. His statement contradicted established etiquettes. Li Shimin had not commanded Li Chengqian to take on the regency, nor had any formal edict been issued. Based on their prior discourse, it could be inferred that Li Shimin had implicitly acknowledged Li Chengqian as the third-generation heir, the rightful crown prince. If Li Chengqian were to issue a decree, it could only be in the form of a teaching edict within the Eastern Palace. Such an edict held considerable weight, second only to the emperor's command. However, outside the Eastern Palace, it bore little significance. Any interference with state governance through a teaching edict would be a grave matter. While the crown prince held a prestigious position, he lacked independent administrative authority. During Li Ji's reign, Crown Prince Li Xian was deposed for issuing unauthorized teaching edicts, at least officially. At that moment, Wei Zheng stepped forward and clasped his hands. Addressing him, "Your Highness." "Yes?" Li Chengqian inquired. "Your Highness, the Emperor has not decreed for you to take on the regency. Such an act is against protocol." The resolute Wei Zheng plainly articulated this issue. Li Chengqian was not angered. Rather, he pondered thoughtfully. Should he insist on issuing an order, bolstered by his military strength? He might succeed. Yet, the notion of it being against protocol held varying degrees of significance. On a minor scale, it would merely be an overreach of authority, as no one could penalize him. However, on a grander scale, it would equate to personally undermining the rules. Rules are constructs established by the powerful to govern the weak. He could choose to disregard them. Yet, he must not leave the impression of being one who flouts the rules. The essence of imperial authority is woven into these very regulations. Actively contravening the rules would mean actively undermining the sanctity of imperial power, akin to striking oneself. He could amend rules he found unsatisfactory, but that must come after a revision. This line of thought led Li Chengqian to pose another query. Wei Zheng, while you address me as your highness, your emperor has rescinded my title as crown prince. Does that align with protocol? He aimed to present Wei Zheng with a conundrum, to counterattack and prompt him to articulate a rationale for the assembly. Wei Zheng was among Li Chengqian's mentors, and the latter had some insight into his character. Contrary to popular belief, Wei Zheng was not merely obstinate. He exercised considerable discretion. His path as a loyal minister stemmed from his background, not a perpetual desire for self-destruction. If he truly sought demise, he could simply retreat to a secluded corner. There would be no need to provoke the emperor. The emperor's wrath could easily lead to the annihilation of entire clans. The previous remark, seemingly a denial of Li Chengqian's legitimacy, was in fact, a reminder to him. At that moment, their relationship was one of sovereign and subject, allowing Li Chengqian to address him directly. Your Highness, while the emperor previously decreed the revocation of your title, no formal edict has been issued, nor has the crown prince's seal or any related provisions been rescinded. Although a ruler's word is paramount, the emperor has not formally annulled such commands. Therefore, you remain His Highness, the crown prince, in accordance with protocol. Such a clever maneuver by Wei Zheng, turning a death sentence into a lifeline. The other prominent officials present could not help but scoff internally. Wasn't Wei Zheng supposed to be obstinate? Why was he suddenly so compliant? They had anticipated a fierce confrontation with Li Chengqian, perhaps even a dramatic downfall, yet here he was, delivering compliments with such finesse. Approaching the wailing Li Shimin, Li Chengqian proclaimed loudly, "Father, cease your lamentations." This remarkably down-to-earth statement seemed to hit the pause button on Li Shimin's outcry. If he wished to continue his wailing, he ought to return to the hall of establishing governance. It was unbecoming and a disgrace to the emperor. If he did not want the Tang Dynasty to descend into chaos, he should issue a decree for the regency. Even a verbal command would suffice. Li Shimin, historically labeled as the most tearful emperor, had long since desensitized Li Chengqian. It was likely that the officials present were equally numb. In later times, it was joked that he would cry while executing Li Jianxing. Just imagining such a scene sent shivers down one's spine. He would weep over food, lamenting those who could not partake. Yet, despite his tears, he never hesitated when it came to decisive actions. Some speculated he possessed a constitution prone to tears. Li Chengqian could not ascertain the truth of that. Regardless, crying was his signature trait, even a personal hallmark. If he wished to weep, let him do so freely. At least it was less likely to lead to psychological issues. Chapter 36. Father, you shall forever be remembered in infamy. Li Shimin gazed at Li Chengqian, his eyes wide with disbelief, as tears streamed down his weathered face, a visage that had become quite distressing to behold. Though merely 40 years of age, he bore the unmistakable signs of aging that were more pronounced in ancient times than in later generations. As a ruler who had long governed from horseback, the years of toil had aged him further, rendering him akin to a man in his 50s by contemporary standards. With crow's feet at the corners of his eyes and streaks of gray in his hair, his sorrow was genuine, not a pretense. He was utterly overwhelmed. Li Chengqian continued, "Father, I perceive your health is in decline. I implore you to issue a decree appointing me as regent. Otherwise, the Tang Dynasty may descend into chaos." "You threaten me?" Li Shimin croaked, his voice hoarse. Calmly, Li Chengqian shook his head and replied, "If you do not issue this decree, I shall have no choice but to subdue those who march to Chang'an in support of the throne, ultimately establishing a new dynasty in my name. You must understand, once I set this precedent, the Tang Dynasty will be irrevocably lost. Should you consent, I shall dutifully obey your commands." Li Chengqian's intentions were unmistakable. If Li Shimin refused the regency decree, he would lack the legitimate grounds to act. The absence of such legitimacy would embolden the military to intervene on behalf of the throne. However, the inevitable outcome would be his ascendancy and the re-establishment of a new regime. This was a stark reality, not a mere threat. As Li Shimin's mind began to function once more, he recognized the truth in Li Chengqian's words. These valiant soldiers of the Tang Dynasty could not continue to die in vain. Moreover, as Li Chengqian had pointed out, resolving this matter within the palace walls was preferable to a confrontation within the city of Chang'an, which would lead to irreparable treason. Had Li Tai still been alive, Li Shimin might have fought for a different outcome. With Li Tai deceased and Li Ji still too young, even a victory over Li Chengqian would raise doubts regarding his legitimacy. In that scenario, all would be for naught. His other sons, born of various unions, were not viable options, as some were the offspring of rivals or former dynasties, leaving him with little choice. "What do you propose for me?" Li Shimin inquired, seemingly posing an unrelated question. "Father, you underestimate me. You are still capable, and, with your son assisting in governance, you will have ample time. Should you wish to travel and see the vast realm you have conquered, there are palaces aplenty at your disposal. If you desire to roam freely within the palace. Who would dare to restrain you? After court sessions, if you wish to gather with your old comrades, that too is entirely permissible. You have not yet reached the age where you require assistance with every step. I do not intend to impose upon you, Li Chengqian stated nonchalantly. Can you truly place such trust in me? Li Shimin stammered. Father, you underestimate your son. I intend to inherit your legacy with dignity. Allow me to speak boldly. Should I choose, I could dismantle the Tang Dynasty and recreate the world, for it is but a matter of will. However, should that time come, you would be forever tarnished in history. To entertain the notion, even if the unthinkable were to occur, your only choice would be the young fool. Otherwise, what of Li Yu? His maternal grandfather desecrated the graves of our ancestors. Who would acknowledge him? And what of Li Ku or Li Yin? What significance would their claims hold in the grand scheme of the Tang Dynasty's legacy? Beyond them, figures like Li Fu are hardly known to you, being the products of your drunken indiscretions or fleeting affections. Even I cannot fully recognize them. Are you truly prepared to endorse them? The young fool presents a viable option, contingent upon his growth into the leader you require. However, be mindful. Do not allow him to be stifled as I was. Alternatively, learn from my experiences and nurture him with care, providing him with every advantage. Yet, with such an approach, do you not fear he may become another Hu Hai? Father, you possess no options. Li Shimin opened his mouth, ultimately releasing a weary sigh. Indeed, he found himself devoid of choices. Once, he had aspired to balance both power and affection, but had grasped at nothing. Now, the preservation of the dynasty was paramount. To safeguard the realm, the most prudent course was to acknowledge Li Chengqian as the rightful heir, regardless of the uncertainties surrounding a young ruler or entrusting the state to his other sons. Such decisions could lead to the downfall of the Tang Dynasty. The future remained shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, I would never resort to the ruthless measures you employed, killing brothers, executing siblings, humiliating sisters-in-law, imprisoning fathers, and contemplating the murder of sons. Such actions began with you and should conclude with you. Once was a coincidence. Twice would render it a pattern. Henceforth, the Tang Dynasty would never know peace. Li Chengqian's words served as a revelation to Li Shimin, a form of reconciliation between them. This situation, born from Li Shimin's indulgent favoritism, ought to be resolved by him. Must you truly include that statement? Li Shimin's expression became complex. Once, these sentiments were his taboos. However, recent events had been so jarring that such taboos now appeared trivial. He had tasted the bitter fruits of his actions and had grown numb to their consequences. Li Chengqian shrugged. Father, I merely wish to convey that you have set a poor precedent, and I must now clean up the mess. You should count your blessings. If you are ungrateful, I possess the means and the men. I could easily instigate another conflict between father and son. Rest assured, once you have relinquished your burdens, you may go wherever you please. My people will hardly spare you a glance. As he spoke, Li Chengqian extended his hand once more towards Li Shimin. Do you speak the truth? Indeed, I do. With Li Chengqian's affirmative reply, Li Shimin finally extended his hand. The esteemed ministers of the Chang'an era observed this exchange, their faces betraying smiles. Yet, the representatives of the noble families appeared as if they had lost their last kin, for Li Tai had exposed their secrets before his demise. It would be peculiar if Li Shimin and Li Chengqian did not take action against them. Regardless, Li Tai remained Li Shimin's biological son, an undeniable truth. As a ruler, he would never tolerate indignities. Li Chengqian, it seemed, was equally ruthless, perhaps even more so than his father, while Li Shimin might have been mindful of his reputation. Resorting to indirect methods to thwart them, Li Chengqian appeared indifferent to such concerns, commanding an army of fierce and formidable warriors. Should he unleash his wrath, the consequences would be dire for those who dared oppose him. The representatives of the noble families were eager to depart, hastily dispatching messengers to their clans to strategize their response. I, the Emperor of the Tang, Li Shimin, decree, due to my declining health, let the crown prince govern in my stead, and let this be proclaimed throughout the realm for all to know. Li Shimin's voice remained hoarse and weak, stripped of the imposing authority of an emperor. Yet, the ministers of the Chang'an era promptly bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We heed the emperor's decree." Li Shimin did not release his grip, instead tightening his hold, rasping Chingke. Chapter 37. Princess, princess, something terrible has happened. Li Chengqian smiled faintly and said, as long as it does not violate the law, we can only bury her with the rights of a commoner. If father wishes to inter Chingke in the imperial garden, so be it. But what if I desired to have Chingke accompany me in the mausoleum of Zhaoling? Li Shimin pressed him. To be buried in Zhaoling is not a commoner's right. Zhaoling is your father's own tomb. Only he, the empress, and favored consorts are entitled to rest there. In less humane dynasties, other consorts and palace maids would simply be cast into the tomb to fend for themselves. A practice known as accompanying burial. Well, since father is so fond of Chingke, I can make an exception, Li Chengqian replied. However, do not blame me for relocating mother, to bury her separately. On what grounds? Li Shimin shouted. I fear that when Chingke descends, mother will inquire how she did so. It will be better for you and I to go together. Unfilial son, are you afraid? Li Shimin retorted. Yes, I am afraid that when mother asks how Chingke descended, the answer would be, father indulged her in contesting for the throne, and upon losing, she took her own life. Father, do you recall what Chingke said in her final moments? Her hatred was not directed at me. Li Shimin stood in a daze, ultimately releasing Li Chengqian's hand and bending down to lift Li Tai, stumbling away. Though Li Tai was heavy, Li Shimin's strength was formidable. He was a seasoned warrior, and despite his neglect of physical prowess since ascending the throne, his foundation remained. Li Chengqian withdrew his gaze from Li Shimin's back, sweeping over the gathered officials, and stated calmly, you have all exerted yourselves for 3 nights and must be thoroughly exhausted. By my regency decree, you are granted 3 days of rest from today. Dispatch envoys to instruct the loyal forces outside Chang'an to return to their posts. Should anyone defy this order, they shall be dealt with as conspirators. We shall reconvene in the Han Yuan Hall of the Daming Palace 3 days hence. After delivering this proclamation, Li Chengqian grasped his sword and turned to leave. Other minor matters did not require his directive. The damaged city walls, the litter in the square, and so on would naturally be addressed by competent leaders within the Ministry of Works and the Imperial Workshop. Granting them 3 days was intended to allow the officials to recuperate, for they had endured 3 days of toil, and continuing their service would be excessive. Simultaneously, it served as a warning. During these 3 days, they could plot and conspire as they pleased. In short, Li Chengqian, awaited their uprising after 3 days. As Li Chengqian departed, his soldiers followed suit. Old Longsun, what do you think the crown prince means by this? He seems utterly unperturbed, Cheng Yaojin remarked, feigning ignorance. Longsun Wuj sneered. What else could it mean? Does the crown prince fear the emperor? Age has taken its toll. I shall retire for rest, Longsun Wuj acknowledged. Aware that Cheng Yaojin was mocking him, it was evident that Li Chengqian had grown distant from his uncle. Li Ji stepped forward, turning to address the assembly, loyal officials. After conveying the crown prince's regency edict, please return home to rest. I shall handle the mess here. Li Ji had been bestowed the imperial surname by Li Yuan during the early Tang Dynasty, a tremendous honor. During the Xuanwu Gate incident, he faced a difficult choice of remaining neutral due to Li Yuan's gracious bestowal of the surname. Now, if he were to abandon Li Shimin and seek refuge with Li Chengqian, he would likely find himself in a precarious position. Thus, he resolved to engage in practical matters for his own peace of mind. Wei Zhang's voice was somewhat hoarse as he lamented. Had the sage heeded a single piece of advice back then, it would not have come to this. With a sigh, he too departed. The others fell into silence, each preoccupied with their own thoughts as they left. Soon, countless swift steeds raced out of the 3 city gates of Chang'an. Some were envoys dispatched to convey orders, while others were nobles reporting intelligence. The city of Chang'an soon buzzed with commotion. Have you heard? The emperor is to be replaced. Our sovereign has been defeated. At least it is not an invasion by foreign enemies. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. What? The emperor can be defeated? Did you hear? The crown prince intends to establish a new dynasty because our old emperor has expelled someone from the imperial records, essentially disowning them. It is said that our crown prince commands an invincible army of 100,000. I assure you, it is true. Various rumors, some true and others mere hearsay, spread rapidly. Meanwhile, the loyal forces began to encounter the envoys bearing the imperial orders. The closest of these forces would arrive within half a day, already catching glimpses of Chang'an. However, upon the envoys' arrival, a wave of shock swept through the gathered leaders. Has it truly been settled so swiftly? After sending off the envoys who were to continue delivering orders, the commanders hesitated. Should they press on to Chang'an for a rescue? Or would it be wiser to retreat and assess the situation? Despite their polished words, everyone understood that Li Shimin had likely been defeated and was under house arrest. If they could rescue him at this juncture, it might even secure them a hereditary title. However, the risk was considerable. After some private deliberation, those loyal to Li Shimin resolved to clarify the intelligence before taking action. Charging in now could lead to accusations of conspiracy. Should they fail to overcome Li Chengqian, it would mean the end of their line. Conversely, those with ulterior motives, despite being ordered to return, resolved to seek out like-minded individuals to discuss the possibility of seizing this opportunity to advocate for a change in regime under the pretext of purging the inner circle. The most difficult to accept were the members of the royal family both within and outside the palace. Princess, something grave has occurred. As dawn broke, Li Lizzie's personal maid nearly stumbled as she rushed in, nearly tripping over the high threshold. Li Lizzie reclined upon a soft couch, akin to lounging on a concubine's chair, with another maid fanning her. The ancients did not always sit stiffly. They too had their habits of lounging, a practice reflected in the term leaning. Would it be so grave? Li Lizzie responded calmly, already aware of Li Chengqian's intrusion into the palace. Reporting to Her Royal Highness, the Wei King, whom you instructed us to keep an eye on, was brought over the palace wall by His Majesty. However, the Wei King has passed away. Chapter 38. No restraint, reckless words. In inevitable trouble, has he passed away? Are you certain? Li Lizzie abruptly straightened her posture, her expression momentarily vacant. Yes, Your Highness. I can confirm that Prince Wei has indeed departed this world. Despite having contemplated the inevitability of Li Tai's demise, she, as a mere princess, felt powerless to voice her thoughts on such monumental affairs. It was only at this moment, with the dust settling, that a tumult of emotions stirred within her. This is what it means to be royal. Life and death are beyond one's control. It was the same years ago, and it is the same now. Leave me, Li Lizzie said softly. Yes, Your Highness, I take my leave. The maid retreated, and Li Lizzie resumed her repose. Ah, brother, if only you could bring mother back to life. How would she confront all of this upon her return? Sigh. I hope you can manage everything well. Li Lizzie felt no sorrow for Li Tai. Their bond was tenuous at best. In her youth, she had observed his desperate quest for favor. Yet during that time, Li Shimin's affection for her had eclipsed any attention Li Tai received. Her father's love, though not in the form of power, was nonetheless profound. Hence, she had never felt jealousy towards Li Tai, often perceiving him as somewhat of a fool. Before long, another maid rushed in. Your Highness, we have received credible news. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has declared his intention to reopen the family registry, establishing a separate branch and stripping all current royal family members of their titles, leaving only His Majesty, the Empress, and the retired Emperor. The entire palace, both inside and out, was abuzz with this revelation. Although no imperial edict had been issued yet, it was clear that the Crown Prince's words were not to be taken lightly. Before the maid could finish, Li Lizzie rose sharply, interrupting Xiao Shui. Have I been too lenient with you? Do you presume to have a say in such matters? Forgive me, Your Highness. Xiao Kui, trembling, knelt to beg for mercy. Li Lizzie replied coolly, Go and receive 20 lashes. Should this happen again, I will grant you the privilege of leaving a final message. Now, depart. Your Highness shows mercy. Your Highness shows mercy. Frightened nearly to death, Xiao Shui bowed repeatedly. 20 lashes may seem trivial, yet in reality, they could be a harrowing ordeal. 5 lashes would leave one wounded, 10 would confine one to bed for half a month, and 20 would leave a fragile person in a state of near ruin. 30 lashes would be insufferable without extraordinary fortitude. There is a distinct difference between light and severe punishment, easily discerned by those attuned to the nuances of power. Guards, take her away, Li Lizzie commanded loudly. Two male guards entered from either side of the door, dragging the maid away, heedless of her pitiful cries. With no restraint and unguarded words, trouble is bound to ensue. Li pondered as she closed her eyes again, contemplating her relationship with Chang'an and whether it should be severed entirely. As for Li Chengqian's desire to expunge the royal lineage, she was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the deeper implications of his actions. His intent was not merely a reaction to Li Shimin's words, but rather carried a more profound significance. As for her own position as Grand Princess, Li felt little concern. The mere fact that Li Chengqian spoke of resurrecting their mother indicated that he was not devoid of compassion. Yet, the indiscretion of her own subordinate could lead to dangerous repercussions. What if it incited Li Chengqian's suspicion? This was the true source of Li's ire. As if summoned by fate, another maid entered to announce the arrival of her husband, Chang'an. Chang'an pays his respects to the Grand Princess. He entered, bowing respectfully. Despite their marital bond, their relationship remained one of sovereign and subject. In ancient times, few aspired to marry a princess, especially during a prosperous dynasty. The notion of a princess and her husband was often romanticized, a mere fantasy of the common folk. In reality, it was more accurate to say that marrying a princess was akin to being married to a princess. The princess resided in the princess's palace, while the husband lived in his own residence, only summoned by the princess when needed, akin to a breeding stallion. Furthermore, upon becoming a husband, one could seldom attain real power. Despite holding the title of prince consort, such individuals were often relegated to a position of lesser authority, always overshadowed by true power holders. According to popular belief, a prince consort was considered a son-in-law. The princess was the sovereign, while the prince consort was the subject. There was a clear distinction. A prince consort could not take concubines, venture out recklessly, or even serve the princess like one would attend to ancestors. With all these burdens combined, how can any man bear it? It can be said that the men who caught the princesses could not endure the weight of her expectations, while those who were willing to endure were often dismissed by the princess. Consequently, such unions were typically arranged directly by the emperor, leaving ministers with no choice but to acquiesce. Chang'an was among the more fortunate, being a cousin and a close aide to Li Shimin, which further strengthened their bond. The prince consorts of prosperous dynasties often felt a sense of suffocation, akin to slavery. What brings you here? Li did not even glance up. The emotional rift between her and Chang'an had grown so vast that even familial affection had dissipated. I have heard, Your Highness, that you are recovering from your illness, and I am truly delighted. Just as Chang'an began to speak, Li waved her hand dismissively. You all may leave. Yes. The maids who had been attending to Li promptly bowed and exited in an orderly fashion. Why are you, the esteemed Grand Master of Chariots, not stationed by my father's side, and instead come to the princess's palace? Li inquired. The Grand Master of Chariots, though a lower-ranking official, held the responsibility of managing the emperor's ceremonial processions, including the maintenance of carriages and horses. Thus, while the position was not particularly high in rank, it was one of trust and proximity to the emperor. Chang'an approached and sat beside Li. With no one else around, they were ostensibly in the role of husband and wife. However, to his surprise, Li straightened her back and distanced herself from him. The stance of rejection was unmistakable. Chang'an's heart sank as he reached for her hand, but she evaded him once more, even rising to her feet. Looking down at him, she said, Cousin, if you have no business here, it would be best for you to return to your duties. If you do have something to discuss, then speak forth. My lady. Chang'an barely uttered these words before Li interjected. What kind of husband lingers nearby, yet neglects his home for half a year? Chang'an, if you do not address the matter at hand, I must ask you to leave. Chapter 39. In front of the East Palace Gate. Slaying the demon path, Chang'an's heart raced. He understood what Li was alluding to. Their relationship had never been one of profound romance, merely that of cousins who had grown up together, fostering a familiarity that precluded deeper emotions. Initially, their feelings were amicable, at least maintaining a semblance of mutual respect. However, after 2 years of Li bearing no children, his disdain began to surface. Were it not for her unique status, he would have divorced her long ago. Some matters had remained unspoken, but he never anticipated Li Lizzie would lay them bare. Changsun stood up, adopting a serious demeanor. Cousin, I have heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince intends to eliminate all royal family members and establish a new lineage. Have you heard about this? I am merely a royal princess. What does it matter whether I have heard or not? Li Lizzie raturta. Cousin, you must understand. If the Crown Prince truly pursues this course of action, it may incite chaos within the royal family, Changsun warned. Isn't it your uncle who is meddling too much? Li Lizzie replied with a cold laugh. You. Changsun realized that his little scheme had been uncovered by Li Lizzie. Go back and inform uncle that. During Mother's tenure, she always advised father not to place too much trust in him. Even I am aware of this. Haven T. Powerful maternal relatives wreaked havoc throughout history, the most notorious being the witchcraft incident during Emperor Wu of Han's reign. Previously, father relied on uncle, with mother mediating, and thus they maintained a fragile peace. With mother gone, the current crown prince is not like father. If uncle continues to be so obstinate, he may find himself facing dire consequences. Do not say I did not warn you. Someone, escort this guest out. Cousin you. Changsun became anxious, wanting to protest, but was mindful of the guards entering, for the walls had ears. Li Lizzie waved her hand, commanding, take him away and throw him out of the princess's residence. Issue a decree that in the future, no one may enter without my command, except for the crown prince and the emperor, as well as the middle envoy. Wait. Lizzie, cousin, wife, madam. Changsun shouted in desperation, gesturing for himself to remain, attempting to resist. However, Li Lizzie's guard were seasoned warriors selected by Li Shimin, and Changsun was no match for them. Before he could make much of a protest, he was forcibly subdued. As Li Lizzie gazed at the empty palace gates, she murmured, Changsun, I had not yet made a decision, but your arrival has compelled me to choose. You did not come when the crown prince was besieged, nor did you appear when the city fell yesterday, yet you come now. Since you have come, I would have accepted it had you displayed a proper attitude. But I see now that you and your uncle are indeed two of a kind, with nothing in your eyes but the lust for power and status. You wish to ascertain if I too will be discarded, even hoping I might plead with the crown prince on your behalf. At this moment, you still prance about. What remains in your eyes besides ambition? Meanwhile, Li Chengqian sat atop the blood dragon, reinstated in front of the East Palace gates with the support of his automaton soldiers. The East Palace gates were already guarded by his mechanical sentinels, and indeed, throughout the palace, critical locations were similarly protected. They did not interfere with any affairs, merely standing sentinel, indifferent to all. The character of these soldiers was well known, and none dared provoke them. Within the palace, structures referred to as palaces comprised vast architectural complexes. Each palace contained various halls, and lesser halls, like small side chambers, might simply be nameless abodes. However, significant halls would be divided into clusters of palatial buildings. Historically, while the Li Tang Palace may not have been the largest, it was certainly among the most substantial. Consequently, the East Palace was exceedingly grand, encompassing multiple building complexes centered around halls, each serving diverse functions. When Li Shimin had successfully rebelled, and Li Yuan refused to budge, he too convened court meetings within the East Palace, illustrating its vastness. Calculations in later years revealed that this palace in Chang'an was approximately 4 times larger than the Forbidden City of subsequent dynasties. Residing in such a place necessitated the constant assistance of carriages. Otherwise, it felt akin to embarking on a long journey, a testament to the embodiment of imperial power. Hence, some remarked that the palaces of the Ming and Qing dynasties were rather modest. Before the East Palace's main gate, a long queue had formed. We welcome His Royal Highness the Crown Prince back to the palace. We welcome His Royal Highness the Crown Prince back to the palace. We welcome His Royal Highness the Crown Prince back to the palace. A multitude of over 100 individuals bowed in reverence to Li Chengqian's approaching figure on horseback. These individuals were deemed worthy of kneeling before him, yet many more lacked such privilege. Notably absent was He Qingji, who currently served merely as the head of the East Palace Guards. While he was affiliated with Li Chengqian, he was far from a trusted confidant. The individuals kneeling before him were fully aware of the situation. Otherwise, why would he venture out alone, resulting in such a turnout? The blood dragon moved forward at a leisurely pace, and from his elevated position, Li Chengqian could clearly see the faces of the hundreds before him. Their excitement was palpable, perhaps believing that with Li Chengqian's victory, they too would soon be part of the new regime, enjoying favor and power. Among the throng were those he had invited. Taoists, but notably absent were monks. The Li Tang royal family revered Laozi as their ancestor, a figure of Taoism. It wasn't until the latter years of Li Shimin that he fell prey to the allure of immortality. Remembering his past interactions with Empress Changsun, he had been lured into a monastery simply because of their teachings on reincarnation, which led to the planting of a ginkgo tree believed to be a millennium old. In the earlier years, around the second year of the Chang'an era, Li Shimin had even commissioned a statue of Buddha for himself, which remained preserved until a millennium later, renamed the Great Buddha Temple. However, this facade was ostensibly to honor fallen soldiers, yet it stemmed from political motivations. At that time, he was not one to believe in such matters. Many emperors throughout history had commissioned their own statues, not just him. The East Palace housed both civil and military factions, which could be further divided into conservative and radical elements. Throughout history, the East Palace had functioned much like a smaller court. Those with significant power thrived, while the less powerful often found themselves in dire straits. Previously, Li Shimin had been an arrogant phoenix, entirely unafraid of whatever great deeds Li Chengqian's East Palace might accomplish. Though he gradually grew disenchanted with Li Chengqian, he still provided for the East Palace at a foundational level, which accounted for the multitude of officials there. Li Chengqian remained silent, and none dared arise. Slowly, an eerie atmosphere began to envelop the gathering. Bring forth the Taoist Qin Ying from Shihua Temple, the Taoist Wei Lingfu from Huisheng Temple, and all their junior disciples. Execute them at once. Li Chengqian's sudden command sent a shockwave through the crowd. Chapter 40. In front of the Eastern Palace Gate. Slaying the Turks at the forefront of the Taoist community were Qin Ying of the Shihua Temple and Wei Lingfu of the Holy View Temple. Two prominent figures enlisted by Li Chengqian. The Li Tang royal family revered Laozi, which naturally attracted numerous Taoists seeking sustenance from the imperial court. In an effort to appease Li Shimin, Li Chengqian sought to garner favor as well. These two individuals were the first to incite him to rebellion, employing mysterious and supernatural rhetoric. Even before he was crippled, they had been restless, with the radical faction led by Du He and Zhao Jie openly advising him to take decisive action against Li Shimin. Initially, he faced reprimands for trivial matters, leaving him with no outlet for his frustrations, which he would vent in the Eastern Palace. However, the true scheming for rebellion commenced after his leg was broken. The historical precedent of no disabled emperor drove him to desperation and madness. Prior to this, despite his dissatisfaction with Li Shimin, it was merely the discontent of a son towards a father, stemming from his perceived favoritism towards Li Tai. As Li Chengqian commanded, the automata sprang into action. These constructs represented an extension of his will. Even without familiarity, they executed his orders flawlessly. Your Highness, spare us. What wrong have we committed? Please have mercy. Others stirred slightly, yet remained prostrated in fear. Wei Lingfu and Qin Ying, employing supernatural tales to sow discord, were swiftly dealt with. Li Chengqian articulated the rationale for their execution, and regardless of its validity, it became the justification for their demise. With the final cries echoing, a dozen individuals fell, their blood staining the threshold of the Eastern Palace. Li Chengqian declared, "The Turkish shamans led by Sua Yuanli, who have ensnared me with their shamanistic rites and divinations, shall be executed as well." The reaction from the Turkish shamans was even more pronounced, yet they proved no match for the automata, who dispatched them in mere moments. Previously, Li Chengqian endured immense pressure from Li Shimin, and within the confines of his own territory, he felt liberated to act boldly. He harbored an affinity for the Turkish culture, which thrived on sports such as wrestling and cockfighting. Accusations arose, instigated by Li Tai, claiming he favored Turkish customs, which later became a point of criticism against him. Yet, One must consider that even the Khan of Shelley became the dancing king of Chang'an, performing annually at state banquets, while the Eastern Turks had already perished. Even if he did admire Turkish culture, what consequence did it bear? It was not uncommon for the nobility to indulge in various proclivities, but such inclinations were personal choices, detached from societal norms. The history of the Tang Dynasty, even in the face of later disparagement, seldom remarked upon any scandalous behaviors of the imperial family. The royal family's preferences were never questioned, nor did they deviate from conventional conduct. After executing 2 batches of individuals, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Their deaths signified Li Chengqian's current stance, a rejection of supernatural beliefs. Just as the art of sorcery had plagued Emperor Wu of Han, it persisted into the Tang era, primarily utilized by the elite for political ends. When Du He urged Li Chengqian to rebel, he invoked sorcery as his pretext, even going so far as to assert that upon Li Shimin's demise, he would purge the court. Li Chengqian's slaughter of the Turkish shamans and Taoists served merely to express his disbelief in the supernatural. "Rise, I am weary. Prepare the morning feast, and have Chengqian lead the way to serve me," he commanded, mounting his blood-red dragon and advancing deeper into the Eastern Palace. Chengqian, a talented performer from the Taichung Temple, was designated to the Eastern Palace, serving as the leader of the musical troupe. Another performer, a Hu individual named Gao Tsuiwei, excelled in acrobatics and mimicry. Together, they constituted the artistic ensemble of the Eastern Palace. The thought of Chengqian caused Li Chengqian to shake his head. Future generations would misconstrue and fabricate tales. The term Ti-ing merely referred to youth, devoid of any connotation regarding gender. Regarding Chengqian's gender, there is no need for dispute. History acknowledges her existence, and such details are crucial to the narrative. The insistence that Chengqian was male, solely based on beauty, is utterly nonsensical. In the Han Dynasty, such suspicions might find precedent, but in the Tang Dynasty, while some nobles may have had unorthodox preferences, these were personal matters. Throughout the grand history of the Tang, even amidst later vilifications, there was no mention of any peculiarities regarding the royal family's inclinations. As for whether he and Chengqian had danced intimately, that was indeed the case. How else could she lead the dance? Li Shimin's selection of handmaidens had been less than desirable. Encountering the captivating Chengqian, who danced with alluring expressions, stirred desires within him. The crown princess, Su, was aware and bore no jealousy. A performer of lowly status posed no threat to her position. Even if Chengqian bore a child, it would not be deemed a legitimate heir, merely a bastardy. Currently, Li Chengqian felt no envy towards Chengqian. The royal household was accustomed to multiple wives and concubines, a norm rather than an anomaly. After relinquishing a fortune, Chengqian nestled in his embrace. Her expression one of docility as she remarked, "Your Highness, you are formidable. I truly hope the crown princess returns soon to share the burden." Previously, Li Chengqian would have dismissed such words, but circumstances had changed. The crown princess's return from visiting her family was not a matter of days. She was likely unaware of the upheaval in Chang'an. The journey home was arduous, particularly for a crown princess, who required grand arrangements. Though her father, Sudan, was a significant official in Chang'an, overseeing the Ministry of State Affairs, the family reunion entailed more than just a quick visit. According to the original plan, her journey would span 1 to 2 months, and they had only been gone for about half a month. The prospect of the crown princess returning to alleviate his burdens seemed distant. Li Chengqian's expression grew cold as he gazed intently at Chengqian. Chapter 41. Kongingda. Your Highness, why such behavior? Indeed, share the burden with me. At this juncture, Chengqian finally sensed something amiss. She hastily extricated herself from Li Chengqian's embrace, kneeling before him and bowing her head repeatedly. Your Highness, spare me, spare me. Chengqian trembled in fear. Acutely aware of her misstep, Li Chengqian commanded loudly, "Bring the change of clothes." The rather unattractive maidservants entered, disregarding the situation, and silently dressed Li Chengqian in his royal attire. Once they had finished and exited, Li Chengqian spoke coolly. "I'm not a heartless person. Regardless of whether your actions were intentional or not, I present you with 2 choices. First, consume the sterility potion and remain by my side. Second, I shall send you back to the Tai, Le Bureau. Should you insist on a third option, be it white silk or poison wine, you may choose. Li Chengqian was far from indecisive like Li Shimin. If Li Shimin had been less hesitant, could a prince like Li Yu have ever come into existence? After all, she was the daughter of an enemy who had desecrated his family's ancestral graves. Revenge and humiliation were one thing, but why would he consider fathering children with her? That would be pure folly. I am willing to take the sterility potion. Chengxian's tone was filled with despair. Yet she had no choice but to concede. Compared to being sent back or forced to take her own life, this was the best outcome she could hope for. The latter was not worth mentioning. If sent back, she would undoubtedly be delivered to the teaching department, subjected to their whims. Perhaps, under the guise of sending her back, she might inadvertently meet her demise, for she was indeed a woman who had been favored by the crown prince. Although taking the sterility potion would mean she could never bear children again, possibly leading to a desolate future, at least she could continue to live well for now. Li Chengqian approached the door and called out, "Bring Chengxian the sterility potion." He then departed directly. He had originally intended to find solace in a gentle embrace. But little did he expect that even Chengxian would prove to be ungrateful. Perhaps her words had been unintentional, but they suggested she believed Li Chengqian favored her. Secretly considering herself of higher status than the crown princess, Su, she had begun to feel elevated, started to whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such remarks. Women, alas, must not be overly pampered, for they can easily become oblivious to their own standing. Women like his mother were indeed a rarity. Li Chengqian sought to wander and clear his mind, only to unexpectedly encounter Kong Ingda. There was no doubt that Kong Ingda had deliberately awaited his arrival. Kong Ingda at that time was a subordinate in the right spring palace of the Eastern Palace and one of Li Chengqian's instructors. The Eastern Palace was overseen by the Crown Prince's Grand Preceptor, responsible for all affairs of the Eastern Palace and communication between the Eastern Palace and the Emperor, ministers, and court. This role had originally been held by Yu Jining, the Crown Prince's tutor, who had clashed with Li Chengqian in the first 2 years and was subsequently ousted. Now it was concurrently held by Changsun Wuji. The left and right spring palaces could be understood as divisions of civil and military affairs, with the left subordinate being Zhang Sushuan, who had often been troublesome but had quieted down after being taught a lesson by Li Chengqian, rarely appearing before him. The right subordinate was originally in charge of military officials' affairs, yet due to Li Shimin's arrangements, Kong Ingda, a prominent figure in contemporary Confucianism, was entrusted with this responsibility. This man was not one to be trifled with and often sought to enhance his political standing at Li Chengqian's expense. In Li Chengqian's eyes, Kong Ingda was akin to a petty informant. Such individuals held a concurrent position in the Eastern Palace. He was also the sacrificial wine of the Imperial Academy, assisting Wei Zheng in compiling the history of the Sui dynasty and collaborating with Yan Shirgu and others on the annotations of the 5 classics. As a 32nd descendant of Confucius, he possessed both lineage and status. In the past, Li Chengqian, while furious at him, had refrained from resorting to physical confrontation as he had with Zhang Sushuan. This man was considered one of the leaders of Confucianism. If he were to throw a punch, Li Chengqian would undoubtedly be condemned by scholars across the realm. In the face of public opinion, he would find himself utterly estranged from the throne. Master Kong. Upon encountering this obstacle, Li Chengqian's thoughts raced, yet ultimately, he bowed respectfully. Deep down, he contemplated how to make this old man suffer a significant loss, preferably one that would render him utterly disgraceful, causing the so-called learned men of the world to shun him. Li Chengqian, having experienced the cycles of life and death, understood all too well the importance of public opinion in governing the realm. It was an unavoidable reality. Even in later eras that advocated freedom, such liberty remained confined within the bounds of law. Absolute freedom would inevitably lead to chaos. In such circumstances, where everyone shares a singular mindset, even the powerful cannot truly be free. Moreover, in an era of 9-year compulsory education, there were countless individuals who blindly followed the crowd, lacking independent thought, let alone in the present day. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Kong Ingda's eyes as he quickly returned the gesture. "Your Highness." In private, a student bows to his teacher, irrespective of his own status. The teacher must reciprocate, and this is independent of the lord-vassal relationship. In public, under the lord-vassal hierarchy, the titles would reflect their respective positions, with the vassal bowing first. In that context, distinctions between lord and vassal were clear. "Why do you obstruct me, Master Kong?" Li Chengqian inquired, having resolved to ensure Kong Ingda faced a significant setback, now awaiting Kong Ingda's move. Li Chengqian could not believe that, with his 9 lifetimes of experience, he would still be as constrained as before, unable to find a retort against him. Engaging with scholars required more than mere brute force. In Li Chengqian's view, some scholars were merely tools to be wielded by the sovereign. However, such tools could only be employed if they were destined to leave a mark on history. Thus, they were exceedingly disconcerting. If one were to slay them, it would tarnish one's reputation in history, and controlling public sentiment would prove difficult. Those scholars' minds were sometimes burdens too heavy for a sovereign to bear, and the cost of such a burden was unbearable. The body, hair, and skin are bestowed by one's parents. They must not be harmed, as this is the essence of filial piety. "Your Highness, why such behavior?" Kong Ingda stroked his beard, his voice calm yet grave. Li Chengqian understood the underlying implication. This was a test of his current attitude toward him. Although Confucians could be rather obstinate, they must ensure that their sacrifices were justified. Should a life be lost, it must yield eternal praise. Otherwise, it would not be worth it. The matter of hair could be of great significance or trivial. One need not look far to fear that all of Chang'an might soon know why Li Chengqian's hair had come to be in such a state. Kong Ingda was certainly aware of this. A wise person would not even broach the subject, not even a woman like Chengqian. This was evidently a pure test. If Li Chengqian answered truthfully, he would fall into a trap. Therefore, he promptly countered, "Does Master Kong imply that the laws of our ancestors must remain unchanged?" Chapter 42. A battle of wits. Kong Ingda sought to maintain his control over Li Chengqian, proclaiming that the ancestral laws must not be altered lightly. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian smiled, reflecting that true Confucianism indeed began with the Northern Song dynasty. During that era, the Northern Song conferred upon them a hereditary title of Yin Shengao. Throughout history, the titles of nobles were merely a facade, dissolving with the fall of the dynasty. Yet, the next dynasty would see Confucianism rise anew. As the Mongol Yuan dynasty, seen as outsiders in the Central Plains, recognized this title to solidify their rule. When it came to Zhu Yuanzhang, a mutual disdain existed, and he sought acknowledgement of his own legitimacy. As time progressed, the spoils of comfort dulled the resolve of successive generations, transforming them into mere sycophants. In the early Tang Dynasty, Confucianism was not so brazen. However, in the second year of the Jingguan era, Emperor Taizong made a fateful decision by elevating Confucius to the title of sage, stripping the Duke of Zhou of his previous honorific. Thus, it was from this point that Confucius truly attained the venerated status of a sage. While there were considerations behind this act, some matters simply cannot withstand such manipulation. Tracing back, it could be argued that this was the moment when scholars aspired to overturn the established order. Kong Ingda questioned the sanctity of ancestral laws, asking when they could be amended. These literati would engage in verbal sparring, but Li Chengqian tossed the question back, challenging him to provide an answer. Eager to make Kong Ingda suffer a significant loss to avenge his prior grievances, the title of sage was conferred by Li Shimin, making it difficult to directly contest it. Yet, Li Chengqian was resolute in his intention to dethrone this sage, starting with Kong Ingda. Respect for ancestors was warranted, yet bestowing the title of sage was unnecessary unless the lineage ceased to exist, a consideration stemming from imperial prerogative. The emperor, as the embodiment of heavenly mandate, could enact changes. However, the divine will was beyond alteration. Exempt from this were the barbarian tribes, for they were deemed unworthy of civilizing influence. Upon hearing this, Li Chengqian realized that he had walked into a trap. While heavenly will was immutable, the emperor's authority to amend was a direct elevation of his status. Kong Ingda's flattery of Li Shimin was understandable, yet when it came to enacting change, compliance was not guaranteed unless it served their interests. The crux of the matter lay in the final statement, implying that if Li Chengqian admitted to unprovoked alteration, it would symbolize a disregard for the civilizing doctrine. Such a notion, especially for the crown prince of the Great Tang, was no trivial matter. If Li Chengqian were to respond that it was due to Li Shimin's unjust actions, he would be seen as disloyal. Yet, as the crown prince, he remained bound to filial duty. Kong Yingda's maneuver was a double-edged sword. No matter how Li Chengqian answered, he would be wounded. The soft blades of these literati could cut deep without immediate realization, revealing their effects only later. Strangely, Kong Yingda's previous attempts to ingratiate himself with Li Shimin seemed to have shifted, as the latter might now find himself lamenting in the halls of power or plotting against Li Tai. Thus, Kong Yingda's motives appeared perplexing. Even if he had offended Li Chengqian in the past, seeking to curry favor now seemed ill-timed. He should have kept his distance. Did he truly fear reprisal? Willing to risk his reputation? Realizing that a direct response would lead to entrapment, Li Chengqian opted for a different approach, drawing his metaphorical sword to measure whose blade was sharper and longer. The body and hair are gifts from one's parents. They must not be harmed. This is the essence of filial piety. Li Chengqian reiterated, then countered, does Master Kong believe that one who cuts their hair is necessarily unfilial? Or that one who retains their hair is inherently filial? I have heard, he continued, that there is a saying in Shu, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with their shoes. Due to their accents, they refer to shoes as children. The original meaning suggests that if the wolf runs too swiftly, one cannot hope to pursue while encumbered by footwear. However, the phrase has been misconstrued to imply that to gain a wolf, one must exchange their child. The prevalence of this saying suggests a deep-seated belief among many. What does Master Kong think of this? With a flourish of his sleeve, Li Chengqian added, I acknowledge the wisdom of Confucius. Yet I wonder if Master Kong has misunderstood the intent, much like the misinterpretation of shoes as children. Kong Yingda, no fool himself, evaded the challenge and retorted, what reason does His Highness believe he has to assert that the words of my ancestors align with your sentiments? This implied that Li Chengqian must provide evidence for his claims, for he could not possibly know better than Kong Yingda regarding his own lineage. As the crown prince, he could not simply assert his opinions without substantiation. Utilizing his inherent advantages, Kong Yingda sought to suppress Li Chengqian's attempts to shift the narrative. After exchanging blows, neither had gained the upper hand. Li Chengqian smiled and inquired, does Master Kong believe that the words of the sage are infallible? At this moment, Kong Yingda regarded Li Chengqian with heightened vigilance, recognizing that he had transformed into a formidable adversary, one whose every word concealed a blade. No longer was he the timid student who shied away from debate. With a shift in his demeanor, Kong Yingda bowed slightly eastward, stating, I dare not presume. I am grateful for the sage's elevation of my ancestor to the status of sage. Surely, His Majesty has his own considerations. Li Chengqian's lips twitched. Kong Yingda had deftly shifted the focus of the discussion onto Li Shimin. It appeared that two significant tasks loomed on the horizon. First, to re-establish the family lineage and distance the current royal family from their parasitic nature. Second, to dismantle the nascent Confucian establishment completely. Addressing the most formidable clans would prove easier than anticipated. As long as they dared to challenge him, Li Chengqian had ample means at his disposal. Until these two matters were resolved, his aspirations of becoming a great emperor would remain distant. Both issues were intricately linked to Li Shimin, for he had initiated the situation and should be responsible for its resolution. Master Kong, I happen to have business to attend to. I must see my father. Would it not be prudent for you to invite the emperor for a fair assessment? Li Chengqian countered. Internally, he mused that since Kong Yingda sought to implicate Li Shimin in this matter, he would play along. By this point in their dialogue, Li Chengqian began to grasp Kong Yingda's intentions. He was probing Li Chengqian's stance on Confucianism through the matter of his hair. With Kong Yingda's ancestor freshly bestowed with a title, their status was not yet firmly established. Should Li Chengqian fail to present himself as a worthy ruler, they would not hesitate to wield their literary power against him. Conversely, even if Li Chengqian had no valid reason for cutting his hair, As long as he adhered to Confucian doctrine, there would be great scholars ready to defend him. Chapter 43. Wayward son, what have you fed your sister? Your Highness, you. Before Kong Ingda could finish his sentence, a horse's head suddenly emerged behind him, gently nudging him, causing him to stumble. Not only did his crown tilt askew, but he also fell flat on the ground. The unexpectedness of the situation, compounded by his age of 65, caught him off guard. Li Chengqian struggled to suppress his laughter and scolded, "Shuilong, you are truly mischievous. Apologize to Master Kong at once, or I shall have you killed and served for dinner." Shuilong, being a biomechanical beast, possessed a modicum of independent thought, but was more inclined to obey Li Chengqian's commands. Thus, the earlier act was indeed a covert directive from Li Chengqian. Snorting, Shuilong extended a front leg, its steel claw poised threateningly against Kong Ingda's neck. Kong Ingda's pupils constricted in fear, nearly escaping a cry. "Hey, retract your leg. Who taught you to apologize in such a manner? Is this an apology or a threat?" Li Chengqian, feigning seriousness, interjected, then stepped forward, extending his right hand toward Kong Ingda with a wry smile. "Master Kong, I sincerely apologize. This beast has been somewhat unruly. Surely, you wouldn't hold a creature accountable, would you? The ground is cold. Please rise." Kong Ingda was keenly aware of the underlying implications in Li Chengqian's words. Yet he found himself at a loss, for to express his grievances would be tantamount to quarreling with a beast. "I am capable of dining alone. There is no need for your Highness to assist me. Since you have matters to discuss with the sage, you should proceed without delay. We shall have ample time to reconvene in the future." Though his face flushed with indignation, Kong Ingda could not bring himself to blame Li Chengqian. It was hard to fathom that the horse's actions were orchestrated by him. However, the sharp steel claw against his neck had instilled in him a palpable fear of death for the first time. Even if he believed Li Chengqian orchestrated it, he dared not utter a word, resolutely vowing to see how this would unfold. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave now." Li Chengqian chuckled softly and leaped on his Shuilong, galloping away. He had initially intended to humiliate Kong Ingda on the spot to reclaim past grievances, but he had unexpectedly retreated. Nonetheless, it mattered little. At the grand court meeting 3 days hence, certain individuals would undoubtedly seek retribution, and Li Chengqian had no intention of letting them off lightly. Arriving at the Lizheng Hall, Li Chengqian searched until he finally located Li Shimin. He appeared to be composed, though his eyes were still red and puffy. His personal eunuch, Zhang Anan, was attending him alongside 2 young children, a boy and a girl, one named Li Mingda and the other Li Ji. Li Mingda was but 5 years old, while Li Ji, at 12, was already on the cusp of adolescence, exhibiting signs of maturity despite his youthful visage. Upon his entrance, their reactions diverged. Li Ji hid behind Li Shimin, peering out with trepidation, having overheard the palace rumors and naturally fearing Li Chengqian. In stark contrast, Li Mingda rushed forward with outstretched hands, calling out, "Elder brother." Li Mingda was the youngest sister in their household, having lost her mother, Empress Changsun, at the tender age of 2. According to the customs of the Jingguan era, young princes were nursed by wet nurses, while young princesses were cared for by their biological mothers. With Li Mingda's mother gone, Li Shimin had directed his affections towards this little girl, personally nurturing her and even involving her in state affairs. As a result, this little one had frequently observed Li Shimin penning documents, learning to mimic his handwriting to the point where even the ministers struggled to discern the authenticity. Upon reaching a certain age, princes and princesses were assigned their own palaces. As they matured further, they would be granted residences in the inner city, while those favored would remain in the palace, receiving nominal titles and land grants. Li Chengqian, retrieving a medicinal pill from his inventory, placed it into Li Mingda's mouth. The young girl, lacking any sense of wariness, instinctively swallowed it, then wrinkled her brow, exclaiming, "This is not candy. It's medicine. Elder brother is naughty. Wah!" Li Mingda burst into tears, squirming to escape Li Chengqian's embrace. Li Shimin, who had been pretending not to notice, erupted in fury. "Wayward son, what have you fed your sister?" Li Chengqian ignored him, instead purchasing a handful of milk candies from the market. He set Li Mingda down, closed her tiny hands around the treats, and assured her, "Do not cry. I merely mistook this for something else. This is indeed candy. Taste it for yourself." Children's emotions are fleeting. Upon receiving the unfamiliar milk candy, Li Mingda, amidst her tears, became curious instead. Li Chengqian straightened up, remarking nonchalantly, "Just like what Sister Lizzie is having." Li Shimin nearly choked, composing himself before responding. "Mingda is not ill." Li Chengqian smirked coldly. "Father, we all harbor ailments. You cannot be unaware of that, can you? Wayward son, have you lost your mind?" Li Shimin exclaimed incredulously, thinking Li Chengqian referred to ancestral rebellions. With hands clasped behind his back, Li Chengqian elaborated, "The affliction of our mother has not only been passed to Sister Lizzie, but also to Mingda. However, being so young, her symptoms have yet to manifest. Your affliction, too, has been inherited by me and Li Ji. It merely lies dormant due to our ages. Do you truly believe we are all well?" Li Shimin was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure whether to accept this revelation. "Zhang Anan, come here." Li Chengqian beckoned. "Your Highness." Zhang Anan hurried over, bowing respectfully. Li Chengqian produced 5 medicinal pills once more, saying coolly, "Extend your hands." Though uncertain of Li Chengqian's intentions, Zhang Anan complied, presenting both hands. Li Chengqian placed the 5 pills in his grasp. "Deliver 2 to them, 1 to Princess Xinqing, 1 to Princess Qingyang, and the last one shall be your reward." Zhang Anan, as Li Shimin's personal attendant, had contributed his share of labor, and with an abundance of medicinal pills available, it was prudent to ensure this old eunuch continued to serve Li Shimin. Should Li Shimin ever succumb to anger, it would be more beneficial to have him consume the medicinal pills rather than resort to resurrection. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall partake of this." Zhang Anan grinned, promptly popping 1 pill into his mouth. Chapter 44. How about having a multitude of rebellious offspring like the Emperor? Zhang Anan would naturally never be so disrespectful. Had he been, he would not have survived to this moment. The palace eunuchs, by their very nature, had the duty of tasting the emperor's food, which explains his eagerness to partake. Eunuchs like him, privy to numerous secrets of the emperor, typically meet one of 3 fates. Firstly, execution by the emperor for some transgression. Secondly, dying before the emperor while remaining by his side. Or thirdly, receiving a dignified death at the hands of a new emperor following the demise of the reigning one. Aside from dying before the emperor, they seldom meet a peaceful end. Even the latter could result in death by poison in their meals. "What are you eating, you old fool? Do you dare to poison me?" Li Shimin bellowed, striding forward to seize the remaining pills from Zhang Anan's grasp, hastily consuming one himself. While he spoke thus, he refrained from immediately offering one to Li Ji, wary of Li Chengqian's intent to eradicate the roots. "Father, it would be a waste to give you poison." Li Chengqian scoffed. "What did you say, rebellious son?" Li Shimin stared wide-eyed. Li Chengqian shrugged. "I meant giving you poison is a waste. A swift blade would be far more effective, wouldn't it? Regardless, soon the world will know that I, Li Chengqian, have usurped power, and I have no intention of concealing it. I do not believe I possess the ability to silence the mouths of the realm." "You." Li Shimin was at a loss for how to react. Torn between fury and exasperation, he chose instead to turn and return to his seat. "Father, 1 pill is sufficient. Taking more is futile and precious. I say who gets what, so do not act recklessly. Otherwise, should something of value arise, I may not consider you. You dare think I would covet a single pill from you? That remains uncertain." Li Shimin sat upright and declared, "Speak. What brings you here? Are you merely checking whether I live or die? Indeed, if you were dead, I would save a pill." Zhang Anan trembled at such words. Could he truly bear to hear this? "Rest assured, rebellious son, I am still in my prime. Yet you, young as you are, have already lost your innocence. I fear your days are numbered." Li Chengqian's lips twitched, and he replied nonchalantly, "Everyone else has taken the remedy. Your bones may be crumbling, and I suspect I'm nearly there. Now speak. I do not believe you have come solely to deliver medicine." Li Shimin, having gained no advantage, shifted the topic. "2 matters. Firstly, I wish to reopen the family registry." Li Chengqian raised a finger, prompting Li Shimin to stand abruptly. Li Mingda was in a corner, savoring her sweets, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Li Ji hid behind Li Shimin, striving to diminish his presence, fearing Li Chengqian's wrath. Why bring this up again? Li Shimin grumbled. Father, I am not quarreling with you. This is for the sake of the great Tang Empire. Li Chengqian asarta earnestly. Pray tell. Once the serious matter was broached, Li Shimin's imperial demeanor returned, and he adopted a serious countenance. Li Chengqian, arms crossed behind him, took a few steps and stated, throughout history, whether falling to powerful relatives, revolts, or other causes, the common issue remains one of unequal distribution. Li Shimin ponderat. He comprehended this truth, as did all founding emperors, yet knowing it does not spare one from the consequences. What do you propose? Li Shimin retorted. In every dynasty, when establishing a new regime, it is inevitable to reward loyal ministers. After all, they risked their lives alongside you in conquest. It is unreasonable for one to monopolize the spoils. My soldiers, however, have different origins. They harbor no such thoughts. Thus, I do not need to distribute rewards. I can rely on your original troops. I need not allocate resources, and they will not engage in land usurpation. My soldiers are not the issue. The problem arises internally. The strife caused by unequal distribution stems either from powerful relatives or the royal family. For now, I have no such issues with powerful relatives, and I shall ensure they do not arise in the future. Ultimately, the remaining concern lies within the royal family. Your decree to exclude me from the Li Tang royal genealogy, while misguided, serves a purpose. Of course, as Wei Zheng suggested, you have not formally issued it. As long as you possess sufficient shamelessness, you may retract it at any moment. Rebellious son, can you not speak with decorum? What benefit is there to anger me? Are you so impatient? Li Shimin thundered, striking the armrest of his chair. Li Chengqian refrained from replying and continued, Father, you have over 30 surviving offspring. As for my grandfather's various progeny, they are better left unmentioned. In sum, if we consider all bloodlines, the Li Tang royal family is already quite extensive. Presently, we can sustain them, but what of the future? Regardless of how hollow the titles, the resource burden will only increase. It is said that the blessings of a gentleman can lead to execution after 5 generations. Is it so easy to execute? Those who have gained will never willingly relinquish their holdings, but will only seek more. Father, my ambitions are grand. I aspire to construct an everlasting empire, and I cannot afford such a large royal family to weigh me down. I can provide this generation with wealth and splendor, but from the next generation onward, they must rely on themselves. Father, this issue originated with you, and I hope it concludes with you. You must bear the consequences of your own actions. Li Shimin's face darkened, and he retorted through gritted teeth, will not your future children continue to multiply? Even if you are mindful of this issue and endeavor to limit their numbers, your grandchildren and great-grandchildren, as generations pass, will they not also increase? Father, you are wise. Li Chengqian sincerely flattered, astonished that merely hinting at the issue led Li Shimin to such realizations. Do not assume this insight is simple. Some, like Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di, could never fathom it. This reflects a disparity in knowledge and thought processes. Leave. I used to be blinded by such flattery, but now I am quite alert. Li Shimin scoffed coldly. Li Chengqian remained unfazed, understanding that to engage in equal discourse with a formidable man, one must either be more formidable or overpower him. There is no other way. He had managed to accomplish both, enabling him to converse with Li Shimin on equal footing. Lowering his head, he shifted direction and continued, Therefore, I do not intend to have many children. Rebellious son, if you do not propagate the Li family line, why bother being a man? You might as well learn from Anan. Zhang Anan shuddered anew, inwardly lamenting, having rendered himself so invisible. How could he still be mentioned? However, he did feel that after consuming the crown prince's remedy, his waist no longer ached, and his legs were no longer painful. The once rusting old limbs seemed to have regained their agility. Li Chengqian retorted, How about having a multitude of rebellious offspring like the emperor? Chapter 45, A Dialogue. Father, are you not also pretentious? In ancient times, the prevalence of childbirth was a necessity. Firstly, due to the constant state of warfare. Secondly, the medical conditions were indeed inadequate, leading to the premature demise of even the emperor's offspring. Thirdly, regardless of the succession to the throne, the more sons one has, the better one can preserve their current status and avoid being bullied. Li Shimin retorted vehemently. Nonsense! You are the only ungrateful son. Li Chengqian replied defiantly. Father, you are right. I am indeed an ungrateful son. What will you do about it? With that, Li Shimin found himself at a loss for words. What could he do? Li Chengqian had already articulated both praise and criticism, even analyzing the consequences of various actions. He had no choice now. Why create unnecessary trouble? After all, he had achieved accomplishments in his life and did not wish to tarnish his legacy. It seemed that Li Chengqian had not restricted his freedom wherever he went. The soldiers on guard paid him no mind. These soldiers were indeed peculiar, as Li Shimin had observed closely. Their eyes were vacant and cold, neither eating, drinking, nor sleeping, maintaining a posture that seemed unchanging, truly resembling specters. This must be one of Li Chengqian's secrets, one he could not pry into. Thus he refrained from asking. Noticing Li Shimin's silence, Li Chengqian continued, "Let me confide in you, father, from now on, regardless of whether my offspring are sons or daughters. Unless twins are born or unforeseen circumstances arise, I will only bear one child in my lifetime." Li Shimin scoffed. That sounds pleasant. But managing the harem is often more complex than governing the state. Moreover, how can you ensure that one child will survive? Even if you promise their survival in childhood, how can you guarantee they won't fall victim to some conspiracy? Li Chengqian responded bluntly, "I cannot guarantee that. After my death, let the floods rise." He continued, "As long as I have enough women and children, losing a few is of no consequence." Ungrateful son, are you intending to disrupt the line of succession? Li Chengqian interrupted. In our Tang Dynasty, was it not you who first disrupted it? Li Shimin felt a sharp sting from this retort. Li Chengqian coldly remarked, "And that is not all. Father, do you wish to further disrupt it? You, ungrateful son." Li Shimin pointed at Li Chengqian, struggling to find a response. "Father, the reason for advocating the primogeniture was that, on the surface, it appeared to be the most stable option. But, to be frank, look at history. How many legitimate heirs have ascended the throne smoothly? Perhaps 4 in the Han Dynasty, but was the capable Emperor Wu a legitimate son? The Jin Dynasty's ruler, who uttered the infamous words about not eating meat, forcibly imposed the succession of a legitimate son. But what was the outcome? Looking further down the line, it brings us to our own dynasty. There may be some I am unaware of, or perhaps they are simply too obscure, but ultimately, they accomplished little. For the sake of a nation, is this truly the best approach? What can you, an ungrateful son, do about it? Do you think I am oblivious? What matters can be resolved so neatly. Regardless of how one contemplates it, I must concede that primogeniture is the most effective means of ensuring the stability of the realm. Whether you believe it or not, even when I was confused, even when I held disdain for you, I never considered changing the crown prince. You may claim I was confused, but you cannot say I was foolish." At this moment, Li Shimin seemed to regain his composure. Li Chengqian did not pursue this line of conversation. Instead, he turned to face Li Shimin and calmly stated, "As for my son and daughter, I will nurture them according to their talents and interests. Apart from fundamental teachings, I will allow them to develop individually, rather than fostering dependency or fixating solely on the throne." Father, without the whispers of scheming individuals, do you truly believe every prince desires to vie for the throne? You rise before the rooster crows and retire after the dog sleeps, managing both ministers and the harem. If you do well, it is expected. If you falter, you are deemed a tyrant. Although it may seem you hold the power of life and death, can you truly kill it? Well, you are merely in your 40s, yet appear aged beyond your years. Were it not for my compelling reasons, I would cast this throne aside, even for a dog. Li Shimin found himself momentarily speechless, struck hard by Li Chengqian's words. Li Chengqian turned his back and remarked, "Some individuals place immense value on the throne. Whether man or beast, they all strive for it. Have you considered why Qingke ultimately expressed hatred towards you? You bestowed upon him something that was not rightfully his. In his innocence, he could not comprehend the peril of such a gift. With malign influences whispering in his ear, he naturally strayed further into darkness. If you had clarified your stance early on, denying him what did not belong to him, he would have remained blissful, achieving unparalleled success in his literary pursuits. You ruined him with your own hands, and in doing so, you also ruined me. I shall not follow your path. I will not destroy my children. I will enlighten them about the merits and pitfalls of being an emperor as they begin to understand. I will impress upon them that the mantle of an emperor bears not only power, but also immense responsibility. If they possess the confidence, I will grant them a realm to govern and to act. Their ultimate assessment will hinge on the people's opinions, determining who shall ascend, not upon the views of officials, nor upon the slanders whispered in my ear, nor upon the seductions of any consort. Li Shimin was lost in thought for a considerable time before retorting coldly. How can you ensure that the individual you select is not merely feigning virtue? Even if they do feign, what of it? Father, are you not also quite the pretender? Li Chengqian countered. In the distant future, I suspect descendants will jest about how you wept while executing your uncles. Do you believe that? Li Shimin clutched his chest, nearly fainting from anger. Father, do not be enraged. Let the deeds of the past speak for themselves to the world. In the grand tapestry of history, who can silence the voices of the people? Do not be blinded by a single leaf, deceived by ministers. If one can convincingly play the role of a virtuous emperor, receiving the people's admiration, even if privately they are wicked, does that not make them a revered sovereign in the eyes of the realm? For instance, you, father. Conversely, even if one is truly virtuous yet lacks wisdom, as a ruler, the inability to discern right from wrong, or the hollow and insincere virtue, what benefit does it bring to the state? Take Sima Zhong as an example. Chapter 46, Li Shimin, unfilial son. Do you know the origin of the title Zij? Li Shimin was no longer angry. He felt numb. His son, Li Chengqian, had the audacity to compare him to that fool Sima Zhong. What merit was there in such comparison? What if I refused to bear this burden? Li Shimin retorted. Father, you would be willing, all for the sake of the Tang Dynasty's stability. Li Chengqian said earnestly. Too many lice do not itch. Everyone knows you are just that way. Are my other children not my children? Li Shimin replied. Moreover, the Zhong clan has been stripped of their privileges and identity. Who would be content with such a fate? The so-called royal family is indeed the true Li family. Though Li Yuan led the uprising, it cannot be said that the Li family did not contribute. No one could achieve success alone, except for Li Chengqian, who possesses extraordinary talents. Mostly family members merely remain in the shadows. Therefore, after seizing the world, benefits must be allocated. The most renowned among them are undoubtedly Prince Li Daozong of Jiangxia and Li Yuanchang, who originally incited his rebellion. While few may know of Li Daozong, what a princess Wensheng. Li Chengqian suddenly recalled that several years ago, Songzan Ganbu of Tubo had begun seeking a marriage alliance. Last year, after repeated failures, he allied with the Yangtang tribe to attack Tang Songzhou, attempting to exert military pressure. Li Shimin swiftly retaliated, and after Songzan Ganbu's defeat, he sent envoys to apologize, yet he remained undeterred. For the sake of face or other considerations, Li Shimin did not take drastic measures. Perhaps even if he wanted to, he felt powerless. The following year, under various pressures and due to Li Shimin's desire for face, he devised a plan to find a daughter of the royal family to bestow the title of princess and marry her off. After careful selection, he chose Li Daozong's daughter to be the princess, marrying her to Tubo. According to later accounts, this brought civilization to them, though in the future, they would be considered one family. For now, battles must still be fought. Songzan Ganbu, emboldened, persistently sought marriage alliances, not because Tubo was stronger than Tang, but due to the altitude sickness that those of this era had yet to fully comprehend. Even those within Songzan Ganbu's ranks did not understand. They simply accepted their circumstances and believed it to be the blessing of the eternal sky. Without the issue of altitude sickness, Tubo would not stand a chance against Tang. This was akin to Tubo being able to strike at any moment, while Tang could only seek peace in response. From a historical perspective, Songzan Ganbu's actions were not merely about seeking a princess. No family would provoke a great power for years just for that. Songzhan Ganbu himself was a ruler of great ambition and talent. If he was not afraid of Tang retaliating, why then resort to provocation? The intention was clear. He aimed to capitalize on Li Shimin's character to acquire Tang's technology. Li Shimin's character flaws were too evident, and he unwittingly fulfilled Songzhan Ganbu's desires. Li Chengqian noted this and made a mental note to address it once he ascended to power. Whether royal or imperial, I have already stated, preserve their wealth for this generation. After one generation, all titles shall be revoked, and all benefits derived from these titles shall be rescinded, leaving them only with their possessions. If they possess the ability, they may re-earn their positions and contribute anew to Tang, becoming princes once more. If not, like the former Lu Huangshu, they shall sell straw sandals if need be. Are you intending to reinstate the enfeoffment policy? Impossible. You are too naive. Each era presents its own circumstances and cannot be generalized. Li Shimin was indeed aware. Each era was distinct. Moreover, the enfeoffment decree had already been employed, and the astute were prepared against it. Regardless, Li Chengqian did not desire chaos in the realm. Father, you misunderstand. This matter ends here, and I shall decide for myself. Now, regarding the decree to honor Confucius as the sage, I hope you will retract it. What? Li Shimin suddenly stood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Infidèles, do you comprehend why they all call mesage? This question momentarily left Li Chengqian speechless. Throughout history, the common term for the emperor was Your Majesty. However, each dynasty also had unique titles. For instance, the Tang Dynasty referred to their emperor as Guanjia. In the Tang Dynasty, sage was utilized. But Li Chengqian was unaware of the origins or significance of this title. It was akin to something so commonplace that one does not bother to investigate further. Seeing that his son was ignorant of this, Li Shimin clasped his hands behind his back, swaggering forward with the natural bearing of a military leader, and turned to Li Chengqian. In the Huangdi aging, the levels of cultivation are divided into 4 stages: true man, supreme man, sage, and worthy man. As for my Li family, you ought to know that your grandfather's claims of descent from the Taoist sage Laozi are rather tenuous. It is precisely for this reason that the Confucian side has provided me with certain justifications, ultimately designating me as sage. I also return the favor by honoring Confucius as the first sage. The reason he is not termed a worthy man is that it represents the highest achievement of Taoism. I must remain humble. If you pursue this course, you are essentially denying the title Zij, which is the appellation of the Tang Emperor. Do you comprehend this? Li Chengqian furrowed his brow. This was indeed a dilemma. The essence of imperial power lies in its nomenclature. It is not merely a matter of need, but a necessity. The authority of the emperor possesses a unique sanctity. Without this sanctity, the foundation of imperial power would crumble. Pray, enlighten me as to why I should retract my decree. Li Shimin inquired. Li Shimin sensed that his son had grown indifferent to the trivialities of life. He now sought to understand the reasoning behind Li Chengqian's audacious words. From Li Chengqian's remarks, he had already discerned that his son's ambition was vast, an ambition that even he struggled to fathom. Thus, Li Chengqian's actions exuded a certain majestic confidence. Father, since the establishment of the Xia dynasty by Qi, to the unification of the 9 provinces by the first emperor, and then to Emperor Wu of Han's exclusive promotion of Confucianism while implementing laws, the model of familial rule has been firmly established. However, this has resulted in a significant issue. Whether among the common folk, scholars, or various families, there exists no concept of statehood, only a notion of familial allegiance. Li Shimin interjected suddenly. I understand familial rule, but what do you mean by the distinction between familial allegiance and statehood? Chapter 47. Audacity. Does Chang'an truly possess such gall? Father, the nation can be seen as a representation of the entire Huaxia. When foreign tribes enter Huaxia, they become part of it, and vice versa. This is precisely what you, Father, have enacted. After all, our Li family possesses a lineage of non-Han ancestry, yet we have embraced Huaxia culture. Therefore, the term nation encompasses the entirety of Huaxia civilization. Regardless of the multitude of ethnicities, anyone who learns and assimilates in a Huaxia culture is considered a Huaxia person. The concept of family and state can be interpreted as a familial realm. where a singular clan dominates. Throughout history, both scholars and aristocrats have been loyal to their own interests, some to a particular emperor, while others to the reigning dynasty. To speak irreverently, should the Tang Dynasty ever decline, a segment of the aristocracy and scholars would indeed sacrifice themselves for it, while another segment would unhesitatingly align with the succeeding dynasty, even if it belongs to a different ethnic group. The former can be seen as those whose interests are intertwined with the Tang Dynasty, such as the Confucian faction led by Kong Ingda. The latter represents those who have not benefited during the Tang era. Li Shimin stroked his beard, nodding slightly. This conundrum had never crossed his mind, as he had grown accustomed to it. He was surprised that Li Chengqian could discern this issue. Father, one significant reason for the decline of dynasties throughout history is the hereditary system. Hereditary succession leads to land consolidation and institutional rigidity. It fosters a class of vested interests who are reluctant to relinquish their advantages, instead seeking to acquire even more. There is nothing inherently wrong with your conferring of the title First Sage upon Confucius. To speak irreverently, once a person has passed, they are gone. Death extinguishes life. However, Confucius has descendants who wield this title, compelling scholars throughout the realm. Over time, this would evolve into Confucianism, a term I have ascribed to them. Confucianism, hereditary. Li Shimin furrowed his brow tightly, pacing back and forth. Father, it is crucial to recognize that regardless of whether they are dukes or princes, even if they are hereditary, their fate is intertwined with that of the nation. Once a new dynasty arises, all previous ties can vanish. The emperor of the subsequent dynasty may choose to disregard them. However, once Confucianism takes root and ensnares the scholars of the realm, the situation alters entirely. Throughout history, scholars have always been essential. So once Confucianism is established, the descendants of Confucius will thrive on his legacy, becoming parasitic entities. At that point, barring a significant institutional upheaval, Confucianism could endure for generations. Moreover, Confucianism possesses a distinctive characteristic: exclusivity. Because it involves education, Confucianism tends to look down upon all other existences. In that eventuality, whether clan leaders, emperors, or commoners, anyone who engages in scholarly pursuits could claim to be a Confucian. Due to the vastness of Confucianism, whether their motivations are sincere or self-serving, many would be eager to join its ranks, waving the banner of Confucianism. Father, do you believe that in such a scenario, the emperor would still hold any true power? Even if the Tang Dynasty were to vanish, we cannot bequeath a legacy fraught with endless calamities to posterity. Though Li Chengqian refrained from elaborating further, Li Shimin was no fool. He quickly envisioned the terrifying implications of such a scenario. He had no doubt regarding Li Chengqian's assertions. If allowed to develop naturally, it would undoubtedly lead to that outcome. In that instance, emperors would merely be puppets, and Confucianism would dictate the narrative. Li Chengqian continued, Father, did Kong Ingda not frequently report to you about me? Have you considered that his intentions may not have been solely to gain your favor or to educate me? Might it not be possible that he seeks to leverage your authority to subdue me completely, perhaps even compel my subservience to Confucianism? After I ascend the throne, will the Tang Dynasty be recognized as belonging to the Li family, to Confucianism, or to the Kong family? The audacity! Does Kong Ingda truly possess such gall? Li Shimin was utterly enraged. Any emperor with an ounce of integrity would never tolerate such insolence, let alone an emperor. Even commoners would consider theft of their home a matter of life and death. Before I approached you, Kong Ingda had already sought me out, testing my resolve with the notion that one's body and skin are gifts from their parents. He intended to ascertain whether I would still obey him, as I had before. Should I merely exhibit rebelliousness or, conversely, heed his counsel, he would defend my arguments. Conversely, I fear that during the Grand Court Assembly in a few days, he may turn against me. As royalty, we cannot afford to waver in our decrees. Otherwise, we would lose all credibility and fail to inspire loyalty. Since the title of First Sage was conferred by you, Father, revoking it should be straightforward. As for the justification, would inciting and attempting to control the crown prince suffice? This could even serve as a pretext to publicly disgrace the Kong family and delay the formation of Confucianism. As long as I am present, I possess ample means to dismantle their influence. Li Shimin, with hands clasped behind his back, circled the room. After a time, he finally looked up, sighing, alas. I never imagined that I, Li Shimin, who prides myself on my wisdom and martial prowess, would ultimately reveal myself to be a foolish man. Very well, I shall bear this burden myself. The multitude of lice does not itch. Anan, fetch the imperial edict 3 copies. Yes, your holiness. Zhang Anan quickly darted out. The imperial edict is the embodiment of sovereign authority. Even a blank edict must be meticulously preserved. The creation of an edict, from materials to craftsmanship, is a closely guarded secret. Once an edict is penned and publicly proclaimed, it acquires the highest legal efficacy. Some edicts issued by previous emperors remain unchallenged by their successors, except in cases of dynastic change. Even after a shift in dynasty, scholars may invoke the edicts or regulations of the former regime for their own interests. Just as the first emperor, despite the transition of dynasties and the passage of 500 years through the Warring States period, many sought to restore the rights of the Zhou, and the first emperor merely refused, never daring to claim they belonged for the previous dynasty. The more prosperous or enduring a dynasty, the deeper and more far-reaching its influence. Have you not seen that even Zhu Yuanzhang acknowledged a death pardon from the Tang Dynasty for the sake of his legitimacy? After a brief wait, Li Chengqian retrieved the 3 imperial edicts. The first formally appointed him as regent. The second permitted him to re-record the Jade Tablet as a branch of the family, a historical precedent. The third, citing incitement against the crown prince and an attempt to dominate him, stripped Kong Yingda of all court positions, reducing him to commoner status. Additionally, citing the misdeeds of future generations, it revoked the title of first sage from Confucius. Aside from suffering a setback at the hands of Li Chengqian, Li Shimin still held significant authority throughout the Tang Dynasty, akin to that of a founding emperor. Thus, the potency of these 3 edicts is self-evident. As for the troubles that may ensue, Li Chengqian must address those himself. Li Shimin declared that since he must bear the blame, he would do so. All other matters were for Li Chengqian to manage without disturbing him. Chapter 48. The Grand Assembly, are there any matters you wish to report to me, my lords? Upon receiving these 3 imperial edicts, Li Chengqian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The edict represents the highest authority. The distinctions between edicts, decrees, and verbal directives can be understood as administrative regulations, internal notifications, and oral instructions. Thus, when it reaches the level of issuing an edict, it invariably pertains to state affairs, honors, or significant reforms. Throughout history, officials who received imperial edicts would regard them with utmost reverence, underscoring their solemnity. Although there have been fierce conflicts, the enmity between father and son was not one of true life and death. To speak plainly, it was merely a contest between the old monarch and the new, with the latter emerging victorious. The old monarch retreated into the shadows while the new ascended to the stage. This was the crux of the matter. As for when Li Shimin would relinquish the throne, neither Li Chengqian nor Li Shimin broached the subject. Li Chengqian understood that Li Shimin would continue to observe his performance, perhaps harboring the private hope that should Li Chengqian falter, he would step in to rectify the situation. The emperor's authority primarily derives from the support of the realm. Without the backing of the populace, the emperor is but an ordinary individual. The realm itself is of great significance. Reason prevails across the land, which is essentially how it operates. As long as the emperor possesses justifiable grounds and is unafraid of clandestine retribution, he may act against anyone he chooses. Conversely, should the emperor lack suitable justification and act recklessly, he risks being denounced as a tyrant or a fool. If public discontent boils over and someone seeks to incite rebellion, the tides may swiftly turn. The emperor does not wield unbridled power, aside from executing a few eunuchs or servants without cause, whether it be the gentry or noble families. He must ensure that his actions leave the common people without room for dissent. Should he choose to be a despotic ruler, he may indeed act with impunity. Yet, like Hu Hai, his reign would likely be short-lived. Having obtained the edicts, Li Chengqian prepared to engage in state affairs. a task to which he had grown accustomed. Previously, it was Li Shimin who held the final say. Any error or any perceived misjudgment by Li Shimin would result in at least a stern rebuke. However, now, Li Chengqian felt a sense of liberation. In his earlier days, he was still inexperienced, and mistakes were inevitable. Now, with a vision spanning a millennium, even the most absurd decree would ultimately be validated by history. In the past few days, the city of Chang'an continued to function normally. The area designated for reviewing memorials in the Lijiang Hall was nearing a mountain of paperwork. Li Chengqian smirked as he resolved to endure 2 sleepless nights. His health was robust, and should he find himself fatigued, he could easily consume a medicinal pill to restore his vitality. The 4 close eunuchs, without needing his command, commenced their usual duties. One prepared ink, another fanned him, a third delivered the memorials, while the fourth reviewed some mundane documents. Local magistrates, far removed from the emperor's presence, often submitted trivial memorials, such as reports on the weather or simply extending greetings to the emperor. Such memorials were not only unworthy of a response, but even reading them was a waste of time. Nevertheless, prohibiting officials from submitting them was not an option, as they sought to assert their presence, lest they be forgotten by the emperor. Ignoring them would only cultivate a sense of detachment among officials. Although numerous events transpired daily across the nation, in certain regions, significant matters might not arise for years, necessitating some pretext for writing memorials. These memorials had already been categorized by the Ministry of Personnel and the 6 ministries, and even provided with opinions, rendering the process less cumbersome. Li Chengqian merely needed to read them attentively and affix his approval or agreement before they could be dispatched for execution. Only contentious or major issues warranted the emperor's personal review. If the emperor found himself indecisive, he would consult relevant high-ranking officials privately. As the saying goes, minor matters are decided in large assemblies, while significant ones are resolved in smaller councils. To respond to every memorial with lengthy deliberations would leave the emperor neither time to sleep nor the capacity to manage multiple issues at once. This system bore little difference from a cabinet system in essence. The distinction lay solely in the distribution of powers. Only someone like Zhu Yuanzhang would endeavor to handle every trivial matter himself, preferring to let other officials languish rather than allowing them to engage in meaningful work, which hinted at a certain flaw in reasoning. Thus, after 2 days of tireless effort, Li Chengqian managed to process the subsequent documents as well. After a night's rest in the Eastern Palace, he donned his attire with the assistance of palace maids, preparing to convene the grand assembly agreed upon 3 days prior. Regarding the issue of his inability to wear the ceremonial crown, Li Chengqian decided to forego altogether. After all, everyone was already aware. Should this become a point of contention, it would depend on the strength of their rhetoric. The Grand Assembly required the attendance of all officials of the 9th rank and above in Chang'an. Unlike the usual venue of the Taiji Palace, this assembly was held in the Hanyuan Hall, primarily due to spatial considerations. Generally, those below the 5th rank were not entitled to speak and could only sit quietly in the back, listening and taking notes. At the Hanyuan Hall, with the emperor ailing, the edict proclaiming the regency of Crown Prince Changqian was read aloud by Zhang Anan, a close eunuch. "Your subjects abide by your command." In unison, the ministers bowed deeply, none expressing surprise, for they had long been aware of the situation. At that moment, Li Chengqian's foot soldiers stood at various positions against the walls or pillars of the hall, causing a tremor of apprehension among the ministers. Everyone understood that this impromptu grand assembly would undoubtedly become a bloodless battleground. Long live the regent! As Zhang Anan rolled up the edict, he called out in a sharp voice. Li Chengqian, unhurried, stepped forward to take his seat on the left side of the dragon throne, occupying a makeshift chair. Zhang Anan silently withdrew to stand behind Li Chengqian. The other 2 edicts would not be presented at this time. During the grand assembly, all ministers were required to perform 3 kneelings and 9 bows. However, as Li Chengqian was merely the regent prince, he was exempt from this ritual. Once seated, he held the tablet at a 90-degree angle and bowed, exclaiming, "I greet the regent prince." Li Chengqian proclaimed loudly, All esteemed ministers, rise. The assembly hall was acoustically designed so that even a slightly elevated voice from the emperor could be clearly heard throughout. Conversely, when ministers wished to report matters, they typically spoke within 20 paces. Those positioned further back would rely on designated attendants to relay their messages. Do any of you have matters to report to me? Li Chengqian. Chapter 49. Audacity. Kong Jiji. How daring you are upon hearing Li Chengqian's inquiry. The vast Hanyuan hall fell into an eerie silence. Li Chengqian, however, was not in haste. The assembly was not devoid of conversation, but rather brimming with unspoken words. Everyone waited for the proverbial early bird to emerge, gauging Li Chengqian's demeanor to determine their subsequent remarks. A saying from later generations aptly encapsulates this. Political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. Whether it be an emperor commanding legions or a crown prince, the aura of authority naturally inspires reverence. Conversely, should one become a mere puppet, the title of emperor loses its significance. Sensing the awkwardness of the moment, Fang Xianling stepped forward. Your servant has heard that the envoy from Tubo has once again arrived in Chang'an, bearing a royal edict seeking the hand of a Tang princess. Might I inquire how His Royal Highness intends to respond? Such matters traditionally fell under the purview of the Honglu Temple. At the onset of the Jingguan era, the minister of the Honglu Temple was Tang Jian, who, during the 4th year of Jingguan, was dispatched as an envoy to the Eastern Turks, ostensibly to negotiate the details of the Weishui alliance, but was ultimately cast aside by Li Shimin. After a harrowing escape, he became disillusioned, receiving repeated demotions until he merely held the title of a minor official. Unperturbed, he continued to languish in obscurity, eventually reaching the venerable age of nearly 80. Quite a feat in that era. At this juncture, the minister of the Honglu Temple was concurrently held by Fang Xianling. Thus, his proposal bore no procedural impropriety, as it was not an overreach of authority. Many distinguished officials of the Jingguan era held multiple positions, a consequence of the political system in place, which Li Chengqian did not yet intend to amend. To emulate Wang Meng's erratic governance would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Any reforms would have to await his consolidation of power as emperor. To secure his throne, one must excel in both civil governance and military might. And Li Chengqian harbored his own strategic designs. He recognized that Fang Xianling was merely setting the stage. Over the past 2 years, Tubo had brazenly sought to ingratiate themselves, often arriving uninvited to partake in the bounty of the Tang court. Thus, Li Chengqian replied nonchalantly with 4 words, as per precedent, of course. If there are no new developments, there is no need for further reports. Yes, Fang Xianling acknowledged with a bow, retreating back into the ranks of officials. After his brief interjection, the Grand Assembly once more succumbed to silence. Typically, these gatherings had a defined theme, often centered around celebrations. In matters concerning Tubo, it was likely a reflection of gratitude for the sacrifices made by Princess Wensheng, which had warranted a grand assembly on the day of her enfeoffment, where ministers had shown due respect. This particular assembly was clearly an opportunity orchestrated by Li Chengqian to provoke discussion. Yet, like the proverbial early bird, they all awaited someone else to take the initiative. If there are no further comments from the esteemed ministers, I shall declare the assembly adjourned. Li Chengqian stated calmly. He was determined to compel them to speak, knowing that sometimes assemblies could drag on without any substantial discourse. However, Li Chengqian was offering them chance. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kong Ingda finally spoke up. He reasoned that regardless of his standing, Li Chengqian would not dare to harm him. Thus, he boldly stepped forward. Your servant has a matter to present. Li Chengqian adjusted his posture, anticipating the old man's remarks. Kong Jiji, please speak freely, he encouraged. As the ritual minister, I bear the duty of advising on matters of propriety. Might I inquire why, in your regency, the assembly was conducted without the ceremonial headdress? Li Chengqian's lips curled into a sardonic smile at this remark. The saying, a scholar is utterly useless, rang true at this moment. For Kong Ingda had seized upon this triviality. Kong Jiji, which rule or statute dictates that in the absence of a headdress, I must on one to preside over the assembly? Li Chengqian countered. Kong Yingda responded with conviction. Without the headdress, one cannot properly bind their hair. Loose hair is contrary to propriety. As the crown prince presiding above, it reflects poorly on the dignity of the Tang. Which propriety? Li Chengqian raturta. The revered sage said, the body, hair, and skin are gifts from one's parents. They must not be harmed. This is the essence of filial piety. Kong Yingda insisted, grasping at this thread of reasoning. Then, does Confucius imply that the dignity of the Tang is maintained by one's hair? Li Chengqian questioned, pressing further. The body, hair, and skin are gifts from one's parents. Kong Yingda suddenly realized the flaw in his argument. How audacious! Kong Jiji, how bold you are! Li Chengqian thundered. Kong Yingda fell to his knees, his forehead touching the ground. Your servant is dull-witted. I beseech you for guidance. Li Chengqian rose from his seat, an invisible yet palpable aura of imperial authority enveloping the hall. Bang! 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 Caught off guard, all the ministers knelt. Only after they had done so did they realize the absurdity of their actions. What is happening? Why do my legs feel weak? I thought it was merely me, yet all of you are trembling as well. The ministers were engulfed in confusion, casting furtive glances at Li Chengqian on the high platform, and suddenly comprehending the source of the overwhelming presence. It was an imperial might that surpassed even that of Li Shimin by at least tenfold. Li Chengqian directed his authority at no individual in particular, and once they understood, they could rise. However, in the face of such collective submission, they remained on their knees. In a corner behind a great pillar, Li Shimin stood quietly in his ordinary attire. Aside from the soldiers loyal to Li Chengqian, none were aware of his presence. While Li Shimin could disregard Li Chengqian's first grand assembly, achieving true indifference seemed unattainable. The soldiers remained unmoved, as did the palace eunuchs, all recognizing Li Chengqian as the emperor. Thus, Li Shimin had entered Hanyuan Hall early, standing there silently. At this moment, confronted by the potent imperial aura radiating from Li Chengqian, Li Shimin instinctively adjusted his mindset, clashing imperceptibly with the overwhelming force emanating from Li Chengqian. In the next instant, he retreated half a step, astonished. This son, when had he cultivated such a formidable imperial presence? How had he managed to do so? Li Shimin's heart was a tumult of uncertainty as the events spiraled beyond his control, seemingly multiplying by the moment. He glanced at the soldiers, who remained as statues, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Truly, it was as if he were dealing with a specter, something otherworldly and beyond comprehension. Chapter 50, Solitude Today. I shall enlighten you on the meaning of ancient wisdom. Kong Yingda knelt in the center of the front row, his heart heavy with distress. The imperial authority of Li Chengqian bore down upon him. He trembled uncontrollably, feeling as if he might lose control of his bodily functions. The body and its skin are gifts from one's parents. To harm them is the beginning of filial piety. Li Chengqian's majestic voice resonated throughout the grand hall. An invisible pressure accompanied his words, enveloping all the ministers present. It was not merely a physical weight, yet everyone felt an undeniable discomfort. I must assert that Confucius' words hold no error. Li Chengqian proclaimed, and the palpable imperial might intensified. Whispers of doubt stirred within their minds, anticipating a forthcoming but. Kong Yingda, however, did not revel in this moment. He sensed a profound misalignment. It seemed that a significant event was about to unfold, one far removed from his previous expectations. But did Confucius truly refer to hair? Metaphorical expressions have long been a literary device, frequently employed in Tang poetry. If one were to actually harm one's hair or skin, would that not constitute a breach of filial duty? Li Chengqian retorted, our soldiers of the Tang defend our borders and quell bandits. Even in their daily training, they must inevitably endure injuries. Should this be deemed unfilial? The regent must understand that this is an irresistible force. Kong Yingda interrupted, feeling increasingly uneasy. Yet, his rigid mind could not discern the source of the dilemma. You speak correctly, Kong Jiao, Li Chengqian replied, his expression indifferent. However, my intention is that Confucius' words should not be taken at face value, especially considering you are his 32nd descendant. In a certain sense, you indeed represent him. If even you, his 32nd descendant, can only superficially interpret his words. What then of scholars throughout the realm? The principle of leading by example is timeless. You, as his 32nd descendant, lack true understanding. If you cannot grasp Confucius' teachings, how can you govern the literary matters of the Tang? I've always been this way. Kong Ingda struggled to maintain his composure. Since time immemorial, Li Chengqian kuntarat sharply. Which era do you refer to? How ancient must it be? Naturally, the ancient teachings of the sages. Good Kong Ingda. Earlier, you criticized me for appearing unkempt, claiming it contradicted the wisdom of the sages. Now you assert I do not align with ancient traditions. Your ancestor, Confucius, held considerable sway. How dare you presume to instruct the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or dictate the cultural norms of the Huaxia people? Tell me, did your ancestor ever realize he held such power? Kong Ingda's mind blanked as he recognized that Li Chengqian's words implied that the Kong family had surpassed the imperial authority. Confucius' teachings were to be regarded as the guiding principles of royal conduct. Since the establishment of dynasties, the emperor has always held supremacy over all matters. Even a law dares not strictly bind the emperor. For instance, should the law decree one should not die, yet the emperor commands otherwise. Unless one is an ineffectual puppet of an emperor, death is inevitable, and the law offers no salvation. The emperor may issue a decree, and the law may be altered at will. Of course, this hinges on the emperor's strength. Otherwise, any group whose interests are threatened will invoke the ancestral laws that cannot be changed. Li Chengqian's tone grew increasingly severe. Are you suggesting that the Confucians seek to undermine imperial authority? Your Highness, I would not dare, nor would the sages. Kong Ingda bowed repeatedly, his mind a whirlwind, unsure of what to say. The only certainty was that if Li Chengqian continued to label him thus, not only would he face ruin, but so too would Confucianism itself. In the Wei Ling Gong chapter, it is stated, education should be inclusive. In the Shu Air chapter, it asserts, when 3 walk together, there must be a teacher among them. Choose the good and follow it, and correct the bad. In the Gong Yi Chong chapter, it states, be eager to learn and unashamed to ask questions. Thus, one is called cultured. Kong Ingda, which of these principles has your family upheld? Kong Ingda trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing to the ground. Today was supposed to be the day he challenged Li Chengqian. Yet, in just a few exchanges, the tables had turned, and it was Li Chengqian who was challenging him, even directing his criticism toward Confucianism. This was evident to the other ministers who listened in silence. Kong Ingda, answer me. Which of these principles has your family upheld? Li Chengqian pressed on. I am willing to die. Kong Ingda could say nothing more. Willing to die. Li Chengqian retorted with a cold smile. As a descendant of Confucius, to fail in embodying the words of your ancestors while incessantly prattling on is nothing short of shamelessness. If we adhere to the ancient ways, which of our forebears did not wear garments of grass and animal hide? If your family so reveres the ancient traditions, then let someone strip Kong Ingda of his ceremonial robes, remove all his garments, and take away his headpiece. In this summer and autumn season, let's fashion him a skirt of grass. Today, I shall teach you what it truly means to honor the ancient ways. Li Chengqian's actions were not merely punitive. They were a profound assault on the very spirit of Confucianism. In this realm, it was not just Li Chengqian who was aware of these dynamics. The Confucians, with their considerable influence, were bound to the interests of the powerful, creating a vicious cycle. Their exclusivity left little room for dissent. Li Chengqian aimed to dismantle the Kong family's influence, thereby preventing them from consolidating Confucianism further. Yet, he required tangible evidence of their misdeeds, proof of coercive behavior, land acquisition, and local domination. Such evidence was likely hidden within the Kong family itself. When Li Chengqian received the imperial edict, he had already dispatched 1,000 cavalry troops toward the Kong family, intending to catch them off guard. The Kong family and other noble families surely had their collusions. If he could unearth incriminating evidence within the Kong family, it would simplify his future confrontations with the nobility. The historical 5 surnames and 7 great houses merely represent the nobility. If the royal family epitomizes the aristocracy, The remaining factions comprised the royal kin, meritorious subjects, and influential families. The 5 surnames and 7 great houses symbolize the nobility. Surrounding them are wealthy clans, impoverished families, and various gentry. Essentially, the emperor stands as the greatest landlord, the nobility as substantial landholders, and a conflict exists between imperial and noble powers. The emperor may not govern the countryside directly, but the reach of noble influence extends into every corner. To dismantle them, one must proceed methodically, beginning with Chang'an, the first bird to expose its head, and initiate the dismantling of Confucianism. Chapter 51. The ruthlessness of Li Chengqian leaves Chang'an in a grass skirt upon hearing Li Chengqian's words. The ministers turn pale, their faces reflecting sheer horror. Was this scheme of his not excessively malicious? The mere thought of Chang'an being stripped of his garments and donned in a grass skirt was enough to ensure that word of this humiliation would spread throughout the realm. Although the current head of the Kong family was not Chang'an, he served as their representative in the court, embodying the family's interests in an official capacity. Should this plan succeed, the Kong family's reputation would be trampled beneath Li Chengqian's feet. Li Shimin, eavesdropping on the proceedings, was equally taken aback. He had initially believed that Li Chengqian intended to publicly revoke Chang'an's official status, demoting him to commoner status and shifting the blame onto him. However, Li Chengqian's radical approach left no room for leniency. Li Shimin shifted his weight, contemplating intervention, deeming the situation far too perilous and alarming. Unexpectedly, a soldier of Li Chengqian, who had been facing away from him, turned to meet his gaze. The soldier's vacant stare and impassive expression conveyed a singular message: observe quietly and do not interfere. A chill coursed through Li Shimin, prompting him to retract his step, his fists clenched tightly. He sensed the unwavering will emanating from the soldier, an embodiment of Li Chengqian's authority. These soldiers were not mere men. They were either demons or spirits. Li Chengqian's vast army was a mere extension of his will, enabling him to perceive all that his troops witnessed, allowing him to issue commands at will. The presence of a significant figure like Li Shimin would not escape Li Chengqian's notice. As Li Chengqian commanded, 2 of his foot soldiers stepped forth towards Chang'an. Outside the grand hall, 2 soldiers had already set off in search of grass. He meant every word he uttered. Today, not only would he exact vengeance for himself, but he would also use Chang'an as a stepping stone to dismantle the Kong family's influence. While the Kong family was integral to the future of education, it was not their sole branch, and he could easily cultivate another that would be more compliant. His intention was not to eradicate the Kong lineage entirely, but at this nascent stage of Confucianism, Li Chengqian sought to establish clear rules. The establishment of such rules, however, would inevitably require bloodshed. Chang'an, struck as if by lightning, stood frozen for several moments. It was only when the soldier's hand made contact that he began to thrash violently. Alas, it was futile. His formal robes were torn away, his undergarments stripped, and his crown removed. Chang'an stood disheveled, utterly exposed, unable to hold back his anguished cries. At 65, he was a sight most unbecoming. The other ministers, filled with trepidation, harbored no inclination to observe the spectacle. Instead, their vigilance towards Li Chengqian heightened considerably as they pondered whether they had offended him in any way. The severity of the humiliation was so profound that it rendered them speechless. Unless they could utterly refute Li Chengqian's statements, they knew they were powerless. Li Chengqian's intentions were unmistakable. Since the Kong family's revered sage could not surpass imperial authority, yet had long enjoyed such privileges, he would align them with the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, thereby fulfilling their ancient aspirations. It is well known that the time of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors was characterized by primal savagery, where wearing animal skins in winter and grass skirts in summer was entirely commonplace. After this episode, it would be better for Chang'an to perish than to live in such disgrace. It was likely that the Kong family would expunge him from their lineage records, as he had brought shame upon them. Li Chengqian's cold gaze swept across the kneeling ministers, disregarding the weeping Chang'an, lest he tarnish his own vision. Li Chengqian's army acted in concert, and thus, Time was not wasted. They not only found the grass, but also crafted a grass skirt, presenting it before the grand hall. To the onlookers, the skirt appeared to be premeditated, suggesting that Li Chengqian had anticipated this moment and was well prepared. This realization only deepened the minister's dread. One soldier approached with the grass skirt, wrapping it around Kong Ingda and fastening it meticulously. As Kong Ingda continued to sob uncontrollably, he yearned for death. Yet, as a 65-year-old man, escape was beyond his grasp. Once the soldier withdrew, Li Chengqian commanded, "Zhang Anan, proclaim the edict." Zhang Anan hurriedly presented another imperial decree, unfolding it with deliberate care. The edict was to be received in a kneeling position, but since all were already on their knees, Kong Ingda's plight was of no concern. Zhang Anan's sharp, penetrating voice resonated throughout the grand hall. This edict concerns Kong Ingda of the Kong clan of Hengshu, who currently holds the titles of Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy, Right Assistant of the Eastern Palace, and various other roles. He was meant to assist and educate the Crown Prince, fostering his development. However, driven by selfish motives, he not only slandered the Crown Prince to seek personal gain, but also attempted to manipulate the Crown Prince through my authority, aiming to dominate him for the benefit of the Kong family and Confucianism. Upon learning of this, I was indeed furious. Reflecting on the cause, it stemmed from my failure to consider the implications of ennobling the sage Confucius, which incited his ambition. I regret this deeply. To prevent other members of the Kong clan from emulating his conduct, I hereby revoke the title of sage from Confucius, while still honoring him as a wise ancestor. Akin to Laozi and Xuanzi, all of Kong Ingda's titles and honors are stripped away, reducing him to commoner status and expelling him from Chang'an. I urge the Kong clan to learn from this lesson, not to exploit their ancestors' glory for personal gain. They must earnestly pursue knowledge and strive to become the pillars of the Tang Dynasty. Let this be declared to all lands, so that all may know. Upon the conclusion of the proclamation, Zhang Anan carefully stored the edict and withdrew. "We obey the edict," declared Feng Xianling. "We obey the edict," echoed the other ministers in unison. Regardless of their internal thoughts, they recognized that Kong Ingda was beyond redemption. The implications of this decree suggested that the Kong family would face significant repercussions. Such ruthlessness was indeed beyond ordinary comprehension. While the ministers could not ascertain whether Kong Ingda had truly sought to control the Crown Prince, the reasoning behind this action was unassailable. Even if Li Shimin were to retract his command, none would dare claim he acted improperly. After all, having conferred the title of sage merely a decade prior, allowing the Kong family's representative to descend to such depths necessitated rectification. Chapter 52, Li Chengqian, is the confusion of bloodlines tolerable, yet the cutting of hair intolerable? In a moment of despair, Kong Ingda, who had been wailing, fell into a stunned silence. He could hardly fathom that Emperor Li Shimin would issue such a decree. While his own life was of concern, the stripping away of the ancestral title belonging to the entire Kong family was a far graver issue. It was evident that his children, along with his entire clan, would not survive this. They might be banished from their lineage, facing death, or subjected to various forms of public humiliation, ultimately leading to a tragic end. "Your Highness, this is a grave injustice," Kong Ingda lamented, his earlier composure completely shattered. Resembling a lost dog, Li Chengqian coldly commanded, "Take him away," and cast him beyond the walls of Chang'an. The courtiers shuddered at his words. Such a public dragging through the streets would be widely known. Once the court session concluded and the edict was recorded and disseminated, no one would remain unaware of it. Kong Ingda's mouth was covered, and he was unceremoniously dragged away, without any hint of leniency. The representatives of the noble families, who had previously conspired to challenge the authority, now found themselves drenched in sweat. Li Chengqian's method of handling the situation, devoid of bloodshed, was far more terrifying than violence itself. Should they oppose him, how would he retaliate? Would he not bring up the matter of Li Tai, who had betrayed them all in his final moments? Though no specific families were named, the might of the imperial authority could easily designate anyone. Li Chengqian returned to his seat and spoke coolly, "Ladies and gentlemen, please rise." The civil and military officials stood up slowly, a chill running down their spines, a sensation akin to cold sweat. Even the fearless Cheng Yaojin looked at Li Chengqian with a hint of trepidation. In such a situation, Wei Zheng would typically interject, yet he remained silent, fixated on the tablet in his hand, as if searching for a flower upon it. Standing at the forefront of the civil officials, Changsun Wuji lowered his head, appearing as tranquil as a monk in meditation. Li Chengqian leaned slightly, propping his head on his hand, an informal posture that was at odds with the gravity of the occasion. Yet, at this moment, no official dared to speak out, not even those responsible for ceremonial matters. After a prolonged silence, Li Chengqian finally asked, "Esteemed ministers, do you glean any insights from Kongda's affair? Your servants are ignorant. Please enlighten us, Regent." The ministers responded in unison, as though rehearsed. Through this incident, Li Chengqian effectively established his authority among the officials, although some had feared him due to his military might. That was mere trepidation, not genuine respect. By demonstrating his imperial power and decisively dealing with Kongda, he made it clear that he was not merely a ruler with an army. His methods were equally formidable. Such tactics could render existence worse than death, leaving no room for argument or justification. Emperor Li Shimin, at least, was open to counsel, often engaging in debate, and cared for his reputation. In contrast, Li Chengqian positioned himself on a moral high ground, dismissing Kongda's prior role as his mentor, adopting an unyielding stance that felt even more daunting than that of his father. "Indeed, I have come to some realizations," Li Chengqian stated. "In ancient times, our ancestors could not even create fire on their own. They had to seek it from nature. Later, one of the three cultural ancestors, Suiren, discovered firestones, igniting the first sparks of civilization. From primitive knotting for record-keeping to the invention of characters by Zhangja, from engravings on stone walls to bamboo slips and paper, from animal skins and grass skirts to the splendid garments you all wear today, from sleeping on the ground to luxurious beds, from ancient tribes to the unified empire we have now, we have continually progressed, breaking through the constraints of the past. Yet now, the Confucian scholars, who oversee education, seek to restrict imperial power and civilization. What are the Confucians aiming for? What does the Kong family desire?" This statement was profoundly weighty, nearly accusing Confucianism of being the villain of civilization. Wei Zheng sensed the precariousness of the situation and hurriedly stepped forward. "Return," Li Chengqian said softly. Wei Zheng glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately returned to his place. Li Chengqian resumed, "I merely wish to express that our Tang Dynasty is all-encompassing. My father is revered as the heavenly Khan by many nations. In Chang'an, foreign merchants abound. With myriad blooms blossoming, our nation thrives. With the grandeur of our celestial empire, we can embrace all things under heaven. If that is the case, why should the mere act of cutting hair be brought before the court? My Li Tang royal family, due to the chaos preceding the Sui dynasty, also shares blood with the Hu people. But so what? The barbarians' entry into Huaxia renders them Huaxia people. I, Li Chengqian, equally consider myself a Huaxia person. If we can accept the mingling of bloodlines, why can we not accept the cutting of hair? Confucius said, the body hair and skin are received from one's parents. One must not harm them. This is the beginning of filial piety. Thus today I, Li Chengqian, declare the body hair and skin may be altered or harmed at one's discretion. Regardless of gender or age, hair length and attire should not be subject to interference from anyone. There is but one condition. It must be aesthetically pleasing, not offensive to the eye, and must reflect the dignity and self-confidence of our great Tang Dynasty. This declaration was unequivocally radical, at least for the present. No, the regent must not. A scattering of dissent echoed, yet most remained silent. Profoundly impressed by Li Chengqian's earlier display of authority, Li Chengqian continued, "This is neither an edict nor a decree, nor a sacred command, nor a law. It is merely my personal insight, a form of conduct that does not infringe upon the laws of the Tang. What I say will reach your ears. From now on, no such matter shall be brought before the court, lest we invite ridicule from the world. How could the illustrious Tang Dynasty be unable to accommodate even the freedom of hairstyle? Even fashion changes with the times. Why cannot hair? If anyone dares to invoke Confucian dogma in this matter, I shall truly question whether you are Confucian scholars or loyal ministers of our Tang. We dare not. The ministers responded in unison. Then, let this matter rest. Should anyone dare to raise such issues in the court again, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Li Chengqian understood the principle of leading by example. Once his word spread, the civil and military officials and nobles might remain indifferent. But the common folk would certainly take heed. After all, the officials had dedicated hairstylists, whereas the ordinary people did not. Some bold individuals would inevitably begin to experiment, and good ideas would naturally proliferate without his intervention. At that moment, a voice rang out loudly. Your servant, the Minister of Punishments, requests to address the regent regarding the modification of hair-related punishments. Chapter 53. A Path to Ruin Through Familial Connections. Li Chengqian pondered for a moment and said, Lu Qing, is it? I do not recall your name well. Pray, enlighten me on the application of the punishment of tonsure in our Tang Dynasty. Minister Lu Dui, having emphasized his name, replied, according to the laws of our esteemed Tang, the punishment of tonsure is primarily reserved for minor offenses. This includes complete shaving, partial shaving, and extends to facial hair and eyebrows. Such offenses encompass first-time theft, adultery, incest, and violations by monks returning to secular life, all deemed as disgraceful penalties. These transgressions inflict minimal harm upon others and generally do not involve violent crime. Additionally, this applies to lowly-born individuals, marking them distinctly. Furthermore, officials of the third rank or above are usually not held accountable for such minor infractions. Li Chengqian touched his newly sprouted mustache, nearly forgetting its existence. After a moment's reflection, he remarked, I recall that in the 11th year of the Chang'an era, the punishment of amputation was abolished, and all offenses that previously warranted such punishment were instead met with additional labor or exile, correct? Lu Dui responded with a bow. Indeed, Your Highness. Li Chengqian straightened his posture and declared, for theft, specifically first-time offenses with minimal losses to the victim, I propose that the punishment be changed to 5 strikes of the heavy board. For serious theft, let the law take its course. As for adultery, who claims it inflicts minimal harm? Adultery can easily lead to violent crime. Therefore, both parties involved in adultery, whether within the family or outside, shall face imprisonment for no less than 5 years and no more than 15 years. In cases of incest, if the female is the instigator, her breast shall be severed, with no regard for her survival. If the male is the instigator, he shall face castration, also with no regard for his survival. Shortly, I shall seek my father's imperial decree. This cannot be allowed. The regency cannot be permitted. No, it cannot. In the court, at least a third of the ministers knelt in protest. The clamor was deafening. Li Chengqian rose abruptly, bellowing, silence. All of you. The emperor's might surged forth once more, a heavy weight pressing upon the hearts of those present. Li Chengqian sneered. I have come to understand why the punishments for adultery and incest are so lenient. It appears that over a third of our prominent Tang ministers have such proclivities. Upon utterance of these words, the ministers were rendered speechless. Those who had knelt sprang to their feet as if propelled by springs, leaving none still kneeling. Li Chengqian waved his sleeve and shouted, I care not how you have behaved in the past. The law shall not be retrospective, but from this moment forth, it shall be absolutely forbidden. Furthermore, there exists a tradition against marriage among those of the same surname. Henceforth, by my regency decree, individuals from both parental lines, within 3 generations, are prohibited from marrying. Remember, maternal lineage counts as well. Those already wed may choose to separate or continue their union. However, from this moment on, our Tang shall not permit any further violations. Should anyone dare to transgress again, they shall be prosecuted for incest. This proclamation left the ministers in a state of utter bewilderment. The prohibition against marriage among those of the same surname was well known and universally observed. Yet, the specific rationale behind it was often shrouded in ignorance, merely a matter of tradition. However, the practice of cousin marriages was widely favored. As for others, one could not overlook the fact that Changsun Wuji, that cunning old schemer, could no longer maintain his usual composure. He hastily stepped forward, holding his tablet in salute, and implored, "Your Highness, even as regent, such capricious decrees cannot be issued." He believed Li Chengqian's remarks were a direct attack on him. Changsun Sikong, do you presume I speak without reason? Li Chengqian, raplia coldly. I would not dare. Changsun Wuji quickly lowered his head. Li Chengqian continued, it is not merely fear. It is an acknowledgement of the truth, is it not? Changsun Wuji dared not respond. Maintaining his bowed posture, Li Chengqian proclaimed loudly, this decree against marriages within 3 generations of blood relations is a matter of long-term strategy for our Tang. It must be adhered by all. You all know the prohibition against marriage among those of the same surname. Do you not understand why? No need for answers. Some of you likely know, as such unions often produce what are commonly referred to as monstrosities. Whether born with physical deformities, unusual features, or mental deficiencies, or even exhibiting traits such as albinism, these issues stem from bloodline reasons, as many take their father's surname. The prohibition against marriage among those of the same surname truly means no marriage among those of the same bloodline. Yet, you only consider paternal lineage and disregard maternal lineage. How does this make sense? Are you not all born of your mothers? If any of you contest this, feel free to investigate. Children born from unions between blood relations within 3 generations are exceedingly rare to be normal, and most exhibit some form of defect. Those with severe defects are often regarded as monstrosities by society. Even if a few exceptionally gifted individuals arise, they often possess peculiar dispositions, making them difficult to understand. There are also those who marry yet remain childless, such as Changsun Chong, who, after marrying my sisterly Lizzie, bore no children, or Emperor Wu of Han and Chun Ajiao, who remain childless. Such instances are far too numerous to list. This has led to stagnation in the population growth of our Tang. Moreover, early marriages between young men and women often result in frail and sickly offspring, placing the mothers at risk during childbirth. Both of these factors threaten the future of our Tang. Thus, the prohibition against marriage among those of the same surname is to be expanded to include blood relations within 3 generations. This is an unyielding law. Those already married, due to ignorance or compatibility, may choose to continue their lives together. If incompatible, they may separate. From the moment this decree is proclaimed, those engaged must break off their engagements. Newlyweds may reconsider their unions, and the unmarried shall not marry. Furthermore, I recommend raising the minimum age for marriage and childbirth to at least 16 years. This is not a law. Li Chengqian understood that raising the marriage age would be a daunting task, likely provoking backlash from the populace. Many in society have short lifespans, with individuals often feeling accomplished by their 30s or 40s, thus marrying and bearing children early. Nevertheless, he believed that with the severe consequences of prohibiting unions among blood relations within 3 generations, most would comprehend the necessity of such a choice. He was aware that even with an edict, some would still defy it. However, transforming the Tang Dynasty would not be an overnight endeavor. As long as a portion of the populace recognized the dangers of marrying within 3 generations, even for the sake of family lineage, they would voluntarily comply. As Li Chengqian stepped forward, attempting to silence Changsun Wuji, the latter's face betrayed a riot of colors, as if a pallet had been overturned. Many ministers likewise exhibited visible distress. Li Chengqian's unwavering stance, even encouraging them to investigate, clearly indicated that this matter was no mere fabrication. Moreover, the aristocracy had long been reticent to acknowledge the existence of such monstrosities within their ranks, discreetly handling any births that deviated from the norm while maintaining silence. Thus, no such tales circulated in the upper echelons of society. However, in the common folk, such tales of monstrosities had never ceased. It was only now revealed that these unnatural births were a consequence of blood relations marrying and procreating. Familial connections, far from being a boon, proved to be a perilous path to ruin. Chapter 54. The prodigal son Li Chengqian, recalling the matter, brought it forth, causing a stir among the court ministers, who among them did not have cousins or distant relatives that had wed. While familial ties are certainly significant, at times they may not hold as much weight, merely reflecting common practice and the nature of humanity. In light of such grave implications, this topic warranted serious discussion. Li Chengqian discerned that today was not the day to deal with the prominent families. Observing the minister's anxious demeanor, it was evident they were eager to investigate the issue of consanguineous marriages as it directly pertained to their futures. He boldly inquired, "Esteemed ministers, do you have any unresolved matters to discuss?" Instantly, silence fell over the assembly, each person rendered speechless. Li Chengqian correctly surmised that the preservation of lineage was of utmost importance. The ministers were all too keen to return and verify the facts. Compounded by the recent punitive measures Li Chengqian had employed against Chang'an, which had genuinely intimidated them. Even if they were to confront Li Chengqian, they would need to devise a different strategy. The ministers tacitly agreed that it would be best to conclude matters for the day. Li Chengqian rose and declared, "Since there are no further issues, we shall adjourn the court. From tomorrow onward, we shall resume our tri-daily assemblies." Zhang Anan stepped forward and bellowed, "Court adjourned. We bid farewell to the regent." The ministers bowed in unison. Li Chengqian, rising and sweeping his robe, turned towards the side door of the dais. After his departure, the ministers began to exit in succession. Once the hall was deserted, Li Chengqian called out, "Father, come forth." Li Shimin emerged, hands clasped behind his back, ascending the dais to take his seat upon the dragon throne before inquiring, "Is it true that blood relatives within 3 generations should not marry?" Li Chengqian, settling into his seat, replied nonchalantly, "I have instructed them to investigate for themselves. Would I utter falsehoods? Alas, I have erred again." Li Shimin lamenta, tears welling in his eyes. Confronted with such a weeping father, Li Chengqian felt a sense of helplessness. Once Changsun Wuji has conducted a thorough investigation, he will likely seek you out, he offered in consolation. "You brought this matter up today. Did you not intend to target the officials?" Li Shimin kuntarat. "Huh, father, you still underestimate me." Li Chengqian retorted with a cold smirk. "I may disregard your authority, but I must maintain respect for my mother. It remains to be seen whether Changsun Wuji will act with integrity. Should he cling to his power, he will be courting his own demise. No new emperor will tolerate him. I do not wish for you to continue in your folly. You, who are so overly protective of your own, fail to distinguish between public and private matters, leaving me with a multitude of messes." Li Shimin n'exclaimat. "Prodigalson. Had I known earlier." Li Shimin's words were interrupted by Li Chengqian, who asserted, "Thus, it is evident that you lack foresight. Your strength lies in listening to counsel. But if you lose even that virtue, you are destined to be a capricious ruler, favoring only your kin. Why do you not speak of the issue of incest? Is it because you feel unworthy to address it? You ungrateful child, do you wish to drive me to despair? You are mistaken. My health is robust, and I feel rejuvenated. Do you think that is due to your efforts? Do you truly believe my remedies are concocted by quacks?" Li Chengqian challenja. Li Shimin was rendered speechless. "Father, you consistently set a poor example, yet remain oblivious to it. You are well aware of the Han Dynasty's history on this matter, are you not? From Liu Bang onward, it has always involved relations with young boys and same-sex connections. Future generations, when they trace this history, what will they say about your achievements? I fear that the stain of a corrupt Tang will be inescapable." Li Chengqian gestured to his chest and continued, "A corrupt Tang. A stinking Han. Will you take pride in that?" Li Shimin's hair stood on end as he retorted defiantly, "I am the emperor. Do I lack for women? Those actions were purely political considerations. You do not understand. Only when you ascend this throne will you comprehend." With that, Li Shimin struck the armrest of the throne forcefully. "Ridiculous." Li Chengqian rose, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor radiating confidence. "Compromise and appeasement. What grandeur is there in that? To speak plainly, only the inept resort to such measures. I, Li Chengqian, need not rely on these tactics. Who can oppose me?" "Ha!" Li Shimin scoffed coldly in return. "They may not be able to oppose you, but they can certainly pay lip service while undermining you behind your back. Your commands, once outside this palace, may very well become worthless scraps of paper. Do you think I enjoy hearing counsel? There are times I can scarcely contain my desire to be rid of Wei Zhang. Yet, you must understand, Wei Zhang has his own flaws. I intend for him and others to contend, reaching a compromise. Only then can my edicts truly resonate across the realm. Otherwise, I would merely be a decorative figure seated here. Father, I grasp your intentions. You have your method of governance, while I possess my own. If yours is the path of kingship, mine is the path of tyranny. Those who dare to pay lip service while defying me, unless I am unaware, will find their entire lineage laid to waste. This world is never short of those aspiring to power. Just as with the Kong family, vast as they may be, they seem to encompass all scholars in the realm. But what of it? With the absence of Kong Ingda, do the other Confucian disciples lack the means to establish themselves in the court? The same logic applies to the 5 surnames and 7 lineages. If they dare disrupt my affairs, let their main lineage be extinguished. Shall the branches seek vengeance for them? Li Chengqian posed provocatively. Li Shimin frowned and remarked, "Yet, such actions leave you vulnerable to manipulation by the scheming. Chaos may ensue. Father, fret not. Attend to your offspring. If you possess the leisure, perhaps you should visit the harem. Your consorts must be yearning for your presence. Rest assured, I shall govern in your stead, as long as you are prepared to bear the blame. After all, the mess is of your own making." Li Shimin's lips twitched. He had grown largely immune to blame. He then shifted the topic. "What of your decree to re-establish the family tree? Why has it not been presented? Why should I present it when you have not bestowed the throne upon me? If I were to claim independence, what would prevent the clan from using it as grounds to denounce me?" Li Chengqian kuntarat. "Ha, prodigal son, it appears you too harbor fears." Li Shimin remarca de recibedi. "Indeed, I fear I might slay them all, and then you would weep." Li Chengqian muka. "Do you truly believe I would pass the throne to you? As I said before, you have no choice." Li Shimin's ange flooded momentarily. "Enough. Do not linger on this frigid throne. You are but a decorative figure now. Quickly, return to drafting edicts, and do not forget the pressing matters discussed in court, including the revisions to the laws. Petit garçon, I shall see to it that you will pay for your insolence." Chapter 55. The method of cement manufacturing, as Li Shimin finished writing the imperial edict and handed it to Zhang Anan for review and release by the Ministry of Rights. Li Chengqian rode his blood dragon back to the Eastern Palace. The routine memorials could wait until tomorrow. He had not yet ascended to the throne, yet he already felt an overwhelming fatigue. If it were not for the lingering regrets of 1,000 lifetimes, urging him to forge the everlasting empire of his dreams, he would have had no desire to become an emperor. After all, having experienced 9 lifetimes, he had grown indifferent to many things, and his perspective on matters had transformed. Unfortunately, to achieve his aspirations, he must first become an emperor, a prerequisite indeed. In this world, seldom do matters unfold as one wishes. Li Chengqian gradually comprehended why the system insisted he lead by example before bestowing rewards upon him. An emperor is the true exemplar for the populace. Unless one is a mere puppet of the inner palace, every action taken by an emperor is scrutinized and emulated by others. When an emperor indulges excessively, extravagance permeates from top to bottom. Conversely, if an emperor is wise and valiant, the prevailing ethos will be one of enlightenment and confidence. A foolish and incompetent emperor, on the other hand, will lead to a populace in despair. Human hearts are insatiable, yet with an emperor at the helm to maintain control, even excesses can be kept in check. He pondered deeply on how to guide future generations, how to ensure flexibility and wisdom in leadership, at the very least to avoid incompetence. He would take his time to devise a foundational principle for his descendants. However, he must not emulate the old Jew of later generations. He must ensure that ancestral teachings do not become a burden in matters of policy. The more successful he becomes, the more difficult it will be for future generations to amend his teachings without causing turmoil. If he were to establish ancestral teachings in policy, there would be but one rule. The laws of ancestors are subject to change to prevent anyone from exploiting them for their own agendas. Let us begin with the welfare of the people. He must afford the aristocracy some opportunities, compelling them to yield some concessions for his policies. Only with the people's hearts secured can he pursue other endeavors. Otherwise, all would be mere castles in the air. Even though Li Chengqian had traversed 9 lifetimes, He had never produced anything substantial concerning the welfare of all people. It would depend on the system. The system had locked away special goods within the civilian marketplace, even withholding seeds capable of taking root and flourishing. It sought to compel him to transform himself from all angles, rewarding him for such changes. A flash of inspiration struck him as he purchased for himself a pair of black and white long-sleeve t-shirts and denim jeans, along with a pair of white running shoes from the civilian marketplace. He refrained from buying short-sleeved beach shorts, being mindful of current trends. Due to the integration and exchange among various ethnicities, the atmosphere in the Tang Dynasty was relatively open, yet certain boundaries remained. True openness reached its zenith during the era of Wu Zetian, when women even ascended to the throne, reflecting a heightened societal acceptance. While casual attire might be tolerated in private, one could not venture out in short-sleeved beach shorts. Such attire would be indistinguishable from nudity in the eyes of contemporary society. Even the undergarments worn during sleep were far too conservative. To govern a great nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish. He merely needed to lead by example. Imposing stringent regulations would surely lead to chaos. Just as he donned his new attire, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Host change. The beauty of attire is called elegance. Based on simplicity and practicality, it wields significant influence. Li Chengqian furrowed his brow. The first time he altered his hairstyle, the influence was deemed minimal. It was only because it was a first that he received a reward of martial valor. Yet, this time, altering his attire garnered an assessment of significant influence. Reward. Complete method for cement production, including original equipment manufacturing methods. Li Chengqian's eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed fortuitous. The benefits of smooth roads are immeasurable, serving as the foundation of foundations. In a certain sense, this knowledge surpasses even that of sweet potatoes and potatoes. He retrieved a large, thick book from the system's inventory, filled with numerous illustrations. After perusing a few pages, he closed the book once more. This information would be presented to the Ministry of Works once he had formulated a plan, allowing the artisans to experiment. Returning the book to the system's inventory, Li Chengqian began to ponder why the disparity between changes in hairstyle and attire was so pronounced. The phrase "the beauty of attire is called elegance" resonated within him, illuminating the source of the disparity. Attire fundamentally refers to clothing, while elegance denotes the embellishments adorning garments. Throughout the feudal dynasties, these embellishments symbolized status. From ancient times, when clothing color denoted rank, to later additions of intricate details, clothing had become a clear indicator of social hierarchy. Hair, in contrast, was often merely a matter of personal habit, with styles varying across dynasties and individuals exhibiting subtle differences. Hair cannot signify much, while clothing certainly can. It is no wonder the system deemed the impact significant. Money is essential. He needed ample funds. It seems he must first borrow from the aristocracy. He would conveniently provide them with an opportunity to relinquish some of their wealth. With that resolved, Li Chengqian stepped out, mounting his blood dragon amidst the peculiar gazes of palace maids and eastern palace guards, and charged forth beyond the palace gates. As soon as he crossed the city gates, spies and retainers began to swiftly relay the news. Agents from the prominent families, the royal princes, and court officials scattered like ants. Although Li Chengqian did not see them, he could imagine their movements. He was on a mission to borrow money from the aristocracy. Without giving them a chance, how could they be inclined to donate their wealth? This time, he ostensibly sought out Du He. He intended to entrust Du He with the civilian applications of cement, thereby offering him a chance to redeem himself for the guilt of having him executed during their future rebellion. Du He had not yet wed his sister, Princess Chang'an, as she was still under 10 years old and resided within the palace. Nonetheless, he and Du He shared a bond of camaraderie, which would later lead to Du He becoming one of Li Chengqian's trusted confidants. Currently, Du He held the position of Shangxingfengyu, commonly referred to as the captain of the emperor's chariot convoy. This title was more honorary than a constant summons from the emperor, thus he remained in the Du residence. Since the passing of Du Ruhui, although the warmth of their relationship had cooled, Li Shimin was still a man of integrity, refraining from severing ties. Consequently, the Du family persevered, albeit lacking their former glory. Chapter 56. Visiting the brothel to find Du He. The Du family had 3 sons, Du Go, Du He, and Du Ai Tong, of whom the highest rank attained was that of a 3rd-grade official. After he moved away, his branch of the family failed to produce any remarkable talents, leading to a lack of historical prominence. Du Go inherited the title of Duke of Li and was appointed as the governor of Qizhou, currently residing away from Chang'an. Subsequently, due to Li Chengqian's rebellion, Du He was implicated, imprisoned for a time, and ultimately exiled to Lingnan, where he met his demise and banishment. The system of collective punishment during the Tang Dynasty was indeed quite severe. Your Highness, the gatekeeper of the Du family, upon hearing a knock, opened the door to find the oddly dressed Li Chengqian standing before him. After a moment of surprise, he stammered, is Du Erling at home? Well, the young master did not return home last night. The servant continued to stutter, seemingly wanting to fabricate a lie, but lacking the courage, unsure of how to proceed. I know. Without further ado, Li Chengqian mounted his horse and rode towards the outer city. Historical records describe Du He as possessing a tranquil disposition and a love for literature. Indeed, Du He was quite adept in the arts of writing. His lack of renown in later generations was ironically due to his involvement in the rebellion, which brought him notoriety, though he was competent enough to not leave a lasting legacy. In stark contrast to the reckless Fong Eai, they represented 2 extremes. Literati often share a common flaw, indulging in the art of writing, particularly in brothels. Being 3 or 4 years older than Li Chengqian, Du He naturally had such inclinations. Li Chengqian, without needing to inquire, understood that Du He must have spent the night in a brothel. He promptly pursued the establishment frequented by Du He. Brothels and courtesans are not synonymous. They merely share an equivalent occupational status. Brothels cultivate refined women, educated and accomplished in various arts, each possessing a unique talent. These establishments serve the elite societal class, allowing even literati to engage in literary exchanges. While the reputation of a courtesan may be questionable, maintaining a concubine or mistress is often overlooked. Even a night spent at a brothel could be nothing more than a night of drinking until dawn. Conversely, a brothel is characterized by a more blatant appeal, offering low-end experiences devoid of emotional connection. Historically, the distinction between brothels and courtesans is often blurred, yet during the feudal era, the presence of literati in brothels often resulted in poetic tributes. Had Du He frequented a common brothel, even Li Shimin would not have considered marrying his daughter to him. The tradition of literati visiting brothels is a hallmark of the feudal era. Without a modicum of literary talent, one would feel unworthy to enter. The courtesans trained from a young age within brothels could be deemed the female counterparts of literary geniuses, thus their worth is often immense. Each would have achieved proficiency in at least one of the arts: music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, while being competent in the others. The greatest aspiration of these women is to be redeemed from their circumstances, a hope entirely absent for common prostitutes. Upon arriving at the entrance of the brothel, as Li Chengqian dismounted, his attendant rushed to take the horse, but an elderly matron swiftly intervened, pulling the attendant aside. "Esteemed guest, please enter." The matron, with a face full of flattery, recognized Li Chengqian. Though he had never visited a brothel, he was well aware of its existence through Du He's accounts. The matron, familiar with the nuances of the elite, could easily identify him by certain distinguishing features, such as his unique blood dragon. "There's no need to enter. Is Du Erling here?" "Haven't come out," Li Chengqian stated matter-of-factly. "Understood. Please wait a moment." The matron bowed repeatedly, stepping back several paces before turning to leave. She recognized her oversight. How could a prince of such stature be seen entering a brothel? Regardless of its nature, a brothel remains a profession of the lower classes. Should he enter, the implications would be unfathomable, potentially leading to the establishment's swift demise. His attendant also quickly discerned that Li Chengqian was no ordinary individual. A mere son of noble house would not warrant such respect from a brothel. Recognizing this, he hastily went to fetch Du He's horse from the back courtyard. Although Li Chengqian did not mention his name, Those working in the brothel were adept at reading people and were well aware of the nuances of status and family lineage. After approximately 10 minutes, He finally appeared, his hair somewhat disheveled and reeking of alcohol. Despite Li Chengqian's significant change in appearance, he was still easily recognizable. As He hurried to bow, Li Chengqian raised his hand to halt him. "Say nothing. Once your horse arrives, accompany me for a while." Li Chengqian remarca acudi. "Yes." "Understood," He instinctively replied, quickly correcting himself. The subtle shift in his response indicated a change in their relationship. The former was akin to a friendship, while the latter conveyed a sense of hierarchy. It was evident that He felt a hint of trepidation towards him now. Li Chengqian remained indifferent, knowing that to gain something, one must inevitably sacrifice something else. Even if one acquires wealth and sheds many worries, it is still a loss in another sense. After a brief wait, the attendant finally led the horse over. Li Chengqian mounted and commanded, "Follow closely." He swiftly mounted his own horse and followed suit. The two rode out of Chang'an and into the wilderness. "Your Highness, are you alone?" He then realized that Li Chengqian was indeed by himself. Initially, he had assumed there were hidden guards nearby, but with no one in sight outside the city, it confirmed his solitude. "Yes, just me. No need to worry. I have my plans," Li Chengqian assured him, subtly instructing the blood dragon to slow its pace. He kept pace, controlling his horse to maintain a respectful distance. Do you have ambitions for grand endeavors?" Li Chengqian inquired. This was also a means of utilizing He. Had he ventured out alone, Li Chengqian might have feared that the aristocracy would hesitate to act, suspecting it was a trap. Instead, accompanying He would lower the guard of certain individuals. "A grand endeavor? Your Highness, do you mean?" He, daring to follow Li Chengqian into rebellion, was not an ordinary man. He too yearned for accomplishment. Unfortunately, being the second son, he was not in line for inheritance. Following his father's death, he would have no support and could only drift through life, living off the emperor's favor like a parasite. "What if I suggested you become a merchant?" Li Chengqian countered. Although commerce during the Tang Dynasty was not as advanced as in the Song Dynasty, there were no prohibitions against it. In fact, it had already been liberalized. Countless merchant caravans traversed the land. However, the Confucian hierarchy ranking scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants still placed merchants in a lowly position, leading the elite to send their subordinates to engage in trade. Chapter 57. Luring the snake out of its hole, the assassin strike he felt a tinge of doubt. Yet the sense of repulsion within him was not overwhelming. As a second son of little significance, he was already grateful for the attention bestowed upon him by Li Chengqian. Li Shimin had indeed engaged in numerous commercial ventures, not only opening mutual markets and establishing regulatory bodies akin to market supervision authorities, but also dispatching troops to safeguard trade routes among various nations, progressively liberalizing commerce. In such an open atmosphere, the mindset of the populace naturally became less feudal. "Your Highness, I shall follow your command." He responded promptly. Li Chengqian gazed ahead at the encroaching wilderness and remarked, "I possess something that could elevate you to the foremost merchant of the Tang Dynasty. Because of this, after deducting various expenses, I can only offer you a 1/10 profit. The remaining 90% must benefit certain individuals. Do you have any objections?" He harbored no objections. This was not merely a matter of money. Who among the subjects would refuse to serve the crown prince? Everyone understood that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Li Chengqian was destined to become the future emperor. This presented an opportunity to be a close aide to the sovereign, far superior to the prospects of a consort who could not aspire to greater heights. You may rely on the crown prince's directives." He emphasized this statement with conviction. During this period, contemplate commercial matters thoroughly and present a memorial. I wish to gauge your potential in this domain. Should you lack the aptitude, the position of future Minister of Commerce shall not be yours. Minister of Commerce? Duhi's mind was flooded with questions, comparable to the 6 ministries. Upon uttering these 4 words, Li Chengqian ignited a spark of excitement within Duhi. He hastily dismounted, hurried a few steps, and knelt before Li Chengqian, proclaiming, "I, Duhi, am unworthy of such esteem from your Highness. Blood Dragon halted its stride as Li Chengqian replied nonchalantly, "Rise. I will observe how you perform. If you falter, no amount of supplication will alter my decision." Cement was merely a means for Du He to gain experience. It was certainly intended for public access. Without genuine immersion in the matter, how could one aspire to be the Minister of Commerce? Li Chengqian adhered to a pragmatic approach and was a man of action. Wealth, to the ancient elite, was not deemed particularly significant beyond an innate avarice. It was merely a byproduct of power. Those with lofty ideals aspired to high office and substantial rewards. Those who attained such positions seldom contemplated rebellion. Instead, they yearned for a legacy that would endure through the ages. "Thank you, Your Highness." Dewey did not truly wish to decline. Had he genuinely intended to refuse, he would not have dismounted to bow. "Mount, accompany me on a stroll. There is no urgency regarding the memorial. Ponder it carefully, do not treat it lightly. In any case, that matter is still in its infancy. However, I anticipate its fruition before the new year." "Understood." Dewey nodded vigorously, invigorated as he leapt back onto his horse. He remained uncertain of Li Chengqian's intentions. Nonetheless, it was clear this was not merely an outing for leisure, nor was it the proper venue for such discussions. If it were solely for this purpose, convening him within the palace would have been far more convenient. As a subject, his role was to act without overthinking. Outside Chang'an, numerous villages dotted the landscape, yet beyond the agricultural fields and wild grasses, desolation reigned. In the distance, children were scurrying about, gathering firewood. In this vast, ancient expanse, aside from undeveloped areas, densely populated locales rarely boasted a single tree amidst the grand estates of the affluent. Timber was in high demand and had long been stripped bare by the annual harvests. To collect firewood, one typically ventured deep into the nearby forests. The era of famine was even more harrowing, with the mountains themselves ravaged, the earth stripped bare. Li Chengqian and Du He gradually entered the forest. The path, formed by the frequent passage of travelers, was shrouded in dimness, when suddenly a cry erupted from the shadows. "Kill!" Li Chengqian swiftly patted his saddle, leaping from Blood Dragon and yanking Du He down alongside him, pinning him to the ground. He had already spotted archers sprinting while drawing their bows. No matter how dense the thicket, the assailants could not hide far from his view. Should they be too close, they would have been immediately noticed. Too far, and their arrows would likely meet the trees, rendering their efforts futile. The Blood Dragon let out a fierce cry and galloped toward one side. Meanwhile, from behind the assailants, figures wielding blades and axes materialized as if from thin air. These silent warriors pursued the retreating figures, their sights set on Li Chengqian, oblivious to the threat emerging behind them. Even if they heard the commotion, they would instinctively assume it was from their own ranks. The archers were the first to fall, meeting a swift demise. As the assailants armed with blades surged forward toward Li Chengqian, the original number of 50 had dwindled to a mere handful. These men encountered the Blood Dragon. With a single powerful kick, it disemboweled one foe, while another swipe sent a body flying. The formidable hooves, combined with steel-like claws, could easily rend a man in two. What had appeared to be a fierce band of assassins met their end before even reaching Li Chengqian, their ranks decimated. 3 remained alive, captured by Li Chengqian's warriors. Among them was evidently the leader, flanked by 2 subordinates. Bloodied and battered, their teeth shattered and clothing stripped, they were rendered unable to take their own lives. This precaution was necessary to prevent the possibility of concealed poisons or deadly blades hidden within their mouths. While the notion of a swift demise through a mere bite was somewhat exaggerated, it remained a reality that assassins could harbor toxins within their mouths or carry lethal daggers. Though lacking instant kill poisons, the effects could manifest rapidly, often with no chance of rescue. A simple bite could spell their end within half an hour. These individuals were unmistakably death warriors. Although Li Chengqian's soldiers could not be summoned back once deployed, he possessed the ability to call upon them at will. Thus, it appeared he bore no visible troops. In truth, they were always at his command, centering around his own presence. "Do he come? Let us feast on roasted meat." Li Chengqian feigned retrieving items from his saddlebag, which were, in reality, goods purchased from a civilian marketplace. Du He, having just emerged from his stupor, began to retch while still on the ground. Li Chengqian frowned, contemplating how others, like Cheng Chumo and his companions, would never behave in such a manner. However, reflecting on Du He's disposition, it became less surprising. Chapter 58. A barbecue that compels Du He to fully submit in the wilderness beyond the forest. Li Chengqian instructed his men to gather some firewood and began to roast meat on the spot. The meat must be roasted slowly, brushed with honey. Li Chengqian chattered incessantly, while Du He, seated across from him, wore a grim expression. He glanced at the roasted meat over the fire, and then at the three assassins bound to trees at the forest's edge, also smeared with honey. Their faces contorted in distress. If he could spit, it would be a great disrespect, yet he felt compelled to do so. Li Chengqian's vivid descriptions made it all too relatable. The three men, aside from lacking flames for roasting, resembled the situation quite closely, a thought that could not be overlooked. Throughout the vast stretches of ancient times, the nobility, unburdened by a lack of primitive salt, invariably favored sweet delicacies. Thus, if sufficient sweeteners were available, the sweeter, the better. Among natural sweeteners, honey undoubtedly reigned supreme. Li Chengqian, not being a time traveler, certainly relished such flavors. However, to utter such sentiments in this context felt exceedingly peculiar. Yet, Li Chengqian was deliberate in his intentions. Although he had high hopes for Du He and intended to cultivate him, an emperor must wield both grace and authority. He could not afford to be merely benevolent or malevolent. He believed today a spectacle would be etched in Du He's memory for a lifetime. As for those exemplary death warriors, they were merely incidental human models. The death warriors had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training through various torturous methods. To suggest that they would divulge secrets after a mere 2 blades, or even if their limbs were severed, was a gross underestimation. Throughout history, myriad forms of punishment have existed, not solely defined by pain. Among them, the classic forms of insect torture and itch torture stand out. The former inflicts extreme mental torment, while the latter is a form of torment that even the most seasoned death warriors could scarcely anticipate, sufficiently capable of breaching their defenses. Though Li Chengqian surmised they were dispatched by certain noble families, perhaps even a coalition of several, the inquiries of how they discovered him, how they managed to ambush him in advance, and which families were involved, warranted further investigation. Feeling it was nearly time, he decided to sample the roast. Li Chengqian presented the meat to Du He. Trembling, Du He regarded the meat as though it were human flesh. In truth, it was merely pork purchased from a local market. Historically, the consumption of pork dates back quite early, with castration of pigs also being practiced long ago, even documented in oracle bone inscriptions. Thus, the notion that time travelers taught ancient peoples to castrate pigs is not but a jest. Pigs, having been domesticated from wild stock, were already subjected to such practices due to their aggressive nature. The ancient nobility refrained from consuming pork primarily due to the unsanitary conditions in which pigs were raised, often directly feeding on human waste. The impoverished, not out of choice, also consumed it sparingly. Castration merely mitigated some of the gamey taste, at least regarding black pigs. If the blood was not properly drained, even in later generations, a distinct odor remained. A certain fact attests that the effect of castration on flavor is not as significant as one might presume. Wild boars remain intact and are still consumed in later times. There is no indication it is particularly unpalatable. The genuine flavor of pork diminishes in relation to the breed, feed, bloodletting, and seasonings, rather than the act of castration itself. The primary rationale for castrating pigs is to prevent them from becoming aggressive during mating, as they do not gain weight and pose significant risks. Even if you do not partake, we are merely out for enjoyment. Here, we are devoid of lord and subject, so please relax. Li Chengqian smiled gently, attempting to reclaim the roasted meat. At that moment, Du He reached out and snatched it away, leaving Li Chengqian slightly taken aback. Your Highness, many thanks for your generous offering, Du He declared, his face still ashen. Without hesitation, he took a hearty bite. Li Chengqian chuckled softly and resumed roasting another piece of meat. He understood that Du He was overthinking the situation. Whether he consumed the meat mattered little to Li Chengqian. His objective had already been fulfilled. Yet, he perceived it differently. He believed that abstaining from the meat would disqualify him from being Li Chengqian's man, viewing it as an evident test. Although he was not a martial general, how could he possibly refuse to eat in the presence of a few deceased individuals? To do so would undoubtedly invite Li Chengqian's disdain. Even if his father had not been a warrior, he was still a figure capable of commanding respect on the battlefield. At the very least, he wielded a sword. To falter in such a simple matter felt excessively shameful. As he bit into the meat, a sense of revulsion lingered psychologically, yet the physiological enjoyment was undeniably delightful. After all, the seasonings were sourced from Li Chengqian's local market purchases. With a few more bites, Duhe's complexion markedly improved. "Your Highness, what kind of meat is this? I seem unable to discern its flavor," Duhe inquired. Li Chengqian replied with a calm smile, "It is pork, though I prefer to refer to it as pig meat." The character for pig had long been in use, originating as a colloquial term, while the formal usage remains as. By the late Tang period, had even evolved to describe individuals, such as in the term for a corpulent person. Duhe understood this. Upon hearing Li Chengqian's explanation, Duhe's visage turned pale once more. "Rest assured, this pork is fed with high-quality grains and has never consumed anything unsavory. It may even surpass what you typically consume. Then I shall be at ease." Duhe, in a fit of determination, took 2 vigorous bites and even picked up an unroasted piece to skewer and roast for himself. Meanwhile, the 3 assassins bound to the trees continued to endure inhumane torment, both psychologically and physically. They had neither severed limbs nor inflicted wounds, yet their minds were gradually unraveling. Finally, one could no longer contain himself, howling in despair. "I'll talk. Just grant me a swift end. His Highness consents. Speak." Li Chengqian bellowed in response. Half an hour later, the pork was consumed, and the matter concluded. Li Chengqian clapped his hands together, declaring, "Let us depart. Today's excursion has come to an end, and it is time to return." Duhe suddenly realized that Li Chengqian had intentionally drawn the assassins out. Although he was uncertain of the reasons, it was evident that it had been a calculated move. "Your Highness, you should not take such risks," Duhe blurted out. Li Chengqian patted his shoulder, smiling. "Fear not. This grand kingdom, so vibrant and resplendent. How could I bear to perish? Remember to attend the court meeting tomorrow. I shall summon you then, and you will need to testify on my behalf." Testify to what? Was the unspoken question. It was clear he was to affirm before all that he was part of the crown prince's faction and distance himself from certain noble families. With a resolute bite, Duhe rose and bowed, declaring, "I shall obey." He had already come to terms with his allegiance to the crown prince, fully committed to this path, not for any other reason, but for the vision Li Chengqian had painted for him. The future Minister of Commerce, comparable to the 6 ministries, was a prospect worth pursuing. Chapter 59. If Father Emperor is unyielding, let him come to me the following day during the usual court assembly. Li Chengqian settled into his seat and, after allowing the ministers to rise, lazily inquired, "Do any of you have matters to report to me?" Today, the assembly was sparsely attended, primarily consisting of officials of the 5th rank and above. Even those of the 5th rank were relegated to standing at the entrance, permitted only to listen in. Observing Li Chengqian's lethargic demeanor and his peculiar attire, which seemed to belong to a foreign land, they felt as though they were witnessing someone clad in undergarments. A group of ministers remained silent, refraining from mentioning the topic at hand. During the last grand assembly, Li Chengqian had already asserted his stance. Hairstyles and clothing were matters of personal freedom, provided they did not offend the eye or violate the laws of the Tang Dynasty. Should anyone dare to debate such trivialities in court again, he would not hesitate to wield his authority. No one wished to test whether Li Chengqian's blade could indeed sever their heads. Li Chengqian's ruthless reputation was well known. After a few moments of silence, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is the Tang Dynasty truly at peace with nothing to discuss? If I believe this, do you also believe it? If you do believe it, I must seriously question whether you are merely occupying your positions without merit. Are you all adrift, or am I unable to wield my sword?" The ministers had grown immune to the occasional novel expressions that slipped from Li Chengqian's lips. As long as they could grasp the meaning, they cared little for the source of his words. Wei Zheng stepped forward and bowed, stating, "Your Highness, the rainy season has now passed, and the autumn harvest approaches. At this interim, there is little of significance occurring in the court. Minor matters, according to Tang tradition, could be managed by myself and my colleagues." Li Chengqian held Wei Zheng's words in high regard, suspecting that the ministers were employing silence as a form of resistance against him. Nodding slightly, he replied, "I understand." Wei Aiqing. Wei Zheng, upon hearing this, bowed once more and returned to the ranks of the civil officials. What Wei Zheng implied was that the remaining issues need not be brought before the court for discussion, as they were already addressed in the memorials. In the era of Li Shimin, certain matters would certainly have resulted in disputes. However, those disputes were often fueled by personal interests. Since Li Chengqian's ascension to power, the ministers were still unsure of his temperament. Moreover, they were not his loyal subjects and thus lacked any sense of camaraderie. A single misstep in speech could lead to their downfall, and they had no desire to court trouble. "Ah, Wei Aiqing, I recall you were collaborating with Kong Ingda, Yan Shirgu, and others on some historical texts." Li Chengqian inquired. Wei Zheng promptly stepped forward and replied, "We are compiling the history of the Sui dynasty." He only mentioned the focus on the Sui dynasty's history. Li Chengqian contemplated for a moment and said, "Historical records serve as tangible evidence of a dynasty's existence and must not be taken lightly or carelessly composed. If there are uncertainties, they require thorough verification. If verification proves impossible, questions must be noted. One must not write with an air of certainty. Furthermore, any depiction of the Sui dynasty must be fair and factual. You cannot judge or distort their merits and faults. Simply record the significant events as they transpired. In the annals of the emperors, including the uprising of the Li family, there is no need for obscure embellishments or to obscure the truth. What is, what is not is not. Do you understand? The minister will exert every effort." Wei Zheng bowed deeply. Li Chengqian nodded, saying, "Historical texts are meant for future generations and are an essential thread in the cultural legacy of our Huaxia. No matter how one might fabricate, popular narratives will emerge, and future scholars will be astute. The more one tries to conceal, the more misunderstandings arise, potentially leading to even more detrimental rumors. Our Tang Dynasty must be presented with dignity and integrity in this world. After a millennium, future generations will undoubtedly offer fair evaluations. Self-serving narratives will only invite ridicule. Write truthfully, without alteration. If Father Emperor is unyielding, let him come to me." The ministers below felt their lips twitch at the audacity of Li Shimin's challenge. What did it mean for the emperor to seek out his son? After all, who was the father and who was the son? Nevertheless, Li Chengqian's demeanor, once again displayed before the ministers, left them in awe. He truly embodied the essence of a sovereign. Throughout history, such a magnificent and imposing future emperor was a rarity, making it exceedingly difficult to find any weaknesses in him. After Wei Zheng withdrew, Li Chengqian continued, "Since you have no matters to address, I have some issues to discuss." The ministers involuntarily felt a surge of anxiety at his words. Doves, one of the 6 birds mentioned in the Zhou Li, I refer to them as pigeons. This species possesses an incredible ability to navigate over long distances. Are any of you familiar with them? As soon as this inquiry was posed, the ministers instinctively frowned in contemplation. They understood that Li Chengqian's question was not simply about recognition. That was a given. Thus, there must be another underlying reason. After a few seconds, Li Chengqian smiled and said, "It seems you are all unaware. Then why did someone yesterday use pigeons to send messages and lay an ambush outside the city to carry out an assassination attempt against me?" A cacophony erupted in the court at that moment. Due to the design of the Great Hall, Li Chengqian could only hear a buzzing in his ears, unable to discern any individual voices. He cleared his ears and frowned, commanding silence. The court fell almost instantaneously quiet, underscoring the extent of Li Chengqian's authority. "I am not discussing the assassination attempt. Rather, I wish to know if none of you are familiar with the matter of pigeons." Li Chengqian inquired again. An elderly voice, frail yet forceful, emerged from the ranks of the ministers, belonging to the grand historian Fu Yi. As he spoke, he slowly made his way to the center of the assembly, holding a tablet and slightly bowing. Seeing the white-haired figure, Li Chengqian recalled that this elder would likely pass away by the year's end. His current frail state indicated that his time was drawing near. In this era, most officials served until death, either unable to relinquish power or forced to remain due to fear of retribution. Genuine high-ranking officials who could retire gracefully and enjoy their remaining years were few and far between across dynasties. Fu Yiqing, please share your thoughts, Li Chengqian gently urged. I have heard that in the common folk, there are those who raise pigeons to send messages capable of flying dozens, even hundreds of miles, with remarkable accuracy. The only drawback is that, in the event of widespread rain, the likelihood of errors increases significantly. Additionally, as pigeons are relatively small, they cannot carry heavy loads. For long-distance flights, the message they convey must be even lighter, thus limiting the information they can transmit. In common parlance, these pigeons are referred to as flying slaves. Chapter 60 Changsun Wuji, determined to tread a singular path to the end, is met with the mocking inquiry of Li Chengqian, who asks, "Have you considered the purpose of this flying slave?" Cheng Yaojin boldly steps forward, disregarding decorum, and exclaims, "I discern it is to relay military intelligence." Li Chengqian does not chastise him. He understands Cheng Yaojin's nature. The ministers privately refer to him as a brash fool. Li Chengqian nods, affirming, "Indeed, it serves to convey military news. I plan to establish a bureau of military intelligence outside the 9 temples. This bureau will primarily train pigeons, transforming them into flying messengers, which I shall name carrier pigeons, specifically for the transmission of military intelligence. However, the bureau's purpose is far more intricate than this initial function, as Li Chengqian harbors his own intentions. At the outset, this serves as a means to mitigate backlash from the ministers, as the redistribution of their powers would surely meet with resistance. Changsun Wuji interjects, stating, "I have heard that the carrier pigeons mentioned by the regent cannot fly exceedingly far. They easily lose their way in inclement weather, and their flying range is limited to mere dozens or hundreds of miles. Beyond that, they falter. Military affairs are of utmost importance, and should these pigeons be intercepted or deliberately shot down, it would lead to significant delays and even catastrophic losses." Li Chengqian, with a cold glint in his eye, perceives that Changsun Wuji's objections are not merely surface-level concerns. His silence earlier belies a deeper understanding of the issue, revealing his true motivations. Li Chengqian's icy gaze fixes upon Changsun Wuji, who feels a shiver run down his spine. Carrier pigeons have been domesticated since the Zhou dynasty, albeit in an unstructured manner, primarily as a folk practice, and have not received the attention of officialdom throughout history. It was not until the Song dynasty that their potential for military communication was acknowledged. In the Tang Dynasty, it is evident that noble families had such capabilities, likely even known to Li Shimin. The same rationale applies. The significance of this method had gone unheeded, much like gunpowder, which, although discovered long ago, had not been actively developed for its critical applications, an immense loss. Now it appears that the reason carrier pigeons were not harnessed is not due to a lack of technological advancement, but rather a deliberate oversight by the aristocracy. Changsun Siku, have you ever choked on your wheat meal? Li Chengqian poses an ostensibly unrelated question. Changsun Wuji hesitates. "I have indeed. Then why do you not cease consuming it?" Li Chengqian's voice grows stern. Changsun Wuji feels an unsettling pressure. Li Chengqian continues with authority. As recorded in L. Shi Chuanqiu, to prohibit all food due to the risk of choking is nonsensical. To discard nourishment out of fear of choking, such as the behavior of a high official in the Tang Dynasty. You are well aware of the utility of carrier pigeons. Why did you not voice this earlier? Your servant is no longer youthful, and my energies have waned. Thus I only recalled it now. Changsun Wuji responds. Li Chengqian smiles, though his grin does not reach his eyes. Indeed, for Changsun Siku has served my father in his youth, displaying remarkable bravery. His tireless efforts have taken a toll on his health, and at the tender age of 45, his reflexes are slower than those of the octogenarian Minister Fu. One can understand. Upon hearing this, While Changsun Wuji remains composed, Fu Yi hastily kneels. Old minister, one should never compare oneself to Changsun Siku. He bears significant responsibilities and faces numerous trivial matters, unlike the more leisurely old minister. Fu Yi, frightened by Li Chengqian's words, realizes the peril of his situation with Changsun Wuji. Minister Fu, why do you kneel? Li Chengqian questions. Does Changsun Siku not know his own heart? Perhaps you, Minister Fu, are indeed somewhat. Li Chengqian moves us. Let us do this. I shall grant you retirement, and for your contributions, I will double your rewards according to the law. You may return home to enjoy your twilight years. What say you? Li Chengqian speaks sincerely, recalling that this individual would pass away by year's end. Relieving him of his burdens may extend his life by a year or two. Old minister, I shall obey the regent's command. Fu Yi, momentarily taken aback, expresses his gratitude. He is acutely aware of his declining health, though he does not yet realize the brevity of his remaining days. Offending Changsun Wuji would be unwise, so he opts for a dignified retirement. Li Chunfeng of the Taisher Bureau shall succeed as Taisher Ling. As for your previous position, appoint whomever you deem fit. Li Chengqian Kazwali Thakaladas. Historically, Li Chunfeng is recognized as a capable individual, particularly in astronomy and calendrical studies, having succeeded Fu Yi in his role. Minister Li Chunfeng, I accept the decree. Li Chunfeng promptly rises and kneels in reverence. It is customary for such appointments to require an edict from Li Shimin. Yet Li Chengqian oversteps this convention. However, in this moment, Wei Zheng refrains from interjecting. He perceives that Li Chengqian is subtly guiding Changsun Wuji to relinquish his power through Fu Yi's retirement, deeming other matters trivial by comparison. Changsun Wuji is acutely aware of these implications. Yet, the notion of relinquishing power is utterly out of the question. Thus, he feigns ignorance. Li Chengqian had not intended to confront Changsun Wuji today, yet his own insistence has drawn the ire of the regent. In his heart, Li Chengqian muses, Uncle, you have chosen your path to destruction, yet remain oblivious. If you insist on walking this dark road, I shall accommodate your wishes. Li Chengqian has never contemplated a private discussion with Changsun Wuji. To him, Changsun Wuji is a figure who, in his arrogance, believes his contributions are paramount, relying on his familial ties and the favor of Li Shimin, leading him to become utterly complacent. It is futile to expect him to recognize his errors. Engaging him in conversation may lead him to believe that Li Chengqian fears him. Changsun Wuji, a member of the imperial family, has historically proven to be a liability. At best a royalist, Li Chengqian has no need for such figures, as they merely impede progress. Since he is unwilling to step back voluntarily, then let him face the consequences. Changsun Siku, and you too, Cheng Yaojin, return to your places at once. The directive to return to your places is understood by all to whom it is directed. Indeed, I shall return, Cheng Yaojin exclaims, and he promptly retreats. Had the circumstances been different, the ministers might have erupted in laughter. Upon returning to his designated spot, Cheng Yaojin calls out, Changsun, you old schemer. I have set an example for you. Why do you not hurry back to your place? Changsun Wuji, his face ashen, silently returns to his position. Cheng Yaojin, unperturbed, continues unabashed. Chapter 61. A group of individuals born of mothers but lacking fathers. How dare they criticize the dim-witted monarch? Minister Fu, please rise and return to the Historical Bureau to prepare for the handover. When Li Chunfeng departs from court, it will save some time. The old minister wishes to stand for his final morning court session. If I must depart, I find it hard to let go. It is not the power I lament, but the realization that my curtain is about to fall. This sentiment is one that Li Chengqian can comprehend. Li Chengqian spoke gently. Then, Minister Fu, please return to your post, as commanded by the regent. Once he returned, a spark of inspiration illuminated Li Chengqian's mind as he remarked, Oh, and Minister Wei, just listen. There is no need for you to step forward. Regarding historical records, women can indeed contribute significantly. For instance, our Princess Pingyang, who accomplished remarkable feats in her time. It is imperative to remember to record her name in full, not merely as a daughter of a certain clan. This cannot be allowed. Throughout history, there has never been such a precedent. For a woman to appear in the annals of history is already a miracle. Her birth name must not be disclosed. In the Grand Hall, a third of the officials knelt, all of them civil servants. However, the military generals and the astute remained standing. This time, Li Chengqian did not interrupt. He waited until their voices faded before speaking. The silence in the hall felt somewhat oppressive. Finally, Li Chengqian broke the stillness. Record the names of these individuals for me. After court, inquire with their families if they were born of mothers. If they were not, they cannot be considered human, let alone officials of our great Tang. If they were born of mothers, then it appears their fathers failed in their duties. In such cases, those with noble fathers shall have their titles stripped, and those with positions shall be removed from office. As for themselves, they may swap positions with their subordinates to observe the outcomes. Li Chengqian's commanding voice resonated with imperial authority, as if he were the embodiment of divine decree, determining life and death. Do not. We are innocent. Oh, dim-witted monarch. Suddenly, Li Chengqian bellowed. Drag out the one who called me a dim-witted monarch and execute him, appointing his subordinate in his stead. The cries of grievance were silenced in an instant. Li Chengqian's guards promptly appeared, seizing the man and dragging him away, his pleas falling on deaf ears. Li Chengqian smirked coldly, speaking leisurely. A group born without mothers or raised without fathers dares to insult me. The dim-witted monarch? They cannot even conduct themselves properly, yet they have learned to hurl insults. As for the rest of you, if you prefer to kneel, remain so until the morning court concludes before proceeding with the handover. Li Chengqian's actions were not merely for venting his frustration. He had another motive. Subordinates are often the ones with genuine capabilities. Once established in their roles, they ascend to heights, while the actual work is often managed by their aides, a tacit understanding. Thus, he was not only purging a group of ineffectual scholars, but also promoting a cadre of capable officials. Why not? After all, considering their positions, they were not particularly significant. At the very least, addressing them would not incite widespread dissent. Minister Wei, do you oppose this? Li Chengqian inquired. Wei Zheng replied, I do not oppose. Rather, I wholeheartedly support it. All the ministers were taken aback. How had Wei Zheng's demeanor changed so dramatically? Was he possessed? While others might fear Li Chengqian's blade, why would he? That should not be the case. Little did they know, Wei Zheng was internally lamenting, faced with a new ruler who is shameless yet effective. What else can I do but flatter? Even if I wish to assert my presence, I find no angle from which to do so, since I do not oppose. Let it be so. Moreover, I wish to vindicate my uncle, Crown Prince Li Jiansheng, Li Chengqian declared. Upon hearing this, the assembly stirred slightly, and Wei Zheng looked up in surprise. In a corner, Li Shimin, who had been eavesdropping, nearly jumped out, but restrained himself, fearing that Li Chengqian's guards would restrain him. You all know the matters between my father and my uncle better than I. It is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. However, one thing is clear. I wish to clear his name. Although my uncle may not have been a formidable warrior, he was exceptional in logistics. Strictly speaking, without my uncle, my father, who does not engage in lightning warfare like the Han's General Guan, would he have thrived without sustenance? If we were to follow popular sentiment, my father would be akin to a child waiting for his uncle to feed him. My father managed to conquer vast territories, and my uncle's contributions cannot be overlooked or disparaged. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. The regent is wise. The regent is wise. All the ministers bowed in unison. Those who had originally served under Li Jiansheng felt their lingering resentment dissipate. Li Chengqian had articulated a profound truth. Victors and vanquished exist. Yet there should be no slander or defamation. The former followers of Li Shimin also considered that so many years had passed, circumstances had changed, and there was no need to harbor animosity toward a deceased individual. Li Chengqian's ability to make such a decision illustrated his lofty aspirations and regal demeanor. Thus, no one opposed him. After the ministers had paid their respects, Li Chengqian said lightly, All of you may rise. Except for those ordered to remain kneeling until the morning court's conclusion, the rest slowly stood. Li Chengqian continued, Regarding the Military Intelligence Bureau, it shall be under the Military Ministry's purview. We shall recruit talented artisans from the populace and train carrier pigeons. Subsequently, using relay stations as operational points. The pigeons will fly back and forth to relay military communications. While they cannot replace relay stations, they do possess advantages over shorter distances. Furthermore, we must focus on cultivating the pigeon's abilities for long-distance navigation. I hope to witness a future where messages can be conveyed over 1,000 miles using carrier pigeons. Would that not be splendid? Minister Liu Ji, Deputy Minister of the Military, has been appointed to oversee this. Li Chengqian suddenly recalled that Hou Junji was currently engaged in the campaign against Gaochang. However, he remembered that the former Minister of War was Hou Junji, who had been reassigned to the Ministry of Personnel last year, concurrently serving as the Grand Commander of the Jiaohe Road Army, leading forces against Gaochang. Meanwhile, the position of Minister of War remained vacant, with the next appointee being Duke of England, Li Ji, although it would be several years before a decision could be reached. Hou Junji was indeed a well-rounded individual, as evidenced by his transition from Minister of War to Minister of Personnel, along with his military engagements. In the original timeline, he would conquer Gaochang by August of the following year. However, after that, he faced impeachment for hoarding treasures and allowing his troops to plunder. Although Li Shimin pardoned him, he harbored resentment toward Li Shimin, possibly feeling that he had been unjustly treated despite his contributions. Seizing the opportunity, he conspired to rebel against him. Emerging from his reverie, Li Chengqian stated, "For now, let us address the matter of my assassination." Li Chengqian refrained from discussing gunpowder, as he had yet to seize control of the realm. To mention gunpowder now would prompt swift action from the aristocracy. If not careful, the conflict would transition from cold weapon warfare to the early stages of gunpowder warfare, and that would not bode well. Chapter 62. You wish to leverage the emperor to command the vassals, but I shall not acquiesce to your desires. Upon hearing Li Chengqian mention once more his assassination attempt, the grand hall fell into a hushed silence. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chengqian suddenly inquired, "Have the casualties of the soldiers in Chang'an been compensated during those days of my rebellion?" Typically, the local government bears the responsibility for soldier casualties. When a soldier falls in battle, the remains are returned to their locality, where the government compensates according to the law. The garrison of Chang'an, predominantly composed of soldiers residing in the vicinity, should naturally be the responsibility of the city. As the capital, it is only fitting that the Ministry of War oversees this matter, supervised by the Ministry of Justice. The ministers present, upon hearing Li Chengqian's words, would undoubtedly have visible lines of distress upon their foreheads were this a scene from an animated tale. Is it appropriate to discuss rebellion in the court? The principal figure of this insurrection displayed no semblance of caution whatsoever. Liu Ji hastily interjected, not daring to consider the ramifications, and quickly responded, "Your Highness, we are still in the process of verification and shall soon issue the compensations." Clenching his fist against his temple and leaning slightly, Li Chengqian remarked, "As for the guards who defended the imperial city that day, I shall grant them compensation, and let it be double as per custom." "No." Liu Ji immediately knelt in supplication. Li Chengqian raised his gaze unhurriedly. "Do you wish for me to lose credibility before the world?" Liu Yi hastily replied. "But such distribution could lead to discontent among the troops." "Oh, that is easily resolved. The treasury shall provide compensation as per the usual practice, and then I will supplement it from my East Palace, so you may seek it there. However, I shall only compensate those soldiers I promised on that day. If the others are dissatisfied, tell them they serve my father and should seek recompense from him. Surely, the imperial treasury cannot be devoid of resources." Li Chengqian's words were laden with implications. Liu Ji silently lamented, "Why must I be caught in the crossfire of this father-son dispute? I have given." The voice of Li Shimin, seething with anger, resonated as he emerged from a corner. The ministers instinctively turned, bowing in reverence. "We pay our respects to the sage." Everyone understood that Li Shimin's so-called ill health was merely a ruse. Thus, they were not surprised by his robust entrance. However, the senior officials who were typically close to him noted that he appeared somewhat younger and leaner, which was understandable given the recent loss of a beloved son. Yet, appearing younger? That was baffling, leading them to suspect their own vision. "All rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Shimin, hands clasped behind his back, strode toward the dais, locking eyes with Li Chengqian. He had been eavesdropping from the shadows, absorbing every word, recognizing that Li Chengqian had spoken intentionally for his benefit. He could no longer contain himself, especially since those devilish soldiers had not dared to silence him with a mere glance. Thus, he chose to reveal himself. Li Chengqian, with a smile, said, "Father, is it truly necessary for you to hide in the shadows? The dragon throne is quite cold. I have no intention of taking it from you immediately. Would it not be more suitable for you to sit here and listen? Should you remain crouched in the corner? You might lose your dignity should you cramp your legs." The ministers, sweating nervously, internally groaned. Could you two not bicker in private? If a conflict erupts here, to whom shall we lend our support? Outwardly, the sage remained the sage, and the crown prince, the crown prince. Yet, they all understood the sage's influence was waning. With those 10,000 ghostly soldiers, unyielding and unblinking, it rendered them wary of approaching the sage in private. "You rebellious son, you wish to manipulate the emperor to command the vassals, but I shall not submit to your whims," Li Shimin retorted angrily, disregarding any semblance of decorum, causing the ministers to sweat profusely. "Then what brings you out, father?" Li Chengqian countered with a smile. "I was merely planning to visit the residence of Fuji after court. I wonder if you would welcome me?" As Li Shimin spoke, he conveniently stood before Changsun Wuji. Changsun Wuji hastily bowed and proclaimed, "I shall naturally open my doors wide to welcome your majesty." This declaration was akin to announcing to all present that Changsun Wuji remained the emperor's favored minister, simultaneously signaling to Li Chengqian that he still had a way to go before challenging him. Li Chengqian mused, "It seems my father has begun to lose his clarity again," determined to protect Changsun Wuji at all costs. He also saw it as a test of whether he would permit Changsun Wuji to leave the palace, to declare before all the ministers that should he refuse him exit, he would appear deceitful. "However, if my father seeks to entrap me, he is sorely mistaken." Li Chengqian continued, "Father, why do you gaze upon me so? You are in good health and need not report to me where you wish to go. You are not senile." The emphasis on senile was deliberate, regardless of whether Li Shimin comprehended it. He then added, "Since you are here, why not listen to who attempted to assassinate me?" "Very well, I shall listen." Li Shimin seized the opportunity, ascending the dais and settling into the familiar dragon throne, adopting his usual dignified posture. This should have felt routine and familiar. After all, the same ministers surrounded him, with the only difference being the absence of Kong Ingda. Yet, in that moment, Li Shimin experienced an unfamiliar sensation. It felt as though, having been absent from this seat for merely a few days, it no longer offered the same comfort. As Li Shimin's thoughts tangled, Li Chengqian commanded, "Bring the assassins before me." No one responded, but in the next instant, 6 soldiers entered, dragging 3 assassins along. "Li Chengqian, you are untrustworthy. You have killed. You have slain my family." Under the unimaginable torments devised by Li Chengqian, the 3 assassins had utterly broken, now pleading for death. Their voices were hoarse, their appearances a ghastly sight, a testament to their suffering. Approaching closer, Li Chengqian stated, "When did I ever lack integrity? I concede you a swift death, yet I did not promise you a timely one. Now, I can assure you, share all you know with the ministers present, and I shall grant you mercy." The 3, desperate for a swift end, perceived Li Chengqian's words as a divine reprieve, hastily divulging everything they knew, even supplementing each other's accounts, eager to hasten their demise. Chapter 63. Those desperate fools under my command. After the 3 had finished their supplementary remarks, Li Chengqian declared, "Take them out and execute them. Grant them a swift end. Your Highness is indeed wise." "Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness is benevolent." Though the intent was to execute them, the 3 men could hardly contain their gratitude. Almost bowing in thanks, even with their voices hoarse, they expressed their appreciation with all their might. In the context of the feudal era, such gratitude was not deemed absurd. Rather, it was seen as a sign of mercy. For to assassinate an emperor or a crown prince, unless one was entirely oblivious to their identity, would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of their entire lineage. Given this premise, who would not express gratitude for merely being executed alone? Did all of you hear that? Although they did not know who had orchestrated this, they were well aware of their origins. The crown prince had already dispatched individuals to investigate, and news was expected to arrive shortly. As he followed the trail, Li Chengqian was confident that he would uncover those lurking behind the assassination plot against him. However, Li Chengqian had not merely sent out scouts. He had secretly obliterated their training bases for private soldiers. He had apprehended those in charge, but chose to remain silent about it. Now was not the time to openly confront the issue. Despite having an army of 100,000 at his disposal, he knew that such power could not be wielded recklessly. Once the tranquility of the Tang Dynasty was disrupted and equilibrium shattered, he lacked the strength to restore order. The army of the undead was not a panacea. It could not even besiege Chang'an, which boasted 12 city gates in its outer walls. During the Wei River Alliance, did the Turks truly wish to conquer Chang'an? It was not that they could not, nor dare to. They had charged in with great haste. But the memory of the chaos wrought by the 5 barbarians during the tumultuous times prior to the Tang Dynasty lingered in every heart. No one would permit foreign invaders to breach their borders again. Even if Li Shimin had failed to hold Chang'an, and even if the Turks had succeeded in slaying him, they would have soon faced a barrage of assaults from Han people with nowhere to escape. This was the truth that enabled the Wei River Alliance to come to fruition. Li Chengqian's objective this time was to amass wealth in preparation for cement production. By revealing this in court, he sought to make it evident to the representatives of various factions that he was the one who orchestrated the killings, and that he held the reins of power. Throughout history, under the guise of ritual and education, anyone who dared to shatter this faade would plunge the world into chaos. The lessons of history were vividly etched in their minds. A few ministers felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Certain places mentioned by the 3 were known to some among them to be their own people. Should Li Chengqian trace the clues back to them, it would indeed be catastrophic. After spending time in his company, they were acutely aware that when Li Chengqian resorted to violence, it was not merely the act of killing, but a matter of annihilating the spirit. He wielded both military might and cunning. If he were to uncover their involvement, the outcome was uncertain. By the way, if you all believe this is merely a play directed by me, then Xian du he. Typically, a eunuch would call out in the grand hall, and those outside would echo the command, a practice rooted in both decorum and the vastness of the space. However, Li Chengqian soldiers had no need for such formality. Soon, Du He entered the hall. I, the Minister of State, Du He, pay my respects to the sage and to the regent. Upon reaching the front, he performed a deep bow. Rise. Li Shimin interjected, eager to avoid becoming an invisible man. He understood that Li Chengqian was deliberately causing a stir. What was this nonsense about an outing with Du He? Despite losing his source of intelligence due to Li Chengqian's guards, Li Shimin retained his basic judgment. Du He did not comply immediately. Instead, he remained kneeling. Li Chengqian turned a glance at Li Shimin, his eyes filled with mockery, before addressing Du He. Rise, Du He. Li Chengqian silently commended Du He for his perceptiveness. He was indeed a loyal subject who would never betray him, even in death. Thank you, sage. Thank you, regent. Only then did Du He respectfully rise. Li Shimin bristled, his face turning a shade of blue, as he gripped the armrest of the dragon throne tightly, his expression betraying no emotion. The other ministers quickly realized that Du He had seemingly become Li Chengqian's confidant. Li Chengqian spoke. Du He, please share your observations from yesterday. Yes, regent. Du He recounted the events in detail, omitting only what was unnecessary. He concluded, I swear by the name of my esteemed father that all I have stated is true. The ancients placed immense value on oaths. Although history bore witness to violations, most adhered to the principle of honoring one's word. Moreover, everyone present knew who Du He's father was. Swearing by the name of a deceased parent was a grave matter. Those seasoned in the ways of the world could discern that rather than merely serving as a witness, Du He was being presented by Li Chengqian as a figure of significance. It remained unclear what position Li Chengqian intended to assign Du He next. Some pondered, believing the Du family had fallen from grace, merely surviving through the protection of the sage. Yet unexpectedly, it seemed that the elder son was unremarkable, while the younger son was poised for greatness. Li Chengqian nodded. Du He, you may withdraw. Yes, regent. After bowing once more, Dewey stepped back 3 paces and swiftly exited the Grand Hall. Given his rank, he was not entitled to stand there. Those who could were at least of the 5th rank, and not merely honorary officials. Li Chengqian, feeling somewhat relieved, had no desire to seek trouble. However, the expenses incurred by his subordinates were indeed burdensome. He felt quite vexed, especially as a mere crown prince, tasked with supporting so many individuals beyond the established limits. Fortunately, his father was magnanimous and did not hold him accountable. Li Shimin's temples throbbed with anger. Did he not dare to hold him accountable? The ministers listened in disbelief, suddenly realizing that Li Chengqian possessed an astonishing audacity. With military power, clever tactics, and a thick skin, this was becoming increasingly difficult. Many began to wonder what Li Chengqian truly meant by his remarks. Li Chengqian paused and exclaimed with increased intensity, "I never anticipated that amidst my vexation, someone would dare to attempt an assassination against me. When I uncover the mastermind behind this, I shall scald their nest with boiling water and desecrate their ancestral graves." The courtiers with guilty consciences trembled involuntarily. "I am troubled, and I am in need of funds. My subordinates are so starved that they are willing to resort to anything. However, I understand that the treasury must remain untouched, and my private funds cannot sustain this. I implore all of you to devise a solution. That shall be all for today. The court is dismissed." Chapter 64. Father, have you truly not comprehended yet? Li Chengqian and Li Shimin strolled back to the Eastern Palace, hands clasped behind their backs. "Father, shall we first visit the Hall of Governance?" Li Chengqian inquired. "What nonsense, you ungrateful child! What business do you have the Hall of Governance?" Li Shimin retorted. Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow. "To have you issue an imperial decree, of course." Li Shimin's anger surged. "Have I become your personal scribe for imperial edicts? I do not scold myself. You are overthinking, father. Who else would write the decrees if not you, the emperor?" Li Chengqian grunted. "Huh, am I still the emperor? That little rascal he dares to show me disdain during court meetings. That is your own doing. Why not simply sit quietly upon the dragon throne?" Li Chengqian replied. Li Shimin fell silent. Li Chengqian continued, "If you do not wish to write the decree, why not consult the Astronomical Bureau for an auspicious date? I suggested you write the decree to spare your Changsun Fui from waiting too long. You ungrateful child, what is it that you truly desire?" Li Shimin asked, his tone heavy with concern. "I am uncertain what question you wish to pose, father. If you inquire about my uncle, I can only say he does not wish to relinquish power, and that will lead to his demise. Just as the Qingke bird, regardless of its will, if it possesses what does not belong to it, there is only one fate, death. As for the assassination, I admit it was intentional, and those locations where they trained have already been dismantled by me. Father, I believe you can guess who they are. I do not intend to confront them openly. They dare not challenge me either. My words in court were merely to provoke them, for I have my uses. If you are asking what I intend to accomplish as emperor, father, you cannot fathom it. All I can tell you is that I aspire for a world in harmony. This world is not merely Tang, nor just the surrounding nations. It is far grander than you can imagine. Our Tang has not even claimed 1/10 of the land." "Is that so?" Li Shimin asked, astonished. "There are 7 continents and 4 oceans, countless islands of varying sizes. Our Tang occupies less than half of one landmass, possibly only 30%. Li Shimin inhaled sharply, pondering, if that is indeed the case, who can govern such vast territories? Li Chengqian replied nonchalantly, "Let the prominent families contribute. I need the resources to build roads. I possess something that will ensure these roads are smoother than those we currently tread, impervious to the elements. Thus, I require funds, substantial funds that cannot come from the state treasury, as it cannot afford such expenses. Even with such roads, governing vast territories is an arduous task. I plan to distribute the current royal family members upon my ascension, sending them in all directions to conquer. Those who do not wish to fight may live as wealthy gentlemen, awaiting the emergence of capable descendants. Those who wish to fight will gain their territories, provided they heed my command. Everything else is trivial. This is what I call transforming internal conflicts into external ones. Father, you continually underestimate me. The throne is merely a prerequisite for achieving my goals. Otherwise, I would not even bother with the throne. Though uncertain of the veracity of Li Chengqian's claims or the source of his information, Li Shimin remained deeply astonished. He recalled that with Li Chengqian's formidable army, he would not act recklessly. Taking a deep breath, Li Shimin asked, "What do you intend to do about Fui? Previously, you mentioned that I was overthinking, that you had no intention of targeting him. Yet today, it is clear you harbor murderous intent towards him." Li Chengqian gazed skyward, speaking softly, "Uncle, I truly do not wish to kill him, for he is my mother's brother. Yet, if he insists on courting death, either for my consolidation of power or for the realm, he must perish. He is aware of the carrier pigeons, and the prominent families must already have trained them. Yet he remains silent, attempting to thwart me. He has begun to obstruct my path." Li Shimin sighed lightly, casting his gaze downward. "The matter of carrier pigeons. I only grasped its significance after hearing you speak today. I had not considered it before. However, Fui's words do hold merit. What if military intelligence is intercepted?" Li Chengqian skufa. "So, father, you too have succumbed to fear. What if the intelligence is intercepted? If a single message is sent by 10 pigeons? Even if some get lost or captured, they will eventually reach their destination. One could mandate that upon receiving intelligence, a confirmation must be sent. If no reply is received within a specified time frame, it could be resent. What could be more foolproof? If, within our Tang's territory, someone dares to intercept military messages for profit, they must have the luxury of time. Simply instruct the border soldiers to prevent pigeons from flying beyond the borders. It's merely a matter of details, easily accomplished. Of course, legal provisions must be enacted. Anyone daring to shoot a pigeon or tamper with military intelligence will face military law. Finding a wounded or deceased pigeon and reporting it to the local authorities for a reward could effectively eliminate such issues." Li Shimin nodded, moving past that topic, and instead asked, "Are you not concerned that after I leave the palace, I may reach out to various factions?" Li Chengqian cast a derisive glance at Li Shimin. "Father, you truly have not grasped the situation, have you?" "How so?" Li Shimin raturta. "My soldiers can be resurrected. Now, what do you think about my fate?" Li Chengqian raplia nonchalantly. Li Shimin's pupils constricted, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. "By that point, even if I were to spare you for my mother's sake, I could still claim no less than Tang's territory on my own. Given some time to develop, reclaiming it would be effortless. If you insist on becoming a notorious emperor in history, that is your affair. Were it not for my affection for Tang and my desire to prevent chaos across the realm, my army of the undead could reduce the entire Tang to ashes. Father, it is time to let go. I was too young then to grasp the truths of certain matters. However, if my uncle is ruthless enough, you will find no escape. You must eat, and so must those beneath you. My uncle need not do anything elaborate. A mere whisper of mischief could leave you starving, rendering any victory unattainable. Being an emperor may permit one to disregard humanity, but one should at least possess some conscience. A true ruler must stand upright and unyielding, thus unaffected by threats. Those who harbor guilt will always compromise. After all these years, there is no need to bicker with a dead man. What say you, father?" Chapter 65. I can accommodate anyone, provided they do not block my path. Li Shimin felt no lingering anger towards Li Chengqian after hearing his words. In truth, he had never been truly irate. It was merely a matter of pride, a facade of fury he had put on. With time, he found that many matters lost their significance. After all, he had already been humiliated by Li Chengqian, so what difference did it make? The once proud Li Erfing now found himself in a state of resignation. His disdain for Li Chengqian stemmed from an aversion to the latter's arrogant and confident demeanor, a sentiment felt among men in general, devoid of any other implications. If you truly could bring her back to life, could your mother return as well? Li Shimin pondered, uncertain as to why he posed such a question. Perhaps the longing in his heart had never truly faded. Guess. Li Chengqian replied with an expressionless face, igniting a desire in Li Shimin to deliver a sound thrashing. Sadly, even in a physical confrontation, he knew he was no match for Li Chengqian. At times, he truly doubted whether Li Chengqian was indeed his son. Despite the myriad changes, The familiarity born from years of coexistence remained steadfast, affirming that this was his progeny. Yet, he could not fathom what extraordinary encounters Li Chengqian had experienced, resulting in such an air of pride and confidence, even surpassing his own youth. He chose not to pursue the question further, knowing it would yield no answers. If Li Chengqian wished to share, he would do so willingly. Gulme, I shall compose an imperial edict for you. Subsequently, I will visit the Fuchiji residence. If he is willing to relinquish his power, might he spare Fuchiji? Though you may not regard my status, you ought to consider your mother's dignity, Li Shimin implored. Li Chengqian contemplated this and responded, the world is vast. I can accommodate anyone, provided they do not obstruct my path. All that stands before me shall be obliterated, regardless of who they are. I am willing to honor my mother's dignity, but how does that compare to my uncle? His meaning was clear, as long as no one hindered him. All be well. He possessed sufficient confidence to quell any opposition. Should anyone stand in his way, not even his own brother would be spared. If Fuchiji remains obstinate, then Li Shimin sighed, fully aware of the implications of imperial power. He understood that Li Chengqian was offering either himself or Changsun Wuji a final opportunity. Meanwhile, within the aristocratic families, messages were exchanged incessantly via carrier pigeons. This was precisely why Changsun Wuji sought to prevent Li Chengqian from establishing the Military Intelligence Bureau. They had already gained control over the carrier pigeons, and should the court fall into their grasp, certain matters would become exceedingly difficult. Since the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the aristocracy had long abandoned the notion of national loyalty. The phrase ironclad aristocracy, flowing dynasties, aptly describes this phenomenon. The aristocracy primarily considers their own interests, whether the dynasty flourishes or declines. They held the keys to ascension, the threads of culture, and various vital resources. Regardless of who ascended the throne, they were indispensable. The reason they refrained from ruling was their awareness. Once one occupied that position, decline was imminent. Little did they anticipate the arrival of a certain Mr. Huang, who would impose his own rules upon their game. Those who fancied themselves the players would find the board shattered by an unpredictable force, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, Li Chengqian resolved to take a moment to rest. Engaging the mind can be quite taxing. Bring me water for a bath, he commanded, and the maidservants promptly set to work preparing a floral bath. Indeed, a floral bath was not confined by gender. In an era where men often carried fragrant sachets, it was hardly surprising. Soon, a group of maidservants surrounded him, and Li Chengqian naturally extended his arms as they assisted him in shedding his garments. Once he stepped into the bath, additional maidservants commenced scrubbing him, while others stood by with various towels, each designated for a specific purpose. He needed only to relax in the tub, close his eyes, and indulge in the experience. Though accustomed to such treatment, Li Chengqian found himself contemplating deeper issues, particularly how to secure greater rewards from the system. He realized that no matter how well he transformed the Tang Dynasty, the system would not bestow rewards unless he led by example. This realization struck him as he considered the act of bathing. It was not merely about cleanliness, but a sudden acknowledgement that he had failed to regard the maidservants as individuals, let alone as women. This was not solely his issue. Within the upper echelons of society, no one regarded maidservants as human beings. Surrounded by 8 women, he managed to remain unresponsive, which essentially indicated that he did not see them as people. Leave the towels. You may all exit. Li Chengqian sudanli kumanda. Your Highness, please spare us. They pleaded, trembling in fear, their voices laced with despair as they bowed repeatedly. I do not seek to punish you, nor do I wish to dismiss you. I merely need to contemplate certain matters. You may go for now. Li Chengqian stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the maidservants felt a measure of relief, hastily expressing their gratitude before rising slowly, leaving the towels atop the bath before retreating. Li Chengqian observed their reactions and understood their fear. In their minds, should he no longer require their services, it would spell disaster for them. The powerful regarded them as mere objects, and they, in turn, did not view themselves as human. They were a group of women, living in fear, driven solely by the instinct to survive. Any leniency would be met with gratitude. If they committed a grave error, a swift punishment would also be met with appreciation. This exemplified the profound influence of imperial power during the feudal era. The authority to give life or death captivated anyone who held it. Once one grasped imperial power, relinquishing it became an arduous task. Li Chengqian made a mental note of this experience, recognizing that such attitudes could only be altered gradually. Transforming society posed immense challenges, easily imagined even in the recesses of one's mind. Only by leading through example could he subtly influence change. Relying solely on preachings would likely lead them to deem him mentally unwell. The notion of equality, if spoken aloud, would have the populace believing he had lost his sanity. As he grasped the towel, Li Chengqian engaged in the novel act of washing himself for the first time in his life. Indeed, it was after this inaugural experience that the system's voice echoed in his mind. Host Transformation. Chapter 66. On what grounds should I listen to you, my rebellious son? The host transformation. The scholar officials are born to be exalted is a profound ideological constraint with immense influence. The host is rewarded with a contemporary world resource map, a colored edition. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Chengqian's brows furrowed in surprise at the nature of the change. Previously, under subtle influences, he too had regarded the scholar officials as superior beings. Although he had not consciously considered it, his actions reflected this mindset. He had treated the maidservants as less than human, failing to acknowledge their dignity even during intimate moments with the crown princess, where maidservants attended to them without a shred of embarrassment. It was not a lack of shame. Rather, it stemmed from not perceiving them as individuals at all. He recalled his first haircut, which the system rated as having minimal impact. The second act of granting preferential treatment to captives was deemed to have an average influence. The third alteration, enhancing the beauty of attire, was assessed to have a significant impact. The fourth instance, which was this one, merely taking a bath and challenging the notion that scholar officials are inherently superior, was rated as having a tremendous influence. This highest rating was beyond doubt in Li Chengqian's mind. He simply wondered if there could be an even higher evaluation. It appeared that the rewards were becoming increasingly beneficial. The reward for the haircut was personal martial prowess, granted due to its novelty, affecting only the individual. The favoring of captives resulted in a civil marketplace, which, despite its impressive appearance, was limited to purchasing basic necessities. The enhancement of attire led to a comprehensive set of cement technology, significantly impacting modes of travel and construction. The importance of the world resource map, awarded this time, was self-evident. Not lingering any longer, Li Chengqian entered the civil marketplace and purchased some bathing products from a future. After cleaning himself with a small bucket, he commanded, "Someone, assist me with a change of clothes." The system would not retract its rewards simply because he had changed his mind. It valued his awareness of the issues at hand. This did not imply he could not indulge in comforts. Dressed in the crown prince's formal attire, Li Chengqian proceeded to the Hall of Governance to continue reviewing memorials. Memorials, seemingly inconspicuous, are an essential extension of imperial authority. If an emperor neglects to review memorials and delegates this duty to his ministers, he risks becoming a mere figurehead in no time. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang, in later years, prioritized centralization by meticulously attending to even trivial matters himself. He perceived the realm as his domain, regarding both ministers and commoners as his laborers, with ministers merely managing affairs. Yet, these managers were not entitled to voice their opinions. It was his land, and he dictated its affairs. Ministers were expected to harbor no thoughts of their own. In Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes, any dissent from ministers was a challenge to his ownership. He wielded his authority mercilessly. By the time he finished reviewing the memorials, night had fallen. It was thanks to Li Chengqian's 9 lifetimes of experience that he could navigate many issues without much contemplation. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. Upon returning to the Eastern Palace, he could no longer resist and unfurled the resource map. The map appeared to be a fabric, though its material was unknown to Li Chengqian. Once opened, it covered an area of 6 meters in length and 4 meters in width within the Great Hall. He had already instructed the maidservants to light the room. The clarity of the map's colors made it easy on the eyes. Walking barefoot across the map, Li Chengqian gazed down at the various resources, his heart filled with ambition. This map indicated the resources of various nations across the world, though it lacked detailed cities and routes, as it was primarily a resource map. It depicted mountains, rivers, forests, and resource points, encompassing all that was precious: gold, silver, copper, iron, coal, oil, and essential heavy metals required in a more advanced era. The units of measurement were derived from future context, likely because certain standards were not yet established in this time. Suddenly, Li Shimin, situated nearby, felt a stir among Li Chengqian soldiers. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince summons you to the Eastern Palace," a soldier reported expressionlessly. Li Shimin, who was currently enjoying a stroll with his two young princesses, paused in astonishment and retorted, "Just because he calls, must I go?" The soldier, however, said nothing further and returned to his post. Reluctantly, Li Shimin turned to Anan, instructing, "Go fetch a horse." Zhang Anan inquired, "Your Holiness, shall we prepare the royal carriage? Such pomp would only invite ridicule from that rebellious son. What purpose would it serve?" Li Shimin kuntarat. Zhang Anan could only acquiesce and hurriedly departed. Riding swiftly, Li Shimin entered the Eastern Palace with urgency. The palace's guards, upon recognizing him, dared not question him, while Li Chengqian's soldiers remained statuesque. After wandering aimlessly for a while, uncertain where to locate Li Chengqian, he reluctantly approached a stationed soldier for guidance. As an emperor, he could not go around shouting in every palace. Upon entering the main hall, Li Shimin bellowed, "Rebellious son, what do you summon me for at this late hour?" Without raising his head, Li Chengqian replied, "Father, you need not come. You are the reigning emperor." Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, his anger intensifying as he advanced. "Halt!" Li Chengqian suddenly raised his hand, causing Li Shimin to instinctively stop. Though he was about to resume his stride, he thought to himself, "On what ground should I heed the words of this rebellious son?" Li Chengqian continued, "Father, the object beneath your feet is unique. Do not leave any marks upon it. Merely observe from the side." Li Shimin retracted his foot mid-air and looked down. He had noticed it earlier, mistaking it for an extravagant carpet, but had not paid it much heed. As his gaze swept the area, a sense of unease began to settle in. Is this a map? Indeed, though I prefer to call it a world resource map. It illustrates all the resources globally, including gold, silver, copper, iron, and some materials you may not recognize, all of which hold significance. This resource map encompasses the resources of the entire world, while also marking each nation. However, due to its nature as a resource map, it lacks depictions of cities or roads, leaving only the names of the countries. A world map? Where's my Tang Empire? Li Shimin asked in astonishment. Li Chengqian took a few steps back, circling slightly before pointing to the ground. "Right here, see? This character signifies great, and this one denotes Tang." Li Shimin's gaze fixated on the designated area, the mountains and rivers vividly portrayed, revealing many familiar places. Chapter 67. As a gesture of gratitude, I allowed their 9 clans to traverse the familiar territory. After surveying the area multiple times, Li Shimin felt a surge of excitement and turned his gaze toward the neighboring states he knew so well. As he gazed further, he pondered, is this vast expanse of blue the sea? Are there resources within it? Indeed, there are, Li Chengqian replied. However, they lie beneath the waves, and it may take a century for our Tang Dynasty to access them. Development is essential, and progress must be made step by step. If we merely seek sustenance, the sea teems with edible offerings. Unfortunately, we lack the technology for preservation, restricting consumption to coastal fishermen. Unless one is willing to transport ice over 800 li, risking the lives of several horses, only then could one enjoy such bounty. This resource map will undoubtedly serve as the cornerstone of our Tang Dynasty's future development. What do you think, Father? Li Shimin, jolted by Li Chengqian's query, erupted in anger, shouting, "Unfilial son, how dare you tread upon this? This is no trivial matter." In that moment, he fully comprehended the significance of the map and felt an overwhelming sense of outrage at Li Chengqian's audacity to stand upon it. Had he not feared repercussions, he would have yanked Li Chengqian away and reprimanded him. "Father, this belongs to me," Li Chengqian chuckled lightly. "What do you mean yours? This is the Tang Dynasties, the Tang Dynasties." Li Shimin raturta abelingly. Undeterred, Li Chengqian moved to another section, pointing out, "Father, the potatoes indicated here are a type of grain and can also be used in cooking. Even in their wild state, their yield rivals that of our carefully cultivated grains. If we can bring them back and nurture them, our people will no longer face hunger." As Li Chengqian continued his explanation, Li Shimin found himself captivated. When Li Chengqian paused, Li Shimin could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Is there more? Is there more? Father, you truly are insatiable. Even with so many varieties, you're not satisfied? There are others, such as the currently prized spices and various unheard-of seasonings, which would benefit the populace. Though none are as vital as what I previously mentioned, our immediate priority lies with this location." Li Chengqian's foot landed on a magnified depiction of a long, wriggling creature. "Woku?" Li Shimin blurted out. "Precisely. Li Chengqian Nudda. This land would only be named Japan during the reign of Wu Zetian. Before that, the Central Plains referred to them as Woku, an official designation. Consequently, after adopting Central Plains culture, they deemed Woku an affront and repeatedly sent envoys to request a name change. This place. Gold and silver? No, what is this tonnage measurement?" Li Shimin, overwhelmed, finally noticed the query. "Father, you need not concern yourself with such details. Simply know that the silver here could sustain us for 800 years. If our technology does not advance, we could even mine it for a millennium." The Tang Dynasty operated under a dual currency system, with copper coins and silk both serving monetary functions. Due to the impracticality of division, copper coins gradually replaced silk entirely. Although silver was not common currency, it still functioned as such in high transactions or taxation. In other words, silver was indeed money in the early Tang Dynasty. Yet its scarcity hindered its circulation across the realm. Li Shimin staggered back, fearing the excitement might cause him to collapse. The thought of soiling such a precious map was unbearable. "Is this truly real?" Li Shimin stammered. "Father, even if I wished to deceive you, where would I find someone capable of creating such a map? Moreover, if you doubt its authenticity, you can send a swift envoy to verify the details and lands you have yet to explore," Li Chengqian remarked, knowing that Li Shimin was not genuinely skeptical, but rather hesitant to accept such a reality. 3 days without provokingly air left Li Chengqian feeling restless. Li Shimin inhaled deeply and commanded, "Quickly, put the map away. It must not be seen by a third party." "No, Father. I intend to display this map in the Taiji Hall. All officials must view it clearly. If anyone wishes to copy it, they're free to do so." "Have you lost your mind?" Li Shimin exclaimed incredulously. Had he been able to best Li Chengqian in a physical confrontation, he would have seized the map and secured it away. "Father, you are being so petty. All depicted here is territory belonging to our Tang Dynasty. Why should it be hidden from view? In future years, when we survey our lands and discover something amiss on this map, I shall express my gratitude to the individual who helped us unearth it. Is there any issue with that?" Li Chengqian's tone was remarkably calm, his eyelids slightly drooping, revealing an unprecedented coldness. Li Shimin felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the implications if foreign envoys were to witness the map. Or worse yet, if it were copied and sold to other nations, he pondered with unease. "This belongs to the Tang Dynasty, as we have thoroughly explored it. Should our people arrive only to find it missing, do not blame us for seeking retribution against those who excavated it prematurely. If they assist us in unearthing it and delivering it to us, we might even reward them for their efforts." Li Chengqian's intentions were well considered. In this era, certain resources, once extracted, would remain beyond their utilization. Standard gold, silver, copper, and iron may be of use, yet they were already being mined and utilized gradually. Given the current technological capabilities, even if they desired to extract more, it would prove exceedingly challenging. "A madman, a lunatic. I see you as nothing but insane." Despite Li Shimin's enlightened demeanor, he could not escape the notion that wealth should remain concealed. "Father, the crux of the matter is that I wish to use this map to unify our Tang Dynasty against external threats rather than continue internal strife. The world is vast. Do we not all yearn to explore it? The map is mine to present, and the principle of whoever discovers it owns it should rightfully apply to me. As for those who engage in mining, proactive individuals will naturally receive their due rewards. This was Li Chengqian's fundamental purpose, meticulously contemplated amid the constraints of their technological means. For most of it was merely a vision for the future. Chapter 68. I shall issue a decree for your ascension. Appointing the Grand Historian's Bureau to select an auspicious date, Li Shimin comprehended the gravity of the situation, and it was precisely this understanding that left him profoundly shaken. He had long been aware of Li Chengqian's ambitions, a kind of ambition that eluded his grasp. Previously, he found Li Chengqian's visions of the world to be nebulous, utterly beyond his imagination. Yet now, with the map before him, everything had crystallized into a tangible reality. Li Shimin stood in a daze for a while before, finally, sighing and instructing, put the map away. Li Chengqian raised an eyebrow, and Li Shimin continued, "When you ascend the throne, declare this to be a heavenly gift bestowed upon you." With another raised eyebrow, Li Chengqian listened as Li Shimin added, "I shall have the Grand Historian's Bureau calculate the date. Tomorrow, the Imperial Tailor's Bureau will craft a dragon robe tailored for you, aside from necessary taboos. You may alter it as you wish. After all, you, my rebellious son, possess a plethora of chaotic ideas. With only a few months until the new year," he urged, "aim to ascend before the year's end, so you may change the era next year without delay." After imparting these words, Li Shimin clasped his hands behind his back, his gait somewhat unsteady as he prepared to depart. In that moment, he truly acknowledged his advancing age and his desire not to hinder Li Chengqian any longer. The glorious reign of Zhengguan was destined to fade into the annals of history. Unlike Li Yuan's abdication, Li Chengqian had not pressured him. Nevertheless, every encounter left Li Shimin feeling outpaced by the times, destined for obsolescence. As Li Shimin approached the threshold, Li Chengqian inquired, "What Changsun Sikong?" This reference to a position sought Li Shimin's royal endorsement. Li Shimin halted, standing at the entrance, his back to Li Chengqian. After a silence of nearly 5 minutes, he finally spoke, "Tomorrow, I shall preside over the morning court. You may attend as an observer. I will issue a decree to annul the marriage between LZH and Changsun Chong on the grounds of the ill-fated nature of close-kin marriages. Subsequently, I shall strip him and his family of their titles and positions, exiling Changsun Wuji and his family to Lingnan. Some matters are best left for you to handle." He concluded, "Ultimately, I shall decree your ascension, directing the Grand Historian's Bureau to select an auspicious date. What say you?" "Very well." Li Chengqian understood this to be Li Shimin's final act of defiance, an attempt to spare Changsun Wuji's life. Perhaps in his heart, this was also a form of accountability to his mother. He might even be regretting having offered too much to the Changsun clan. There was no doubt that Changsun Wuji was embroiled in numerous illicit affairs. No one reached such heights without a tainted past. The question merely lay in whether the emperor wished to deal with him and the means to do so. Li Shimin certainly possessed both the authority and capability. It appeared that their conversation that afternoon had been far from pleasant. Changsun Wuji, ultimately blinded by power, assumed he would remain unscathed. Much like in history, when he shifted his allegiance from Li Chengqian to Li Ji, he confidently believed that as long as the child was born of Empress Changsun, his position would remain secure, regardless of who ascended the throne. Unlike Li Tai, Changsun Wuji was merely an outsider. His fate was inconsequential to the stability of the realm. Out of respect for his mother, Li Chengqian did not wish for the complete annihilation of the Changsun family. Having received Li Chengqian's response, Li Shimin crossed the threshold of the hall, disappearing into the night. The current practice was to hold court every 3 days. However, any urgent matters could warrant a daily assembly. Li Chengqian gathered the map from the floor, having grown weary of the supernatural notions. Even with a system in place, he was certain it did not stem from the realm of spirits, but rather resembled a form of advanced technology. Take, for instance, the resurrection voucher. It necessitated the physical body as a template, rather than a soul or spirit. This indicated a technological foundation akin to replicating an entire person from a single cell. encompassing all their memories. Nonetheless, Li Shimin had a point. In the era of imperial power, the allure of the supernatural remained essential. Since one could claim it was a divine gift, it indeed augmented one's political capital. In this time and age, no one would dare assert that such phenomena were merely human endeavors. That night, Li Chengqian slept soundly, devoid of any excitement about his impending ascension. If his sole aim were to become emperor, he could have released individuals within the palace the day he acquired the golden finger, following the path of Huai, eliminating anyone deemed necessary. The so-called rebellion of the populace could be quelled with a wave of violence, or he could proactively strike, executing a strategy of suppression. However, to forge an everlasting empire and become a timeless sovereign, such a blemish on his record would forever hinder him. Who could eradicate every dissenting voice? Even if one could, what would follow? Thus, Li Chengqian remained restrained, taking measured steps. What he had not anticipated was Li Shimin's eagerness to abdicate so soon. Perhaps the impact of the map had been overwhelmingly profound, revealing to Li Shimin the stark reality of his aging and his inability to keep pace with the times, compelling him to step aside. At 40 years old, he was evidently not yet senile, possessing a clear understanding of priorities. While Li Chengqian enjoyed a restful slumber, Li Shimin found himself restless, reflecting upon the first half of his life. Meanwhile, the emissaries hurried forth to convey the sudden summons for tomorrow's court session to the ministers. This unexpected request for an assembly outside the regular schedule sent a jolt of anxiety through the officials. In these turbulent times, any alteration could prove catastrophic, especially under the watch of the formidable Li Chengqian. Yet, regardless of their deliberations, they were unable to glean any information. As Li Chengqian's troops were tightly stationed within the palace, akin to every 3 steps having a guard, every 5 steps a sentry. Although his soldiers were not directly involved in governance, who would dare act recklessly before their watchful eyes? During the last instance at the inner city, more than a few young lords had met their demise. As the morning sun began to stream into the Taiji Hall, the court session commenced. The sage has arrived. The regent has arrived. The newly positioned ministers, upon hearing the eunuch's announcement, were momentarily taken aback. Though Li Shimin had only been absent from court for a few days, it felt as if a century had passed. However, their response was swift, and they promptly paid their respects. Li Shimin donned his dragon robe, while Li Chengqian was attired in his princely garb, each taking their respective seats. After the ministers bowed in reverence, they began to speculate. Why had both formidable figures appeared today? This portended significant developments. The representatives of noble families, particularly those implicated in the assassination attempt on Li Chengqian, were especially anxious. They had yet to reach a consensus, only to be confronted with this unexpected turn of events, causing their hearts to race with trepidation. Chapter 69. Changsun Sikong. Do you acknowledge your transgressions? The Taisher Bureau is to select an auspicious day, while the Shangyi Bureau prepares the dragon robe, with various departments cooperating to facilitate the ascension to the throne on that chosen day. The proclamation shall be made known to the world, ensuring all are informed. P.S. Crafting a decree of enthronement lacks a proper template, and the author shall refrain from flaunting his literary prowess. Upon hearing the imperial edict, the ministers were left in a state of astonishment. The announcement of the succession came quite unexpectedly. Prior to this, their speculations ranged from a stalemate lasting until the following year to an indefinite delay spanning several years. Li Shimin had evidently harbored doubts regarding Li Chengqian, possibly engaging in a rivalry akin to that which existed between the former Emperor Li Yuan and himself. While Li Chengqian appeared ruthless towards outsiders, he showed no such severity towards Li Shimin, and indeed, his demeanor was less fierce than Li Shimin's towards Li Yuan. Now, with the sudden proclamation of succession and the issuance of the imperial edict, it was clear that this was a serious matter. Once the edict was publicly announced, there would be no room for alteration. A profound silence enveloped the Taiji Hall, prompting Li Shimin to inquire, "Have all you esteemed ministers lost your hearing?" "Your Majesty, we shall abide by your decree," echoed the ministers in unison. Among them, Wei Zhong was the first to respond, eager for Li Chengqian to ascend the throne. He remained oblivious to others' perceptions of Li Chengqian. In his eyes, Li Chengqian was the ideal successor. Li Shimin, in the prime of his life, willingly relinquished the throne. Though privately he may have felt compelled, this act would undoubtedly become a cherished tale, influencing the Tang Dynasty for generations to come. Perhaps the shadows of the Xuanwu Gate incident would finally fade. Unbeknownst to Wei Zheng, Li Chengqian had orchestrated a different kind of Xuanwu Gate incident, one that was entirely legitimate and contrasted sharply with Li Shimin's initial approach. Esteemed ministers, let us reminisce about the past, which remains vivid in our memories. I too believed I was still youthful. However, during my time spent with the Crown Prince, I've come to deeply sense that I have aged and can no longer keep pace with him. I wonder if you share this sentiment. The ministers remained silent, aware that the crux of the matter lay in what was to follow. The talk of aging was mere rhetoric, whether as emperor or officials. Who among them did not wish to serve until their last breath? Li Shimin did not keep them waiting for long. He sighed and paused for a few seconds before continuing. Reflecting on our earlier days, for the sake of the Tang Dynasty's future, I, along with you all, deliberated tirelessly at the Qinhuang Manor. In order to survive, I was compelled to compete with my elder brother. At that time, we were motivated solely by the will to live. The ministers were taken aback by Li Shimin's candidness regarding such a sensitive topic in a court setting. Although they all understood the implications, he had always been reticent about this subject. To put it bluntly, had Wei Zheng dared to broach this matter, his head would have rolled. The seasoned courtiers inwardly lamented. Li Shimin's revelation signaled impending turmoil. Changsun Wuji felt a sudden jolt in his heart, recalling the previous afternoon spent with Li Shimin at his residence, during which they shared tea, and Li Shimin subtly expressed his desire for him to pave the way for the younger generation. The young man Li Shimin referred to as unmistakably Li Chengqian. However, Changsun Wuji's response at the time had been less than agreeable, leading to an unceremonious conclusion to their meeting. Changsun Wuji sensed foreboding. Indeed, Li Shimin's tone grew more intense as he declared, however, some of those old comrades have become increasingly insatiable after ascending to high positions. Changsun Wuji's knees nearly buckled beneath him. In the court, the contention essentially lay between the Shandong gentry and the Guanlong faction, with the emperor maintaining a delicate balance. The Shandong gentry could be categorized as the scholarly elite, represented by the Kong family and the 5 surnames and 7 prominent families. The Guanlong clans were military and political factions, embodying the military strength of the court. The balance between civil and military powers often led to internal strife, making it difficult to draw clear distinctions. After the Li family assumed the throne, they effectively became an independent entity. Historically, the Li Yuan family was also part of the Guanlong group, creating a tripartite balance. Presently, Changsun Wuji was the representative of the Guanlong faction within the court. Considering the clan dynamics, Changsun Wuji and Li Shimin were essentially adversaries, as the relationship between the clans and the royal family was one of mutual dependence and hostility. Li Shimin had adeptly maintained this balance, though not as autocratically as Zhu Yuanzhang, a feat unattainable in this era. However, should he resolve to eliminate Changsun Wuji, it would be a straightforward endeavor. For Changsun Wuji was merely a representative. If the time came for him to be discarded, it would occur with little difficulty. This mirrored the historical instance when Li Ji executed a series of maneuvers to easily subdue Changsun Wuji. Changsun Wuji, under the illusion of wielding power, was merely floating along. As long as the royal family of the Tang did not wish for him, he would find himself abandoned by both sides. In the present moment, Li Shimin, despite having been bested by Li Chengqian, was at the zenith of his political and military prowess. A sovereign at such a peak, once seizing a rationale, could easily dispose of any adversary. The only consideration was the potential repercussions, ensuring no underhanded schemes were at play beneath him. Yet, Li Shimin had come to a realization. With Li Chengqian possessing both cunning and an almost supernatural military force, what did he have to fear? Refraining from a complete purge was already a concession to his own dignity and the stability of the Tang Dynasty. Thus, Li Shimin resolutely declared, Changsun Sikong. In June of the 2nd year of the Zhengguan era, you allowed your barely teenage Changsun Chong, accompanied by attendants, to bully the common folk in Chang'an. resulting in 1 death and 3 injuries. In February of the 5th year of the Jingguan era, your servant Zhao Xing forcibly acquired a tavern for a mere coin, leading to the eventual slaughter of the tavern's owner and his family. Li Shimin continued enumerating the transgressions, which, while normal for the nobility, were typically not brought to the surface or held to account. However, it was evident that Li Shimin intended to pursue these matters, thus creating a significant liability for Changsun Wuji. At this moment, Changsun Wuji, still keen to protect his reputation, had not committed any egregious offenses, merely indulging his children and servants. Li Shimin concluded, "I have repeatedly stated that water can carry a boat, but can also capsize it. Little did I expect my old comrade to have forgotten this." As Han Fizi said, "A 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an ant's hole. A 100-foot house can be consumed by a flicker of smoke. If this continues, shall we not bring ruin upon the Tang Dynasty?" As the weight of this accusation fell upon Changsun Wuji, he immediately knelt. It was clear to all that this was merely a pretext. Yet once uttered, it was impossible to counter. Who would dare to assert that the plight of the commoners was inconsequential? Would such words not contradict Li Shimin's assertion that water can both carry and capsize a boat? Changsun Sikong, do you acknowledge your transgressions? Chapter 70. Father, accompany me to Zhao Ling tomorrow. The resurrection of Empress Changsun. I confess my sins. Changsun Wuji was reluctant to admit his guilt, yet he understood that he was unqualified to confront Li Shimin directly. Previously, he had felt fearless, knowing that Li Shimin was a man who valued old friendships. However, now that Li Shimin was determined to punish him, failing to confess would only exacerbate his situation. Moreover, there was the formidable Li Chengqian, who had recently severed ties with him. During the last court assembly, Li Chengqian had even displayed overt hostility towards him. Refusing to confess now seemed akin to courting death. At this moment, Changsun Wuji's confidence crumbled entirely. He could only hope that Li Shimin would indeed remember their past camaraderie and, considering that Li Lizzie and his son were husband and wife, would show him leniency. He understood that Li Shimin aimed to strip him of his power, clearing a path for Li Chengqian before he ascended as the Grand Emperor, preventing Li Chengqian from dealing with him directly due to their generational differences. Having acknowledged his guilt, Changsun Wuji listened to the decree. Li Shimin, his expression impassive, continued, "Zhao Guogong Changsun Wuji, you shall be punished for your numerous crimes, stripped of all your titles. Your official rank shall be revoked, yet your noble title shall remain. It has come to my attention that marriage between blood relatives within 3 generations is prohibited. Following an investigation, this has been confirmed. Therefore, I retract the marriage contract between Princess Chong Lu and Changsun Chong, and I hereby grant a divorce, considering Changsun Wuji's contributions to the Tang Dynasty. Despite his numerous transgressions, he shall be rewarded with the position of governor of Jiaozhou. Furthermore, I permit Changsun Chong to accompany him and care for him. They must depart immediately, and under no circumstances are they to return without my decree." Li Chengqian cast a glance at Li Shimin, recalling that the previous night had not been articulated in such a manner. Li Shimin did not meet his gaze, prompting Li Chengqian to turn away. He realized that he had been subtly maneuvered by Li Shimin. However, in such a setting, he could not openly contradict his father. He contemplated letting it be. After all, if he were to be appointed as governor of Jiaozhou, it was indeed a significant demotion. Jiaozhou, in later times known as Hanoi, was undoubtedly in exile. Li Chengqian thought disdainfully, "Father, you underestimate me. You fear I might retaliate against them. Changsun Wuji is merely a pawn. The question is not whether to eliminate him, but rather when to do so." Li Chengqian had never regarded Changsun Wuji as a rival. Bring Changsun Wuji away at once. He must depart immediately. Li Shimin was genuinely anxious, fearing that Li Chengqian would not show him respect. Li Chengqian's guards emerged, swiftly escorting Changsun Wuji away. Changsun Wuji made no attempt to resist. His mind was in disarray. He never imagined that his downfall would come so easily, nor that Li Shimin could be so ruthless. By the time he regained his senses, he was already removed from Taiji Palace, unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Upon rising, he sought to return to the court, and question his treatment. However, when Li Chengqian's soldiers pointed their weapons at him with stoic expressions, Zhongsun Wuji's heart raced. He realized why Li Shimin had repeatedly insisted on immediate departure. Should he linger, even Li Shimin might be unable to protect him. Though he had misjudged the situation, he hastily fled. A true man must endure humiliation and bide his time. Otherwise, he feared that Li Chengqian, being so ruthless, might arrange for him to be killed under the guise of banditry, leading to his utter demise. He would head to Jiaozhou and proceed cautiously thereafter. In the grand hall after court, Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Li Chengqian would not grant him the respect he sought. With Zhongsun Wuji escorted away by Li Chengqian's guards, it seemed that he had been afforded some measure of respect. Zhongsun Wuji's downfall left the other courtiers in shock. They believed Li Shimin was making a final display of power to clear the way for Li Chengqian's ascension, prompting a heavy silence among them. Meanwhile, Li Shimin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to contain his emotions. Dismissed, Li Shimin could no longer hold back his tears. He longed to leave. After all, Zhongsun Wuji was an old comrade of several decades, his brother-in-law, and the elder brother of the woman he cherished most. Dismissed, Li Chengqian added. Dismissed, a eunuch shouted, cracking his whip. With the sound of the whip, Li Shimin and Li Chengqian exited in succession, and the ministers finally shuffled out, each exhaling in relief. Initially, they had anticipated that Li Shimin would continue to eliminate others, yet it all seemed to culminate in the removal of Zhongsun Wuji alone. Li Shimin and Li Chengqian walked through the palace, one after the other. May the entire family of Zhongsun Wuji have a safe journey, right? Li Shimin said, his tone laden with implication. Li Chengqian smiled faintly. Father, why must you test me so? I can only say that I have never regarded my uncle as a rival. Unlike you, I do not act with such pettiness. Why not speak plainly? Even if you had informed me last night of your plans, I would not have objected. My vision has always encompassed the world, not just a single person. If my uncle insists on being an obstacle, then he has only himself to blame. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Suddenly, Li Chengqian continued, Father, accompany me to Zhaoling tomorrow. Are you perhaps feeling a flicker of conscience? Wanting to seek forgiveness from your mother for exiling your uncle? Li Shimin retorted sarcastically, just as Li Chengqian felt compelled to challenge Li Shimin after 3 days of restraint. Li Shimin now seemed to have let go of all burdens, ready to seize any opportunity to spar with his son. Indeed, everything you say is correct, father. Just tell me whether you will go. Li Chengqian nuda ernazli. In this era, the phrase indeed was not yet common. Yet the essence of Chinese culture remained consistent through the ages. Thus, Li Shimin felt there was something amiss in Li Chengqian's words. Of course I shall go. Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I will not refuse. Bring all of my mother-esque children. I mean all of them. Li Chengqian insista. What exactly do you intend to do? Li Shimin found the situation increasingly peculiar. Consider it a surprise, but I cannot disclose it now. Li Chengqian had originally planned to resurrect his mother after his ascension, once the court was stable. However, he feared that she might be caught in the crossfire. Now that Li Tai and Zhongsun Wuji had been dealt with, and Li Shimin was preparing to abdicate, it seemed fitting to allow his mother to return and partake in his coronation ceremony. This would also strengthen his position, for should his mother reappear, even the faintest hope would rally support around him, alleviating many potential troubles. Although there was an element of utilizing his mother for his gain, the principle of making use of resources did not detract from Li Chengqian's genuine affection for her. Chapter 71. Do I love the Empress more than you? Would I desecrate her remains? On the following day, a grand procession set forth towards Zhaoling, comprising 1,000 heavy cavalry leading the way, followed by 3,000 spearmen and shield-bearers, 2,000 light cavalry flanking the sides, 1,000 archers, and 3,000 infantry forming the rearguard. The royal carriages, including the phoenix carriage requested by Li Chengqian, occupied the center of the formation, accompanied by several horse-drawn carts that unmistakably belonged to princes and princesses. Though Emperor Li Shimin had not appointed a new empress, he had meticulously preserved the belongings of Empress Changsun, maintaining them with great care. Such a spectacle was not merely for show. There exists an adage that states, Imperial power is but 7 steps away, yet 1,000 miles distant. This implies that if one were too close, the emperor is merely immortal, possessing but one life. If too far, the reach of imperial authority fails to extend. Often referred to as the heavens are high and the emperor is far. In this instance, the current emperor, the crown prince, and even their direct descendants travel together. Under such circumstances, should a malicious entity execute a sudden massacre, it would spell disaster for the nation. Therefore, a necessary display of grandeur was indeed warranted. Beyond the aforementioned figures, Li Shimin had also deployed 3,000 Xuanjia troops to fortify the rear. With this configuration, any force attempting to breach would find certain death. No less than hundreds of thousands would dare approach. The royal ceremonial regalia were all present without omission. Among the entourage were Wei Zheng, Cheng Yaojin, Li Ji, and Li Junxian, all riding alongside. Thus far, only Li Chengqian and Li Lizzie were privy to their true purpose. Such a grand affair, executed without clarity of intention, could only be orchestrated by Li Chengqian. Were it Li Shimin attempting the same, without elucidation, at the very least, Wei Zheng would have vehemently criticized him. In a certain sense, this could be deemed a waste of resources and efforts. Wei Zheng and Cheng Yaojin had come voluntarily. After all, such an elaborate display could not go unnoticed. Li Ji and Li Junxian were summoned by Li Shimin, and Li Chengqian paid them no heed. Zhao Ling lay approximately 70 kilometers from Chang'an, and the troops of Li Chengqian marched tirelessly, requiring neither sustenance nor rest. After a day and a half, they finally reached Zhao Ling by noon of the second day. At the southern foot of Mount Jiuzhong, the entrance to the tomb of Zhao Ling stood, a core area where Empress Changsun was initially interred, with Li Shimin later intended to join her. Ancient emperors' tombs, unless belonging to particularly impoverished dynasties, were notorious for their extravagance. Zhao Ling was no exception. Aside from stylistic elements, such as various stone statues, the overall structure resembled a city, with countless constructions both above and below ground. As the site remained unfinished, many workers were still laboring. However, the core area had long been completed, guarded by a heavy military presence, exuding an air of royal grandeur. Since Li Shimin was not yet deceased, the tomb passage had not been entirely sealed. It was merely under strict surveillance, allowing relatively easy access to the coffin of Empress Changsun. Unfilial son, you must now reveal your intentions. Li Shimin's eyes reddened, unable to contain his emotions. Li Chengqian had not divulged anything, nor had he permitted him to bring offerings. Casting a sidelong glance, Li Chengqian calmly commanded, "Open the coffin." His guards advanced with axes, prepared to strike. "Halt, unfilial son! What do you intend to do?" Li Shimin exclaimed in alarm. Wei Zheng promptly stepped forward, raising his hands in greeting, only for Li Chengqian to interject. "What if I were to say it is to revive our mother?" Both Li Shimin and Wei Zheng seemed to freeze in disbelief. Li Ji, Li Junxian, and Cheng Yaojin were equally taken aback. Li Lizzie held onto her younger sisters, with Li Ji and Cheng Yang standing behind. The young Princess Jin Yang and Princess Xinqing, still Na'vi, were in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Li Ji and Cheng Yang, having reached an age of understanding, remained rooted in place. The sound of the axe cleaving would echoed as Li Chengqian did not order a halt. His automaton would heed no one's words. "Stop this foolishness. What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Shimin could not fathom the notion of resurrecting the dead. Despite his age and pursuits of immortality, he remained steadfast in his disbelief. "Father, do you think I would desecrate her remains?" Li Chengqian's retort silença Li Shimin. He continued, "I have already discussed this with Sister Lizzie." Instinctively, Li Shimin turned to seek verification from Li Lizzie, who nodded and then shook her head, her expression a mixture of hope and uncertainty. "Father, the crown prince did indeed inform me, yet I could scarcely believe it, thus refraining from speaking of it. Unfilial son, what if you fail?" The complexity of Li Shimin's expression deepened as he recalled a question Li Chengqian had posed to him. If his soldiers could be revived, then what of him? He would have to guess. "There is no possibility of failure. I never speak empty words," Li Chengqian asserted with conviction. To make guarantees or express willingness to accept consequences for failure was the behavior of the weak. The strong merely declare, "What I say, I shall accomplish." Li Shimin inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he responded, "Very well. I look forward to it." With Li Shimin's words, others remained silent. Although Wei Zheng wished to invoke the wisdom of ages, he recognized that Li Chengqian was not Li Shimin. Now, who was unaware of Li Chengqian's formidable army of the undying? Miracles had already manifested. The resurrection of Empress Changsun seemed increasingly plausible. With the relentless chopping of the axe, even the sturdiest coffin could not withstand. The coffin consisted of 2 layers, encasing the inner coffin within an outer one. The outer layer was swiftly shattered, leaving only the bottom. As they proceeded to open the inner coffin, the axe wielders transitioned to prying at the wooden structure. Through their concerted efforts, they quickly succeeded. A strange odor wafted forth, though it had diminished considerably. Li Chengqian stepped forward. Within the vast coffin lay numerous burial items, and his mother had already turned to bone. Li Shimin clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, yet he dared not approach, not out of fear of death, but due to his inability to confront the reality of the situation. After a moment of silence, Li Chengqian ultimately refrained from disturbing the skeletal remains. The authority over her remains rightfully belonged to his mother. Instead, he extended his hand to retrieve a phalange from the remains. Subsequently, with his other hand, he produced a golden scroll approximately half a meter in length, bound by a red cord. Chapter 72. Father, if you continue to call me an unfilial son, I may take it seriously. Li Chengqian held one end of the red cord and gave it a gentle shake, causing the scroll to unfurl. The scroll, half a meter wide and 2 meters tall, hovered in the air, moving of its own accord, its surface radiating a myriad of golden light. This golden glow was not blinding. Rather, it flowed like rippling water. Endless whispers echoed from it, as if countless souls were engaged in fervent prayer, though the words remained indistinct. Li Chengqian cast the finger bone into the luminous aura of the scroll. The murmurs ceased, replaced by a sound reminiscent of boundless waves crashing. From within the golden light, a shadow gradually emerged, growing larger as if traversing from some distant realm, its form becoming distinctly human. As the figure drew nearer, the golden light could no longer conceal its true visage. It was a woman adorned in imperial attire, exuding grace and elegance, her presence commanding respect. Though not otherworldly beautiful, she bore the aura of a mother figure doll. Her attire mirrored that which she wore in her coffin, yet her face was devoid of the pallor of death, instead revealing her natural beauty. Li Chengqian's gaze was fixed upon her as she walked closer along the ethereal path illuminated by the golden light. Changsun Wugo's eyes remained closed, as if she were in a trance. It was only when she stepped from the scroll into reality that the onlookers, previously struck dumb, recognized her presence. Before they could fully grasp the situation, the golden scroll behind Changsun Wugo crumbled to ashes. The last flicker of golden light circled briefly before merging into her brow. In the next moment, Changsun Wugo opened her eyes, her expression a blend of confusion and wonder. The first sight to greet her was Li Chengqian. Though she had passed only 2 or 3 years prior, he appeared little changed to her discerning eyes, save for the growth of facial hair. If anything, his hairstyle was different. Thus, she recognized him immediately. Mother Li Chengqian's eyes brimmed with tears as he opened his arms to embrace her. To hell with propriety. Anyone daring to speak of decorum at that moment would be sent to meet Confucius. Li Shimin, witnessing this scene, pulled at his beard in agitation. The pain jolted him back to reality, and he rushed over to pry Li Chengqian away, shouting, "Unfilial son, move aside. Get away from me." Guanyin maid, he lamented, overwhelmed with emotion. Under Li Shimin's forceful grip, Li Chengqian, fearing for Changsun Wugo's safety, reluctantly released her. Changsun Wugo remained bewildered, her last memories clouded by her final illness, the sensation of impending death fresh in her mind. After arranging her affairs, she had gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. To her astonishment, she now stood upright, confronted by the oddly coiffed Li Chengqian, sporting a distinctive mustache. Before she could comprehend the situation, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, nearly suffocating her. As she struggled to voice her confusion, Li Shimin intervened again. In her daze, she found no time to discern her surroundings. "Wait, what are you two doing?" Li Shimin, tearful and snotty, though accustomed to such displays, found it nonetheless repulsive. She quickly wriggled free and surveyed her environment. Li Shimin, realizing the need to maintain some distance, released her while wiping his tears, fearful of causing her harm. Changsun Wugo observed that they were in a subterranean chamber, torches flickering around them. Her gaze swept over the crowd, momentarily ignoring the soldier's attire. She recognized Wei Zheng, Li Ji, Li Junxian, and Cheng Yaojing. Her attention was then drawn to the most prominent girl present. Li Jiji, CZ, Cheng Yang, Xian Cheng, and Ji Nu all appeared to have matured significantly, especially Ji Nu, who had grown into a young lad. Had it truly only been a few days since they last met? The others, too, seemed noticeably taller. As Changsun Wugo processed these thoughts, Li Jiji had already detached herself from her three younger sisters and rushed toward her. Mother Li Jiji's leap left Changsun Wugo utterly stunned. "Old Minister Cheng Jijia, I humbly welcome Her Majesty the Empress back." Cheng Yaojing, for once serious, promptly bowed in respect, as others, including Wei Zheng and his companions, quickly followed suit. They proclaimed their greetings in unison. "I, Wei Zheng, humbly welcome Her Majesty the Empress back." "I, Li Ji, humbly welcome Her Majesty the Empress back." "I, Li Junxian, humbly welcome Her Majesty the Empress back." "Everyone, please rise. What is happening?" Changsun Wugo asked in bewilderment. Li Chengqian interjected, "Mother, you have been deceased for 3 years. I have brought you back to life. By the way, this is your tomb, and your remains are nearby." For Li Chengqian, there was no need for circumlocution. Regardless of how he phrased it, they would eventually confront the truth. "Unfilial son, what nonsense are you spouting?" Li Shimin ruadat. Li Chengqian retorted with a cold smile. "Father, if you continue to call me an unfilial son, I may take it seriously. When I ascend to the throne, I shall appoint you as the overseer of Zhaoling, not to leave your post. You may dictate the repairs as you wish, but ultimately, you shall lie within." Before Changsun Wugo's revival, certain matters had yet to be resolved, and she felt compelled to accommodate this old man to some extent. Now, however, there was no need to bestow him the title of Taishang Huang. Overseeing Zhaoling would suffice. Li Shimin felt a chill run down his spine, his scalp prickling with apprehension. He dared not gamble. Li Chengqian was indeed audacious, and he had no doubt about that. At that moment, Changsun Wugo remained silent. She gazed toward the direction Li Chengqian pointed, where she could see clearly. Having weathered countless storms alongside Li Shimin, the sight of bones did not frighten her. However, the attire and form of those remains were all too familiar. Her mind blanked instantaneously. "Everyone, leave me be. At least allow your emperor some time to grieve. And do afford your emperor some time to recount my grievances." With that, Li Chengqian strode forward, casually tucking Li Ji under his arm as he passed. This future little dumpling, whether clever or not, warranted proper guidance for future use. "Unfilial son, you ungrateful wretch." Li Shimin fumed, hopping with rage, yet clung tightly to Changsun Wugo's hand. The others quickly followed suit, realizing the gravity of the situation. Li Jiji, ever composed, took the hands of Li Mingda and Xian Cheng, with Cheng Yang trailing behind. The two young boys were still small when Changsun Wugo had passed. They were merely 2 and 3 years old, scarcely able to comprehend the world. Now, while they had a vague understanding of events, they were engulfed in an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity, rendering them timid and hesitant to act. Chapter 73. Even if it is the Emperor Grandfather, I do not intend to resurrect Erlang. What on earth is happening? Empress Changsun was filled with confusion and disbelief. Although she comprehended every word, when pieced together, it felt utterly incomprehensible. Guanyin maid, wailing. Li Shimin began to howl again, unable to contain himself. "Enough already. It's utterly disgraceful." Changsun Wugo shuddered, a chill creeping in her heart. In the past, Li Shimin, despite his youth, had displayed valor and wisdom, occasionally indulging in moments of tenderness with her, which she found quite pleasant. But now, he was nearly as ancient as a chrysanthemum, a sight that filled her with increasing discomfort. "I, I never wished for this, it's just too overwhelming. In front of Changsun Wugo, he disregarded his dignity, revealing his vulnerability. Li Shimin grasped Changsun Wugo's hands, shaking them while turning his head to wipe away his tears with his sleeve. Please calm down. My mind is in turmoil as well. What exactly has transpired? Changsun Wugo believed she had merely been unconscious for a few days. How could everything have changed so drastically? If she had truly been dead for so long, how could she return? If she had not been dead that long, then within the coffin nearby, the bones were unfamiliar. Yet the attire and accompanying artifacts were all too familiar to her. Meanwhile, as the group emerged from the long tomb passage, sunlight cascaded upon them. Li Chengqian's soldiers appeared as if they were lifeless, a sight everyone had grown accustomed to. The living, however, felt as though they had stepped into another realm. Li Ji, Li Junxian, Wei Zheng, and Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but glance back at the tomb passage. They understood that this was indeed reality. Wei Zheng stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and inquired, "Your Highness, is revival a possibility?" Upon hearing this, even the three elder ministers, not to mention Li Lizzie and Li Ji, who had already grasped the intricacies of life and death, couldn't help but perk up their ears. Li Chengqian nudda, then shook his head, saying, "The revival scroll is exceedingly precious. I trust you understand, Wei Aiqing?" Li Chengqian could surmise that Wei Zheng's inquiry was not for his own sake. Figures like Cheng Yaojin would never pose such a question, no matter how desperately they wished to know. Thus, Wei Zheng's question served as a proxy to prevent any feelings of discord between ruler and ministers. This is inevitable. Wei Zheng nodded solemnly. Li Chengqian affirmed, "It is good that you comprehend, Wei Aiqing. As for the revival scroll, I shall not disclose its quantity. Suffice it to say, it is extremely rare. I shall merely state this. Even if it is the Emperor Grandfather, I have no intention of resurrecting him." At this declaration, disappointment washed over the four. If even Li Yuan lacked the qualification for resurrection, then hope seemed bleak. No one found it peculiar that Li Chengqian sought to resurrect Changsun Wugo. After all, in her lifetime, the relationship between father and son had not been so distant. Just then, Li Chengqian elaborated. Firstly, for someone to be revived, a portion of their remains must exist. Those who have returned to dust cannot be resurrected. Secondly, the age at which one passed away is the age they will return as. However, upon revival, all ailments will be cured, allowing for an extended life. It would be a waste to use this on those who have already lived out their days. This item does not grant immortality nor extend one's lifespan. Upon hearing this, the four felt their hopes diminish. They did not believe they could live to an old age, nor did they think Li Chengqian was deceiving them. Such constraints only lent an air of authenticity to the matter. If resurrection could grant a second life, then Changsun Empress should not return at the age she passed. For Li Chengqian, this was not something he could conceal, nor did he wish to. It was better to clarify matters early to prevent any misplaced hopes from arising. The implication was clear. If one desired the revival of their kin, they ought to consider how they compared to Li Yuan. Moreover, how long would they be able to remain after revival, and was it worth the price? However, as Li Chengqian spoke, a glimmer of hope flickered in their hearts. "I possess healing elixirs. Though categorized as a type of potion, it is entirely different from the concoctions of charlatans. This elixir bears no efficacy against diseases, nor can it regenerate lost limbs. Yet, for any wounds, whether new or old, a single dose will suffice for healing. Once the injury is healed, as long as one did not perish from illness, their lifespan may be extended, rendering changes in the weather no longer a source of pain." As he spoke, Li Chengqian extended his right hand, revealing 4 pearl-sized pills. "These 4 shall be granted to you, esteemed ministers of the Tang Dynasty. Take them with my blessing." Before Wei Zheng could take his, Cheng Yaojin surged forward, shoving Wei Zheng aside, and snatched one, tossing it directly into his mouth. He would never consume elixirs from others. But Li Chengqian's were a different matter altogether. Furthermore, given Li Chengqian's ability to heal Li Lizzie and resurrect others, there was no room for doubt. "Cheng Jijia, you glutton, do you wish for me to take action against you?" Wei Zheng's beard trembled in fury, his face turning slightly pale. "Ah, how refreshing. Cheng Yaojin ignored him, stretching lazily. The sound of his joints cracking was audible to all present. Wei Aiqing understood that Cheng Yaojin was a rough character and chose not to be irked by him. Moreover, the gifts bestowed upon the Duke of England and Li Junxian are not to be retracted, Li Chengqian reiterated. Thank you, Your Highness. I am deeply grateful. Li Junxian and Li Ji adopted a more solemn demeanor. They were certainly eager to accept this boon. Wei Aiqing. Li Chengqian offered the final elixir in his hand to Wei Zheng. Without uttering a word, Wei Zheng accepted it after bowing. These four had indeed labored greatly. Though Li Shimin had brought them along, it was a request they made themselves, yet it spoke volumes of the trust he placed in them. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin appeared to be idle, almost invisible in the court. Yet, in reality, he was responsible for the intricate coordination of the entire border defense, effectively managing internal affairs. He was far from being a simpleton. As for Wei Zheng, he was a renowned advisor, always clear-headed. With him present, it was indeed challenging for a monarch to err. Even Li Chengqian would not dare claim he could act unilaterally. Li Junxian could be considered the overseer of the palace's defenses. While Li Chengqian's army currently protected the palace, his immortal troops were somewhat wasted standing guard, and they would eventually be dispatched. As for Li Ji, he was a man of action. During the Jingguan era, many ministers held multiple roles, and Li Ji was no exception. He oversaw the defense of Bingzhou while also remotely coordinating logistics to support Ho Junji's campaign against Gaochang. Additionally, although the Eastern Turkic Khaganate had fallen, remnants of their forces continued to harass the borders, leading to Li Shimin occasionally dispatching him to cleanse the area. Hence, he spent his days in Chang'an, ready to mobilize wherever needed. Chapter 74. Old Cheng couldn't shake the feeling that his neck was rather chilly. The healing pills were abundant for Li Chengqian. With a total of 999 in his possession, hoarding such quantities served little purpose for him. His army had no need for such items. Ultimately, these precious pills were intended for the living, whether to win their hearts, ensure their peaceful passing, or as rewards. In any case, 999 pills were certainly sufficient for a lifetime of bestowals. Those who could attain such items were far from ordinary soldiers. Cheng Yaojin leaned in, grinning. Your Highness, might I be granted the opportunity to mate with your fine red steed? Li Chengqian regarded Cheng Yaojin with a bemused expression, quietly inquiring, Cheng Aiqing, do you truly believe you can handle it? Suddenly realizing the implications of his words, Cheng Yaojin froze. Wei Zheng's aged face twitched as he fought to maintain a serious demeanor, tugging at his beard with fervor. Generals Li Junxian and Li Ji, both stoic in expression, either turned their heads or dropped their gazes, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The innocent Li Lizzie and her companions appeared utterly bewildered by the underlying meaning. Cheng Yaojin, recovering, promptly sprawled on the ground, casting a sidelong glance. Your Highness, I feel quite unwell. I could use another of those pills. Such a treasure would be wasted on you. Considering your commendable service, how about you lie down inside? Li Chengqian suggested, gesturing towards the tomb passage of Zhao Ling instantly. Cheng Yaojin sprang to his feet, beaming. I feel rejuvenated. In his typical fashion, Cheng Yaojin flitted past the awkwardness with ease. He understood that requesting another pill from Li Chengqian was futile, as rewards and punishments were distinct and clear. Although uncertain of the exact number Li Chengqian possessed, it was evident that these pills were invaluable. Cheng Yaojin, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, spoke with layered meanings. Those who thrived in the court were certainly no fools. Li Chengqian's thoughts turned, and he began to comprehend what Cheng Yaojin was subtly probing. This fellow was nothing like Wei Zheng, whose indirectness could be perplexing. The solitary horse shall not perish, and thus cannot procreate, so do not dwell on such thoughts. Cheng Aiqing, Li Chengqian remarked with a knowing glance. Cheng Yaojin's inquiry about the state of his troops was unmistakable. Li Chengqian surmised that, after several days, those observant enough had begun to piece together the truth. Yet, constrained by their original beliefs, many struggled to accept it. Now that even his mother had returned, what else could be deemed impossible? They are unlike my mother. They cannot be classified as human. They neither eat, drink, nor sleep, nor do they possess any human emotions. They are akin to weapons, mere instruments of war. Cheng Yaojin chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his neck, taken aback by Li Chengqian's candor. He had not anticipated such straightforwardness, and the chill at his neck was now a tangible sensation. Li Junxian and Li Ji were struck with trepidation. If this were indeed the case, could an army of 100,000 be invincible? Perhaps the mountain breeze has grown a bit too cool. Let us speculate how long my father will weep. Li Chengqian shifted the topic. The four ministers winced at his words. While Li Shimin's tears were well known and often shed, who dared to jest about it, as Li Chengqian had? Wagering on such matters? An awkward silence ensued until relief arrived in the form of a thunderous voice. Ungrateful son, how could I possibly weep? It was merely the gusty winds on the mountain that clouded my vision. Li Shimin emerged, his eyes swollen, making his claims of not crying questionable. Li Chengqian was surprised by the speed of his return, expecting it would take until nightfall. Evidently, the elder had not reported any grievances against him. As for what was said to his mother, that remained unclear. Previously, while Li Chengqian conversed with the elder ministers, Li Lizzie had been teaching the two unfamiliar little ones, with Li Ji being the last to approach. The names of the children, CZ, Xian Cheng, Chengyang, along with Jin Nu and Li Ji, were a flurry of activity for Changsun Wugu. Li Chengqian correctly deduced that Li Shimin had indeed refrained from revealing any untoward actions against him. The elder must have found it too embarrassing to air such matters. Merely summarizing the events of the past 3 years to Changsun Wugu, including changes in court and Li Chengqian's current status. Though he embellished his achievements, as a man, it was natural to seek favor in the eyes of women. Nonetheless, his words bore a semblance of truth. Ultimately, he conveyed that he had experienced some mysterious adventure, one he chose not to disclose. In summary, they had all come to Zhaoling to bring her back to life. The ancients regarded death with reverence and often avoided the topic. Thus, after the initial adjustment period, Li Shimin, no longer wishing to dwell in the tomb, naturally emerged. Changsun Wugu was overwhelmed with tasks and had not even considered Li Tai. After a flurry of activity, they finally prepared to return home. Despite her myriad questions, Changsun Wugu was no capricious woman. She understood the importance of priorities. As the sun descended, Li Chengqian and his companions halted in a relatively flat area to rest for the night, aiming to return to Chang'an by the following afternoon or evening. With an army of thousands of immortal elites guarding them, they felt no fear of impending danger. Li Chengqian procured a plethora of fine goods from the marketplace, determined to prepare a sumptuous meal for the evening, a gathering of sorts. He even planned to cook himself, setting an example for his younger siblings. After all, he needed to lead by example to effect change. During his time as the crown prince, he had never cooked, nor had he ever touched pots and pans. However, in this cycle, things were different. With firewood and a large pot, the flames cast a warm glow around. The Xuanjiao army, under Li Shimin's command, could only subsist on their rations. The food he prepared was of a quality they did not merit. Only his immediate family, along with Cheng Yaojin and a few others, would partake in a meal prepared by the crown prince himself. How has Gao Ming transformed into such a figure? Changsun Wugu sat beside the fire, observing the industrious Li Chengqian with a sense of wonder. Li Shimin, seated beside her, stroked his beard and shook his head. I do not comprehend. That ungrateful son has many secrets, and I cannot decipher them. Were it not for my instinct that he is indeed Gao Ming, I would suspect he had found a substitute. Dear Guanyin maid, what are your thoughts? He is undoubtedly Gao Ming. Though he has changed to the point that I scarcely recognize him, it is indeed him. Chapter 75 Erlang. You truly are a fool. Come, dinner is served. Tonight, Li Chengqian appears akin to a dutiful child, a good elder brother. All malice has been repressed. The Tang Dynasty has a penchant for sweet delicacies. Yet that does not imply an aversion to spiciness. It is merely the absence of chili peppers. Although chili peppers are lacking, the royal family can still indulge in alternatives like pepper. Ingredients such as Chinese hawthorn, ginger, and garlic can also evoke a certain spiciness. Nevertheless, Li Chengqian's dishes lean towards a more delicate flavor. He has, however, incorporated some seasonings from later generations, flavors that were unheard of in the Tang. At this moment, Changsun Wugu suddenly recalls the persistent feeling of something missing. "Ah, where's Chingke? Has he gone his fief?" The moment this question arose, the atmosphere shifted palpably. "Come, come." Guanyin maid, do sample the dishes prepared by that ungrateful child. Li Shimin attempted to shift the topic forcefully, yet the transition was awkward enough for even the dullest to perceive. Initially, no one dared to mention that matter, and it would have been preferable if Changsun Wugo had forgotten it entirely. Yet, at this critical moment during dinner, she just had to remember. All eyes, whether intentional or not, turned toward Li Chengqian. He, however, remained unfazed, fully prepared for the scrutiny. Li Chengqian spuka calmly, bei Iking. It is best if you address this matter. Wei Zheng stiffened momentarily. Was this truly his place to speak? Li Chengqian added, regardless of whether it is I or my father who discusses this, we would each inevitably carry our own biases. Your perspective is the most impartial. Fear not, speak the truth, and I assure you, no harm shall befall you. These words effectively cornered Wei Zheng. Resigned, he stroked his beard, pondered momentarily, and then began, Your Majesty, I shall recount this matter from my viewpoint, starting from the second year of the Jingguan era. Though I am aware that you are likely more informed than I, my perspective may diverge from yours. Xianchang, please continue. Changsun Wugo had begun to grasp the implications, but was reluctant to believe them. In the stillness of the night, only the sound of the wind and Wei Zheng's unhurried voice narrated the rivalry between the crown prince and the king of Wei as seen through the eyes of a minister. Wei Zheng recounted in detail, including every instance of Li Shimin's rewards to Li Tai, the subsequent transformations in both Li Tai and Li Chengqian. This was the first time Li Shimin recognized the multitude of truths he had previously overlooked. It became evident that he alone had been self-deceived, blind to the evident dangers perceived by the entire court. He wished to counter Wei Zheng's assertions, yet the outcome was already laid bare. Wei Zheng was indeed correct. Changsun Wugo remained silent, merely listening. Even as he approached the topic of Li Chengqian's alleged rebellion, he maintained his stance, asserting that Li Chengqian was not plotting treason, but rather expressing his grievances. Unfortunately, Li Shimin continued to make blunders, refusing to descend from the precarious perch he had created. Ultimately, he expelled Li Chengqian from the family lineage, prompting Li Chengqian to force his way into the palace. In the end, Li Tai took his own life atop the city walls. This segment was recounted with intricate detail, encompassing his own reflections and the atmosphere of that time. Li Shimin glared at Wei Zheng multiple times, but Wei Zheng merely lowered his eyelids, feigning ignorance. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that either Li Chengqian or Changsun Wugo would soon hold authority. Li Shimin, as an emperor, had already been marginalized. As long as Li Chengqian and Changsun Wugo were willing to protect him, Li Shimin dared not act against them. Changsun Wugo's breath quickened, revealing her inner turmoil. Yelong, before my demise, I had continually cautioned you to exercise prudence. Prior to this, I had urged you repeatedly not to indulge Qinghe excessively. He holds no grudge against anyone but you. The root of all this lies with you. When he was still a child, you bestowed upon him what was not rightfully his, and in his innocence he mistook your affection for love, leading him to become unruly. Subsequently, he was manipulated and ensnared deeper, forcing Gao Ming to rebel. Yet you remain obstinate, continuing to give. If it were only yourself, with no counsel, it could be excused. Xianqing's warnings fell on deaf ears. My own advice likewise went unheeded. This led to Qingke being exploited, blinded by power. In his final moments, he had evidently awakened, while you still remain oblivious. You are truly foolish. As a sensible empress, she could not sway Li Shimin because she refrained from meddling in state affairs. However, her aversion to intervention, her so-called moderation, only exacerbated the situation. Li Shimin silently lowered his head, playing the part of an ostrich. Changsun Wugo, with reddened eyes, took a deep breath and inquired, "And what of my elder brother?" She thought that, given the presence of figures like Chang Yaojin, it would be illogical for Changsun Wuji not to attend. Your Majesty, Changsun Wuji was stripped of all titles during the recent court meeting. His fiefdom of Zhao rescinded, and he was exiled to Jiaozhou, accompanied by Changsun Chong, where he now serves as the governor. With his family in tow, he likely has not ventured far. Having said this, Wei Zheng fell silent. Changsun Wugo understood his implication. Having grasped the entire context, she realized this was a scheme to clear the path for Li Chengqian's ascension. Given the circumstances, at least Changsun Wuji was still alive, which provided her some solace. At that moment, Li Chengqian waved his hand and produced a golden scroll. The appearance of this scroll instantly captivated everyone's attention. Mother, this is the key to reviving you. As long as any part of Chingke is placed within this scroll, he can be resurrected. I entrust this scroll to you. Li Chengqian's intent was clear. The decision to revive Li Tai rested solely with him, and he would not interfere. P.S. Li Tai will not be resurrected. I will not portray Changsun Empress as one who prioritizes familial ties over the greater good. To avoid disputes, I directly state this. Li Shimin snatched it away, exclaiming, "You truly have some semblance of conscience, you ungrateful child." For Li Shimin, Wei Zheng's discourse had transferred all blame onto him. Would he ever regain his place beside Changsun Wugo? Therefore, having the scroll in his possession was paramount. He would return and restore Li Tai to life. Let's dine first, otherwise the food will grow cold. Changsun Wugo managed a faint smile, refraining from accepting the scroll. Very well, let's eat. Regardless, Mother will find solace. As long as this scroll is used, Chingke shall return, Li Chengqian reassured. Indeed, let us eat first. Li Shimin was the most delighted, feeling he had narrowly avoided becoming a scapegoat. With this scroll, he could finally rest easy. Chapter 76, The Guanyin Maid. You overestimate that unfilial sun. The night was deepening as Li Chengqian sat upon a stone, gazing up at the myriad stars scattered across the sky. Having traversed the cycles of life and death, he found himself pondering whether among those celestial bodies there existed otherworldly beings. Under his stewardship, could the Tang Dynasty forge a path towards the stars, and perhaps one day truly step into the cosmos? Even if he were to be absent by that time, his sojourn in this world must leave a legacy for future generations. If only he could seize dominion over the world a millennium early, amass its resources, and establish an exemplary governance. Such aspirations were not beyond the realm of possibility. A fragrant breeze wafted by, and without needing to turn, Li Chengqian recognized the arrival of Li Lizzie. "Brother, do you wish for Mother to resurrect Li Tai?" she inquired softly. Li Chengqian idly plucked a blade of grass to chew, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Sister, whether she resurrects or not holds little significance for me. What impact would the revival of Chingke have on my life? If he were to attain enlightenment, free from the shackles of others, it would hardly affect me. The Grand Tang Empire cannot be burdened by the inability of several princes to sustain themselves. Should he remain lost or falter once more, it is the common folk of the Tang who would suffer, and what could they do to me? Yet, I imagine, if such a situation arose, I would merely be the emperor of the Tang Dynasty." Upon finishing her words, Li Lizzie turned to leave. Li Chengqian cast a glance at her, his gaze drifting beyond her figure towards Changsun Wugo and Li Shimin, who sat upon another stone, illuminated by the bright moonlight. He murmured, "Sister, you truly resemble our mother, though she was undoubtedly more astute. Yet the positions we occupy differ. I wonder how she would choose." Li Lizzie had not misjudged. The resurrection ticket was indeed a test. Should Changsun Wugo desire it or continue to appease Li Shimin, allowing Li Tai to return, Li Chengqian would remain silent, neither speaking nor acting. From that moment forth, he would be merely the sovereign of the Tang Empire, no longer the son of Changsun Wugo and Li Shimin. He required not the guidance of such parents who lacked clarity. What he had provided them was already sufficient to repay their nurturing. On the other side, Li Shimin and Changsun Wugo sat upon another stone. In a moment of joy, Li Shimin had shared a drink with Wei Zheng and others. In private, he was congenial before the ministers he valued, even referring to himself as Shimin in their presence. When reviewing memorials, he would endorse opinions aligning with his thoughts, marking them with a simple agree rather than a more formal approved. Therefore, it was entirely natural for him to share a drink with favored ministers in private. Feeling the effects of the wine, he approached Changsun Wugo, plopping down beside her and grasping her hand. "Guanyin maid, I have erred. All of this is my fault. However, You needn't grieve over Qingqiue's potential revival. Direct your ire towards me instead. Changsun Wugo, upon hearing this, wrenched her hand away, nearly roaring, Erlang. I have not experienced all of this. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly from Xuanqing's account. I see a version of you who has become even more muddled since my death. I cannot believe you are still so confused. Do you wish to resurrect Qingke only to slay him once more? Li Shimin felt unjustly accused, gazing at Changsun Wugo with bewilderment and grievance. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her sorrow and fury. Yes, we can indeed resurrect Qingke. Gao Ming has bestowed such a precious gift. Surely he would not take action against us. Otherwise, it would be a waste. But have you considered? If Qingke returns, he will still harbor hatred towards you. His final actions were driven by a desire to avoid you. Would he be content to live incognito and pursue other endeavors? Even if he could accept it, the transformation from prince to commoner would undoubtedly leave him with a troubled heart. If he were to continue as a prince, Gao Ming would surely agree, for to him, Qingke has never been a rival. It is your series of misguided decisions that have led us to this point. Once Qingke is resurrected, you will gain nothing but disdain. In fact, even Gao Ming would come to resent you, believing you remain incapable of understanding the situation. No, perhaps he would not hate you. He would simply choose to ignore you entirely. At that point, you would either be the Grand Chancellor of Zhaoling or merely a nominal emperor. Yet in Gao Ming's eyes, you would no longer be his father. Your son is only Qingke. If he dares, I shall not pass the throne to him. Li Shimin retorted in a fit of anger. Ah! Changsun Wugo scoffed coldly. Do you truly believe you can refuse to pass the throne now? Setting aside the notion that a ruler should not speak lightly, retracting a public decree would obliterate your credibility. Consider the current scenario. Do you genuinely wish to face Gao Ming again, engaging in a battle that leaves the realm in ruins, ultimately leading to his victory, thereby branding you a historical fool and reducing the Tang Dynasty to a mere memory? Guanyin maid, you overly regard that ungrateful son. Li Shimin remained obstinate. With Gao Ming possessing such extraordinary abilities, it would be a miracle if you could defeat him. Do not be so stubborn. Changsun Wugo mercilessly exposed him. Li Shimin opened his mouth like a fish out of water, utterly at a loss for words. He was well aware of his own obstinacy. That miraculous scroll had evidently been in Gao Ming's possession from the very beginning. At the very least, he had informed Lizzie long before. Could you not fathom why he did not resurrect me sooner? Had I returned earlier, you two would likely not have come to blows. Yet, Gao Ming's strategy was to allow Qingke and my brother to fade into the past before resurrecting me, even waiting until after you issued the decree of abdication. What does this prove? It proves he is fully aware of everything. He fears I might find myself caught in the middle and obstruct his path. Only once all is settled, and I am resurrected, would my actions bear no significance, allowing me to return purely as a mother. Gao Ming's ambitions are beyond your imagination. Since he possesses such insight, why bestow upon me such a miraculous gift? Can you truly not comprehend? Qingke was not slain by his hand. Do you think he would feel any regret? Li Shimin fell silent, seething for a long while before finally exclaiming, That does not mean I will return that item to him. It would infuriate me beyond measure. This ungrateful son has schemed so cleverly, forcing me into a corner. I admit he possesses skill, yet I cannot swallow this indignation. It cannot be returned. Doing so serves no purpose, but keeping it holds no significance either. I yearn to resurrect a person. Chapter 77. The Guanyin Maid. After resurrection, are you certain that Gao Ming will employ her? It is imperative that we retain her, just in case. Li Shimin was indifferent to Changsun Wuji's desire to resurrect anyone after regaining what he had lost. He was even less inclined to let it slip away again. He sought an additional safeguard. Erlang, keeping her is meaningless. It may lead to many coveting her. And there is a possibility of theft. Such a significant asset is not safe even within the palace. Who would dare? I shall annihilate his entire lineage. Li Shimin's eyes widened, a murderous aura surging forth as if he had traversed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Changsun Wuji, however, paid him no mind, for it was not directed at her, and she was accustomed to such behavior. Young Li Shimin was just like this. When substantial interests were at stake, there was nothing that could not be done. Changsun Wuji shook her head and continued. If Gao Ming can offer this, it proves he possesses more. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would undoubtedly allow us to live again. Guanyin maid, you are placing me in an awkward position. Li Shimin exclaimed in agitation. What dignity do you have left? You should be praying and offering incense instead of being the object of ridicule. Changsun Wuji retorted coldly. Li Shimin huffed. Then who do you wish to resurrect? Certainly not my father, nor my elder brother, and certainly not anyone from the Changsun family. Aren't you concerned about that rebellious child's sentiments? If you were to resurrect any of them, he would surely be displeased. If he desired to revive someone, he would have done so already. For instance, resurrecting our father to vex me would bring him joy. Father passed away peacefully. It is only natural that Gao Ming would not squander such a precious opportunity, don't you think? Changsun Wuji countered. You keep defending him. I am your husband. Gao Ming is akin to flesh from my own body. Now, do tell, whom do you wish to resurrect? Li Shimin felt a sense of oppression in his chest, taken aback that even the one he cherished, the Guanyin maid, was now causing him distress. I wish to resurrect Princess Pingyang, Changsun Huangho declared resolutely. Li Shimin's mind was engulfed in a vast question mark. Princess Pingyang, whose name is not recorded in history, was fictitiously known as Li Xiaoning. Among Li Yuan's children, she was the eldest daughter, thus regarded as a princess. Even Li Shimin had to address her as sister. In the chaotic end of the Sui dynasty, she disguised herself as a man, spent her family fortune to raise an army, and left behind the historically renowned female troops. The women's pass. Unfortunately, she was ultimately undone by feudalism. Li Yuan ultimately confiscated her military authority, and not long after, he passed away, likely succumbing to depression. From the moment she took up arms, she understood that she possessed a man's heart, unwilling to remain a woman confined to the inner chambers, forcibly severing her wings. In a situation where she could neither resist nor retaliate, death became her only liberation. Perhaps Li Yuan understood as well. Ultimately, he went against the tide of public opinion and buried her with military honors, attempting to atone for his own guilt. He proclaimed, "The princess's merits are comparable to those of a commander, unmatched by any woman." Hence, she was posthumously honored as Zhao. In later generations, she is referred to as Princess Pingyang Zhao. Why? Li Shimin inquired. Although the power of resurrection lay in his hands, he was acutely aware that only Changsun Wuji could decide its use. If he were to resurrect someone of his choosing, it would likely unfold as she had predicted, either becoming the steward of Zhao Mausoleum or merely a retired emperor. Though Li Shimin had a penchant for stubbornness, he also possessed the virtue of heeding counsel. As long as someone presented an alternative perspective, he could analyze the pros and cons, discerning who was right. Unlike certain emperors who refused to listen, perpetually convinced of their own correctness, such as Yangguan. From a political standpoint, Gao Ming was still quite young. The ministers on the court would gradually fade, and Gao Ming would certainly employ fresh faces. His lofty ambitions were unlikely to be stifled by the royal family. The absence of any royal figures in the court was a significant flaw. Your elder sister passed away at the tender age of 25. If resurrected, she would still be that age. Having her present in the court would be advantageous in case of unforeseen events. Li Shimin's leap Zhuisha. He had shared a good rapport with Li Xiaoning, but that was in the past. Time, after all, was relentless. Decades had passed, and everything had faded. Moreover, now he was a 40-year-old man, while his elder sister remained 25. How would he address her upon resurrection? Guanyin maid, are you certain that Gao Ming would employ her? Li Shimin countered. Regardless of whether Gao Ming perceives my intentions, he will undoubtedly employ her. As the old generals fade, there are few promising successors among the second generation. Your elder sister, however, is different. She rose to arms at a similar age as you and navigated through chaos, independently raising a formidable army. Moreover, as a woman, regardless of her achievements, she would not pose a threat to imperial authority, making her a safer choice for Gao Ming. Changsun Wuji could not foresee that decades later, a woman would ascend to the throne, and that this woman currently resided in Li Shimin's harem, quietly awaiting her opportunity. Yet, humans are not omnipotent. It was commendable that they could conceive of such possibilities. And what of selfish motives? Li Shimin inquirat. After being stripped of military power by our father, Pingyan often met with me in private, recounting her grievances. As a woman, I empathize deeply. Besides, do you have any suitable candidates? It is a ways to allow others to covet, resurrecting those who passed away at an advanced age, such as Du Ruhui. Truth be told, Du Ruhui's contributions do not warrant such imperial favor. If he were akin to Bai Qi, Xiao He, or Han Xianavur, it would be worth considering. As for the younger generation, not only are there no suitable candidates, would you truly be willing to offer such a chance to outsiders? In truth, Du Ruhui was not particularly old, having died at just 45. However, in contemporary views, living to 70 is rare, and passing away in one's 40s is considered quite normal, while dying in one's 50s is deemed a satisfactory end. Living to 60 or 70 is regarded as a blessing, and reaching 80 or 90 is practically a marvel. If my sister were to be resurrected, would she not still be 20? How shall I interact with her thereafter? Li Shimin expressed awkwardly. Changsun vouillir tautit, elang. What time is it? And you're still pondering such trivial matters. Do you genuinely wish to allow Gao Ming to wreak havoc in the court without leaving any allies? What good would it do to remain? With that rebellious child's assertiveness, any decisions made are unalterable. At the very least, we would be informed of what transpires in the court. Furthermore, do you possess a more suitable candidate? Well, forget it. I shall no longer concern myself with it. That matter is yours to handle. Li Shimin, fraught with irritation and indecision, ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 78. The envoys from the Kingdom of Wa visit, seeking an audience with His Majesty. How shall we respond? The following afternoon, the news of Empress Changsun's miraculous revival from Zhaoling sent shockwaves throughout Chang'an. As carriages and horses returned along the Zhuke Avenue, a throng of at least 100,000 citizens gathered on either side. Li Shimin had intended to keep this a secret, revealing it only to his ministers. However, Li Chengqian opposed this notion. His mother was not a mere mouse to be hidden away. Moreover, during his ascension, it was not only the court officials who were present. Common folk were also welcome, albeit kept at bay by military might. The circumstances surrounding Empress Changsun's revival need not be disclosed to the populace. Regardless of how the people of the Tang Dynasty interpreted it, it would undoubtedly relate to the divine mandate, thereby enhancing his legitimacy in inheriting the throne. The ministers were equally taken aback. The previous incident involving Li Chengqian and the mysterious soldiers had already left them bewildered. Now, the resurrection of a deceased person was beyond their comprehension. Unable to verify the truth directly within the palace, they sought out figures like Cheng Yaojin for clarification. Consequently, Cheng Yaojin and his companions were inundated with visitors from dusk until dawn. Although Chang'an had a curfew, it primarily applied to commoners, and both Li Chengqian and Li Shimin tacitly permitted this nocturnal activity. Thus, the four of them found themselves sleepless throughout the night. Nevertheless, they received healing elixirs from Li Chengqian and bore this burden without complaint. On another day, Li Chengqian convened a grand court assembly, where both Li Shimin and Changsun Wugo made their appearances, effectively confirming the rumors. Changsun Wugo had been absent for merely 3 years, and all officials eligible to attend the court recognized her. The theme of this grand assembly, however, was not a welcome for Changsun Wugo, as such an act would violate ceremonial proprieties. Therefore, Li Chengqian cleverly framed the meeting to discuss which foreign nations to invite and various other trivial matters. As the prospective third-generation emperor poised to inherit the Tang Dynasty amidst the flourishing Jingguan era, the occasion was indeed grand. Once all discussions concluded, they awaited the preparations to be finalized, looking to Li Chunfeng for auspicious dates. Given the varying distances of the countries involved, the coronation could not occur in the immediate future, but it was certain to take place before the year's end. Peace reigned, and it seemed as though all was well until a routine court meeting 15 days later, when matters took a turn. The regent, Minister of Rights Wei Ting, presented a petition regarding the envoys from the Kingdom of Wa, seeking an audience with His Majesty. How should we respond? Furthermore, should the reception be customary? The mere mention of the kingdom of Wa caused Li Chengqian's eyes to narrow. This was not a favorable matter. They posed no direct threat to the Tang. But during this period, the kingdom of Wa was viewed as little more than a tribe of savages. Their status far beneath that of the Turks in the eyes of the Tang. At least, this was the perception held by the Tang Dynasty. Observing their diminutive stature, there was a certain pity towards them. They were adept at ingratiating themselves, displaying a level of obedience surpassing that of a well-trained dog. Due to geographical constraints, they had begun their explorations as early as the Eastern Han Dynasty, with records indicating contact with the Central Plains. Their very name was bestowed by Emperor Guangwu of Han, who granted them a golden seal inscribed with King of the Wa. Historical records show that the ruling dynasties looked down upon them, primarily treating them as pests to be driven away. From the early Tang Dynasty, however, they returned. Thanks to Li Shimin's broad-mindedness, they were accorded the treatment befitting humans and eagerly began to learn from the Tang. Their architectural styles and various customs were all influenced by the Tang, albeit sometimes misinterpreted. Throughout history, this nation has exhibited remarkable patience. During the Eastern Han period, they were advanced in shipbuilding technology, yet they feigned ignorance, presenting themselves as savages. After benefiting from the Tang Dynasty, they grew increasingly audacious, particularly during the reign of Wu Zetian, even sending students abroad to pilfer Tang culture and technology. As for the kingdom of Wa, they should be relegated to inferior treatment. Li Chengqian stated flatly, "Inferior, vi ting questionned, perplexed." Treat them as though they do not belong to the five ranks, regarding them as mere livestock. Should they resist, they must be cast into the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, enduring a fate worse than death. Furthermore, from this day forth, the Tang Dynasty shall no longer entertain envoys from the so-called Kingdom of Wa. Proclaim to the Tang, any Wa individual discovered landing on our shores shall be executed without mercy. A Wa person is worth a reward of 1 won. But only if the body is intact, alive or dead, it matters not. Furthermore, any Wa individuals currently within our territory shall not be spared. The bounty will be paid by the local prefectures, and the bodies must be sent to Chang'an. Anyone daring to disobey or commit fraud shall face annihilation of their household. Li Chengqian harbored no animosity towards other nations or ethnicities. After all, those were matters for the future. However, the kingdom of Wa was indeed rife with the inherent flaws of their race and should not exist. While he understood their plight, being born on such a secluded island, facing territorial and existential crises, it was normal for them to harbor twisted thoughts. Nevertheless, understanding did not equate to sympathy, and compassion did not preclude the use of force. Were it not for the current circumstances, where he had yet to ascend to the throne and was focused on internal stability rather than external conflict, he would have already launched an assault for the gold and silver on their island. Minister of Rights Li Daozong opposed the regent's indiscriminate targeting of foreign envoys. Such treatment not only undermined the dignity of the great Tang Dynasty, but also risked alienating neighboring nations. He urged the regent to provide a rationale. Otherwise, it would be difficult to gain the support of the court and maintain stability in the realm and among neighboring countries. Li Daozong was a member of the royal family and the father of Princess Wenxin. If he had not added that last remark, Li Chengqian might have thought him truly obstinate. Li Chengqian narrowed his eyes and replied coolly, "You seek a reason then? Do you know where the kingdom of Wa is located?" "Minister, I am only aware that the kingdom of Wa lies to the east on a small island, but the specific location is unknown," Li Chengqian remarked. "I suspect that most of the ministers present are unaware of the true nature of the kingdom of Wa. Beyond the scant historical records, what I speak of is the genuine kingdom of Wa." Chapter 79, The Regency. Let not the name of our celestial empire be tarnished, please. Noble Regent, grant us your guidance. Wei Zheng led the call, echoing through the assembly. The ministers joined in unison. Please, noble Regent, grant us your guidance. The nation of Wa, by our geographical classification, indeed lies to the east as a small overseas archipelago, comprised of several relatively larger islands surrounded by numerous smaller ones. The name Wa was bestowed upon them by Emperor Guangwu of Han, who conferred upon them a golden seal. Due to their diminutive stature and exceedingly humble demeanor, They have never been regarded with due respect by our central plains. However, it must be noted that the nation of Wa is situated on an offshore island, precariously positioned along tectonic and volcanic belts. The tremors of the earth frequently disrupt their lands, with seismic upheavals occurring every few days, some causing little harm, while others wreaking considerable devastation. Moreover, they may face volcanic eruptions within the span of mere years, instilling a profound sense of crisis among their inhabitants. The Golden Seal granted by Emperor Guangwu indicates that they had already established extensive contact with our central plains by that time. The records prior to this are either vague or non-existent, not signifying their absence. Following that period, as the central plains fell into chaos, their presence was likewise obscured in the annals of history. Yet this does not imply they were absent. It was only during the flourishing era of the Tang Dynasty that they began to engage with us once more. Have you ever pondered why, over these recorded 6 centuries, they have sought to interact with the central plains so frequently? Li Daozong promptly replied, "Your Excellency, they come to learn our Tang culture and to submit to our governance. During the reign of the sage, they sought many of our texts." Li Chengqian, with a sardonic smile, gazed down and queried, "Do you all share this sentiment?" Silence ensued, for those present were no fools. Yet, deep within their hearts, they indeed harbored similar thoughts. It was not a matter of intelligence, but rather the constraints imposed by the era, perspective, and preconceived notions that limited their capacity for deeper contemplation. Li Chengqian understood that, were it not for the insights gained over 9 lifetimes, he too would share their views. Let us consider the situation from the perspective of those residing on such inhospitable islands, constantly besieged by natural disasters, surrounded by vast oceans. Their islands seemingly on the brink of submersion. Suddenly, they discover a vast expanse of land not far from their reach. What thoughts would arise in their minds? The ministers remained silent, yet their expressions shifted. In this reflective exercise, their instinctive response would be one of invasion. "Why do you not speak?" he inquired. "Is it due to the rigid doctrines of Confucianism? Allow me to express my thoughts. My first inclination would undoubtedly be to eliminate the inhabitants of that land and seize it for myself. This notion would be the initial spark in my mind. Yet, upon reflection, I would realize the impracticality of such an action. Living on island, we would lack resources, even the iron needed for weaponry. Moreover, in terms of arms, manpower, and civilization, we would be vastly inferior to the people of that land. What then? The answer is to learn, to pilfer, and to seize opportunities stealthily. I would adopt an exceedingly humble demeanor, even if treated as a mere beast of burden, derided and scorned. I would endure it all, harboring the hope that one day I would eradicate the vile race of that continent and claim it as my own." Li Daozong interjecta, Rajin. "I concede that your reasoning is sound. However, they are but simple folk, akin to those of the mountains and fields. Should we truly act upon such doubts and eradicate them, would it not instill fear in neighboring nations? Our great celestial empire should embody the virtue of tolerance. We cannot unjustly condemn those yet to commit offenses. I implore you to contemplate this. Regent, do not sully the name of our celestial empire." During the Jingguan period, maritime transport was not lacking and had even been applied to military endeavors. In the coming years, during the campaign against Goguryeo, 500 warships were employed to transport provisions and armaments. It could be said that the ministers of this era were entranced by the dream of the celestial empire, unprepared to open their eyes to the world. Their complacency stemmed merely from timing and the absence of external threats. Yet, the naval technology of this era cannot be deemed advanced. It was merely in its infancy, unable to navigate vast oceans or even predict weather patterns confined to coastal routes. Li Chengqian felt a headache coming on. For this was the very reason he sought to distance the royal clan from matters. The royal family, whether initially progressive or not, ultimately becomes entrenched in conservatism, for they are the vested interests most resistant to change. They fear any disturbance, even the slightest alteration. The moment any upheaval occurs, they dread the loss of their privileges. While the royal family may serve as a bastion of imperial authority, they can also become a cage for that very power. The Celestial Empire? Li Chengqian questioned with a tone laced with mockery. Why do we have to call ourselves the Celestial Empire? All neighboring nations possess the right to refer to us thus, yet we ourselves must not. What does it mean to be the Celestial Empire? Since the Zhou Dynasty, our understanding of the world has been so narrow, believing the central plains to be the center of all, viewing all else as either barbarian or the edge of the heavens. Thus, the notion of the Celestial Empire gradually took shape. If we truly were the Celestial Empire, why were we once defeated by the Turks? If we were truly the Celestial Empire, why have we struggled against Goguryeo? After the Wei and Jin dynasties, during the Eight Kings Rebellion and the invasions of foreign tribes, our central plains were nearly extinguished. Some may argue that this was due to a multitude of reasons, such as incompetent rulers. I simply wish to inquire, if we are indeed the Celestial Empire, why do other nations dare to provoke us, even to trample upon our name? It is said that one must recognize shame to muster courage. Do you not dare to acknowledge it? The ministers stirred uneasily, for Li Chengqian's words were brutally frank. No one relishes having their scars exposed, be it in matters of state or personal life. Yet, to ignore these scars only leads one deeper into delusion. If we continue to regard ourselves as the Celestial Empire, we shall inevitably become stagnant, looking down upon the world. The nation of Wa, in its humility, strives to learn and to advance, unwilling to remain in the shadows. Over time, who shall prove superior? From this moment forth, before me, let no one utter the phrase since ancient times. From now on, apart from foreign envoys, let no one refer to us as the Celestial Empire. If one frequently hears flattery, they shall lose their discernment. If officials are constantly enveloped in praise, they shall disregard the laws of the land. Should a nation be perpetually surrounded by sycophants, it will inevitably face ruin. If a civilization is forever steeped in adulation, it will march towards its own demise. Only through valor and diligence, with a gaze set upon the world and a willingness to learn from others, can we avoid stagnation and not fall to ruin. Confucius said, "In a group of three, there must be a teacher for me." Thus, a disciple need not be inferior to the master, nor must the master be superior to the disciple. Knowledge comes in stages, and each field has its own specialization. That is all. Do you understand, esteemed ministers? Chapter 80 Li Daozong. Is this your submission to the royal civilization? Wei Zheng exclaimed excitedly, bowing and saying, "The words of the regent are truly profound and worthy of being passed down through the ages." The hall echoed with this phrase, reverberating loudly. However, Li Chengqian was not pleased. He felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Wei Zheng had just remarked that constant flattery would lead one to lose discernment. Yet here he was delivering a lavish tribute. A month's salary shall be deducted as a lesson. Wei Zheng's expression stiffened, and he reluctantly bowed, saying, "I shall obey the regent's decree." The other ministers were left speechless, internally mocking. Wei Zheng must be possessed. He is practically showering the emperor with praises while groveling before the regent, and now he has stepped on a rake. Leave, with a wave of Li Chengqian's hand. Wei Zheng retreated. Li Daozong, do you still adhere to your theory of the Celestial Empire? Li Chengqian inquired. I believe, as the regent has said, that foreign nations learning from our great Tang should not harbor malicious intentions. Li Daozong insista. Very well. Li Chengqian nodded, a cold smile gracing his lips. Summon the envoys from the Yamato kingdom to the court. It was easy to deal with Li Daozong. With his authority, Li Chengqian could easily dismiss him with a mere command. Yet, such individuals were not uncommon in this court. This was a manifestation of the limitations of human sentiment and nature. Thus, he aimed to unveil the true character of these so-called Yamato people to this assembly. Only through such means could he shatter the stubbornness entrenched in their hearts. Li Chengqian had no doubt of Li Daozong's treasonous inclinations. Not only had history not recorded such actions, but even in the current context, the Yamato people lacked the stature to entice the Tang to betray its own interests. They were hardly worthy of disdain. Furthermore, Li Daozong was of royal blood. Having recognized this issue, it was imperative to address it, clearing the prejudices from their hearts and dismantling the obstinacy within human nature. Li Chengqian's soldiers swiftly extracted the Yamato envoy group from the reception area, hastening to bring them to the morning court in a mere half hour. During this time, Li Chengqian had his previous remarks transcribed, intending to display them prominently in the hall for all ministers to see, at least to awaken a portion of them. The Yamato envoy group consisted of 13 individuals, perhaps not the full complement originally intended. Due to the constraints of the era, some may have met their fate in the sea or succumbed to foreign maladies. Thus, only 13 remained. Each bore the striking features of dwarfs. If one were not to look closely, they might have been mistaken for children. The bewildered Yamato envoys found themselves abruptly seized by a troop of soldiers, whisked away with little regard to their bewilderment. Even when mounted, the soldiers held them aloft, racing through the air as they were subjected to the wind's chill, nearly terrified to the point of losing control. Esteemed envoys from the Yamato kingdom, how do you find yourselves in the Tang? Li Chengqian asked, his tone warm and inviting, conveying concern in abundance. To reveal the true nature of the Yamato, it was essential to elevate their perspective. A well-known commentary from later generations aptly describes the Yamato as a people who submit to power without virtue, familiar with small courtesies yet devoid of great righteousness. They yield utterly to authority. It would be no surprise if they offered their children or spouses without hesitation, rejoicing as if blessed. However, should that power wane, their wolfish ambitions would emerge, revealing their fickle nature. This is the regent prince of the Tang. Li Daozong interjected. A small Yamato envoy quickly dismounted and bowed. Your humble servant, Fujiwara Tsunamitsu, accompanied by 12 others, pays homage to the regent prince of the Tang. The other Yamato envoys followed suit, unsure of their comprehension, yet dutifully bowing in silence. Upon hearing that name, Li Chengqian's lips twitched. The names of their descendants would sound peculiar, yet he found this era as nomenclature even more baffling, utterly illogical. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence to him. What was it you said? Tsunamitsu? Li Chengqian suddenly forgot, genuinely at a loss. Such nonsensical names were truly forgettable. Regent Prince of the Tang. You may simply call me Tsunamitsu, the small Yamato envoy flattered. The Tang ministers wore solemn expressions, though their subtle reactions suggested they were struggling to contain their amusement. Ahem. Then Tsunamitsu it is. Li Chengqian nearly broke his composure, the absurdity too much to bear. Evidently, these little Yamato envoys had yet to grasp the intricacies of Tang culture. At the very least, they seemed unaware of the humor woven into their own names, oblivious to the time when they would seek to change them. Presumably, they were still quite content with the term Yamato, completely ignorant of its connotations. As mere representatives, they had merely learned to engage in daily conversation with the Tang people. The essence of Huaxia culture lies in the fact that the same character can convey entirely different meanings depending on context and expression. For foreigners to master such nuances in this era was exceedingly difficult. Achieving proficiency in everyday dialogue without error was already commendable. Now, Tsunamitsu, how do you find life in the Tang? Li Chengqian shifted the conversation. Thank you, Regent Prince of the Tang, for your concern. We are most accustomed to and proud of the hospitality afforded to us by the great Tang. Without a doubt, the flattery was palpable. Excellent. Now, may I inquire how much of our Tang's remarkable craftsmanship you have absorbed? Li Chengqian asked. Remarkable craftsmanship? The small Yamato envoy looked utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend the idiom. Well, for instance, how much have you learned about making paper, utensils, and the like? What skills have you acquired? Li Chengqian clarifia. Oh, Regent Prince of the Tang, indeed, we have learned to make paper, utensils, stools, clothing, and, if you would permit me to ponder, I am certain we have learned many more skills. The small Yamato spoke earnestly, like a child awaiting praise. That will suffice. No need for further elaboration. Now, what the Analects? How much have you comprehended? Among the vast array of Tang literature, the Analects stood as one of the most renowned, and this inquiry would easily unearth any deficiencies in their knowledge. The Analects I know of, but I am fearfully ignorant and cannot comprehend them. Please forgive me. Regent Prince of the Tang. The small Yamato envoy's face betrayed a look of fear. Li Chengqian suddenly admonished. Li Daozong, Is this your submission to the royal civilization? Chapter 81. Once the solitary one acts, the clan genealogy shall be laid flat beneath the wheels. Li Daozong gracefully knelt down, rendered speechless. Li Chengqian understood that those literati, even the common folk, were reluctant to impart knowledge to others, let alone to a group of foreigners. Had they truly taught them, Li Chengqian might have held them in higher regard. Cultural invasion, indeed, facilitated the subjugation of kingdoms. Yet they failed to disseminate their culture and instead allowed others to learn trivial skills. They fancied themselves unscathed, believing they had not relinquished their essence. In reality, the opposite was true. The balance of martial and civil pursuits was essential. Ultimately, they had forsaken a precious artifact. Esteemed ministers, do you comprehend anything? Li Chengqian inquired. Your Highness, please guide us. Wei Zheng stepped forth to support the dialogue. They learned to write, nurturing their literary lineage. They adopted the use of chopsticks, mitigating health risks associated with food, consequently boosting population and reducing mortality rates. They fashioned clothing to keep warm, diminishing the peril of freezing to death. They absorbed much knowledge. Even the leader among them had to ponder deeply. In a sense, the number of things they learned was incalculable. Perhaps they even took seeds of various crops from our Tang Dynasty. Even a partial success in cultivation could lead to a significant increase in population. Yet, they remained oblivious to the concept of subjugation and assimilation. It was not entirely their fault. After all, the pursuit of Tang culture, or even the essence of Huaxia, was beyond the financial reach of ordinary citizens. A horde of savages had no right to learn. However, lacking an understanding of our Tang culture, they had nonetheless grasped the essence of military strength. This was akin to a child wielding a great sword or a beast clad in armor. What chaos might ensue? Are you not inadvertently fortifying the enemy? Li Chengqian's imperial authority surged, his anger not directed at the Japanese, but at the situation itself. The small Japanese were already in awe of the Tang Dynasty at this time. Under the weight of Li Chengqian's imperial presence, they quaked in fear, even if not directly threatened. The ministers, feeling the tension, succumbed to their trepidation and knelt in unison. Li Chengqian rose and proclaimed, "Do you not realize that in all aspects of your lives, you are employing trivial skills? Every part of you, save what you were born with, is rife with such techniques. If you disdain them, why not learn from the monkeys?" From a moment of fire's ignition, civilization ignited. From the crafting of shelters, stability was born. From weaving and animal husbandry, rituals and education flourished. From the herbal explorations of Shinnong, the foundations of medicine were established. Throughout history, which ancestor has not deviated from the norm? Those we now call sages were once deemed heretics who forged paths recognized by future generations. Conversely, those who were cast aside by history have faded into oblivion. The deviations of the sages illuminated Huaxia civilization across the lands. Yet, I have gradually discerned that you, complacent and self-satisfied, have grown stagnant on the laurels of your predecessors, forsaking the spirit of innovation. How can you claim to pursue the sages when you have begun to abandon their pioneering spirit, assuming a position of superiority? Why is this so? As Li Chengqian posed these questions, the ministers, still possessing a semblance of critical thought, began to introspect. Those whose minds had grown rigid flushed with indignation, yearning to rebut Li Chengqian's unconventional assertions. Ha ha! Li Chengqian's laughter echoed throughout the grand hall. After a fit of mirth, he declared, "It is merely a matter of being content with comfort and the status quo. Those who benefit from the current system fear any change. While change presents boundless opportunities, it may also jeopardize wealth and even the safety of one's lineage. When such complacent individuals abound within the court, the realm is doomed to cycles of repetition, and your descendants shall find no refuge. Do you truly not comprehend, or do you feign ignorance? No, you understand. Otherwise, how would the saying of ironclad families and fluid dynasties arise?" The ministers grew increasingly uneasy, realizing that he was indirectly addressing them under the guise of criticizing the Japanese. The tales of noble families, revolving through millennia. Aqua Li Chengqian's sentiments. In truth, he was using the situation to his advantage. Moreover, if blood were not shed, mere preaching would lead to insincerity among those beneath him. The Japanese, in the context of the Tang Dynasty, were akin to a group of savages, unworthy of ire. Had it not been for the ocean's natural barrier, they would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, simply a matter of timing. Millennia-old, noble families? Li Chengqian retorted, the clan genealogy is a remarkable artifact, indeed. It serves to remind those who might forget whether they belong to the same family. Recently, I faced an assassination attempt, and the conspirators have revealed their backers. It seems some believe I am incapable of wielding a blade. I fear not being labeled a tyrant, nor do I dread the specters of my critics haunting my dreams. Once I take action, I shall lay the clan genealogy flat beneath the wheels. Anyone who rises above it shall face my wrath, be they man or beast. The ministers, upon hearing this, felt cold sweat trickling down their backs, some already drenched in perspiration. Throughout history, no recognized tyrant had ever uttered such words within the court. Clearly, they had underestimated Li Chengqian. Scanning the assembly of kneeling ministers, Li Chengqian called out, "Summon Princess Pingyang for an audience." The ministers were taken aback, puzzled by the abrupt shift in topic. Princess Pingyang? Wait, there wasn't such a title within the royal family. The only one was Pingyang Zhao, who had passed away 2 decades prior. As thoughts raced, they caught sight of a figure in women's shoes striding confidently into the hall. As she approached, they dared to lift their gazes, yet could only see her back, confirming she was indeed a woman. Princess Pingyang Li Shimin, I pay my respects to the crown prince. With the sound of her cool voice, some elder ministers began to recall that this was indeed the Pingyang princess of yore. Startled, they soon remembered that even Empress Changsun had returned. Thus it seemed reasonable for Princess Pingyang to be revived as well. After all, she had only been gone for 2 decades, leaving behind at least her bones. Swift minds quickly surmised that Li Chengqian must have utilized that artifact to resurrect Li Shimin. Otherwise, there would be no explanation, for when Princess Pingyang passed, Li Chengqian had only just been born. Whether they had ever met remained uncertain. Chapter 82. My esteemed ministers. Do you see? Are they aware of their transgressions? At this moment, Li Shimin, devoid of a military title, presented herself in the capacity of a royal princess. Though she had departed from this world for 2 decades, as long as the Tang Dynasty endures, her princely status remains. Li Shimin's resurrection was not a secret to Li Chengqian. After all, every soldier under his command served as his eyes and ears. When Emperor Li Shimin returned to the palace accompanied by an unfamiliar woman, his troops would undoubtedly alert him. Li Shimin had been back for nearly a week and had begun to acclimate, despite Li Shimin and his consort not broaching the subject of Li Shimin, let alone any plans concerning her. Li Chengqian understood perfectly. It was timely, as he had already intended to reform the Tang Dynasty. The assertion that women could shoulder half the sky was not without merit. The only concern was the inherent capriciousness of women. Due to their innate physiological nature, women tend to possess emotional reasoning, making them more susceptible to whims. While there are certainly women as resolute as men, much like there exist effeminate men, they remain a minority. Princess Pingyang, you have been in repose for 20 years. Can you still command an army? Li Chengqian's voice resonated, affirming that this was indeed the legendary Princess Pingyang, Li Shimin. Indeed, Li Shimin's response was succinct, devoid of any evasion or modesty. Very well. I shall soon seek imperial decree to appoint you as General of Rebellion Suppression. Upon your return from quelling the insurrection, you shall be duly rewarded for your merits. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of the People will collaborate to provide full support. I have already investigated the assassination attempt against me, which was orchestrated by the Zheng clan of Xinjiang. I could scarcely believe it, yet the truth is undeniable. To attempt to assassinate the crown prince is an act of unparalleled treachery, warranting the eradication of their entire clan to serve as a warning. I hereby command General Li Shimin to lead an army of 100,000 women to quell the rebellion. Any living creature exceeding the height of a cartwheel shall be summarily executed, leaving not a single one behind. In Chang'an, all properties belonging to the Zheng clan shall be seized. Each member of the Zheng bloodline, as well as any servants who have sold themselves to them, shall be exterminated. In Chang'an, whether officials or commoners, None associated with the Zheng clan shall be spared. All shall be confiscated and sent to the Ministry of the People for inventory, to be returned to the national treasury. I shall obey. Li Shimin brumli saluta. No, Your Highness, it was not our clan that committed this. In the midst of the officials, 7 individuals rushed forward, hastily kneeling in supplication, still a considerable distance from the high dais of the dragon throne. Should they advance without permission, they would undoubtedly be accused of treason. Take them away and execute them. Li Chengqian did not need to inquire. These were undoubtedly officials affiliated with the Zheng clan. His soldiers, loyal only to him, promptly seized them. Foolish monarch, may you meet a wretched end. Tyrant, tyrant. Once dragged from the hall, they finally fell silent. The remaining ministers remained prostrate on the ground as Li Chengqian's voice resonated calmly. My esteemed ministers, do you observe? Are they aware of their errors? No, they only realize their impending doom. They feign repentance to avoid punishment, yet their contempt for me is evident. I wonder how many of you present still regard me with such disdain? Upon hearing this, most officials in the hall felt an icy chill coursing through them. Only those who were guiltless or had already shifted their loyalties towards Li Chengqian felt no pressure. Wei Zheng rose, stepping forward to bow. Regent, I, Wei Zheng, have something to say. Speak. Li Chengqian replied mildly. The assassination of the crown prince is an unforgivable crime. The Zheng clan deserves death. However, Wei Zheng added after a moment's pause, in light of Your Highness's imminent ascension to the throne, such extensive slaughter may incite public unrest. I beseech you to consider this carefully. Furthermore, the preparation of an army of 100,000 cannot be completed in mere days. It requires months of planning. It may be prudent to reduce the number of troops to spare the people and preserve resources. Li Chengqian nodded. Your insight is sound, Wei Aiqing. As I am about to ascend, it is indeed unwise to engage in excessive bloodshed. Thus, let us only execute the primary branch of the Zheng clan while sparing the collateral branches. Should they seek revenge, and I discover it, then all collateral branches shall be exterminated. General of Rebellion Suppression, take heed. Only the Zheng clan of Xingyang is to be punished. The collateral branches are exempt. Understood. Li Shimin raplia succinctly. Additionally, reclaim all lands held by the Zheng clan in the Guangzhou region, including the ports of Guangzhou, the transportation routes from Bianhe to Huaihe, and their salt trade. Should the collateral branches attempt to operate, they shall be expelled, permitted only to take their personal wealth with them, leaving the rest behind. The Ministry of Personnel will assist in appointing officials to oversee these regions. All taxes will be recalibrated and returned to the national treasury. Regarding your mention of the army of 100,000, there is no need for the various ministries to concern themselves. This force consists of another battalion of women, all of whom are female. After the court session, I shall accompany the General of Rebellion Suppression to take command, and no provisions will be required. Swift action is paramount. Once the imperial edict is issued, the army shall depart. I look forward to the general's triumphant return. Yes, Li Shimin felt a twinge of confusion within. Yet, as a general, her duty was to execute orders, not to question them. Li Chengqian was quite pleased with her performance. Upon hearing Li Chengqian's declaration, the ministers in the hall felt their minds whirl in astonishment. What kind of force did Li Chengqian command? Did anyone still remain unaware? To their surprise, he possessed an additional army of 100,000, even if this battalion consisted of women. Yet, these women, undeterred by hunger, fatigue, or fear of death, could rival any elite force. Minister Wei, do you have any further questions? Li Chengqian inquired. I have no doubts. Wei Zheng again bowed respectfully and retreated. Li Chengqian had never truly intended to eradicate the Zheng clan entirely. Not only was it a formidable task due to their intricate network, but the stability of the Tang Dynasty was paramount, especially at this critical juncture before his ascension. Maintaining order did not imply he would refrain from wielding the sword. Excessive killings could plunge the realm into chaos, and he lacked the time to extinguish every fire. However, he believed that a measured approach, eliminating a portion while allowing others to remain, would suffice. By seizing their family enterprises, they would inevitably decline. Moreover, such actions would incite internal strife among them. Each would aspire to become the primary branch, preoccupied with their own ambitions rather than seeking vengeance on the main line. This strategy could be viewed as a calculated depletion. Ultimately, it would serve as a warning to other clans, demonstrating that he was not Li Shimin. He would not engage in delicate balancing acts but would act decisively. Whether through covert or overt means, he would respond, provided he was not caught. That assassination was a concerted effort by multiple families, not merely the act of one clan. Do not underestimate the 50 assassins bold enough to target the crown prince. Such individuals are not easily cultivated, as they stem from various families. Yet, by targeting only one clan, he would send a clear message to the others. Additionally, there were political motives at play. Chapter 83. You unfilial son, are you not afraid of causing chaos in the world? After the court session, Li Chengqian instructed Li Shimin to first collect the necessary supplies from the Ministry of War and then wait for him outside the Xuanwu Gate. As for those few little Japanese, they would naturally be dealt with. In their final moments, they muttered something, and Li Chengqian only understood the phrase Yamit. Many people may only know that Xuanwu Gate was the site of Li Shimin's rebellion, yet the true purpose of Xuanwu Gate remains obscure to most. Throughout Chang'an, aside from the ordinary city gates for daily passage, there exist several specialized gates oriented towards the cardinal directions. These exceptional gates are specifically designated for military deployment. Surrounding these gates are military camps that protect the imperial city, allowing for rapid troop mobilization during times of internal strife. When an army is required, various facilities are readily available. It can be said that Xuanwu Gate gained its notoriety due to Li Shimin. Typically, when addressing an issue from a specific direction, troops would be assembled at the corresponding gate, followed by ceremonial homage to the generals before embarking on their expedition. Li Chengqian's choice of Xuanwu Gate was not merely due to its proximity, but rather a matter of rising again from where one has fallen. Xuanwu Gate symbolizes not only the shadow of Li Shimin, but also that of the entire Li Tang Dynasty. Li Chengqian sought to cleanse the bloodstains of Xuanwu Gate through successive victories. At this moment, Li Chengqian was on his way to seek a decree from Li Shimin. The legitimacy of one's name has always held immense significance throughout history. Recently, Li Shimin had been in the company of Changsun Wugo, and given that Li Chengqian's troops also served a surveillance function, he had no need to inquire about their whereabouts. He was well aware of their location. Upon finding him, Li Shimin was surprisingly alone, feeding koi in a pond within the imperial garden without even a eunuch by his side. In truth, the Tang Dynasty had never issued any decree forbidding the consumption of koi, but the avoidance of certain terms had long been a privilege of the feudal dynasties. When a new emperor ascended the throne, it was customary for the populace to change names that bore any resemblance to the emperor's, without the need for formal orders. It was a practice naturally adhered to by society. Otherwise, merely uttering one's name could invite trouble, as there has never been a shortage of informants in any era. Li Shimin, during his reign, never mentioned the change from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to the Ministry of Household, a matter that arose during Li Ji's time. This illustrates that he had never been preoccupied with such concerns, nor did he intrinsically believe in his divine right to rule. Rather, he had earned everything through his own efforts. What do you want, unfilial son? Li Shimin gazed at Li Chengqian with a mixture of disdain and disbelief. The reason was simple. Since Changsun Wugo's revival, he had yet to ascend her bed, which left him feeling quite frustrated. He attributed all of this to Li Chengqian's alleged instigation of Wei Zheng to report him. While you're feeding koi, you should quickly write a decree for me. Li Chengqian replied calmly. What decree? Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't stir up some trouble during every court session? Li Shimin retorted, feeling as though he was becoming merely a tool for decree writing. I have sent my aunt to exterminate the Zheng clan of Xinjiang. I plan to annihilate their lineage. Li Chengqian spoke with an unsettling nonchalance, as if discussing the eradication of an ant nest. What? Li Shimin exclaimed, shock evident on his face as the fish food fell from his hand. Is this truly so astonishing? Although they were not the masterminds behind my assassination, they did participate, and I have not indiscriminately slaughtered them. Were it not for Wei Zheng advising against excessive killings on my auspicious Ascension Day, I would have annihilated all 9 of their clans. As he spoke, Li Chengqian picked up a piece of fish food that had rolled before him and casually tossed it into the pond below. The Li family indeed had a fondness for koi, as they symbolized good fortune. Otherwise, rumors would not have circulated that Li Shimin forbade the consumption of koi. Li Shimin derisively mocked, "How laughable! You annihilate their 9 clans?" For centuries, the prominent families represented by the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families have been deeply intertwined. To eradicate their 9 clans, you would need to slay tens of thousands of people. Not to mention, these families intermarry. Targeting one clan would inevitably entangle others. This would be tantamount to opposing the entire power structure of the realm. Even if you possessed an invincible army, it would take years to execute such a plan. How can you possibly annihilate 9 clans? Indeed, the early Tang Dynasty's 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families were formidable. It was not merely a matter of a few families. Historical records indicate that the taxes contributed by these families accounted for more than half, even up to 60% of the national treasury's revenue. This illustrates the vastness and complexity of their influence, making it nearly impossible to eradicate them entirely. The later insurrection, led by Huang Chao, which purportedly targeted clans, according to genealogies, only succeeded in slaying a fraction of those in his path. The true downfall of these aristocratic families was not the number of lives taken, but rather the upheaval that disrupted the entire system they had thrived within for centuries. Therefore, under Wei Zhang's counsel, I merely intend to eliminate the main branch of the Zheng clan of Xingyang, specifically the faction residing within their territory, Li Chengqian stated candidly. "You unfilial son, are you truly unafraid of inciting chaos in the world?" Li Shimin felt a shiver run down his spine. "My actions are justified. What can the aristocracy say? They have indeed attempted to assassinate me, and I would be acting with righteousness. Furthermore, should that branch be eradicated, the other branches would be preoccupied with their own conflicts and would hardly have the time to seek vengeance against me. Once the other families witness this, do you think they would dare to attempt to assassinate me? As long as they refrain from such actions and cannot directly confront me, the remaining troubles would merely be idle chatter. By the time they realize the situation, they would be left with only a fraction of their former strength, rendering them inconsequential. You unfilial son, even if everything unfolds as you anticipate, your ambitions surely extend beyond this." Li Shimin was no fool. He had considered such a drastic strategy. The issue was that he was incapable of executing it. For everywhere he turned, there were individuals from the 5 surnames and 7 distinguished families. Should he reveal such intentions, aside from his own Xuanwu army, he would struggle to command any other forces. The audacity to act in such a manner stemmed from Li Chengqian's complete dominion over his own formidable army. Li Chengqian leaned against the railing, stating coolly, "They occupy at least over 10% of the land in Guangzhou and have established pathways to their demise. They also control the sea salt trade through their transportation routes, dominating the port of Guangzhou. It is worth noting that Guangzhou is a hub for spices, and they have long since secured their means of destruction. Still not right. You have ulterior motives." Li Shimin asserta firmly. Chapter 84. The emergence of the 100,000 women warriors. Salute to the generals. Do they still wish to seize control of the Hanlin Academy and manipulate the literati in the court? Is that sufficient? Li Chengqian kuntarat. Not enough. Li Shimin shook his head. What if they establish a relief fund in Kaifeng and Shuzhou, lending to small and medium landlords, with collateral including land, slaves, and even degrees from the imperial examinations? Would that suffice? Where did you gather such information? Li Shimin gasped, unable to contain his concern, momentarily forgetting to question Li Chengqian's ultimate objective. The manipulation of official titles had exceeded Li Shimin's tolerance. He had long desired to eradicate the influence of aristocratic families, employing the imperial examinations as a crucial strategy to introduce talented youths who were not from noble lineages. Although this was a challenging endeavor requiring gradual implementation, it was his only recourse. Now, hearing that they were even tampering with the examinations was utterly intolerable. Do not concern yourself. Quickly draft the imperial edict. Simply declare my aunt as the general for suppressing the rebellion, and I shall personally pay her a visit to salute her. You wish to entrust your 100,000 troops to her command? Li Shimin squinted. Li Chengqian smirked. Father, Do you truly believe I possess only 100,000 immortal soldiers? The 100,000 women warriors he mentioned in court were those he had acquired while preparing meals on the way back after resurrecting Changsun Wugo. The system had prompted him thus. The host has altered the notion of gentlemen keeping their distance from the kitchen, allowing women to step beyond the confines of domesticity, yielding significant influence. Reward: 100,000 women warriors with attributes and troop types equivalent to the beginner's gift of 100,000 soldiers. Such was the nature of the system, indifferent to gender. Typically, women would be considered physically weaker than men. However, recognizing they were merely synthetic beings, Li Chengqian felt reassured. At that moment, Li Shimin's expression shifted dramatically as Li Chengqian's words struck him profoundly. Hurry, do not delay. Draft the edict and then feed the fish. It will not hinder you. Li Chengqian urja. This rebellious child is driving me to madness. Deploying an army necessitates careful timing. Moreover, the logistics for such a large force. Forget the logistics, since you wish to salute a general. The civil and military officials must accompany as well. I know you are impulsive, but such occasions require decorum. Otherwise, how can we maintain the sanctity of imperial authority? Li Chengqian pondered upon hearing this. Though he usually considered such matters, his experiences through 9 reincarnations rendered him somewhat capricious. Understood. You draft your edict. It will not impede anything. As he spoke, he silently commanded. Although the civil and military officials had left court, they likely had not yet returned home, merely nearby. A simple dispatch would suffice. It was a matter of mere thought. Li Shimin waved his sleeve, declaring, I shall attend as well. I will salute the general. Come if you wish. I did not forbid you. Li Chengqian replied nonchalantly, as it was ultimately his army. This arrangement suited him, for it would create a miraculous spectacle to bolster his legitimacy as heir apparent. Additionally, it would compel the scheming ministers to contemplate their future allegiances and intimidate those aristocratic families that had dared to threaten him. At 3/4 past the hour of shun, outside the Xuanwu Gate, in the training grounds adjacent to the military camp, the platform for the salute had been erected. Li Shimin, clad in light armor, stood before the platform, with the banners of the Li family fluttering in the breeze. The civil and military officials, as witnesses, stood aside. Saluting a general was a solemn affair, one they had all experienced, though none had encountered such an unusual circumstance. Ordinarily, such ceremonies were conducted before the entire army, amidst a throng of spectators. Yet today, the scene was peculiarly sparse. Aside from Li Chengqian's soldiers, there were no unrelated individuals present. When Li Shimin and Li Chengqian arrived in the royal carriage, the atmosphere remained unchanged. As the two dismounted, the officials hurriedly bowed in respect. Li Shimin, bewildered, could not help but inquire, where is the army preparing for battle? Aside from Li Chengqian, everyone else appeared equally perplexed, including Li Shimin. Had it not been for Li Chengqian's soldiers guiding them, they would have been at a loss as to where to go. Father, have you not always wished to know where my troops originate and how they materialized outside Chang'an? Li Chengqian smiled lightly and gestured towards the vast training ground, likening it to a wilderness, saying, Behold, all eyes were drawn to that direction. Yet aside from the nearby wilds, only distant mountains loomed. No sign of troops was visible. Just then, Li Chengqian waved his hand. The wilderness before them distorted, the scene reorganizing. An endless army of 100,000 appeared, as if conjured from thin air. 10,000 heavy cavalry, 20,000 light cavalry, and more materialized in unison. They stood in perfect formation, silent as statues. Their armor, designed to fit the female form, contrasted with the previous army's black and white hues. This female battalion was adorned in shades of red and purple, infantry in pink, archers in crimson, spear and shield bearers in light purple, light cavalry in violet, and heavy cavalry in purple-black. Even their steeds resembled the famed Chihuahua horses, all resplendent in red. As the onlookers stood in stunned silence, the cavalry dismounted in unison, 100,000 warriors kneeling in perfect synchronization. Subsequently, over 100 axe and sword wielders, resembling purple clouds, stepped forward, kneeling in the front row. The sheer magnitude of their numbers was overwhelming. The invisible pressure seemed to solidify the very air around them. Though all were women, none dared to underestimate them. The synchronized movements and the profound silence spoke volumes. The faces of all present turned pale, even their bodies trembled. The sudden emergence of 100,000 troops was astonishing and terrifying. Even with previous knowledge of Li Chengqian's army's immortal attributes, none had anticipated such a spectacle. No wonder they had silently manifested outside Chang'an. With such a formidable force, and now an additional 100,000 women warriors, who could fathom what else lay hidden? Cold sweat soaked the backs of all present. Li Chengqian opened his arms and gently raised them. All the women warriors stood in perfect unison. The male soldiers present, at some point, had acquired ceremonial horns. The resounding blast of the horns pierced through the vast emptiness, echoing throughout the surrounding regions of Chang'an. "Father, let us commence the salute," Li Chengqian declared. Chapter 85. The General's Oath and the Grand Expedition. After Li Chengqian read the imperial edict, he placed it on a tray held by a soldier. Within the tray lay not only the edict, but also a golden token and a folded piece of paper. This token was acquired by Li Chengqian from the marketplace to serve as a military insignia. Although he could command his troops with but a thought, it was only fitting to provide an explanation since they would be led by Li Shimin. Li Chengqian then took the tray from the soldier and presented it to Li Shimin. With solemnity, Li Shimin held the tray and passed it to Li Shimin, who knelt before him. Li Shimin raised both hands above her head to receive it before gently lowering it in front of her. Li Shimin turned to Li Chengqian, who smiled softly and said, "General, this token symbolizes the trust of this army. It serves the same purpose as a military insignia. Simply return it to me upon your triumphant return. As for the paper beside it, it details the command structure of this special unit and other particulars for your perusal. I wish you a swift and victorious return. I shall obey the edict and your command." Li Shimin replied. "Rise," Li Shimin instructed. "Thank you, your majesty." Li Shimin stood up, and Li Chengqian added, "General, your steed is inadequate and cannot keep pace with him. Here, I shall lend you my horse. May you return swiftly." As he spoke, Li Chengqian gazed towards the imperial city. There, a blood-red cloud raced towards them like the wind, expanding visibly to the naked eye. The immense form of the blood dragon, with its formidable claws and prominent horn, was utterly captivating. Even the seasoned officials were taken aback upon witnessing Li Chengqian's steed once more, and Li Shimin was no exception. She had never imagined a horse could possess such grandeur. It seemed more like a mythical creature than an ordinary horse. The horse's back towered far above her own stature. Li Chengqian continued, "This is Blood Dragon, my mount, which I now entrust to you for the day. Though it lacks reins, it comprehends your words entirely. Should any unexpected situation arise, it will act autonomously. You need not worry. Mount up. The army is set to depart, and you will find clarity in the instructions on that note." "I shall comply," Li Shimin declared without hesitation, descending from the platform. She placed one hand on the blood dragon's back and, with the tray in the other, mounted the majestic beast. After positioning the tray atop the blood dragon, she performed a salute towards Li Shimin and Li Chengqian on the platform, then raised the military insignia. With a resounding blast of the horn, Li Shimin effortlessly signaled, and the blood dragon surged forward. The synchronized sound of 100,000 marching troops followed, resembling a vibrant cloud drifting away. Once the entire force had turned to follow, Li Chengqian descended from the platform, casually remarking, "Father, let us be off." Li Shimin remained momentarily entranced by the retreating figures of the vast army. A sentiment echoed by the ministers around him. They had never envisioned that even an army of 100,000 women could exude such vigor. Apart from their gender, they were entirely comparable to their male counterparts. "My esteemed ministers, please return. My father and I shall take our leave," Li Chengqian announced. "Farewell, your highness." "Farewell, regent." The ministers chorused in unison, crossing their hands and bowing deeply. As Li Chengqian and Li Shimin entered their carriage, the vehicle departed under the guidance of Li Chengqian's troops, prompting the ministers to rise and watch the carriage recede into the distance. "I believe His Highness the Crown Prince is akin to a celestial being descended to our realm. What say you?" Cheng Yaojin remarked, his usual levity replaced by earnestness. The ministers remained silent, as if they had not heard Cheng Yaojin's words, and gradually dispersed. Cheng Yaojin, arms crossed, sat down on the ground and plucked a blade of grass to chew, showing no inclination to return. Observing the retreating figures of the elder officials, he muttered, "Those old fellows harbor many schemes in their hearts. This should have struck them hard. With His Highness's ability to summon an indomitable army at will, how could they hope to contend with him? Even in a war of words, I doubt they would stand a chance against him. It is far better to live leisurely and enjoy life." Cheng Yaojin had a profound understanding of life, his disposition remarkably serene. Otherwise, he would not have lived to such an advanced age, ultimately passing away peacefully. He recognized that the elder officials each had their own motives, yet after today, he pondered how they would reconcile with their circumstances. One could be certain that each of them felt as if they had lost something dear. With a divine-like sovereign taking the reins of power, any attempt at deceit or subterfuge would lead to dire consequences, far less favorable than under Li Shimin's rule. The Zheng family of Xingyang was destined to be obliterated beneath this formidable army, and they sensed the impending twilight of their lineage. Within the court of the Jingguan era, including Cheng Yaojin, all were sons-in-law of the Cui family from Qinghe. It could be said that the ministers who truly held sway within the court either belonged to certain clans themselves or were married into those families. While not all were aligned with the interests of these clans, they were undeniably influenced by them. To them, Li Chengqian's recent actions appear to be a declaration of war against the entire clan coalition. Yet, they dared not confront him directly, feeling humiliated and suppressed, laden with a fear they were unwilling to acknowledge. Inside the carriage, Li Shimin's expression was equally complex. He had not anticipated that Li Chengqian's army would manifest in such a manner, an otherworldly force, unassailable and enigmatic in origin. His previously rising spirit had been dashed, leaving him devoid of any desire to contend with Li Chengqian. It was perhaps best to heed Changsun Wuji's advice and relinquish the throne with peace of mind. There was no longer any possibility of resistance. Meanwhile, Li Shimin unfurled the piece of paper. It read, "Aunt, this army is immortal. No matter how many fall on the battlefield, they shall return to full strength at the stroke of midnight. Their weapons, equipment, and steeds will be restored, allowing you to wield them as you see fit. Furthermore, they do not require sustenance or rest. Their needs are dictated solely by your own state. Essentially, treat them as instruments of war. Do not regard them as mere mortals. They possess human forms, and while they bleed when wounded, they can still perish if struck at vital points." Upon reading the note, Li Shimin was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Instinctively, she turned to the nearby axe-wielders and pointed at one, saying, The individual continued walking, turning to face her with an expressionless demeanor, eyes vacant as they gazed at Li Shimin. A chill coursed through her, rendering her speechless. Chapter 86. Li Shimin. Indeed, to advance cautiously while foreseeing 3 steps ahead, reflects the demeanor of an emperor. With the return of Li Chengqian and Li Shimin, the city of Chang'an erupted once more into a cacophony. 30,000 cavalrymen, spurred by Li Chengqian's intent, surged forth from the palace, flooding into both the outer and inner cities of Chang'an, wreaking havoc in the various Zheng shops, leaving a scene of bloodshed. The choice of cavalry was dictated by their swiftness. Aside from the guards maintaining order, the stationed military force in Chang'an numbered around 30,000. Despite the lingering shadows of the Wei-Shui alliance, Li Shimin opted not to deploy an excessive number of troops. His confidence and the high costs of maintenance influenced this decision. Under such circumstances, the private armies of the various families in Chang'an were not overly formidable. While cavalry excelled in mounted combat, one could not underestimate the effectiveness of a blade in close quarters. Li Chengqian, armed with a list of Zheng shops obtained from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, systematically located and targeted each establishment. With every strike against a shop, the cavalry proclaimed, the Zheng clan of Xingyang conspired to assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, aiming to undermine the sacred legacy of the state. Thus, they should be obliterated along with their entire kin. Yet, in consideration of heaven's benevolence, His Highness only seeks the execution of the principal instigator. The officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, trailing behind to tally the loot, were drenched in perspiration. In the realm of public opinion, some individuals of this era might remain oblivious, but Li Chengqian was acutely aware. Consequently, the Zheng clan became utterly vilified. After a millennium of imperial rule, even the most ignorant of citizens recognized that the assassination of the reigning crown prince or emperor would inevitably lead to the annihilation of their entire lineage, a fate that would be met with public approval. To execute only the principal offender, however, was a deed worthy of praise. Thus, upon learning the truth, despite the rivers of blood flowing through Chang'an, tales of the crown prince's benevolence echoed throughout the city. The slaughter persisted from afternoon until the stroke of midnight. While some members of the Zheng clan in Chang'an may have eluded death, the majority had been eradicated. Meanwhile, Li Chengqian and Li Shimin returned to the Tai Chi Palace. Li Chengqian intended to head to the Hall of Governance to work tirelessly through the night on the memorials. As for Li Shimin, according to Li Chengqian's understanding, he had been preoccupied either with the company of Changsun Wugo or attending to the children, neglecting the memorials entirely. Of course, Li Chengqian had no authority over his father's private life. During this period, Li Ji seemed to have become a convenient outlet for Li Shimin's frustrations, with any minor infraction resulting in immediate reprimand. Li Shimin was also a quintessential doting father, attending to his little ones with unwavering devotion, ready to fulfill their every whim. Were it not for the princess's decent upbringing, he might have even entertained the absurdity of being trampled upon. As they were about to part ways, Li Shimin leaned out of his carriage and inquired, "What ulterior motives do you harbor?" "I have pondered for quite some time, yet remain perplexed. In the royal household, authority dictated that he who generates wealth assumes leadership, while in the imperial realm, power conferred superiority." Li Shimin, exercising restraint, refrained from casually labeling Li Chengqian as a rebellious offspring. However, addressing him as a beloved son seemed improbable. "Father, your curiosity is quite insatiable." Li Chengqian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "We both understand that the intertwined interests of the 5 surnames and 7 clans are deeply entrenched. To eradicate them through slaughter would necessitate wiping out the entirety of the court. Observing the court, regardless of the allegiances of its members, they are either sons-in-law of the aristocracy or directly from those few surnames. Would I truly be able to eliminate them all? Such an action would lead to a scenario devoid of capable personnel. Moreover, the Tang Dynasty is constituted by these very factions. It would be akin to dismantling and rebuilding from scratch. I am disinclined to engage in protracted disputes with them for years on end. While you possess your own concerns, I am unencumbered by such reservations. I intend to exploit this pretext to create a fissure among the 5 surnames and 7 clans, rendering their internal unity unattainable. For example, some may seek vengeance against me, while others may prefer to remain hidden. They shall forever be unable to unify their front, thus granting me the opportunity to dismantle them one by one without jeopardizing the integrity of the Tang Dynasty. The choice of the Zheng clan of Xingyang was strategic, as they not only controlled the lands of Guangzhou, but also held sway over the port of Guangzhou. What significance does the port of Guangzhou hold? It is currently the foremost port of the Tang Dynasty, established during the Sui period. Whether for the lucrative trade of spices and pearls or preparations for future maritime ventures, the port of Guangzhou must not remain under the dominion of the aristocracy. Most importantly, Xingyang serves as a crucial thoroughfare between Luoyang and Chang'an, a strategic location coveted by military forces. Thus, the Zheng clan, burdened by their own guilt, has unwittingly paved their path to demise. Should I uncover evidence of their collusion in Xingyang, while I may not yet possess the means to act decisively against them, I would still hold leverage. Should they dare to challenge me, I would not hesitate to act. I wonder if Father finds my reasoning satisfactory. Li Shimin pondered momentarily before nodding in approval. Indeed, you exhibit the traits of an emperor, considering your steps with foresight rather than capriciously following your whims. Strive diligently, for ultimately, both of us desire a brighter future for the Tang Dynasty. Li Chengqian nodded in agreement, his heart stirred as the 2 carriages diverged completely. The Xiaobo Kong clan, led by Kong Yingda, was humiliated, dressed in grass skirts, and cast out of Chang'an. thanks to the rapid dissemination of news via carrier pigeons. Not only were they aware of the events, but the head of the Kong family in Xiufu was informed as well. The Kong family, though enraged, recalled the age-old adage, a scholar's rebellion takes a decade to bear fruit. A faction of individuals engaged in feudal disputes, ultimately deciding to confront Li Chengqian in the court while simultaneously spreading rumors across the realm. In sum, their objective was to tarnish Li Chengqian's reputation, ideally rendering him unfit for succession. Yet, they were unprepared for the swift turn of events. One fateful night, the Xiaobo Kong clan was obliterated by bandits. Witnesses recounted that, shrouded in darkness, the assailants rode on horseback, numbering in the thousands. Such a formidable bandit force could only be the work of a well-organized group. True bandits scarcely possess more than a few dozen horses, and even those are not particularly remarkable. The rest are merely ruffians. The sustenance of cattle and horses is beyond the means of ordinary individuals. In many villages, livestock belongs to the landowners or is collectively tended to. In densely populated areas, even procuring provisions proved challenging. In a single night, the Xiaobo Kong clan was extinguished. The various branches of the Kong family swiftly fell silent. In their minds, the expectation was to engage in a fair exchange of blows, where the outcome mattered little, only the act of venting their frustrations. With their reputation tarnished, they believed their numerous literate followers could easily redeem their image. As for Kong Ingda himself, no one could ascertain whether he was alive or dead. Once he left Chang'an, he vanished from sight, and no one paid him any further attention. Unexpectedly, they encountered an adversary who played by no conventional rules. The ensuing massacre rendered the Kong family's voices mute, leaving them to seethe in silence among themselves. These scholars, having long looked down upon the military, were caught off guard. While they possessed their own enforcers, they were merely that, enforcers. Their stability was not rooted in military strength, but rather in the support of the ruling class and the scholarly community throughout generations. To be directly slain was an incomprehensible shock. Chapter 87. The position of the matriarch Wanner had never contemplated the position of the matriarch. After enduring a sleepless night, Li Chengqian finally managed to address the accumulated memorials. Stretching lazily, he was about to return to the Eastern Palace when the eunuchs brought forth another pile, compelling him to continue his work. As he casually flipped through a volume, he found it filled with distant greetings, while the other dates were recent, indicating there was little left to address. With determination, he resolved to finish the task and return to rest. As he perused the documents, he came across reports regarding the bloodbath in Chang'an last night, specifically concerning the Zheng family of Xinjiang, alongside those who sold themselves. The total death toll reached 3,632. Among them, only about 1/10 bore the surname Zheng. The rest were merely the Zheng family servants. The principle of collective punishment, unchanged throughout history, had merely evolved into subtler forms, such as political scrutiny. This system had endured for at least 2 millennia, a testament to its perceived superiority. The spoils of war were currently being tallied, with no specific figures available yet. Li Chengqian's troops maintained vigilance, and no one dared to seize anything. Those who attempted would face dire consequences. Li Chengqian casually marked the documents as read before continuing to the next. It was not until noon that he finally completed his duties. If there were no further matters, he would merely await the usual morning court 3 days hence. Your servant pays her respects, Your Highness. Upon returning to his quarters in the Eastern Palace, a woman clad in ceremonial attire emerged from the hall, performing a deep bow to Li Chengqian. He momentarily froze, then realized, raising his hand slightly, there are no outsiders here. When did Wanner become so ceremonious? When did you return? This woman was the crown princess, Su Wan. Before Li Chengqian's rebellion, she had taken their 2 children back to her hometown to visit relatives. It had been just over a month since her departure. Her prompt return suggested she had received some news. Otherwise, a delay of 2 months would not have been surprising. Seeing that Li Chengqian's demeanor toward her seemed unchanged, Su Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her. When the news of Li Chengqian's rebellion reached her family, their attitude towards her shifted drastically. While they did not imprison her outright, they effectively kept her under house arrest, waiting to use her as a bargaining chip. Had the news not been verified through multiple sources, she feared she might have been sold off. Even her entourage had exhibited signs of unrest, reflecting the general instability of sentiment. Fortunately, just 3 days later, word arrived that Li Chengqian had triumphed, breaching the palace walls. From that moment, the attitude of those around her shifted once more, with increasing flattery directed toward her and her retinue showing greater respect. At that moment, she felt no joy, fully aware that the situation was perilous and complex. Subsequently, she left her family home, settling in a small place to avoid any unforeseen complications. She then sent her own people to investigate. By the time she received further news, it was evident that Li Chengqian had solidified his position as the regent prince. Finally reassured, she began her journey back, while her relatives hesitated to depart, wary of potential risks. I returned yesterday, but assumed your highness had pressing matters to attend to. Hence I did not send word, Suwan explained. Li Chengqian nodded, taking her hand and leading her toward the palace where he usually rested. Suwan seemed to realize something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she said, "Your highness, it is still daytime. Does Wana not wish to?" Li Chengqian countered. Suwan lowered her head, her ears reddening. The Tang Dynasty represented an era where feudalism coexisted with openness. When selecting a crown princess, political considerations were paramount. Yet the qualities of the future crown princess herself were equally scrutinized. After all, as the crown princess, she could not be lacking in any regard. Thus, Suwan was remarkable in both grace and beauty. In the Tang Dynasty, a fuller figure was considered beautiful, not merely in the sense of being overweight, but rather a harmonious blend of plumpness and elegance. A face embodying peace and prosperity was favored, with an ideal balance of softness and vitality. This aesthetic reflected the flourishing times, unrelated to other influences, unless one considered the peculiar preferences of certain rulers. In an era where many struggled to find sustenance, a robust appearance signified abundance and well-being. During Wu Zetian's reign, this appreciation for fullness reached its zenith, to the extent that murals exaggerated this trend, depicting figures far more corpulent than reality. Subsequent generations' portrayals of courtesans echoed this exaggerated style, yet retained an artistic essence. After many days of diligent work, the day's chaos left Suwan feeling utterly exhausted. The current Li Chengqian was a far cry from his former self. He possessed both vitality and capability, not to mention genuine longing. Li Chengqian and Suwan shared a deep bond. Suwan, akin to Empress Changsun, embodied gentleness and virtue, remaining aloof from court politics, focusing solely on her duties as a wife. The one thing she refrained from was encouraging Li Chengqian to take concubines. This reluctance was not due to her own unwillingness or a domineering nature. Rather, it lay squarely on Li Shimin's shoulders. He not only burdened Li Chengqian with responsibilities, but also failed to provide him with any beautiful palace maidens, leaving Suwan in a difficult position. Now, having regained a semblance of composure, Suwan remarked, "Your Highness, it is time for you to consider taking a concubine." Upon her return, she had immediately come back to the Eastern Palace, but she also sent word to her father, acquiring some understanding of the broader situation. At this moment, Li Chengqian was firmly established as the next emperor, with imperial edicts already announced. Had she been alone, she could only imagine how she would be portrayed. As for her own standing, she was aware that due to certain matters, Li Chengqian had taken measures to ensure she would not bear any more children, indicating his intentions to cease favoring her. "Waner, you must be privy to certain matters, correct?" Li Chengqian inquired. "I have heard some whispers." Suwan could only respond, "I do not know how much you truly understand, nor do I intend to elaborate. You will gradually come to comprehend," he said. "You should know that by the end of the year, I am to ascend to my father's position. Are you not concerned that should I choose a new consort now, I may forget the old, and the position of the matriarch would be bestowed upon another? Your Highness, I have never considered the position of a matriarch. Suwan replied earnestly. This matter concerns the realm and the common people. I implore your Highness to deliberate carefully. I am genuinely fearful." Suwan spoke from the heart, having thoroughly contemplated her role as crown princess from the very beginning. Chapter 88. Throughout the annals of history, aside from formidable emperors, where can one find a harem devoid of political intrigue? Reflecting on Su Wan's previously compliant demeanor, Li Chengqian believed she truly had no aspirations for that position. Generally speaking, the role of the empress is not merely a matter of the emperor's affection. It involves intricate political exchanges and compromises. Conversely, positions like that of a favored concubine may be solely based on the emperor's personal preference, provided they are not one of the four esteemed concubines. The Tang Dynasty upheld a system of one empress for concubines and 9 ladies-in-waiting. These women were the true consorts of the emperor, the so-called masters, holding a lofty status. Their primary duties revolved around serving the emperor and vying for his favor, leaving them unburdened by other responsibilities. Following them were the ranks of Jiaojua, Meiren, and Kairen, collectively referred to as the 27 ladies of the harem, who functioned as female officials managing the inner palace affairs. Besides the eunuchs tasked with menial labor, the harem was entirely composed of women, and even young princes did not reside there. Thus, these female officials were essential for overseeing all matters. The emperor could indulge at will, akin to sampling a novelty. Wu Ziqian, for instance, was neglected for 12 years after being appointed as a Kairen by Li Shimin. Forgotten in the role, during gatherings, these women would participate as concubines. The emperor, being human, was not impervious, aside from a few notably lecherous and foolish individuals. He would frequently visit only a select few. Even among the 9 ladies-in-waiting, receiving the emperor's attention once every month or 2 was already considered a mark of his favor. As for the 81 imperial wives, Baolin, Yuni, and Kaimei, they were essentially at the servant level, directing the lowest-tier palace maids and eunuchs in their duties. Rather than being seen as the emperor's consorts, they resembled mere servants. For emperors not excessively driven by lust, these positions might remain unfilled. Regardless of how much men might boast, they possess only a finite amount of energy. The notion of maintaining 3 palaces and 72 concubines is scarcely feasible. Exceptional men are indeed rare. While other emperors might need to weigh various factors when appointing an empress, did Li Chengqian require such deliberation? Not only him, but even Li Shimin initially did not need to consider such matters. An emperor who swiftly seizes power is inherently domineering. Typically, emperors who engage in weighing pros and cons emerge during the mid-stages of a prosperous reign, shaped by the influences of various factions, thus compelled to act in such a manner. Li Chengqian pondered and asked, "Wanner, may I pose a question? Do you believe that a woman should solely support her husband and educate her children, without regard for other matters? Answer according to your true convictions." Su Wan felt a jolt in her heart. She sensed the gravity of the question. Her limited perspective left her uncertain of Li Chengqian's motives, yet an instinctive feeling lingered. Li Chengqian harbored no belief in the principle of gender equality. He regarded it merely as empty rhetoric. In both domestic and national contexts, the more useful individual prevails, irrespective of gender. Much like in ancient times, when humans resided in caves, a matriarchal society prevailed. The fundamental reason was simple. High infant mortality rates could lead to the extinction of a lineage without new generations, highlighting the mother's significance. Upon entering the agricultural era, human society began to stabilize, necessitating the safeguarding of existing resources. Consequently, the natural strength and rational thinking of men rendered them more valuable. Stripping away the superficialities to reveal the essence is quite straightforward. As a future emperor, Li Chengqian deemed it a gross waste to neglect the potential of women, allowing them to contribute to the flourishing of the Tang Dynasty. Just as in later times, a certain phenomenon led to the collapse of the licking dog economy, leaving women lamenting their plight. What loss did men suffer? Aside from gaining clarity and occasional solitude, they found greater happiness. Furthermore, even female drivers express reluctance, claiming that the burdens are considerable. Thus, it is evident that women can be their own worst enemies, with no limits to self-sabotage. Your Highness, I dare not deceive you. I believe women can support their husbands and educate their children, but they can also pursue other endeavors. Beyond bearing children and fostering familial harmony, I find no obligation that women must fulfill. Just as men are born with strength, naturally serving as the pillars of the household to protect their families and women. They too could engage in various pursuits. Su Wan spoke cautiously, weighing her words, summoning considerable courage to express her views. Fortunately, this was the Tang Dynasty, where societal norms were relatively progressive. Had it been during the peak of feudalism, she would not have dared to voice such sentiments. Should she have done so, she feared being condemned by the masses or even facing dire consequences. Wanner, I intend to reform the system of empresses, Li Chengqian began, but Su Wan anxiously interrupted. Your Highness, matters of state must not be discussed with me. Just listen to what I say. Su Wan promptly fell silent. I plan to establish 2 empresses for the Eastern and Western palaces. The Eastern Empress will be chosen from virtuous and cultured noble ladies, while the Western Empress will be selected from extraordinary women of the common folk. I speak of true commoners, and the Emperor will personally don common attire to select them, free from any interference. The Eastern Empress will assume all the responsibilities of the former Empress, while the Western Empress, emerging from the common folk, will remain connected to them, addressing their needs and advising the Emperor on their concerns to prevent biased judgments. Wana, what do you think? The most formidable wins often come from those closest to us, and this is indisputable. As long as the position of Empress remains intact, the future Emperor raised within the inner palace is unlikely to stray far from the right path. Your Highness, historically, the interference of the harem in political affairs has been considered a grave taboo. If you proceed in this manner, Suwan hesitative, her unspoken implications evident. Li Chengqian scoffed lightly, shaking his head. They claim that harem interference in governance is taboo. Yet, throughout history, which harem has refrained from such involvement? My mother has managed it rather well. Without delving too far back, did the Empress Do of the previous dynasty not engage in political affairs? When an emperor is weak, he inevitably requires the assistance of the Empress Dowager, which leads to political interference. The mere proclamation that the harem must not meddle in governance results in ambiguity. When faced with an ambitious empress, a weak-willed emperor, or issues regarding the throne, harem interference becomes rampant. To genuinely prevent such interference, clear regulations must delineate what the harem may and may not do, rather than relying solely on rituals and doctrines to dictate their roles. By establishing 2 empresses, one from the nobility and one from the commoners, a natural opposition will arise, ensuring they cannot unify in purpose and can mutually constrain one another. Li Chengqian spoke candidly, unafraid of Su Wan's concerns. In later times, the autocratic Zhu family, with Zhu Yuanzhang at the helm, also faced harem interference, did it not? Otherwise, how would the infamous phrase, "pig rides the emperor," have emerged? Throughout history, those emperors who maintained strict control over the harem were typically the most powerful. As time progresses, it is inevitable that not every emperor will possess such strength. There will always be opportunities for others to exploit. Chapter 89. The respectful Li Xiang, like the cycle of rebirth in the end. Li Chengqian did not inform Su Wan of his intention to establish her as the Empress of the Eastern Palace. Although he possessed absolute confidence, the moment had not yet arrived, and there was no need to disclose it. Bring in the attendants, change the garments, and serve the meal. Once both were properly attired, Li Chengqian commanded, "Bring Xiang and Zhu over for the meal." "Your Excellency," Li Xiang bore respectfully. "Your Excellency" is a colloquial yet formal address for a father, infused with a sense of reverence. In formal settings, one would refer to one's father simply as father, while members of the royal family would use Father King or Father Emperor. The terms ye or ai, unique to the Xianbei people, are still utilized due to the Tang royal lineage's Xianbei ancestry. Li Xiang was well-mannered, demonstrating grace in both etiquette and address, despite being merely 8 years old. Li Zhu, only 1 year old, was still cradled by a nurse, but had already begun to vocalize. Previously, Li Chengqian had adopted a hands-off approach towards Li Xiang's upbringing. According to royal custom, the necessary teachings were imparted and lessons were learned, yet he personally never intervened. Being a bastard son, Li Xiang was not considered a source of trouble. The more, the merrier, in the eyes of Li Chengqian. Their relationship resembled that of strangers. The fact that Li Xiang could bow and address him appropriately could be seen as a reflection of good education, yet it also hinted at a lack of intimacy. Li Xiang's demeanor evoked memories of Li Chengqian's own childhood, when he was beset by the demands of those around him, striving for perfection in every aspect. As Li Chengqian pondered, Su Wan approached, cradling Li Ju, and as the maidservants entered with a meal, he furrowed his brow and waved. "You all may leave, and take this away." The maidservants, though perplexed, instinctively obeyed, not daring to question his command. During the Jingguan era, meals were typically served separately, especially among the nobility, with each person having their own portion unless their status dictated otherwise. They would sit in a row, kneeling to eat, facing the same direction, and speaking little during the meal. However, with the gradual infiltration of the so-called stools, the advantages of a more communal dining experience began to emerge. As time passed, tables and chairs became commonplace even among the upper classes. By the mid-Tang period, the practice of communal dining had taken root. Although the transition was slow due to entrenched customs, the nobility, steeped in tradition, hesitated to abandon the kneeling posture, believing that sitting on high stools would lead to indecorous postures, a perception deeply ingrained in their cultural consciousness. "Your Highness, what is this?" Su Wan inquired, perplexed by the sudden change in dining arrangements. Li Chengqian remained silent, adjusting the screen with his own hands. With a wave, the table and chairs appeared, followed by another gesture that filled the table with an array of dishes. A third wave summoned bowls and chopsticks. "Don't ask, come and sit. From now on, we shall dine this way, without the need for kneeling or separate portions. Since we are family, there is no need for excessive formality. While rules are necessary, too many make it feel less like a home. Xianger, you shall sit here. Waner, place Juer on this stool. You need not hold him the entire time. Come and sit here." At 1 year old, Juer was still too young for solid food, primarily subsisting on milk and some soft supplements. "Understood, Your Excellency." "Very well, Your Highness." And so, Li Ju was comfortably situated beside Su Wan, with Li Xiang on Li Chengqian's left and Su Wan on his right. Although unfamiliar with tables and chairs, they had encountered similar objects before, and the concept of the stool was not entirely alien. Su Wan recognized the remarkable transformation in Li Chengqian. The tale of the immortal army had circulated widely, known even among common folk, although few dared to ascertain its veracity. Yet this was her first time witnessing Li Chengqian conjure what seemed to be miraculous transformations, akin to the tales of deities. Li Chengqian did not permit inquiries, and thus, none were made. He refrained from using his chopsticks, and aside from the still oblivious Li Ju, who attempted to grasp something to eat, only to be gently restrained by Su Wan, no one dared to touch the food. This decorum, Li Chengqian believed, was essential to subtly reinforce the authority of the head of the family. To behave as children of later generations, devouring food before the adults had even taken their seats, would be a clear display of poor upbringing. Li Chengqian had not prepared seafood. Even those dishes absent from the Tang era were consumed directly. The art of stir-frying did not emerge solely in the Tang Dynasty. Unless one were truly a time traveler, such culinary evolutions do not happen overnight. Historical records from the southern and northern dynasties mention stir-frying, albeit with limited references, such as a method for frying chicken. By the Tang Dynasty, at least among the nobility, stir-frying had already gained popularity, with the aristocracy favoring sweet and richly seasoned dishes, indicative of prosperity, mirroring the early days of future dynasties. A profound silence enveloped the meal, as Li Chengqian endeavored to eat slowly. Once he set down his bowl and chopsticks, all others were required to do the same, another rule of etiquette. After the meal, he gestured for the system to dispose of the remnants. Turning to Li Xiang, he stated, "Xianger, from now on, within the Eastern Palace, unless there are outsiders present, you may address me as father or grandfather. Do not call me Your Excellency, nor Your II. Yes, father." Li Xiang quickly stood and bowed. The term father has ancient roots, originally a northern appellation that spread across the land, eventually becoming commonplace by the time of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Li Xiang understood this term without question. Li Chengqian frowned slightly, speaking earnestly. "Xianger, remember, in the presence of outsiders, such courtesy is a mark of politeness and education. However, if we are merely family, Such formality is unwarranted. I understand, father. Li Chengqian shook his head and waved his hand. You may take Jur and leave now. Yes. After Li Xiang departed with Li Ju, Li Chengqian sighed softly, for the boy was indeed a reflection of his younger self. Chapter 90. Father, with that belly of yours, can you even breathe while sitting? Your Highness, Xiang'er is perceptive. Why do you sigh? Suan questioned, perplexed. Li Chengqian sighed again, saying, Wan'er, do you know that I see my childhood self in Xiang'er? From the moment I gained basic cognitive abilities, I was aware of my status as the crown prince. Those around me, be they maids or wet nurses, even certain officials, all instructed me to adhere to various etiquettes and embody the demeanor of a prince. Have you not also conveyed this to Xiang? I do not mean that you told him he is the future crown prince, but rather in another sense. Your Highness, is there anything wrong with that? Suan felt confused and a bit anxious, as Xiang'er was indeed a product of her teachings. It cannot be said to be incorrect. This must be my fault. Xiang'er is a concubine's son, and I have never paid him much attention until now. I even thought his politeness was a reflection of your good upbringing. But I have now come to realize that if this continues, he will either become another version of me or eventually succumb to madness. At merely 7 or 8 years old, he has lost all innocence and feels distant from me as his father. By this age, he must be acutely aware of his status as a concubine's son. Although you have been by his side, deep down, he surely does not see you as his biological mother. You are merely his secondary consort. His excessive reverence and politeness may stem from living under too much pressure, feeling the need to tread carefully to survive. This is not what I wish to witness. Suan grew increasingly fearful, interpreting Li Chengqian's words as blame for a failure to educate him properly. She promptly rose from her chair to bow, but Li Chengqian grasped her arm, frowning as he said, Wan'er, see, are you not also acting so distant? Suan stammered, unsure of how to respond, unable to comprehend what Li Chengqian was attempting to convey. Yet she knew the saying, to serve a monarch is akin to accompanying a tiger. And the crown prince is still a monarch, particularly one destined to become emperor. Li Chengqian pressed her back down in her seat before continuing, in public, I am the sovereign, and you are the subject. But within this household, I am the husband, and you are the wife. As long as it does not pertain to state affairs, if you still regard me as a sovereign, would that not be estrangement? A monarch is solitary, a solitary ruler. Previously, when I quarreled with father, I remarked that he desires both imperial power and familial affection. How can such perfection exist in this world? Now that it is my turn, I too cannot escape this conundrum. The difference is that I am more aware. I understand the underlying issues. I do not wish for our lives in this abode to mirror that of the court. Wan'er, I implore you to ponder my words carefully. With that, Li Chengqian rose and departed. He and Suan did not reside in the same palace, and their current bed was rather small, forcing them to sleep closely together. It was not that a larger bed could not be made. Rather, it pertained to feng shui and a series of regulations. Even if the sleeping quarters were spacious, they would still be separated by screens, as large beds and empty spaces were not fashionable. According to various theories, too vast a space would lead to restless sleep and the loss of one's essence. Only when Suan was summoned to share the bed would they spend the night together. Suan's thoughts were in disarray, yet she was mindful of important matters and hastily called out to Li Chengqian, Your Highness, I have heard that the Empress Mother has returned. Should I follow the customary practice and pay my respects? Li Chengqian paused, nodding slightly. Very well. You had only recently married when the Empress Mother departed. She has hardly seen you. However, there is no need for formal greetings. Tomorrow at the hour of Chun, our family will set out together, and I will inform the Empress Mother in advance. Upon arrival, we shall dine together. I shall heed your wishes, Your Highness. Historically, from the inception of the feudal imperial system to modern times, both nobles and commoners typically consumed 2 meals a day. This was primarily due to a scarcity of food, which was a commonplace reality for the nobility. Generally, a meal was taken between 9 and 11 in the morning and another between 4 and 5 in the afternoon. Common folk, if impoverished, might only manage a single meal at noon, going to sleep hungry at night, and upon waking, would drink enough to stave off hunger until the next meal, repeating this cycle daily. Nobles would have some snacks and tea to avoid starvation. The following day, after Li Xiong completed his morning lessons, Li Chengqian set out with his family. While there were no strict regulations, custom dictated that bastards should not accompany visits to elders. Yet Li Chengqian brought him along. He needed to assure Li Xiong that he was valued. Otherwise, the more he spoke, the more Li Xiong would dwell on his status, conjuring unfounded speculations. Only by rebuilding his confidence could he overcome his feelings of inferiority due to his lineage, thus resolving fundamental communication issues. Moreover, he intended to set an example. Upon arriving at the Li Zhenghall side chamber, Li Chengqian beheld his father, Li Shimin, sitting upright and dignified, with Changsun Wuji beside him. Without hesitation, he quipped, "Father, with that belly of yours, can you even breathe while sitting?" Su Wan, holding Li Ju and Li Xiong, was about to pay her respects when she heard Li Chengqian's words and was instantly taken aback. The couple, Li Shimin and his wife, had been behaving quite decorously until that moment. Upon hearing Li Chengqian's remark, Changsun Wuji stifled a laugh, instantly shedding her previous composure. Li Shimin's stern expression darkened in an instant, and he thundered, "Crown Prince, is this how you educate your child? Have all your years of etiquette training been wasted? Father, I am merely expressing concern for you. Do you know how you acquire that belly?" Li Chengqian raturta. "Stop with your twisted reasoning. If you do not bow, be gone. How else do you think this belly came to be? It is filled with vexation, all thanks to you." Changsun Wuji rolled her eyes and quickly rose to interject. "Do not mind them, Wanner. In my memory, you still appear as though you have just married. I never anticipated that. In a blink of an eye, you have become a mother. This must be Xianger, who has grown so much. This is the first time the Empress Mother meets you. Come here, take this. It is a gift from the Empress Mother." As Changsun Wuji spoke, she extended a jade pendant toward Li Xiong. "Thank you, Empress Mother." Li Xiong respectfully accepted it with both hands. Since Li Shimin was referred to as a sage, Changsun Wuji naturally bore the title of Empress Mother, a tradition that has persisted. When Li Longji constructed the Huaqing Palace for Consort Wu, the inscription referred to her as the Empress Mother Yuanjun. This title, however, sounded somewhat distant, akin to directly calling Li Shimin a sage. While it was acceptable for others to use such terms, it posed an issue when directed at Li Xiong, who, despite being a concubine's son, was still a royal grandson. Ultimately, as a young child, he could hardly contain his thoughts. Changsun Wuji, astute in her role as the matriarch of the harem, quickly rectified the situation, saying, "My dear child, did your father instruct you to address me this way? Remember, you are a royal grandson. You should call me Empress Grandmother." Chapter 91. Father and Son Playing Chess. Li Chengqian discusses the new succession system. Li Xiong also realized his mistake and quickly retracted his statement. Changsun Wuji presented Li Ju with a similar token, which was hung around his neck by a string. Subsequently, he departed with Su Wan and the two children. Li Chengqian and Li Shimin sat facing each other. Li Shimin took out a go board, and they began to engage in the game. As they played, Li Shimin remarked, "In your illegitimate son, I see the child you once were. Does father believe this is right or wrong?" Li Chengqian calmly kuntarat. Li Shimin made a move and replied with equal calmness. "In the past, I would have deemed this quite reasonable. An illegitimate son is merely that he cannot inherit the family estate. Is father advising me?" Li Chengqian raturta. Li Shimin replied nonchalantly, "You brought an illegitimate son with you today, thus breaching decorum. If you had not mentioned it beforehand, your mother would not have prepared a single gift, indicating her tacit approval. Since ancient times, sages have often deviated from established norms. Once they attain sanctity and become ancestors, they themselves become the doctrine. Should they fail, they are condemned by the masses and reviled by the people. Even if one forces their way into the path, they shall be branded as heretical." Li Shimin, sensing the underlying implication, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Do you aspire to achieve the path?" Historically, emperors with ideals merely sought the title of sage monarch, which is the utmost pursuit, apart from the selfish desire for immortality. Li Shimin genuinely did not anticipate Li Chengqian would harbor such grand ambitions. "Father, laziness is the foundation of creation, while greed is the impetus for progress. A person who is not lazy contributes nothing to society. A person who is not greedy benefits no one. Such twisted reasoning, Li Shimin thought to himself, yet could not help but ponder the statement. Eventually, he found it disturbingly reasonable. You truly wish to disrupt the line of succession. You will inevitably reap the consequences. Though this sounded like a curse, it was more a reflection of concern. The Tang Dynasty did not solely belong to Li Chengqian. It was equally Li Shimin's, even a realm he had fought to establish. Last night, I asked Wanderer if I could establish 2 empresses from the east and west palaces. What? Li Shimin stood up in shock. Li Chengqian replied calmly. She requested that I not disclose such matters to her. The harem should not interfere in politics. I told her that if the harem's non-interference is merely a dogma, then whenever the emperor is weak, the harem will inevitably meddle. Just like my cousin's wife, Empress Dugu. Although my cousin is not weak, he is easily swayed, which is a form of weakness. To truly prevent the harem from interfering, it cannot be dictated by ceremonial dogma of what they cannot do. Instead, it should be a system that prescribes what they ought to do and what they ought not to do. The 2 empresses, one from a noble family and the other from the common folk, would naturally belong to different factions. With a commoner empress, chosen personally by the emperor, it would be easier for her to whisper in his ear, ensuring that he does not forget the struggles of the common people during his time in the palace. Regarding the succession you mentioned, the 2 empresses would naturally bear legitimate heirs, which is in accordance with the rules. However, what if the emperor's legitimate wife, for instance, the favored concubine, also gives birth to legitimate heirs? Such chaos would undoubtedly lead to disorder, yet an abundance without chaos would merely intimidate others from taking action. Courtiers would refrain from taking positions casually, and conflicts would not escalate excessively. After all, if there are 10 legitimate heirs, it is normal for 2 to perish due to unforeseen circumstances. However, if 8 or even 9 of the legitimate heirs die, it becomes apparent to all that something is amiss. Even if there exists an exceptional heir, the one who ultimately succeeds must be a capable and cunning emperor. Conversely, if legitimacy is established, the legitimate heirs will undoubtedly face attacks and various traps that will emerge incessantly. Uncertain legitimacy could lead to situations akin to Emperor Qin's reign. Systems are not immutable, but are ever-evolving. Establishing a comprehensive system that fosters healthy competition among the legitimate heirs ensures that even the defeated ones remain alive. Regardless of the ultimate outcome, it is far better than hanging oneself from a single tree. Li Shimin was filled with astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. He had never contemplated such a system. Once he regained his composure, Li Shimin scoffed, "This is no different from having no legitimate heirs at all. If there are no competitors, what if the old emperor passes away first? Or if an unexpected incident occurs?" Li Chengqian retorted with a cold smile. "That would merely resemble our current situation, where I become the king of manipulation, expelling all who do not belong to my lineage or who do not support my lineage, thus shifting the main branch." Li Shimin admonished himself internally to suppress his anger, yet he could not help but feel a surge of wrath. After all, this was a fruit he had personally cultivated. Even his elder brother had not received a share, yet now his son was taking it all away. Father, any system conceived by man is bound to possess imperfections. There are many clever individuals who will invariably find loopholes. Furthermore, the more detailed a system is, the more prone it is to exploitation, much like the purge of the court. What I can guarantee is that during the orderly succession, each heir will be, in a sense, a capable emperor, and there shall be no room for incompetent rulers. When succession is chaotic, a king of manipulation will rise, absorbing the lessons of failure to create an even better system. Unlike Qin, which fell apart at the first sign of chaos, nor like previous dynasties, which were completely controlled by the harem. Father, we are merely drawing lessons from history. Who can achieve perfection? I will also stipulate that once an emperor surpasses 50 years of age, he must abdicate. As long as I take the lead, no one will dare to oppose. Even if an elderly emperor becomes senile prematurely, he won't last long. With several capable sons at the helm, even a few years of incompetence will not pose significant issues. Are you willing to let go? Li Shimin's expression was peculiar. Li Chengqian cast a glance at Li Shimin and made another move, stating calmly, "Father, I aspire to be emperor solely to realize my ambitions. An emperor sleeps later than a dog and rises earlier than a rooster. He cannot truly act as he pleases. I have no interest in that. The crucial point is that unless it is a short-lived emperor after abdicating at 50, there is still some time left. If the successor is immature, guidance can be provided. If mature, in the years leading up to the old emperor's passing, he will have ample opportunity to grasp control, ensuring a smooth succession. Father, let us focus on the game. You must concede that I possess greater foresight than you. I shall strive to refine this system and break free from the cycle of dynasties lasting no more than 3 centuries. Whether it can endure for millennia, I cannot ascertain. Chapter 92. The 4 sentences of Hong Tzu emerge, a lethal strike against disruptive scholars once again. During the routine morning court assembly, Li Chengqian sat at the head, attentively listening to various reports, occasionally interjecting with a few remarks. Perhaps the ministers had grown numb, lacking the caution they exhibited when he first assumed the role of regent. Minister, Vice Minister of the Censorate Tang Lin reports that there have been some unfavorable rumors circulating throughout the realm. I request your consideration and judgment. The Censorate, led by the chief censor, held the authority to report and investigate rumors. They monitored officials and the populace alike, able to report or even impeach any matters they overheard, effectively serving as the emperor's ears. Censors could submit reports based on hearsay, and even if proven untrue, they would not face repercussions. Wang Engshi once remarked, advisors and censors, even if mistaken, do not incur punishment. Although this was a matter of a later dynasty, it held true at present as well. However, in the later stages, it had devolved into a tool for attacking officials, leading to utter chaos. Yet at this moment, it was indeed somewhat effective. Speak, Li Chengqian rapidly, nonchalantly, appearing indifferent. Recently, the Kong family of Xiaobo seems to have been annihilated by marauders. The local authorities have conducted investigations but have found no trace of these bandits. It is said that this group boasts over 1,000 horses, suspected to be a rebel faction. Moreover, as the Kong family is associated with the esteemed scholar Kong Ingda, there are rumors among the people that they were dispatched by the regent. Scholars across the land are thus incensed, particularly those from the Xiaobo region and even from Jizhou's Hengshui, who are all extremely agitated. If this continues, it may incite a popular uprising. Li Chengqian maintained a stoic expression, yet internally he scoffed. Indeed, these scholars had attempted rebellion for a decade without success, exhibiting such pettiness in their probing. Fearful of implicating themselves, he was confident that everyone in the court understood that the Kong family had been eradicated by him. They simply lacked the courage to voice it. Some truths are such that knowing them and daring to speak them are 2 entirely different matters. Li Chengqian rose and approached the table before the dragon throne, quietly grinding ink. The ministers fell silent, refraining from conversation. Soon, he produced a sheet of ordinary paper and began to write with fervor. Once finished, he gently blew on the ink and handed the paper to the attending eunuch, instructing, "Read it." The eunuch took the paper, glanced at it, cleared his throat, and proclaimed loudly, "To establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish the destiny for the people, to carry on the teachings of the sages, to open peace for all generations." Upon hearing the eunuch's declaration, all court officials widened their eyes. Those present could be deemed mediocre, yet none could be accused of lacking culture. The meaning behind these 4 sentences was immediately clear. Some were even stirred to fervor. Li Chengqian returned to his seat. Speaking slowly, regarding the matter of the marauders, command the local authorities to continue their investigation. As for the scholars, disseminate these 4 sentences. Furthermore, those who incite unrest, under the pretext of slandering the crown prince, shall have their families barred from attaining any degrees for 3 generations. Those who already hold office or titles shall have them stripped. From this point forward, carry out such measures. Killing serves no purpose. It would merely serve to wield them as instruments of violence. The true instigators of unrest, aside from a few leaders, were largely a group of hot-headed individuals. They may not harbor malicious intent. They simply lack the capacity to comprehend the larger picture. The present-day scholars, at the very least, stemmed from impoverished gentry, which in reality was a declining aristocracy and had little connection to common folk. The notion of a widow supporting her son's education was but an artistic embellishment. Thus, beheading them would be an act of mercy. Barring them from degrees for 3 generations and revoking any existing titles was the true lethal strike against them. Those who could comprehend his 4 sentences and diligently study to become future pillars of society were the ones he sought. Individuals who were misguided or utterly devoid of intellect were not what Li Chengqian desired. Utilizing the wisdom of later ages, Li Chengqian felt no remorse. He was not engaged in literary flourishes. He merely recognized that some individuals had begun to stray and required a firm reprimand. At that moment, the ministers below felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. They were thrilled by Li Chengqian's eloquence, believing he would undoubtedly become a sage ruler. Yet they were chilled by the ingenuity of his methods. With this maneuver, who among them would dare to be ensnared, save for those lacking common sense? Stripping the dim-witted of their titles would truly place them in dire straits. During the Chang'an period, barring years of great calamity, the imperial examinations were conducted annually. However, truly talented individuals were indeed rare, and the examination system had yet to be perfected, lacking a palace examination. Thus, detailed records were scarce. Although they were top scholars, they were typically employed in manuscript editing, making it difficult for them to gain significant positions. Ultimately, the world still belonged to the prominent families. It was exceedingly challenging for outsiders to break in, a situation that Li Shimin could only address gradually. Hence, few top scholars from the Chang'an era left a lasting legacy, let alone a renowned name. While the ministers remained in shock, Li Chengqian added, "Is there any other matter?" "Continue." The underlying implication was that the search for marauders should persist. After all, everyone was aware of the truth, and he acknowledged it without uttering it. As for those causing unrest, particularly the ringleaders, he intended to deal with them severely, ensuring they would suffer immensely. Startled by Li Chengqian's boldness, the officials fell silent. After a few seconds of stillness, Li Chengqian remarked, "Since we have broached the subject of scholars, I shall now speak on the imperial examinations." This statement sent a shiver down the spines of all the ministers. It was widely acknowledged that the imperial examinations were divided into regular and special categories. The regular examinations were held annually unless extraordinary circumstances intervened. The special examinations were designed for the selective recruitment of exceptional talents and primarily comprised 6 subjects: Jinshi, Mingjing, Mingfa, Mingshu, Mingshuan, among others. I find this system to be excessively wasteful of the scholar's family resources. For those coming from distant regions, the journey alone can consume several months. Assuming no unforeseen delays, should they face unexpected tardiness, they might find themselves stranded in Chang'an for an entire year, potentially depleting their already limited resources. Making 2 round trips, or even just one, could rob them of their chance due to financial constraints. Therefore, I propose to hold the imperial examinations every 3 years. This way, scholars will have at least 2 years to prepare in peace, rather than living in constant anxiety each year, which hampers their ability to study effectively. What do you think, esteemed ministers? Your wisdom is unparalleled, Regent. Wei Zheng was the first to voice his support. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Your wisdom is unparalleled. As others reflected, they realized there seemed to be no drawbacks to this proposal, leading them to concur. Li Chengqian had contemplated the methods of future admissions, yet, given the differences in circumstances, it would require at least a decade or 2 to establish a comprehensive educational system. Thus, it was more practical to enhance the existing framework of the imperial examinations, as it could be implemented immediately. Chapter 93. How about sending a prince of the Tang Dynasty to marry the princess of Tubo? Li Chengqian revealed a faint smile and remarked, "I feel that the current system of the 6 classics is insufficient to select the talents of the realm. Therefore, I intend to establish 3 divisions: literature, military, and craftsmanship." The court officials felt a sudden unease, sensing that something was amiss. Li Chengqian continued, "The literature division shall emphasize literary knowledge, supplemented by martial prowess. One must not only be well-versed in classics, but also possess a certain degree of personal strength. The military division, while requiring martial ability, must also entail a foundation in culture. The craftsmanship division must combine cultural knowledge with expertise in a skill beneficial to the nation and its people, allowing for versatility. For instance, one skilled in forging hoes should also be capable of crafting kitchen knives. Adept at making beds should also be able to construct cabinets, and so forth. However, mere oddities cannot grace the grand halls of our culture. The guardianship of the nation cannot be compromised. This could be seen as a breach of propriety. The court was in an uproar. The high-ranking officials in the front row feigned ignorance, while those in the back were practically in chaos. Li Chengqian allowed the whispers and loud discussions to continue as if he were oblivious. It was only when the noise began to subside that he spoke again. The necessity of martial ability in the literature division arises from my hope that future civil officials will not merely indulge in empty rhetoric or theoretical discussions. While I do not expect them to defend our borders, I seek individuals with spirit, rather than those who become incapable of even minor physical tasks. Not to mention, even Confucius taught archery. Consider my esteemed ministers, for instance. Can you wield a sword? Minister Fong? Fong Xianling quickly replied. In response to the regent, though I have aged, I still possess some martial skill with my blade. In the Jingguan era, transitions from civil officials to military commanders and vice versa were not uncommon. For example, Ho Junji served both as Minister of War and Minister of Personnel. The notion of literati being feeble began with the Tang Dynasty, which significantly elevated the status of scholars while suppressing military officials. Consequently, scholars ceased their martial training and neglected military strategy. Li Chengqian smiled gently. Precisely. I do not wish for scholars to be solely bookish, devoid of vigor. Furthermore, a good constitution is also essential for serving the court. Do any of you have objections? There were no dissenting voices on this matter. The primary contention lay with the craftsmanship division. Li Chengqian was aware that he was being intentionally provocative. As for the military division, it aimed to select future generals or even commanders. Lacking cultural knowledge would be unacceptable, lest they be unable to comprehend battle reports. Look, he continued, even Duke Liu, who once could not read, has now become well-educated. Otherwise, he would not stand here, but will be stationed in some remote corner. Ha ha ha! I am grateful for your praise, Regent, exclaimed Cheng Yaojin. It is amusing to think that I, known for my 3 famed axe strikes, could ever be deemed illiterate. As long as one possesses intelligence, learning comes swiftly. Moreover, my illiteracy is greatly exaggerated. Let's not forget, during my time at Wagong, I too held the title of emperor. Regarding the craftsmanship division, Li Chengqian queried, May I ask, esteemed ministers, in what aspect of your daily needs is craftsmanship not involved? Although he did not elaborate on the specifics, the ministers understood the implications of the craftsmanship division. One official stood and asserted, Regent, while that may be true, the path of the artisan is indeed difficult to elevate to a place of honor. And who are you? Li Chengqian retorta. Among the ministers, aside from those he frequently engaged with, there were many he did not recognize, particularly those who rarely spoke. I am Yin Xiang, Deputy Minister of Rights. Upon hearing his surname, it was evident to all which faction he belonged to. Minister Yin, since you assert that the artisan's path is difficult to elevate, consider this. Tubo has been insistent on marrying one of our Tang princesses, and their sincerity is quite moving. However, our noble princess is of such high lineage that she cannot endure such a journey nor the hardships that accompany it. Instead, why not have you represent the Tang Dynasty in Tubo, persuading Songzhan Ganbu? While our princess cannot travel or endure such trials, our Tang princes are more than capable. How about we send a prince of the Tang Dynasty to marry the Tubo princess? To demonstrate sincerity, I am willing to provide a complete list of all our princes for Songzhan Ganbu to choose from. You shall negotiate this matter, should it succeed. It would indeed be a great achievement. Upon hearing this, the ministers were left speechless, their eyes nearly bulging out of their heads. Such an outrageous proposition. How could Li Chengqian have conceived it? It seemed simple, yet it would have stumped even the most astute minds. This was akin to burning out the CPU. Though cultures across nations varied, the prevailing notion was that men held dominion, with bloodlines traced through the male line. Tubo followed suit. The idea of a prince marrying into a foreign land was appealing in theory, Yet it implied that the next generation would inherit the throne of Tubo through Tang blood. This was a bloodless coup, directly usurping the state. Unless one were a fool, even upon first hearing such a proposal, one would quickly grasp its implications. Why has the regent shifted the topic? Yin Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. Why have I ever shifted the topic? Li Chengqian kuntarat. Since Minister Yin deems the craftsmanship division unimportant, merely a collection of oddities, then in the future, when our talents dwindle, our Tang Dynasty will not even be able to produce armor nor defend against others. If we desire peace, we must seek marital alliances. Is this not what you wish to see, Minister Yin? Hence, let it be decided that you shall persuade Tubo to wed one of our Tang princes. This matter is settled, and you shall depart at once. The Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Ceremonies will cooperate. Tubo is a great nation and must be accorded due respect. We shall send you forth with the utmost ceremony. Minister Yin, I shall await good news. After the court session, I will inform my father, the emperor, so he may compose the diplomatic letter. Minister Yin, prepare for your mission. As one of the 6 ministries, if the Ministry of Crafts truly held no significance, why would it still exist? The notion of mere oddities is but a convenient excuse in this era. The ministers understood that Li Chengqian was being obstinate, but each of his points was irrefutable. They grew increasingly in awe of his cunning. An emperor who could strike with a blade at the slightest provocation instilled fear, yet true terror lay in an emperor whose unpredictable strategies left one bewildered, unable to formulate a response. You could never predict the consequences of provoking such a ruler. Conversely, an emperor who was predictable could be managed. Li Chengqian's tactics were indeed a masterclass in psychological warfare, fostering a growing sense of reverence among his subjects. Serving under such a future emperor, one could find themselves stripped bare and utterly bewildered, a truly daunting prospect. Minister, I accept the command. Yin Xiang understood that Li Chengqian was setting him up, even intending for him to perish in Tubo, yet he had no retort. There remained a slim chance of survival in Tubo. To plead for mercy now would not only bring shame upon his family, but would also ensure his demise without a grave. Chapter 94. You have lost the backbone of manhood, the indomitable spirit. Well. Yin Aiqing, you are indeed a loyal minister of our great Tang. Li Chengqian exclaimed, his laughter ringing out. Please, retire for now and prepare after the court session. Your servant obeys. Yin Xiang's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. He attempted to return his ranks, but stumbled twice and, on the third attempt, nearly crawled back. Yet the other ministers averted their gazes, as if they had not witnessed his humiliation. Having laughed, Li Chengqian then inquired, are there still any of you who think the engineering department is unimportant? The ministers fell silent, none daring to speak up. Killing is merely a matter of striking at the head. There is no such method of execution. At that moment, Fang Xianling stepped forward. Minister Fang, what is it? Li Chengqian asked kindly. Regent, what if the Tubo refused to marry our Tang prince? His words, delicately phrased, implied a stark warning. If provoked, they might retaliate directly. To refuse our prince while seeking to marry our princess, are they not merely toying with our Tang? Li Chengqian's voice grew icy, as if it could freeze anything in its path. In that case, the military might of our Tang is not to be underestimated. Just then, Wei Zheng rose to speak. Regent, that land of Tubo is rather peculiar. Once we enter their territory, we suffer excruciating headaches and find it difficult to breathe, rendering our forces incapable of combat. They claim it is the protection of the Celestial Emperor, though I suspect this is not the case. No one has yet discerned the true cause. I trust the elite warriors under your command will not falter. However, with the vast expanse of Tubo, even an army of 200,000 would merely succeed in pushing them back, incurring only losses without tangible gain. Wei Zheng articulated his reasoning with fervor. Li Chengqian replied with a faint smile, Minister Wei, you may not grasp the underlying reasons, and perhaps our Tang has yet to comprehend their intricacies. However, I, on the other hand, know precisely what it is. Please enlighten us, Regent. Wei Zheng, skeptical, questioned him, a disbelief rooted in his understanding. Li Chengqian continued, when our people venture there, Common symptoms include headaches, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, fatigue, insomnia, loss of appetite, and shortness of breath. Conversely, when their people come here, they exhibit similar symptoms: dizziness, fatigue, drowsiness, and insomnia, possibly with chest tightness, palpitations, and loss of appetite. Some symptoms are alike, while others differ due to geographical factors. Such phenomena, caused by environmental conditions, can be overcome with robust health or after a month of acclimatization. Complete adaptation requires prolonged residence. I call this phenomenon altitude sickness. The symptoms they exhibit upon arriving here, I refer to as maladaptation to local conditions. Li Chengqian chose not to elaborate on oxygen deprivation, which would require extensive explanation that might elude comprehension. Fang Xianling interjected, maladaptation to local conditions? Indeed, it appears to exist. Thus, does this imply that when they come here, they experience a similar peculiar reaction? We perceive it as maladaptation, while they regard it as the celestial emperor's blessing, leading us astray. Li Chengqian nodded with a smile, acknowledging Fang Xuanling's wisdom. Precisely. Given our Tang's vast territory, individuals entering different regions may experience similar conditions. Hence, the notion of maladaptation has become commonplace. For instance, people from the far south who venture north, and vice versa, often encounter such issues. They have cloaked themselves in myth, deceiving us in the process. The ministers, upon hearing this, felt a sense of clarity, though some remained puzzled. At that moment, Wei Zheng posed a critical question. Regent, how do we explain the deaths that have occurred? I have reviewed some records, and it appears our people have suffered deaths far exceeding the norm. Simple maladaptation cannot account for such extraordinary circumstances. Li Chengqian nodded, elucidating, it is akin to two individuals caught in the rain, due to differing constitutions. One may fall ill while the other remains unscathed. As I mentioned earlier, robust health is key. Strength does not equate to resilience. Thus, not all elite soldiers can endure, akin to the rain example. Comparatively, their reactions upon arriving in Guangzhou would be milder, while ours would be more pronounced. However, if a Tubo individual were to arrive at Guangzhou port, I assure you, only 2 or 3 out of 10 would survive. That would indeed be the celestial emperor's blessing. It is as if one dwells at the foot of a mountain while the other resides at its peak. The environments are entirely different. Both ascending and descending require rest and adaptation. It cannot be achieved instantaneously. Furthermore, certain medicinal herbs, such as Salvia miltioriza, safflower, and Scutellaria bicalensis, can mitigate some similar reactions. Administering these to those severely affected would greatly reduce the casualty rate. Should there still be those unable to adapt, they would be exceedingly rare. We could simply replace them. Regent, your wisdom is profound. Wei Zheng bowed and withdrew. Fang Xianling continued. Regent, even so, if we were to offend them, we would ultimately suffer the consequences. It would be unwise. Li Chengqian shook his head. Minister Fang, constrained by your perspective, you reveal an unexpected naivety. Do you think Songzan Ganbu harbors genuine goodwill? For the sake of a single princess, does he truly send envoys multiple times each year? Does a king of his stature lack for women? Even if our Tang boasts exceptional talents and beauty, would he not find several suitable candidates? Fang Xianling furrowed his brow, realizing the depth of this issue had not been contemplated by anyone. Historically, marital alliances had often been a means of diplomacy, providing temporary peace and familiarity with the foreign tribes. Esteemed ministers, it is not your fault for failing to see this. What they desire most is the dowry of our Tang. Understand? You believe we are the celestial empire, that all actions must adhere to principles and grandeur. Yet, what you dismiss, things like seeds and skilled artisans, are precisely what they covet. Our Central Plain civilization is, without a doubt, the most prosperous and advanced in sight. What you undervalue is akin to treasures in their eyes. You think we are marrying off a princess? In my perspective, we are merely empowering the enemy. Moreover, has our Grand Tang ever relied on women for security? From this point forward, our magnificent Tang shall not engage in marital alliances, nor shall we pledge fealty or tribute. If that day arrives, we shall stand to die rather than kneel to live. You think you are marrying off a princess, but what you have truly lost is the backbone of manhood The Indomitable Spirit. Chapter 95. A Single Arrow. Multiple Targets. The wealth exchange strategy of Li Chengqian. What was lost was the backbone of a man, the indomitable spirit of standing tall. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the court shifted dramatically. Initially, the ministers believed that marrying off a princess was a customary practice, a royal marriage that had no bearing on them. Trading a marriage alliance for peace at the borders seemed a lucrative deal. After all, it was merely a princess along with some dowry. What could be the problem? Through Li Chengqian's numerous explanations, they finally grasped the profound implications of matter. Internal strife was acceptable, but as the prosperous era of Chang'an approached, the memories of the chaotic past still lingered. Once external enemies were involved, the diverse ethnic groups already integrated would naturally turn against one another. Another invasion by foreign tribes would be unwelcome to all. Minister Li Ji, I am willing to lead the army to attack Tubo. Li Ji was the first to step forward. A multitude of martial officials, especially the ambitious younger generation or those who had not yet made their mark, were spurred by Li Ji's words to express their eagerness to confront Tubo. My esteemed ministers, I am aware of your earnest intentions. However, I do not wish for the soldiers of the Tang Dynasty to suffer needless losses. After the envoy Yin returns, it is inevitable that the impetuous Songzhan Ganbu will provoke disturbances at the borders. Yet, there is no cause for alarm. I have decided to establish a mutual market between Tubo and our Tang Dynasty for open trade. We shall offer grains, salt, tea, porcelain, and a collection of valuable texts, among other items that Tubo may covet. However, we shall not sell grain seeds, craftsmanship books, agricultural tools, or anything related to engineering or ironwork. In exchange, we shall procure meat, furs, dairy products, musk, horses, and cattle. Any goods that we require and they are willing to exchange shall be considered. The great families may trade freely, with pricing determined by market principles. Apart from taxes and the prohibition of illicit goods, I will not interfere. At that time, I will dispatch the most elite soldiers to ensure the safety of the market. Regent, this is folly. Wei Zheng finally spoke up, his mind racing. Yet Li Chengqian merely smiled and replied, Minister Wei, once the mutual market is established, they will be able to purchase grains from us while selling us meat, profiting from our wealth. What will their people do? This left Wei Zheng momentarily stunned, blinking in confusion as he stroked his beard, his expression fraught with contemplation. However, Fang Xianling quickly grasped the implication. Regent, do you mean to say that their populace will abandon grain cultivation in favor of raising more livestock to meet our demand? Li Chengqian nodded with a gentle smile. Indeed. Even if Songzhan Ganbu were to realize this, a firm rejection would undoubtedly incite discontent among his people, potentially sparking internal strife. If he does not reject firmly, in just 30 to 50 years, Tubo will no longer pose a threat. Should we cut off their grain supply, it would lead to widespread famine and chaos within their land. Even if they seek refuge in the western regions, the small states there are numerous and costly, not to mention uncertain in terms of benefits. Long before the pre-Qin era, the tale of sowing mulberry and ruining the nation was recorded in Guanzi. For those unfamiliar, I recommend seeking it out when time permits. I have distilled this tale into the concept of food security. Warfare fundamentally revolves around grain. Tubo's repeated incursions stem from their food shortages. If we manage this well, it could effectively dismantle them. A collective gasp echoed throughout the court as Li Chengqian's reminder sparked recognition of the tale, illuminating his intentions. Wei Zheng clasped his hands in submission. Regent, I concede. But if we do this, our Tang Dynasty will face a grain shortage as well. With our people already lacking food, how can we sell to them? Li Chengqian continued to smile gently, shaking his head. Do you all prefer to let grain rot at home rather than trade it for much-needed goods from Tubo? The expressions of many ministers stiffened. In the vast expanse of ancient times, food scarcity was indeed a norm. However, to claim that the nobility lacked grain would be absurd. Given the current arable land in Tang and the consumption by our populace, the surplus is substantial each year. Otherwise, how could Yang Jian have accumulated such wealth during the Sui dynasty? At present, the population of Tang is even smaller than that era. The impoverished will still starve. This is a systemic issue unrelated to food scarcity. Nobles will not share grain with the commoners, even if it were to feed rats. Li Chengqian understood this well, hence his push for them to trade their stored grain for benefits. As long as national interests are not compromised, everything can be negotiated. Forcing them to surrender their reserves would require a sword at their throats, a scenario that is currently untenable. The goods they acquire, particularly meat and dairy, cannot be consumed entirely at home. They will inevitably resell livestock, allowing the populace of Tang to enjoy more meat. Concurrently, wealth will indeed concentrate within Tang, diffusing into the populace, leading to greater prosperity for the people. Li Chengqian's aim was merely to shatter their rigid mindset, preventing them from hoarding grain uselessly, providing no benefit to the Tang Dynasty. He does not need to issue a decree. With benefits presented, if they refuse, others will gladly comply. In the end, all will clamor to participate. This is a stratagem that is impossible to reject, a strategy that enhances tax revenue. Currently, Li Chengqian's focus remains internal. As for Tubo, if conflict can be avoided, it shall be. Even if we were to conquer them, the gains would be minimal while the initial investments would be substantial, rendering it unsustainable. The court fell silent, each person contemplating the implications. Well then, esteemed ministers, ponder this further after the court session. Minister Yan discussed this matter with Songzhan Ganbu during her mission. We shall continue our discourse on the imperial examination. After a lengthy court session, all matters were finally resolved. Li Chengqian proceeded to the Hall of Governance to continue reviewing memorials. Working diligently until nightfall, he returned to the Eastern Palace to enjoy Su Wan's soothing massage. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He sensed unusual activity among the 100,000 female soldiers dispatched to Li Shimin. Upon shifting his focus to their perspective, he discovered that Li Shimin had arrived and was preparing for a night assault on the city of Xinjiang. The Zheng family of Xinjiang had evidently anticipated this news early on through carrier pigeons and had made preparations. They may have contemplated fleeing, but with such vast enterprises, they were left with insufficient time. Li Chengqian had not expected Li Shimin, aware of the army's capabilities, to hasten her journey. It is worth noting that the distance between Chang'an and Xinjiang is approximately 3 to 350 kilometers. Under normal circumstances, due to the limitations of infantry, it would take at least a week to march. For a standard army in this era, a 2-week march would not be unusual. Chapter 96. The Strategy of Exhausted Troops. Luring the tiger from its mountain, inviting the emperor into the trap, and the fall of the city. Li Shimin's maneuvers are not something Li Chengqian intends to interfere with. Although historical records of her military exploits are scarce, she is by no means an incompetent general. Rather, she is exceptionally skilled. Some may question her capabilities, pointing to the defeat of her army of 70,000 refugees, which, despite their numbers, failed to capture many counties and suffered heavy losses at the hands of a mere 10,000 defenders. Li Chengqian finds this notion laughable. Many generals have faced disastrous defeats in siege warfare, with staggering casualty rates, so why single her out? Moreover, despite the significant losses, her army did not rout. Such unfounded criticisms, typical of armchair strategists, are utterly devoid of logic. The reality is that Li Shimin raised an army of 70,000 in just 5 months, driving the Sui dynasty into retreat. She captured territories such as Huxian, Zhouzhi, Wugong, and Shiping. In her encounters with the formidable Turkic forces, she even killed over 1,000 Turkic cavalrymen, causing tens of thousands to flee. When she joined forces with Li Shimin in Chang'an, she did so on her own accord. To claim that Li Shimin lacks martial prowess is akin to asserting that Li Shimin is inept in battle. Xu Tu Tong, one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingyan Pavilion, was repeatedly defeated by Li Shimin during her campaigns when he served as a general for the Sui. After surrendering to Li Shimin, he earned a place among the esteemed officials. If he were truly without ability, could he possibly stand alongside so many illustrious figures? Moreover, due to her strategic prowess, the name of the pass she guarded was later changed to honor her military title, establishing the renowned daughter's army as a testament to her legacy. How many in history have been so commemorated, especially as a woman? Legend has it that she once concocted a ruse using rice soup mixed with horse urine to mimic the presence of a vast cavalry, successfully intimidating an army of tens of thousands. Thus, disregarding gender biases, Li Shimin is far from an ordinary general. She is indeed remarkable. In her youth, even Li Shimin faced defeat at her hands. If he feared her, could it truly be attributed to her gender or elder status? At the very least, Li Shimin has demonstrated the principle of swift military action, and it remains to be seen how she will execute her plans. Observing Li Shimin prepare for the siege, Li Chengqian felt a surge of intrigue. The city walls of Xinjiang were ablaze, shadows flitting about. After employing nighttime assaults in Chang'an, Li Chengqian knew the defenders would be on alert. Those who occupy high positions are seldom foolish. It is merely a matter of who plays the superior strategy and whether they fall into traps. When Li Chengqian's curiosity peaked, it coincided with Li Shimin's readiness to act. Under her command, the troops began to maneuver around the perimeter of the city walls, darting through the darkness. However, they were not assaulting the city. Rather, they were encircling the walls. They maintained a distance that allowed the defenders to hear them, but not see them, even causing Li Shimin to vanish from the outer moat. Unlike in Chang'an, Li Shimin faced a moat here. The soldiers atop the walls, alerted by the sounds, began to stir under their leader's command. In cities belonging to prominent families, it is more accurate to say they are private armies than imperial troops. While they generally acknowledge their allegiance to the Tang, their loyalties shift to their families when trouble arises. This is another reason why Li Shimin refrains from directly confronting the aristocracy. The entire Shandong clan wields both the power of rhetoric and military might. They coexist peacefully, having reached a fragile balance. Should they unite against the Tang, it would not be impossible to overthrow the dynasty and establish a new regime reminiscent of the chaotic end of the Sui dynasty, when all clans ultimately reached an understanding with the Li Tang. During this time, Li Chengqian had already sent Su Wan to rest. He was determined to witness how Li Shimin would execute her strategy. Given her rapid movements, it was evident she did not intend to prolong the siege for days or weeks. She likely sought to prove herself. If possible, the outcome might be revealed that very night. Soon, Li Chengqian grasped the situation. On the surface, Li Shimin appeared to be positioned outside the city. In reality, during their frantic movements, she had already divided her forces. Li Shimin stationed her troops at the source of the moat, and Li Chengqian understood her intention to cut off the waterway. Under the cover of night, she made her presence known. If she could lead them in circles, she would. If not, it mattered little. Her goal was to sever the moat under the cloak of darkness. However, a thought struck Li Chengqian. This moat was formidable, typically spanning at least 20 to 30 meters in width and requiring a human ladder to ascend its depths, which exceeded 5 meters. Given the natural flow of water and the limitations of ancient technology, temporarily blocking the moat was a daunting task. The defenders would not be foolish enough to leave a stone mountain within reach for her to move. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin proceeded to do just that. She commanded her troops to gather all flammable materials nearby, igniting dozens of bonfires of varying sizes. It soon became clear to Li Chengqian that this was a calculated strategy. Regardless of whether Li Shimin could truly block the moat, she could not allow the defenders to obstruct her efforts. In the darkness, enemy forces soon emerged, clearly attempting to disrupt her plans. Yet their intent was not to inflict substantial damage. They engaged in a tactical retreat, provoking Li Shimin to strike, only to withdraw as she advanced. This back and forth continued for 5 rounds, resulting in a mere 100 casualties. Yet Li Shimin did not pursue them. Chasing them would merely lead to the lifting of the drawbridge, accomplishing little more than additional deaths, a futile endeavor. Time was drawing near for the refresh of Li Chengqian's forces. Just then, Li Shimin suddenly surged back towards the previously inspected city gate. Subsequently, 1,000 heavy cavalry charged into the moat, followed closely by 2,000 light cavalry. The moat of Xinjiang, approximately 30 meters wide and 6 meters deep, was instantly filled by the 3,000 cavalrymen, effectively obstructing it. The infantry, armed with shields and spears, surged forward, while the soldiers atop the walls erupted into chaos. No one could have anticipated such a bold tactic. In this moment, Li Chengqian comprehended the entirety of Li Shimin's strategy. She had first employed the tactic of exhausting the enemy, leading the defenders in a futile chase to wear them down physically and psychologically under the cover of night. Then, she feigned an intention to block the upstream, compelling them to deploy forces to intercept her, even if they doubted her ability to succeed. After 5 successive maneuvers, they became increasingly convinced that she was inviting them into a trap. Consequently, a portion of their forces concentrated on her position as a precaution, effectively luring the tiger from its mountain. Finally, she executed a counterattack, utilizing the characteristics of her forces to nearly instantaneously block the moat. The remaining troops surged forth, overwhelming their defensive equipment. As midnight approached, she would inevitably breach the city. Such a strategy is not one that an ordinary soldier could execute. It requires the adept manipulation of one's strengths, devoid of any flaw. Chapter 97. What is the meaning of no sharpness, no trade? As anticipated by Li Chengqian, chaos erupted among the soldiers atop the city walls. In a frenzy, a myriad of defensive weapons were unleashed as if they were of no cost. The troops who had crossed the moat disregarded the casualties and rushed around the walls, sprinting towards the source of the moat. At this moment, the city gate that had opened for the soldiers was gradually closing, with the drawbridge left uncollected. Whether it was collected or not had become inconsequential, for the soldiers had already entered. As the clock struck midnight, everyone refreshed and emerged on this side. In an instant, a formidable army surged through the city gate and the drawbridge, extending into the boundless darkness. Heavy cavalry began their charge, colliding into the middle of the gate in formation of 5 horses abreast. The siege of the city was solely led by the family of Li Chengqian. Since the gate had just opened for the sortie, there would be nothing obstructing it from behind. Even a hasty barricade would be impossible to establish in such a short time. The other gates, however, were not guaranteed the same. Li Shimin's strategy became clear. This was a calculated double-back maneuver. Indeed, due to these 2 counterattacks, the gate's bolts had not even been properly secured, let alone blocked with other materials. After just 3 waves of charge, the gate's bolts snapped, and it swung wide open. An army of 100,000, with negligible losses, surged in like a torrent.